Huan Shang isn't supposed to bring people back from the dead? What was she doing?
A bizarre scene unfolded. Hua Huai's body mended before their eyes, the severed right thumb regrew. The silent heart woke, slowly beating inside her chest again. Green light, fresh as new blood, poured into her, warmth spread through her limbs as if she lay on spring grass.
Thump, thump. Hua Huai's heartbeat. Huan Shang. Jishi's call, her first time speaking Huan Shang's name, unfamiliar and hoarse. Death is against heaven, the price is immense.
Huan Shang's power is healing, she force-healed Hua Huai, her own body fading. What she gave wasn't blood but her own life force. In Jishi's eyes, a villain's child is also a villain, even if born from her own womb.
After unimaginable suffering, she could spare Huan Shang no pity. Pity for others is cruelty to herself.
One must love oneself before loving others.
She couldn't even love herself, how could she love Huan Shang? Now Huan Shang's act overturned everything she believed.
So Huan Shang could be good, could do good. The little sticky rice dumpling smiled innocently, tilting her head as if begging praise, murmuring, "Ma, ma," clear tears pooled, sparkling.
Jishi blinked, the tears fell. Well done, Huan Shang. Huan Shang's smile bloomed brilliant. Ma, ma.
I love you. With that radiant smile and final words, Huan Shang's body scattered into stardust and vanished. She flashed to the spot, hands grasping at emptiness. Half-conscious, Hua Huai arrived at a pristine city where folk lived in peace and earthly paradise. Sky clear, air fresh, beautiful as a mirage. But guards stood at the gate, before she could step inside.
You lack the right to enter, go back. So warm, so comfortable, her heart seemed to beat again.
Strange, her heart could still beat. In an instant her eyes snapped open. The surviving players were still inside the dungeon. No pain anywhere, she raised her right hand and her pupils shrank. The severed finger had regrown.
What happened? She had clearly felt life ebbing away. Hua Huai asked, what happened? Chao Qixing hung his head. Huan Shang is gone.
Shu Wenyao's eyes were red, he said nothing, silently agreeing. Jishi stood rigid, mind reeling.
Hua Huai's voice was dry. Gone, what does that mean?
She could guess, she should have died, coming back demanded a price.
That price was Huan Shang.
As expected, no one wanted to voice the cruel truth.
Jishi's arms drooped, she could catch nothing. Hua Huai, these days with you have been joyful. Jishi's sudden words were followed by a system prompt.
A rank-bound Spectre Jishi has voluntarily severed the bond.
The instant Hua Huai's vitality returned, their contract had reactivated. Yet now Jishi chose to break it.
Huan Shang was Jishi's child, either way, she had vanished because of Hua Huai.
Hua Huai had no face to ask Jishi to stay.
Jishi appeared before Shu Wenyao, a bright prompt hovered.
Jishi requests to become your bound spectre. Accept?
Grief-struck, he blurted, Jishi said, I owe Huan Shang too much.
The road she didn't finish, I'll walk for her.
To fulfill a mother's wish, Shu Wenyao could not refuse. Inside He Manor, every spectre retreated, no longer attacking players. Perhaps once hostile, but seeing the players stand against He Qingzai, their enmity melted. Each surviving player saw the mission cleared notice pop up. Congratulations players Shu Wenyao, Qin Yuanlong, Xiao Qixing, Hua Yuan for clearing the S-level dungeon.
Rewards, 1 extra year of rest. 6 million yuan each, already deposited into your horror game key.
Hua Huai read it again and again, her name wasn't on the list. Yet Hua Yuan had somehow survived.
Congratulations on clearing the S-level ghost marriage match dungeon. As the dungeon boss has left for the River of Forgetfulness. Requirements changed, dungeon downgraded to F rank. Lost a rank-bound spectre, Ji Shi. Received gift from Yi Qingzai, 1 chest of jewelry.
1 chest of gold, cashed in, 50 million yuan. The evidence Yi Qingzai used to frame her had become a gift.
Soul Fairy upgraded to rank B.
Conditions changed. Forced fairy still needs blood array. If the soul is willing, simply picturing the array in mind suffices, no quantity limit. Restrictions unchanged. Forcing a high-rank soul had let soul fairy jump 2 whole grades. Her player panel appeared. Huahuai, age, 12 rank, B money, 76 million rest time, 878 days skills, soul fairy, rank B, items, rib bone dagger, silver gray sports car. Lu Yang's wooden hairpin, live streaming mobile phone, red high heels bound specters, Zhao Ling, rank B, Jin Jiayue, rank B. Xian Yu, rank D, bound spirit pet, black feather, rank D, where a player's name should be, only a question mark showed. Though her name wasn't on the clear list, the rewards still arrived. The scene dimmed. Huahuai was back in the orphanage fire. Her plight hadn't ended just because she entered the dungeon. Someone pounded the door, shouting, Huahuai! Huahuai! Are you in there? It was Qin Yuankai's voice, jerking her mind back. Should she rejoice that Qin Yuanlong lived, or grieve for the dead? Huahuai called, I'm inside. Rao Quan blocked Qin Yuankai. What's the rush? The fire's not big enough. With Rao Quan in the way, Qin Yuankai could go nowhere. Had Rao Quan gone mad? Qin Yuankai wasn't a player. Once the flames grew, how could he escape? Choked with grief, Huahuai instinctively used her corrosion ability on the doorknob. Clack, the knob corroded and fell, the door swung open. Huahuai stared at her right hand in disbelief. She had brought a dungeon power into the real world. Before she could think it through, she hurried out of the room. Looks like fate is on my side. The door just opened for no reason. Only moments later, her face was already marked by maturity and sharpness. Her ink-black eyes chillingly cold. Rao Quan, your debt won't be settled so easily. She stepped forward and grabbed Qin Yuankai's wrist. Move. If Rao Quan wanted to die, she wouldn't stop him. But they had to live. Before the fire grew worse, they had to get out of this building. Qin Yuankai was relieved to see her safe, yet the frost radiating from her made him instinctively want to back away. Rao Quan's advantage was gone. Continuing to block Huahuai was pointless now. Unless he was ready to die with her. The blaze before them would obey no one. Huahuai's grip was surprisingly strong as she pulled Qin Yuankai into a run. The air reeked of heavy smoke that scorched his throat. A careless breath seared his lungs, leaving his chest tight and breathing ragged. Huahuai, by contrast, showed no discomfort at all. He must be so miserable he was seeing things. They were on the 4th floor. The only way out was the fire exit stairs. As they raced down the corridor toward the stairs, piles of flammable clutter ignited one after another. Getting through meant braving the risk of being burned alive. Huahuai immediately led Qin Yuankai into the bathroom, stripped off her coat, and soaked it in water. Once the fabric was saturated, she wrung it over herself. She dunked the coat again and draped it over her body. Seeing Qin Yuankai frozen, she snapped, do exactly what I just did now. Qin Yuankai marveled at her decisiveness. Faced with crisis, she didn't panic like him, but found a solution. Snapping back, he nodded repeatedly. Oh, okay. Wet clothes would shield them from burns. The corridor wasn't long, they could make it. Under Huahuai's lead, the two plunged through the flames and sprinted the length of the corridor. Suddenly a cabinet, burning and unstable, teetered and fell right toward Qin Yuankai. At the last instant Huahuai threw up an arm, slowing the cabinet's crash. When it still struck, she couldn't help a muffled grunt of pain. Qin Yuankai cried, Huahuai, are you hurt? Unaware the cabinet had been aimed at him, she quickly withdrew her arm and retreated. I'm fine. This bit of pain was nothing. She had already tasted the agony of severed fingers. As they burst through the doorway, people outside frantically waved. Hurry! The fires reached the kitchen. They didn't dare stop, sprinting with every last ounce of strength. The instant they reached safety, boom, a blast wave erupted, turning curtains to ash in a heartbeat, hurling glass like glittering ice, and ripping walls apart in a deafening roar. Rescuers arrived late, shouting, anyone injured?
Into the ambulance, now.
Qin Yuan Kai tried to pull Hua Huai out, but she caught his arm instead.
I'm not hurt. No hospital.
Meeting his skeptical stare, Hua Huai rolled up her sleeve. Her arm was smudged but unmarked. By rights she should have been injured. Even she thought so, only after reaching safety did she notice the wound had vanished. What had happened to her was too bizarre for common sense to explain. Seeing Qin Yuan Kai relax, she said hurriedly, I've something urgent, no debrief for me. If Xiang Lu had fallen in the dungeon, her real life was nearly over as well. At the very least, Hua Huai had to see her one last time. Qin Yuan Kai opened his mouth to ask, but she was already sprinting away. Xiang Lu had once slipped her a business card bearing her phone number and address. Following the address, Hua Huai reached Xiang Lu's house and was about to knock when the door opened.
Xiang Lu blinked in surprise. Why are you here? First time at my place, and it's to collect my corpse, huh?
A warm smile lit Xiang Lu's face.
Even now she still joked. Hua Huai seized her hand. Something's wrong with me, something not normal.
Xiang Lu had quit the dungeon early and had no idea Hua Huai had faced a death trap. Pulling her inside, Hua Huai found a knife on the table and, without hesitation, sliced her own finger. Blood seeped out, then the cut closed and healed before their eyes. I've gained self-healing, it has to be the power Huan Shang gave me. Not only that, I can use it in the real world. Black mud surfaced in her palm, wrapped around the knife, and slowly devoured it. Xiang Lu's eyes went wide, she had never seen anything like it. But I don't know if I can heal anyone else. If I can, and I stay with you, does that mean you won't have to die? Xiang Lu's heart soared and plunged like a roller coaster. Without daring to hope, she took out her craft knife and nicked her fingertip. Give it a try. Regrettably, Hua Huai's power could not heal another person. Xiang Lu withdrew her hand, smiling. It's fine. I expected it. An S-level dungeon demands combat ability, even an A-level dungeon requires some. How could an S-level not? I can guess my ending, though I still don't know why I was thrown into a dungeon of that rank. Hua Huai suspected Rao Quan was behind her entry into the dungeon. He was an S-level player, she didn't know the limits of his authority, but he could certainly drag others into an S-level dungeon. Maybe when he brought someone in, he could stay out of it himself. Unable to heal others, Hua Huai felt crushed. What triggered your new ability? Xiang Lu was intensely curious. Hua Huai recounted everything that had happened afterward, growing emotional, tears shimmering in her eyes. When she finished, Xiang Lu hugged her. Hua Huai, I want you to be my model. Let me paint one last portrait of you, okay? While I paint, I'll tell you my story. She forced a bright laugh. Don't cry, we might meet again. How could Hua Huai not cry? She cared about her. Hua Huai sniffed, voice hoarse. Alright, I'll be your model. And I'll listen to your story. Xiang Lu lived in a small villa surrounded by gardens, full of rustic charm. Inside, a tiny conservatory had 2 glass walls, bright and flooded with light. The easel stood in the glasshouse, golden sunlight pouring in, warm and cozy. Hua Huai sat in the sun, the halo dusting her face and gilding every downy hair. Her still damp lashes trembled, scattering tiny rings of light and casting a butterfly wing shadow. Dreamlike, elusive. With practiced ease, Xiang Lu sketched Hua Huai's outline. I've always been something of a loner. Before I met you, I never had a real friend. Before I came into contact with the horror game, I was timid and weak. At the New Year Players Banquet you said your hands weren't chapped, that you felt perfectly comfortable. I know the misery of chilblains, that unbearable itch, like ants crawling under the skin, worse whenever you near warmth. Your pain came from your parents, mine came from having none. For as long as I can remember I lived off others' charity, other kids had pocket money, I had none. Other kids could go to school. Without a care, I couldn't. After classes they went to cram school, I went to part-time jobs. Fine arts study is expensive, but I wanted it.
Just as your eyes then were full of hope for the future, I had mine.
I hoped one day to stand before a crowd and shine with my own light.
Imagination is lovely, reality is cruel.
The brush swirled in the rinse jar, washing every trace of
pigment away.
She dried it at once and began mixing the right colors.
The final painting had to be perfect.
It was winter. I was practicing late in the school studio, my fingers stiff from hours of drawing.
Recalling that night,
Xiang Lu tightened her grip on the brush. When I finished, the studio was empty.
I was used to it, always alone. But this time something was different.
The studio was on the 7th floor. Someone locked the door on purpose and used a slingshot to smash the windows. An ordinary slingshot has an effective range of 20 to 40 meters, 7 floors is about 21 meters up. With a professional slingshot it can reach 60 meters or more. It was naked malice. I'd never provoked them, yet they wanted me trapped in the cold all night. Snow lay thick, especially at night with no one about, half a person deep.
The night was agony.
I tried running, squats, nothing warmed me. It felt like a million needles piercing every inch of skin. I huddled in a corner, shaking, waiting for dawn, praying someone would find me.
Though freezing,
a sudden flame shot through me, my body insisted it was hot.
Strange, why hot?
Because, it was the harbinger of death by cold. The canvas already showed a rough shape. Hua Huai's profile had emerged, her worried eyes rendered alive. The warm palette clashed starkly with the story Xiang Lu told.
Unwilling to die, I used a socket to start a fire. If someone noticed, I'd be saved, if not, I'd perish.
As the flames spread, I saw a miraculous card amid the fire. Though surrounded by fire, the card showed no scorch marks.
Numb with cold, I simply reached into the flames and took it.
Needless to say, that was the horror game key.
I cleared my first game and felt born again.
There was fear, but also the thrill of being tested.
Best of all, the prize money equaled a whole year of part-time wages.
For an instant excitement flared in Xiang Lu's eyes.
The light I sought seemed to shift.
While working part-time I endured customers' tantrums and bosses' unreasonable demands.
Now a single game could pay what took me months to earn. She couldn't help laughing. The game is human nature, it's desire.
The more rounds you play, the thinner humanity becomes, the stronger desire grows. I nearly lost myself in it.
Hua Huai already knew the rest, no need to speak.
The painting was nearly done, only remained. Arson got me rescued.
The day I left hospital I found the ones who'd locked the studio and smashed its windows. I demanded to know why they'd done it.
They said I didn't fit in, was too excellent, a hypocrite wearing a mask. It was meant as a prank, they never meant to kill me. Children raised in honey can't know how cruel a northern winter night can be. Beside Hua Huai stood a plant rack holding a sunflower.
Xiang Lu's final stroke brought the sunflower vividly to life.
It had a sturdy stem bearing a heavy head, drinking in the sunlight.
A sunflower turns always toward the sun. It chases the morning sun, until sunset. Xiang Lu smiled. Done. Keep it safe, lose it and I'll be furious. Hua Huai's fingers trembled as she took the still damp sheet. All right, go. I don't want you to see me die horribly.
Xiang Lu tried to push her away, but Hua Huai clutched her sleeve.
What happened to them later?
Xiang Lu lowered her gaze.
Nothing much.
The incident scared them badly, they never dared cross me again.
Go, quickly. I don't want to see you now. She longed to cry, her mind racing, what would happen to Hua Huai, to Xu Wenyao, after she left?
Xiang Lu wouldn't let Hua Huai witness her broken state. Hua Huai had to leave while still in her sight. The door shut, Xiang Lu slumped to the floor. Waiting for death felt as wretched as waiting in that studio. The difference was, then she could save herself, now she couldn't. A player who dies in the horror game cannot escape death in reality. During that time the player can't re-enter the horror game. The real world will engineer accidents so players die in all manner of ways. She actually wondered what her own death would be like. Best if it were painless, like the instant kills in the game, gone before she knew it. And after leaving, where would she go? Unconsciously Xiang Lu drifted into random thoughts. The day he fled the room, Huayuan cowered in a pitch-black woodshed. Even though he manor was an official residence, it couldn't escape the fate of having rats in the woodshed. The rats squeaked inside, scurrying about noisily. Huayuan clutched his sleeves, buried his head in his knees, and sobbed until snot bubbles formed. Just now, he had leaned toward Hua Huai wanting to tell her that everyone still stood on her side, that she shouldn't worry or feel afraid. He never expected Hua Huai would strike him outright. Never before had Huayuan felt pain like this. When Hua Yingxiao and Jiang Yanhe died, what he felt above all was worry. Without them, who would buy him toys, who would look after his daily needs? He feared death, feared dying at Hua Huai's hands even more. It was Hua Huai who taught him how to be human. Indulging his every whim wasn't doing him any favors. Hua Yingxiao and Jiang Yanhe only raised him, they never taught him. He didn't know what was right or wrong. All he could do was mimic their actions. If they did it, surely it must be acceptable. Was that life happy? Not at all. He drifted aimlessly, lost in their praise. Hua Huai's beating woke him up. Even as the blows fell, he felt cared for. People with true charisma really do shine, drawing others to approach and trust them. He felt proud that this light was his own elder sister. When excessive affection turns to loathing, it feels like plummeting into hell. A shadow flickered outside the door. Huayuan shrank into the corner, timidly watching the silhouette on the door. The shadow swayed slightly, then left without entering the woodshed. The night passed with alarm but no danger. He stayed hidden until the day the dungeon ended. If asked what he did during that time, it was merely sneaking to the kitchen for food now and then and curling up in the woodshed at night. And praying that Hua Huai and the others would clear the dungeon. He didn't know if his prayers worked, but he received the notification that the dungeon had been cleared. The dungeon scene dimmed, and he returned to reality. For a moment he felt dazed, standing amid a sea of flames with Rao Quan before him. Why had he come here again? Right. He'd come to save Hua Huai. But how could he face her now? She wanted him dead. Even so, could he watch her die? No, he couldn't. While he hesitated, Qin Yuan Kai already rushed forward. Soon, the lock fell. Before seeing the person, he heard the voice, "Seems heaven's on my side." This door just mysteriously opened. Hua Huai was safe, staying here would serve no purpose. Huayuan fled in panic, terrified Hua Huai might spot him. Bursting out of the building, he saw teachers and students. The students' chatter reached his ears. Not a scratch on him. Why's he so spooked? Seen a ghost? He's always been odd, only his big sister can keep him in check. His sister didn't come out, did he just ditch her? Huayuan had minor notoriety at school, none of it good. His mind was a mess, he had no energy to argue. What if Hua Huai came out and saw him? He couldn't go to the guild's apartment, couldn't go to Rao Quan's, and the Hua family was out of the question. After the Stone family incident, Huayuan's name was mud. People kept writing on the Hua family walls, hurling rotten vegetables and stinky eggs. If he went back, some self-styled hero might beat him up. Where could he go? Shaking off everyone, Huayuan wandered the streets aimlessly. No matter what toy or snack caught his eye, he bought it. As dusk fell, he entered a hotel. Can I sleep here? Hotels provide rooms, of course one could rest. The receptionist replied kindly, of course, little one. Getting straight to the point, Huayuan said, I want a room. The receptionist hesitated. You're by yourself? Suddenly Huayuan's nose stung. How had he ended up alone? Tears welling, he nodded. Alone. The receptionist was troubled. Are you lost? Can't find mom and dad? How about you give me their phone number and I'll call Officer Uncle for you? Huayuan shook his head like a spinning top.
choking out, "I don't have mom and dad. But I have money. Whatever you want, I can pay."
The receptionist sighed.
"Kid, it's not about money. You have to be at least 16 to stay in a hotel. A child without parents, how much money could he have?"
The receptionist held no hope for his claim. Besides, the hotel rules were exactly as she'd said.
She offered a fallback, "If not parents, do you have a relative's number?"
Hua Yuan shook his head. His only family was Hua Huai. The receptionist was at her wit's end.
"You can't just stay here forever. I'll have to call the police for you."
Making that call was the greatest kindness she could offer. Not wanting the police, Hua Yuan bolted from the hotel when she picked up the phone. He tried several more hotels, but all turned him away for being underage.
Looks like he'd have to sleep on the street. When Hua Huai ran away, how had she found a place to stay?
Passing a dark alley entrance, he heard someone whistle.
"Hey, kid, looking for a place to crash?"
Hua Yuan looked, a stubbled man with shrewd eyes, leaning there.
He cracked sunflower seeds, relaxed. Hua Yuan nodded. The man grinned. "A little thing like you, where could you find a room?"
"If you've got nowhere, come with me.
I've got a spot, pay whatever you've got."
Fearing the boy might misunderstand, he added, "I mean money."
To Hua Yuan the man already looked like a greedy crook.
He carried nearly 10 million in cash.
After weighing it up, 200, max.
His guard toward strangers was limited.
Unsure what a night stay should cost, he guessed from toy prices, about right.
That number stunned the man, yet the boy said only. He studied Hua Yuan, cheap clothes, but a diamond-studded watch that screamed money.
The gems flashed fire under any light.
So the kid's a runaway rich boy, he realized. No wonder he'd headed straight for a hotel.
His parents must have taken him to hotels plenty before.
The man's grin widened, he clicked his tongue.
"Deal, follow me."
The alley looked dark, but held surprises inside.
A neon-signed hotel lay hidden deep within.
The man stopped at the door.
"Kid, just so you know, we're legit.
Pay and you can stay, we specialize in taking in homeless people like you."
The hotel looked rundown.
Grime hidden in the seams of its tiles, the front desk nothing more than a single office table. A middle-aged woman of about 40, her permed hair in small waves, sat behind the desk. Hearing the man's voice, she leaned forward slightly. "Come in, we still have plenty of rooms." The woman plastered on a smile and, like the man beside Hua Yuan, looked him up and down. Blatantly, as though appraising an item for sale.
Hua Yuan's face darkened. "I need a room, but I only have 200.
The woman narrowed her eyes in a smile. "That'll do." Something about them felt off, but Hua Yuan had nowhere else to go. He pulled 2 crumpled 100 yuan notes from his pocket and handed them over. The woman passed him a key. The woman ordered the man, "Take him to his room." His room was on the 5th floor, the hotel had no elevator, only the stairs. As they passed the 4th floor, a dull thud came from the room nearest the stairwell.
Hua Yuan paused and glanced back.
Following his gaze, the man casually explained, "The soundproofing's poor, this place is old, lots of worn-out fixtures."
He didn't question the noise itself, only offered an excuse for the thin walls.
Hua Yuan stood frozen, then suddenly stepped down one stair toward the floor below.
The man frowned. "Other guests stay down there, whatever they do is their business. You'll disturb them.
Besides, my time's short, this location's lousy, I still have to drum up customers."
"Move it.
If you rile the other guests, money won't buy you a stay." Hua Yuan pulled his foot back and followed the man again. The room was simple, snow-white bedding that showed at a glance whether it was clean.
For now, everything seemed fine. The man shut the door, his footsteps faded away. Hotel lobby. The man cracked sunflower seeds, elbow on the desk, half-turned.
"This one's special, keep him a few days, don't let him slip. Once his family notices he's gone, they'll come looking.
We'll name a price and squeeze them hard."
The middle-aged woman frowned.
Isn't that outright kidnapping?
Not that they couldn't do it, but kidnapping was illegal, you couldn't parade it in the open.
The man sneered.
We tell them we saw the kid and want to help, but the kidnappers demand ransom.
The amount's too big for us. So to keep the kids safe we pretend to agree. We set a drop-off point, hand over the money that evening, and the kidnappers release the child.
A family like his won't care about chicken feed, keep the figure modest enough for us to live well for years.
The huge ransom he'd mentioned was huge only to commoners.
The modest figure he now suggested was modest only to the rich. The woman gave him a thumbs up, then added, after we get the money, do we really let him go?
The man bit open a seed.
Of course.
You think the rich are pushovers?
Stop while we're ahead, no harm done, we pocket the profit, done deal. Treat the kid nicely these days, let him think this is just some ordinary hotel so he can't fault us later. More than just these two ran the place, strangers who'd never seen Hua Yuan would speak for them, guaranteeing neither side would smell a rat. They clacked their abacus beads, already planning how to splurge the cash. Hua Yuan, none the wiser, was exhausted after 3 days in the dungeon's woodshed. He fell asleep moments after hitting the bed. By day we think, by night we dream. The memory of Hua Hui wanting him dead clung like a shadow. In his dream he wept and begged for forgiveness, swearing never to do it again. But Hua Hui's eyes were red as she declared, wrong must be punished. With all you've done, taking only one life is letting you off easy.
You're a demon, do you even have a conscience? You bullied me. Ground me into the dirt. What did you think I was? A servant of your family, one you didn't even have to pay.
Hua Hui brushed his cheek. My dear young master, the Hua family is gone, time to wake up. Hua Yuan's tears pattered down as he tried to seize her hand, to feel its warmth. She jerked away and viciously kicked him. Ugh, he crashed into a cabinet, items clattered down around him.
Strange, why didn't it hurt?
Looking round, he realized this was the Hua estate.
Wait, wasn't he asleep in the hotel? So, it had been a dream.
Even in dreams, Hua Hui refused to show him kindness. Hua Yuan opened wet eyes, tears had long since soaked the pillow. Bang bang, someone pounded the door, Hua Yuan's heart lurched. The sound overlapped with the crash against the cabinet in his dream. He reached the door but didn't open yet.
He checked the room clock, 11:03 p.m. Who knocks this late?
Images of the middle-aged woman and the stubbled man, neither looked kind, flashed through his mind. If he'd had anywhere else, he'd never have stayed in this dump.
Open up, please, save me.
A girl's voice came from outside, young-sounding.
Not those two. Hua Yuan relaxed a fraction.
Yet the girl was begging him to save her.
Danger still lurked in this hotel.
Opening the door could drag him into it, his safety came first. The next instant the door swung open. Hua Yuan grabbed the girl's hand and yanked her inside. The door slammed again so fast anyone chasing her might have thought it a mirage.
The girl wore a pink dress, now grimy and dust-covered.
Red marks on her face looked like slaps, rope had left welts on her wrists and ankles. She hadn't expected someone so small inside. She'd sprinted here, sensing the thugs hesitate when she stopped at this door. Figuring whoever was inside might scare them off, she'd not. She'd held little hope, if the door stayed shut, she'd have no strength left to run.
Hi, I'm Chenine. She introduced herself first to close the distance, hands twisting behind her back as she nervously asked, "What's your name? Who are you?"
What she really needed to know was whether Hua Yuan could get her out of this hotel. Chenine was about 14, and Hua Yuan's height only reached her shoulder. Hua Yuan kept a blank face. When he looked up, his head didn't rise, the whites of his eyes dominating his gaze.
My name is Hua Yuan. I'm a guest here to rest.
Even though he looked unfriendly, he still answered Chen Yin's question seriously.
Chenine grew even more uneasy. A guest? Could this hotel actually have normal guests?
Since he was a guest, Hua Yuan couldn't have come alone. Thinking this, she asked, "Who are you staying with?"
Let me tell you, this hotel is fishy.
I was dragged in here by force. My mom sent me out to buy a bottle of soy sauce. While passing an alley, a hand yanked me inside. Someone pressed a cloth over my nose, I blacked out, and woke up here. They tied me up and stuffed something in my mouth so I couldn't scream. Luckily I'm quick-witted. While they were gone I frayed the rope against the wall and sneaked out. I thought the traffickers had stashed me temporarily in this hotel, but while escaping I saw people everywhere hunting for me. If Mom finds me gone she'll be frantic, no idea if she's called the police. I don't know how long it's been, I have to get out. Chen rattled on non-stop. Hua Yuan finally digested the whole story.
What was your first question again?
Hua Yuan only remembered Chen asking something, the question itself had slipped his mind.
Chen herself paused blankly. I was asking, who are you staying with?
Right, that was it. Hua Yuan replied calmly, I'm by myself.
Chen blinked in disbelief, inhaled deeply, and exhaled. No way, how can you rent a hotel room alone? How old are you? At most 12, minors can't book a room. Why that rule existed? Chen didn't know. Probably to keep kids safe.
But this hotel was shady to begin with, most likely Hua Yuan had been sold without realizing it.
Chen felt hopeless.
The place is packed with adults, we can't escape, we're finished. I heard them say someone's taking me somewhere tomorrow, they're definitely selling me.
What do I do? What do I do?
I don't want to be sold. Hua, she buried her face and sobbed, terrified of tomorrow's unknown. Before Hua Yuan could speak, knocking sounded at the door again. Chen clamped her mouth shut, eyes pleading with Hua Yuan not to give her away.
She shrank into the corner, heart pounding, sweat drenching her.
A voice drifted in, Dear guest, we've prepared a delicious late-night snack for you.
Please open the door to receive it.
He was on their turf after all. Hua Yuan had trained for a while, but hardly seriously.
Handling one adult would be hard, let alone a group. As a guest, slipping away when they weren't watching wouldn't be difficult. But thinking of the girl in the corner, he opened the door. Give it to me. For now, he couldn't let the hotel staff get suspicious. The server was the middle-aged woman. She pulled the midnight snack back and squeezed herself inside. How could I let the guest fetch it? Let me bring it in for you.
The woman's bulk was overwhelming. Hua Yuan stood no chance and was shoved aside.
Spotting Chen in the corner, she raised her voice, Oh dear, little niece, how could you run into a guest's room? Even if you love to play. You mustn't disturb our guest's rest.
Though her words were affectionate, her tone dripped with menace. Turning to Hua Yuan she said, Sorry, my niece isn't well.
The doctors say she has mental issues, delusions, talks nonsense. May I ask, what did she tell you?
Her probing gaze was something Hua Yuan knew well. Hearing her twist the truth, Chen Yin's anger flared past her fear.
You're lying. Ever seen someone crazy who speaks as logically as me? You're a trafficker, look at the rope marks on my wrists. Explain this. With those last words she unknowingly pushed herself into the abyss.
The terrifying part was, the woman really could explain it. With pity the middle-aged woman said, There she goes again, those marks are from our games. You always beg me to play tying up games, you're not the only one marked, I have them too. She rolled up both sleeves, revealing red welts.
Instantly Chen Yin's credibility plummeted.
A chill crept from Chen Yin's soles, freezing her mind.
No, that's not what happened.
The woman stretched out her hand.
Come, let Auntie take you out.
When Chen Yin didn't move, the woman stepped closer.
Ah!
Chen Yin screamed, hugging her head and crouching down.
You're not my aunt, get away. Get lost. Don't touch me.
In fact, the woman hadn't even touched her yet.
Hua Yuan caught the woman's outstretched hand. I'm bored alone, could she stay and play with me?
The woman looked troubled.
Her mental state is unstable, what if she hurts you?
Hua Yuan shrugged.
Then let her hurt me, as long as it's not her getting hurt, you won't mind, right? She stared as if he were a freak who volunteered to be injured. She'd truly met a weirdo. Having said that, blocking him further would look suspicious. She forced a smile. All right. When you're tired of playing, send her back to me. Once the middle-aged woman left, Chenin sniffled pitifully. I wasn't lying, they're all bad people. After several game dungeons, Hua Yuan could still judge the truth. Thanks to the dungeons, he actually carried a small knife on him. He had nearly forgotten it existed, it had been ages since he used it. It was a tiny folding blade, the edge barely palm-sized, hardly lethal. With luck, a slash to the neck could kill. For his height, pulling that off would be extremely difficult. And such a surprise move could be used only once. This was still the real world, he didn't want another life on his conscience. He didn't want to see the disappointment in Hua Huai's eyes. If he saved Chenin, would that prove he had turned over a new leaf? Then could Hua Huai accept him? Hua Yuan lay on the bed, head buried in thought. He wasn't good at pondering, just this much made his brain ache. That middle-aged woman was huge, she definitely couldn't run fast. The stubbly guy looked muscular, he must be strong. Chenin said the hotel was packed with people, but he'd only seen those two. To get out, they had to at least figure out the ins and outs of this hotel. Although he didn't know why, the people in the hotel treated him and Chenin completely differently. Perhaps he could investigate the hotel from this angle. Hua Yuan came to Chen Yin's side. Want to play a game of chase? Chenin stomped her foot anxiously. You're really going to play games? We need to quickly figure out a way to get out, we can't waste time playing games. Hua Yuan said indifferently, this is the way. Do you want to play a chase game in the room? Chenin gradually understood. By chasing each other, they could run through all the public areas of the entire hotel. First, figure out the number of enemies, then plan a countermeasure. The attitude of that group of people towards Hua Yuan was to treat him as a guest, and since he was a child, playing was his nature. Afterward, he could completely blame it on being playful, making it less likely to arouse their suspicion. Chen Yin's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and she clapped her hands. Okay. Hua Yuan instructed, you chase me, but don't fall too far behind. It's best to stay within 3 meters. If they were too far apart, they might fall into the trap of that group of people. If he couldn't find her in time, it would be difficult to locate Chen Yin. After all, there were so many rooms in the hotel. If he searched them one by one, it would definitely alert that group of people. Hua Yuan ran out of the room and provocatively said to the people inside, you chase me, if you catch me, you win. This sentence was meant for the people in the hotel. To prevent Chen Yin from escaping, someone was likely lurking in the shadows. Chen Yin's tears hadn't dried yet, and she sniffled, I can definitely catch you. The hotel wasn't very big, with a total of 6 floors. Hua Yuan first ran upstairs, not seeing anyone. The soundproofing in the rooms here wasn't good, yet there was no sound from the 6th floor. Were they all resting, or was no one living there at all? Hua Yuan deliberately fell, shouting, ouch. It hurts so much, you're not allowed to come over. Catching me now doesn't count as a win. He looked like a spoiled young master, skilled at being a sore loser. Hua Yuan sat on the ground for a long time, but no one opened a door to investigate. Only a gaze came from the direction of the stairs, someone was secretly watching them. Since there was no one on the 6th floor, there was no need to stay. He patted his butt and stood up, let's start over. Chen Yin understood, deliberately showing an expression of being angry but not daring to speak. There was no one on the 5th floor when they passed earlier, and likewise no one on the 4th floor, where a door was ajar. This open door was the room Hua Yuan had felt curious about when he went upstairs. Chen Yin glanced at it but didn't dare to speak. Through the ajar gap, Hua Yuan saw a rope abandoned in the corner. If nothing unexpected happened, Chen Yin had escaped from this room. Since there was no one inside, there was naturally no need to lock the door properly. In the laundry room at the end of the 3rd floor, there was a young woman.
She was thin, dark-skinned, wore rubber gloves on her hands, and a mask on her face, cleaning snow-white bedding. Clearly, her identity was that of the hotel's cleaner. At the corner of the second-floor stairs, a man with a tattoo extending from inside his collar to his neck sat on the stairs, a cigarette between his fingers, when suddenly someone rushed past him on the stairs. Seeing that they were two children, he immediately stood up, intending to make some move. Another hand pressed on his shoulder. "Away, this is a hotel. How bad would it be for guests to see you smoking? Come, let's go outside to smoke." Away was clearly startled by him, the hand holding the cigarette trembled, and he tentatively looked at the man's expression. After a moment, he forced a laugh. I just felt a bit cold outside, and my craving for a cigarette came back. It's my fault." The two walked past Huayuan and Chen, seemingly heading out of the hotel. Both of them were wearing casual clothes, making it impossible to tell what positions they held in the hotel. The man with his hand on Awei's shoulder was wearing a mask on his face. Strange, he wasn't a cleaner, so why was he wearing a mask? Huayuan didn't think much of it, only noticing that the gaze on them had disappeared. So, the person secretly watching them from behind was the unnamed man among the two just now. Continuing to run downstairs with Chen, Huayuan discovered that this hotel had no guests at all. And Chen was the only person who had been kidnapped. Besides the three people they saw during the chase, only the two in the lobby remained: the middle-aged woman and the man with stubble. A total of 5 people. Huayuan tried to run out of the hotel, but the man with stubble suddenly blocked the doorway. "It's dark, and it's dangerous outside. Let's play inside." Sure enough, they couldn't get out. He and Chen were at a disadvantage and couldn't confront them directly. Knowing the number of people, the rest was just to defeat them one by one. This was their only chance of winning. The easiest target to deal with was undoubtedly the lone cleaner. Perhaps because they believed someone was blocking the lobby, there were no other exits on the first floor. For the rest of the time, no one was watching them in secret. Even so, Huayuan still lowered his voice. "Do you dare to attack them?" Chen was a little timid. Attack? She wouldn't even dare to kill a fish. But to escape now, she couldn't be so weak. She gritted her teeth and said, "I dare." Huayuan nodded. "Okay, be quick when you strike later. Don't give the cleaner time to react." Once they decided to strike, they had to be ruthless enough. Otherwise, they would fall into an extremely dangerous situation themselves. In the real world, the Bound Spectre's ability could not be used. Huayuan had to rely entirely on himself to get away. In the laundry room on the 3rd floor, the bedding seemed exceptionally difficult to clean. The cleaner was getting a little impatient, grumbling, "Those stinky men, they don't know how to be gentle when they do things. It doesn't matter if the goods get hurt, but don't smear blood on them. It's not like they're the ones cleaning it." The laundry room had a washing machine, but the cleaner was washing everything by hand. At this moment, standing in front of the washing station, she was completely unaware that Huayuan and Chen were closing in on her. Fortunately, there was no mirror at the washing station, so the cleaner didn't notice the danger approaching. Huayuan and Chen jointly pulled a rope, and while the cleaner was bending over, they quickly looped the rope around her neck. Sensing danger, the cleaner naturally struggled. Her strength was considerable, and the two were almost thrown off by her. Huayuan held onto the rope tightly, the ruthlessness in his eyes sending shivers down one's spine. Chen was panicking, and her grip involuntarily loosened. "Are we killing her like this?" Chen didn't dare to strangle the cleaner, but she was also afraid that if the cleaner broke free, it would be detrimental to them. After loosening her grip, she quickly tightened it again, unsure of what was the right thing to do. "We're not trying to kill her, just make her pass out. The neck is a very fragile area. Being constricted in this position causes a strong sensation of suffocation. Brain hypoxia can lead to dizziness." The two only needed to hold on for 10 seconds, and the cleaner would lose consciousness. For the first few seconds the cleaner thrashed violently, then managed to gasp for air. Before her mind could clear, she was choked again. Both of them were sweating, only when the cleaner passed out completely did they loosen the rope.
Chen collapsed on the floor, unable to believe she had done something so insane.
She swallowed hard.
What do we do next?
She was the older one, yet in a crisis she looked to Hua Yuan for answers. Tie her up first, then gag her.
If she wakes halfway it'll be trouble.
The room Chen was trapped in had spare rope, she had pointed Hua Yuan to it. As for something to stuff her mouth, the place was full of options.
After dealing with the cleaner, they shut the laundry room door. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. A rich kid running away from home? With that much money, what problems could he have?
Don't tell me mommy and daddy are too busy working to stay with him, so he felt lonely and ran off in a huff.
Someone snickered.
If I were that rich, I'd be fine without parents.
Kids these days don't know how good they've got it. Another voice said, if he hadn't run away. How would we get our bargain?
He's a fat sheep, keep an eye on him but don't mistreat him.
Rich kid, little kid, who were they talking about? Could there be other captives he hadn't noticed? Chen whispered, they seem to be talking about you. Hua Yuan was startled, how did they decide he was some rich heir?
Seeing his puzzlement, Chen added, they're so polite to you, of course they mean you.
Fine, that's their reasoning. As agreed earlier. If two of them were together, they had to be split up. Hua Yuan dashed to the stairwell.
Chen Yin's gone, help me find her. They knew the unfamiliar name, of course he meant the girl. The two rushed over, menace flashing across their faces.
When? Where? Hua Yuan gave a vague answer.
While we were playing, she just vanished behind me.
I turned back and couldn't find her anywhere.
Every room from the third to the first floor was locked, she couldn't have escaped through a window. The fourth floor rooms had just been shut, even if open, jumping from that height would be suicide. The hotel was small, there was no need for both to search together, it wasted time.
Wei volunteered, I'll check upstairs, you look downstairs. Just as Hua Yuan hoped, they separated.
Standing behind them, he curved his mouth in a sinister grin.
Uncle Wei, I'm worried about Chen, can I come with you? Wei kept reminding himself, Hua Yuan was a guest, he mustn't sense anything off. If the boy hadn't added worried, Wei would have fobbed him off with some excuse.
Innocent kid, after playing with Chen for a bit he's already attached to her.
Unable to refuse, he reluctantly agreed.
They walked one behind the other, to Wei, Hua Yuan posed zero threat.
On the fifth floor, Hua Yuan suddenly pointed ahead. Why's my room door open? Could Chen be inside?
The door stood ajar, the room brightly lit.
It was the only place she could be.
Wei grumbled at the false alarm, had he known it was this simple he wouldn't have bothered climbing the stairs. Inside the room, Chen was perched on the windowsill, looking ready to jump.
The sight gave Wei a fright. He barked, are you out of your mind? This is the fifth floor, you'll die if you jump.
They were after money, not lives. Not out of mercy, killing was simply too risky.
Dead bodies left traces the police could follow. Chen sobbed miserably. I want to go home. I want to go home.
If you won't let me, I'll jump right now. Wei's face darkened, he softened his tone.
No one's stopping you, we'll take you home. Come down from the window first.
He inched forward, Chen hiccuped.
Really? Of course it was a lie. The false kindness in Wei's eyes was almost dripping. All his attention was on her, he never sensed the danger behind him. There weren't many handy weapons in the room, a desk lamp was one. Clang, the lamp base smashed into the back of Wei's neck.
Stars burst in his vision, he never imagined a kid could take him down. The first time he'd felt panic, this time a hint of excitement crept in.
Chen couldn't help laughing. 2 down, 3 to go.
Without needing Hua Yuan to speak, she grabbed the rope and started tying.
Perhaps finished checking downstairs, the other man found Wei hadn't joined him and headed up. Wei, always so damn slow.
He searched the upper floors, no sign of Wei. The light spilling from the fifth-floor room seemed to beckon him.
Didn't we say not to bother the guests? Why won't he listen? Outside the room he asked politely, little guest, are you in there?
Instead of Hua Yuan's reply, a weird muffled sound came from inside. Sensing trouble, he shoved the door open to see Wei tied up and dripping wet.
His partner was bound, what should he do?
Naturally, untie him.
What happened? Who tied you up like this?
Wei's eyes kept darting behind him. Too late, he hadn't turned when the lamp base knocked him out. Hua Yuan saw the despair in Wei's eyes. The man was soaked because Hua Yuan had splashed a basin of water to wake him up. As bait, he needed to make some noise to lure the others. To deal with the two in the lobby, Hua Yuan and Chen Yin used the same trick. Only difference, he locked the fifth-floor door and knocked Wei out again.
Right now, Wei couldn't be allowed to make any more noise.
Hua Yuan sprinted to the lobby, gasping as he repeated his lines. They asked the same questions the previous two had.
He gave the same answers.
How to search was their problem.
Hua Yuan's only job was to split them up.
And they would split, inevitably. If both went upstairs, he could simply walk out of the hotel. But he knew they wouldn't let him leave so easily. Sure enough, the man with stubble headed upstairs, tossing the middle-aged woman a look that said, "Guard the door."
The hotel operated 24 hours, shutting the doors midway would raise suspicion. Someone had to stay in the lobby.
Hua Yuan didn't follow the man with stubble. Between the two, the middle-aged woman was clearly the easier target.
They hadn't set any traps upstairs, there hadn't been anything to set.
Once the man with stubble went up, he'd quickly sense something was off. He'd probably suspect Hua Yuan's room. Without a spare key, he'd head back to the lobby. They had to finish this fast, before he came back down.
Hua Yuan approached the middle-aged woman looking aggrieved. Chen Yin's gone, Auntie, you won't blame me, right?
What he said didn't matter, what mattered was getting close to her.
She didn't notice a thing. That little minx is just playful, how could I blame you?
Hua Yuan got within reach, lowered his gaze, and smiled.
Good.
The middle-aged woman sat behind the desk, puzzled by his odd tone, then felt a switchblade press against her neck. Cold metal touched her carotid, one wrong move and the blade would slice her skin. Lately Hua Yuan had stuck close to Hua Huai, whatever she read, he'd peek at too.
For players, knowing the body's weak points was basic knowledge.
Cold sweat poured off the middle-aged woman, she slowed her breathing and forced a laugh.
Kids shouldn't play with knives, it's dangerous.
Hua Yuan warned coldly, don't move, don't scream.
This isn't my first kill. Of course she didn't believe him, what could a 10-year-old do but bluff? Then Hua Yuan added, you think I found your carotid by luck?
She froze in terror. From the shadows Chen Yin slipped out, a coil of rope in her hands. She'd been hiding, waiting for Hua Yuan to make his move.
Usually they were the predators, today they'd been outplayed by two kids.
The blade stayed pressed so tight that it nicked her skin during the tying, she felt warm blood trickle down her neck. That made her stay silent, one yell and the kid might slit her throat. Finally they gagged her, stuffed her under the desk, job done. Chen Yin stared at the doorway, no one could stop them leaving now.
Should we keep going?
Every extra person they targeted meant one more risk. Bang, a loud crash came from upstairs. Damn, the man with stubble was smashing the door instead of coming down for a spare key. They'd planned to take him too, but now he was suspicious, they couldn't fool him.
Their safety came first. No one could hold them back, better to leave now.
They stepped out of the hotel, the light at the mouth of the alley blazed like a beacon. They sprinted with everything they had, desperate to reach the street before anyone inside gave chase.
But they never expected two more men blocking the exit.
Fierce and glowering, the pair sealed the way out. The man with stubble had claimed he was going out to solicit guests, yet he'd stayed behind and sent someone else. That was something Hua Yuan hadn't foreseen.
Head on, he had no chance. Should they double back and run?
No use, the man with stubble freed the others, now 5 people barred their retreat.
Wolves ahead, tigers behind.
Hua Yuan began to regret, he should have killed when he had the chance. Giving them breathing room had cornered him instead.
Hua Yuan and Chen Yin were herded deeper into the alley. The man with stubble glared. You little brat, clever enough to make fools of us. Had he been an adult, they'd wonder his motive, who'd expect such guile from a child? Hua Yuan's first rescue attempt looked doomed to fail. He needed Hua Huai's acceptance, he couldn't let it in like this. Chen Yin shook with panic, she thought they were done for and had dragged Hua Yuan down. Tears of fear rolled down. Can you get out alone? If you can, leave me behind. The middle-aged woman sneered, escape? Neither of you is going anywhere.
Hua Yuan gripped the switchblade, his pale eyes fixed on her.
You don't decide. His other hand seized Chen Yin. 1. Chen Yin blinked, baffled. Then, 2.
At the same instant Hua Yuan lunged past her, slashing at one of the men near the exit. His fighting style was copied from Hua Huai, the method that suited him best.
Sadly, his execution lacked polish.
He'd never trained seriously and was always pinned by Hua Huai in sparring. The man reacted fast, smashing a fist into Hua Yuan's face. The blow sent him crashing into the wall, pain flared through his organs. Everyone's gaze locked on his reckless charge, then they heard him rasp, 3. Only then did they notice Chen Yin had slipped past and reached the street.
He'd bought her the seconds she needed. Furious at being duped again, they roared, you little bastard, want to die? The man with stubble said, we didn't want to touch you. But you pushed too far. Since you know our secret, you're not walking away. The middle-aged woman hesitated. Isn't he from some rich family, shouldn't we leave him alone? The man with stubble was shrewd. Only if he didn't know.
With the grudge he bears, he'll expose us the moment he's out. Selling him won't work either, if they pay enough to track him down, same result. Better to erase every trace of him.
Meaning, kill the witness.
Chen Yin wasn't abandoning him, she had to get out to bring help. At the mouth of the alley she heard their plan, her legs buckled and she screamed, help, murder.
Most passers-by were ordinary folk. Hearing her, they dodged away, who'd dare step into a killing.
All she did was make things worse for Hua Yuan.
Seconds later she realized screaming wouldn't work, she had to call the police. She begged a passerby to lend his mobile phone for an emergency call. The man waved her off, he wanted no part in a murder case. How could this be? How could people be so cold? Not even willing to lift a finger.
Chen Yin felt plunged into an icy abyss.
What had happened to the world? Had she been living in a beautiful dream? At school, teachers preached that kindness, honesty, and courage were humanity's finest virtues. They urged students to learn and strive to embody those virtues. Why was it completely absent in these people before her eyes?
Anxiously shedding tears, she pleaded with them one by one, refusing to believe that everyone was so indifferent. Fortunately, hard work paid off, and she finally found someone willing to lend a helping hand. After dialing the police, Chen Yin hurriedly said, thank you. She dared not step into that alley again. The path to survival Hua Yuan had exchanged for her could not be wasted.
The police arrived quickly, taking only about 10 minutes. They followed Chen Yin's description and entered the alley. By this time, it was empty, all the lights inside the hotel were off, and the main door was closed. Chen Yin told the police that the hotel was their disguise. The police broke down the door and searched inside for the human traffickers and Hua Yuan. They didn't find the human traffickers, but they found Hua Yuan. He had been beaten to the brink of death, his face a bloody mess. Chen Yin's eyes widened, and she knelt beside Hua Yuan, crying uncontrollably, Hua Yuan, it's all my fault, I was wrong. You can't die. What will I do if you die? She would feel guilty for the rest of her life. She would forever remember that in her youth, a child younger than her lost his life for her. Hua Yuan still had a breath left, he opened his palm, and a cartoon watch lay quietly inside. 4. Older sister, I. No. I was wrong. Don't blame me, I'm very uncomfortable. If I'm not around,
older sister
will be happy, right? Anyway, I have nowhere to go.
The most crucial information was Hua Huai's address, which Hua Yuan gritted his teeth and recounted completely. At least, let Hua Huai remember that he existed. He didn't want to leave so lonely. With myriad complex emotions, his last words were, I
haven't celebrated
older sister's
13th birthday yet. From childhood, Hua Huai never had a birthday.
All the good things were heaped upon Hua Yuan. He owed her a lot, and hadn't had time to compensate her. Older sister, I'm sorry. These years, it must have been very difficult, right? I really want to stay by your side, but I'm afraid you'll despise me.
I can only stay in your heart this way. Chen cried loudly, constantly calling his name, Hua Yuan. Hua Yuan. Hua Yuan.
Wake up, don't sleep. The police had already contacted an ambulance. Whether he could be saved would only be known after professional medical treatment.
Chen was in a daze and refused to go home first.
It was only when the police notified her parents that they found her at the hospital. Chen Yin's parents were very anxious. Their daughter had inexplicably disappeared after buying a bottle of soy sauce. So they immediately reported it and awaited the investigation results. Receiving a call several hours later, informing them the location was the hospital, almost scared the elderly couple to death. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chen Yin's father communicated with the police, learned the entire incident, and broke out in a cold sweat. This matter was all thanks to Hua Yuan, otherwise Chen Yin would have suffered.
Chen Yin's father couldn't help but ask, how is that child? He became like this because of Yin. We will cover all his medical expenses. The police hesitated, then sighed and said, it's likely he won't make it.
When we found him, his heartbeat was already very weak.
After 12 hours of emergency rescue, the doctor walked out of the operating room.
He looked at everyone and shook his head, saying, we did our best, but we couldn't save him.
Chen completely collapsed to the ground. Mom and Dad, I killed someone, bovavu.
Her parents watched sadly and comforted her, child, it's not your fault.
Besides this, they didn't know what else to say. Chen cried non-stop, eventually crying herself unconscious. She woke up again the next morning.
Hua Yuan's older sister had the right to know about his situation. She tried to compose herself and went to the location Hua Yuan had mentioned. When the guild members saw a stranger, they inevitably asked who she was looking for. Chen stated directly that she was looking for Hua Yuan's older sister. At this time, Hua Huai was holed up in her apartment and hadn't gone out. Since Rao Quan had set her up, nearly hiding wouldn't work, and she didn't want to hide anymore.
Passive defense was not as good as active offense.
She had already discussed this with Wei Shuwei and Xu Wenyao, and they would cooperate with her actions. At that time, she would use herself as bait. Even if she couldn't lure out Rao Quan, she would make the Blood Hunt Guild members suffer greatly. She would let him see who was truly in charge now. Knock knock, the door was knocked, and Hua Huai opened the room, seeing an unfamiliar face.
You are.
Chen Yin's chest heaved for a moment, her hands behind her back, trying to muster her courage, saying, my name is Chen Yin.
Are you Hua Yuan's older sister?
Her voice trembled slightly.
Hua Huai nodded, I am.
She had laid hands on Hua Yuan, so Hua Yuan probably wouldn't dare to return to the apartment. She hadn't looked for him in the dungeon, and naturally wouldn't after leaving the dungeon either. Suddenly, Chen Yin shed tears and handed over the cartoon watch. Hua Yuan asked me to give this to you. Hua Huai saw the bloodstains on the watch. And her heart sank. No way, he was safe in the dungeon, but something happened after leaving it.
Hua Huai felt an inexplicable pang of sadness, and also loneliness. He said he knew he was wrong. He hadn't celebrated your 13th birthday yet. He hopes you can be happy.
Hua Huai took the watch and stood frozen for a long time. Time passed minute by minute. She turned away, silently shedding tears.
Why was she crying?
She had long foreseen this outcome for Hua Yuan. Giving Hua Yuan this watch was actually an implicit hint that every minute and second of his life trampled on the flesh and blood of innocent people. And she would, in the near future, personally take Hua Yuan's life. Even though Hua Huai tried to hide it, Chen Yin knew she was crying. Guilt, like vines, spread wildly, twisting her heart with pain. Hua Huai said hoarsely, "Please tell me what happened."
Wiping away her tears, tightly gripping the watch, she turned back and welcomed Chen Yin into the apartment. There were many drinks in the refrigerator, and she told Chen Yin to choose freely. Chen Yin wasn't in the mood to drink. She casually grabbed a can of cola, sat at the table, and recounted everything that happened that night in meticulous detail. It turned out that Hua Yuan had gotten into trouble to save this girl before her. Even at the last moment of his life, he still thought of her, his older sister.
Hua Yuan, older sister,
is here to take you home?
As for those bad guys, not a single one will escape. Hua Huai was Hua Yuan's only family member. In this situation, she was surprisingly unable to claim the body. The hospital's explanation was that Hua Yuan had a legally designated guardian, and she was a minor, her mental development not yet mature, and her discernment ability relatively poor. The legal guardian needed to come and complete the procedures and claim the body.
Hua Huai didn't know who Hua Yuan's legal guardian was.
She learned from the police still present that Hua Yuan's legal guardian had been notified to come. If the other party was unwilling to come, the body might be deemed unclaimed and would be directly handled according to prescribed procedures. While waiting, Chen Yin's mood was very low.
She wrung her fingers, feeling anxious and uneasy.
Hua Huai noticed her mood, pursed her lips, and said, "There's no need to blame yourself.
It's not your fault. Since Hua Yuan chose to save you, he naturally wouldn't blame you. The fact that he could make this choice shows he has grown up. I am indeed surprised that he was able to die a worthy death, and at the same time, I also feel a sense of relief." Hua Huai had hoped Hua Yuan would understand humanity. When he finally understood the truth, it was cruel to him, and also cruel to Hua Huai. If he didn't understand, he could be fearless. If he understood, he would feel guilt, and that guilt would torment him until death. There was still familial affection between Hua Huai and him. Watching him gradually improve made Hua Huai's heart incredibly complicated. Chen Yin stared blankly at Hua Huai. What kind of elder sister would describe her younger brother's death like that? Believing Hua Huai was cold-blooded, she trembled and asked, "He was your biological brother, right? How can you say such things? What do you mean by relief?" Hua Huai looked back at her.
"In your eyes, Hua Yuan was a good person.
In the eyes of others, he might not have been." Chen Yin suddenly recalled that night,
when Hua Yuan pressed against the middle-aged woman's neck and spoke those words. It wasn't his first time killing someone. He hadn't found the middle-aged woman's carotid artery just by luck. She had thought it was just Hua Yuan trying to scare the other party. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt.
Hua Yuan's escape strategy was very clear.
Although it still had flaws, it was much better than hers. They were both children, and she was even a few years older than Hua Yuan, yet when facing this situation, she would only scream for help,
hoping someone would come to save her.
Even if she broke free from the ropes, she wouldn't dare fight those people. At most, she would run away and huddle in a corner, trembling like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As their conversation came to a halt, the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground became clearly audible. Hua Huai's gaze was drawn to the tall man.
It was Rao Quan.
Almost instinctively, Hua Huai immediately stood up. She glared at Rao Quan and stepped forward, one step at a time. Rao Quan showed a playful smile and mocked, "I didn't expect this. He died so quickly after leaving me."
"Well, I suppose. I saved him so many times. Without me, he would have died long ago."
She had planned to lure the snake out of its hole. But she didn't expect him to deliver himself right to her door. The timing of his appearance made it easy to assume he was Hua Yuan's guardian. Sure enough, after the staff members discussed matters with him and processed some paperwork, they led him away to claim the remains.
Rao Quan walked beside her and lowered his voice. Do you want him to come home with you? Asking that question meant he definitely wasn't planning anything good. Hua Huai spoke directly. Do you want to negotiate terms with me? A look of admiration flashed in Rao Quan's eyes. Talking to smart people required no effort at all. I heard that Xiang Lu died. After running out of the burning building that day, you left in a hurry to find Xiang Lu, right? Did you enter the same dungeon?
Entering the same dungeon and knowing the other party failed their mission would explain why she rushed to find her.
Of course, this was just a guess. Hua Huai frowned and countered. You don't know? Rao Quan twitched his mouth. Why would I know if you entered a dungeon? Do you really think the S-level authority is that extensive in your mind?
A vague sense of unease settled in her heart. Actually, Hua Huai's first thought wasn't that Rao Quan was responsible. But she didn't understand why this situation occurred, and Rao Quan was the most logical starting point for speculation.
Hearing his words now, that sense of unease intensified. It was a test, and also a pursuit of the real answer. We entered an S-level dungeon, but there wasn't a single S-level player in this game.
Furthermore, some players weren't even willing participants.
If it wasn't you, who else could it be?
Clearly, Hua Huai was suspicious of Rao Quan. Compared to Hua Huai's question, Rao Quan was more interested in the fact that she entered an S-level dungeon and came out safely.
He had cleared an S-level dungeon and knew how difficult it was. It's a miracle you managed to come out alive. However, I won't admit to something I didn't do. If I had that capability, there wouldn't be any living people left in this world.
Because he would push everyone into despair, drag them all into high-level dungeons, while he himself wouldn't have to enter.
If he possessed such heaven-defying ability, would there still be a need to become a god? If it wasn't Rao Quan's doing, then there was another possibility.
That possibility made Hua Huai disbelieving, yet she had no choice but to accept it. It was as if an invisible giant hand grabbed her heart, its weight making it difficult for her to breathe. When she became a B-level player, the description stated that she would gain the gaze of the gods, but no new privileges. This description was very broad and ambiguous in its praise or criticism. After becoming a B-level player, she entered 2 dungeons consecutively and didn't notice anything strange. So she didn't pay attention to the matter later on. So, it was hidden here, waiting for her. What was the meaning of doing this? Hua Huai dared not think about it, a fierce anger pressing down in her heart with nowhere to vent. The game rules were formulated by the higher-ups from start to finish.
Who established the game? Who formulated the game rules? Who was it that played them like puppets? She wondered if this game had an audience. Were the spectators sitting high up in the stands, enjoying the embarrassing spectacle they put on? The so-called SSS level being a deity was actually just the champion who chased the end. Lunatics! Those who take pleasure in manipulating human hearts don't deserve to look down upon them as deities. Hua Huai gritted her teeth, making a geshi sound, completely immersed in the thought of slicing someone into 1,000 pieces. Rao Quan, confused, said, if you want Hua Yuan's body, why don't you exchange yourself for it? I don't need your life. Only for you to take Hua Yuan's place. Hua Huai collected her thoughts. What do you want me to do? Kill indiscriminately in dungeons, just like you? Forget about that idea. I want Hua Yuan, and I want my freedom too. At that moment, Rao Quan didn't understand the meaning of Hua Huai's words. It wasn't until he took Hua Yuan away, and Hua Huai said goodbye to Chenin, that she quickly slipped into Rao Quan's passenger seat. Rao Quan looked as if he had seen a ghost. Didn't you refuse? You still dare to come with me? A child's shameless persistence won't work on me. Hua Huai commanded on her own accord. Take us back to the Demon Guild. Rao Quan's facial muscles twitched. Are you crazy?
Hua Huai opened her palm in front of him. Black mud surged up and down in her palm. It was an ability from Zhao Ling.
You should know what this is. If you don't want to lose any limbs, you'd better do as I say.
After exploring her own body over the past 2 days,
Hua Huai realized that she might not just be human. She was now more like a dividing line between humans and specters. In the real world, she was even more spectral than a specter. Zhao Ling, Jin Jiayue, and other bound specters who came to reality were essentially the same as ordinary humans. Instead, she herself had become an anomaly. Besides being able to use specter abilities, her body had also undergone significant changes. She felt powerless in a child's body, and then her form changed. She could be a child, an adult woman, or a white-haired old hag. This situation was too terrifying. She had gained the ability to transform endlessly. Rao Quan stared at her for a full 3 seconds, then decisively turned the steering wheel and changed direction. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Knowing he was no match, there was no need to force it. As Hua Huai said, she took Hua Yuan home. Although she made Rao Quan her driver for a while, she didn't trap him in the Demon Guild. Rao Quan's player level was evident. If she forcibly trapped him, there was a risk of a desperate struggle, dragging nearby players into a high-level dungeon. The final outcome would definitely not be worth the trouble. With Xu Wenyao's help, Hua Yuan's funeral arrangements were handled properly. Hua Huai placed a white lily on his grave, symbolizing purity and tranquility. She let out a long breath and looked up at the sky. This world. Will there be an audience? Is the real world she perceives truly real? Boss, when are you planning to enter the Evil Spirit Tower? Becoming a champion should allow one to glimpse what's behind the scenes. Xu Wengyao followed her gaze to the sky. It was the same as always, no different. Tomorrow. This S-level dungeon made Hua Huai realize her deep shortcomings. If possible, she needed to upgrade her bound specters as much as possible. The next day, Hua Huai deliberately wore a loose dress and, enduring the strange looks of others, went to Wei Shui's office. The Evil Spirit Tower opened, and Wei Shui, Xu Wenyao, and Hua Huai entered. As soon as she stepped into another area, Hua Huai's figure changed significantly. Her lowly stature instantly grew to 1.7 meters. The originally loose dress now perfectly fit her body. Wei Shui and Xu Wenyao already knew, but seeing it now, they still couldn't help but be startled. With long limbs, her movements became even more agile. The iron chains wrapped around the Evil Spirit Tower retreated as if alive. Hua Huai summoned her rib bone dagger and was the first to enter the battlefield. The first floor, which she had previously cleared, was once again filled with evil spirits. Against low-level evil spirits, Hua Huai no longer needed to fight to the death. An evil spirit saw its target and charged forward, waving its sharp claws. So slow, how could it be so slow? The evil spirit's movements were completely unable to escape Hua Huai's eyes. She could clearly see every action of the evil spirit and react even faster. Low-level evil spirits posed no threat in front of her. Crack, the evil spirit's bones were twisted and broken by Hua Huai's hand. The evil spirit couldn't recover in a short time, swaying with its distorted body. These low-level evil spirits were useless against Wei Shui and Xu Wenyao's bound specters. Hua Huai still had a level D spirit, Xianyu, so as expected, all the evil spirits on this floor were harvested by her alone. Last time, Hua Huai had to exert considerable effort to face the boss of the first floor. This time, Hua Huai had experience. The evil spirit boss appeared for less than 3 seconds and was instantly slit at the throat by her before it could make any sound. A metal key dropped from mid-air, and Hua Huai reached out to catch it. Let's go upstairs. The difficulty of the first 10 floors gradually increased, but the overall strength of the evil spirits was not strong. Even on the 10th floor, the evil spirit boss didn't survive for 10 seconds. Wei Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "Hua Huai, your strength has improved so much." Hua Huai's dungeon experiences were never conventional. Counting the time spent in dungeons, Hua Huai was already much older than they thought. In the Boudoir Pavilion dungeon alone, she likely repeated the 7 days over 100 times,
which carefully calculated is 700 days. Roughly 2 years. Under such extreme pressure and prolonged deep thought, her psyche was completely different from before. If she were trapped even longer, she might truly go insane. Hua Huai had stopped at the 10th floor last time, unaware that most of the evil spirits on the 11th to 20th floors were still F level. By the time the 20th floor evil spirit boss dissipated, Xian Yu had already leveled up once. Going further up, from the 21st floor onwards, the evil spirits changed. Most were D-level, occasionally mixed with C-level evil spirits. The evil spirits' forms had various severed limbs, fitting the description of the scissors hell. Those who incite others to do evil and sow discord must suffer the punishment of severed limbs by scissors. The floors teeming with D-level evil spirits were clearly more dangerous than those below. Unfortunately, in Hua Huai's eyes, they still lacked significant offensive power. With the amplification of Qian Yu's ability and her special body, even D-level specters couldn't last more than a few seconds in her hands. They possessed severed limbs, which, though not physically attached to them, were still under their control. When power presents an overwhelming advantage, none of these are to be feared. The evil spirit boss appeared. Its special ability was to control a giant pair of scissors to attack players. Compared to the giant scissors, the rib bone dagger was like a mouse compared to an elephant. As if an elephant could crush a mouse with a single step. Little did it know that in animal chess, the only one that can eat an elephant is the mouse. Her figure rapidly weaved through the enemy's attacks, not even using Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue's abilities. Black smoke dispersed, and the boss evil spirit didn't harm her in the slightest. Catching the metal key, she once again headed to the upper floor. Most D-level evil spirits were distributed from floors 21 to 40. The evil spirit bosses gradually grew stronger, but their forms remained unchanged. Naturally, these 20 floors were all reflections of the scissors hell. From the 41st floor onwards, most evil spirits were C-level. The first thing that caught the trio's eyes was a giant iron tree, covered with blades, sending a chill down one's spine at first glance. It was tall and hard, entirely crimson, with roots firmly embedded in the ground, yet not piercing through the floor to reach the 40th floor. It was as if the two floors were completely different spaces. The roots were not embedded in the ground, but deep into the underworld. All the C-level evil spirits were hanging on the iron tree. Upon seeing the players, they fell down one after another. As if it were raining evil spirits. Blades were embedded under their skin, so players could not directly touch their skin, otherwise they would be injured by the blades. Xu Wenyao murmured, "Iron Tree Hell." Seeing it in the evil spirit tower now was far more shocking than reading about it in books. If that massive iron tree were man-made, who knows how much manpower and resources it would consume. The appearance of C-level evil spirits meant their battlefield had arrived. Xu Wenyao was facing the evil spirits in the evil spirit tower for the first time, and his combat techniques were still a bit rusty. However, a strong sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart when he successfully slew an evil spirit. After the scissors hell, Hua Huai used Qian Yu's ability throughout, and the evil spirits from 20 full floors allowed her to level up again. She is currently B-level. Next, Hua Huai would switch to using Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue's abilities, as Qian Yu's ability is not for primary combat and is not the main upgrade target. With the power boost from the level B aberration, Hua Huai also had no great difficulty hunting C-level evil spirits. Making things harder, the tower is packed with evil spirits that refuse to fight one at a time. When they swarm her, Hua Huai inevitably picks up new wounds. Blood seeps for barely 2 seconds before the cuts knit shut at a speed visible to the naked eye. Beside the specters in front of her, she now looks far more terrifying. After the three of them split the task of clearing this floor, the boss of Iron Tree Hell appears. Who would have guessed? The boss is the iron tree itself, standing in plain sight the whole time. It heaves its body, inch by inch yanking its roots from the ground and thrashing wildly across the floor. The blades hanging from its branches rattle together, clanging like metal chimes. Wei Shui's bound specter is B-rank verging on a solo. His ceiling inside the tower is the 59th floor. That floor still belongs to Iron Tree Hell. Wei Shui knows this boss inside out. Every attempt ends when his stamina caps out and the evil spirit tower forces him to leave. To push higher, he opts to conserve strength and watch Hua Huai and Xu Wenyao fight. They agree to alternate floors, giving each other rest while gauging their own limits. This floor's boss falls to Hua Huai. Agile as a leopard, she springs onto the iron branches, her rib-bone dagger might as well be part of her.
Obeying every command as she hacks at the tree. As an item weapon, the rib-bone dagger slices iron like mud, carving wound after wound across the trunk. Black smoke billows from the gashes, the tree's equivalent of spurting blood. Black mud worms into those wounds, destroying it from the inside out. The iron tree convulses, Hua Huai lands safely. Boom, the massive tree explodes, hurling countless iron shards in every direction. Wei Shuwei summons an item shield, Xu Wenyao and Hua Huai instinctively shelter behind him. After the storm of shrapnel, the shield remains unscathed, clearly a high-grade item. Wei Shuwei owes his smooth climb to floor 59 largely to this very shield. The next floor boss lands in Xu Wenyao's lap. Jishi's curse ability means that, when power levels are close, a single successful curse dooms the target. Even when cast by a player and heavily weakened, Jishi's high rank leaves the curse on par with a C-rank boss. For Xu Wenyao, the real puzzle is getting close. The roots are weapons, the branches are weapons, one graze flays flesh open. Its colossal frame seems to fill the entire floor, attacking so fiercely Xu Wenyao can barely find footing. As time drags on, he spots the pattern. The iron tree's offense is monotonous and easy to bait. Feinting a dodge, he lures a branch to slam into the wall behind him, lodging it fast. Seizing the opening, he curses the tree with searing flames. Iron melts at roughly 1538 degrees Celsius, under sustained blaze it softens, then liquefies. In moments the iron tree collapses into a glowing puddle. A metal key hovers for 3 seconds, about to drop into the molten iron. Reading the moment, Hua Huai sprints back, leaps, snags the key mid-air before the metal can coat the entire floor. "Move," she yells. She lands drenched in sweat, the molten metal lapping just half a step from her heels. She knows injuries heal, but doubts a second death would ever revive her. If even specters can be erased, why not her? Wei Shuwei and Xu Wenyao skirt the puddle while Hua Huai flings open the next floor gate. All three exhale, they're safe for now. Slaying a boss with extreme heat is risky, adapting to a new bound specter takes time. The best tactics are those forged through constant combat and constant refinement. At this pace they reach the 59th floor. Wei Shuwei's heart pounds. At this rate he'll finally breach his old ceiling. Still, he holds back. He's sick to death of Iron Tree Hell's bosses. Every run ends in the same choke point. Hua Huai and Xu Wenyao alternate again, clearing 59 and 60 in rapid succession and stepping onto 61. The scene shifts, mirrors of every shape cover the floor. Cracks in the ground spit tons of flame, reflections dance in the glass, dazzling the trio. Where are the evil spirits? They're nowhere in sight. On full alert, the three stand back to back, erasing every blind spot. Suddenly a shadow ripples inside a mirror, a specter bursts out, claws slashing. A sea brand still burns on its forehead. Hua Huai grabs the specter's arm and drags its half-emerged body clean through the glass. Her rib-bone dagger, wrapped in corrosion ability, spears its heart, harvest done in the blink of an eye. Ambushes hit all three, Xu Wenyao and Wei Shuwei fend off their own. The spirit's rank is low, though they strike from nowhere, coordinated countercuts finish them off. If nothing goes wrong, this is the hell of mirrors. Those who hid their sins in life must face these mirrors after death, every crime replayed in sequence. Sounds lenient? Hardly. 1 day here equals 30,000 human years, an 8,000-year sentence stretches to 864 billion Earth years, an abyss of time. The specters seem fused with the mirrors, able to slip through any pane at will. Even shattered fragments still serve as doorways. In fact, the shards only widen their range. No matter how they jump, they have to step out of a mirror. Watch every glass strike the instant they appear. Only when every specter on the floor is dead will the boss reveal itself. They brace themselves. Hua Huai unleashes Jin Jiayue's illusion ability. Who knows how long these spirits have been trapped? Let them glimpse the outside world.
She tries to twist their emotions, catch them off guard. But the spirits have none, their targets have always been the three humans. The unchanging rhythm means her gambit fails.
Back to basics, wait.
Wait for the spirits to strike, then reap them.
B-rank spirits now appear in greater numbers. Facing them, Huahua finally gets serious.
As she fights, ice spears rain from above, many C-rank specters are pierced and disperse into black smoke.
A B-rank evil spirit's abilities were outstanding, it still had the strength to dodge the dense barrage of ice spikes. The illusionary realm created by Huahua naturally avoided Shu Wenyao and Wei Shui. Wherever they walked, the ice spikes melted into harmless water. Huahua clung to a B-rank evil spirit, preventing it from slipping into a mirror to hide, forcing it to endure the punishment of the ice spikes. One spike it could bear, then two, then three, until it finally dispersed. If Wei Shui and Shu Wenyao wanted to level up their bound specters, they couldn't rely on the ice spike's power. Using only their bound specters and their own strength, they did their utmost to slay the B-rank evil spirits in front of them.
On closer inspection, Wei Shui's fight was the harder one.
His B-rank bound specter gave him almost no boost. Killing a B-rank evil spirit had depended mostly on his own power.
Wei Shui rubbed his arm and laughed, never thought I'd be the weakest now. Shu Wenyao said, boss, you're not weak, don't sell yourself short. Among the three of us, you've got the strongest overall ability.
Huahua fought easily, thanks to Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue.
Coupled with her own reckless drive, her fighting style looked brutal.
Wei Shui was joking, he'd never compete with his teammates.
The evil spirits on the current floor were wiped out, the mirrors on the ground wobbled, then were swallowed by one among them. That devouring mirror grew until it stood 4 meters tall, almost touching the ceiling. Its surface, like a door, cracked open a slit, as though inviting them inside.
The three halted before it. Huahua asked, should we go in? They didn't know whether the boss evil spirit was the mirror itself or hiding within it.
Only one of us needs to clear it for the floor to count, let me take a look first.
Shu Wenyao figured it was best if he went, rather than choosing someone else.
Wei Shui pressed Shu Wenyao's hand.
Wait, let me think again.
If the boss was merely inside the mirror, fine, but if the mirror was the boss,
entering would be like jumping into its stomach.
The horror of the hell of the mirror of retribution is forcing sinful souls to face their own ugliness, inflicting immense mental torment. From that angle, a soul with crime suffers inside, while a pure soul should leave unharmed. As the leader of the demon guild, his hands were hardly spotless. None who joined the demon guild had been entirely innocent before. Even Shu Wenyao had once struck his father, he hadn't killed him, but the sin went unpunished. Even though his father had sinned first.
Huahua stepped forward. I'll go.
In the real world her only bloodshed had been killing an evil dog. That didn't count as a crime, so she was the most likely to return safely.
Entering the huge mirror, she found herself in pitch darkness broken only by occasional glimmers.
She stayed alert for the boss's ambush, but the surroundings were so quiet a falling needle would have echoed.
Far off, a light shone brilliantly.
She followed it, every step cautious, until she stood before the glow.
She crouched and picked it up. It was a key.
Just as Wei Shui had said, a pure soul came to no harm. The moment she lifted the key, a mirror ahead reopened. Huahua stepped out, opened her palm, and showed Wei Shui and Shu Wenyao the key. It was dark inside, I didn't meet the boss. Shu Wenyao was pleasantly surprised.
Nice, free loot.
Wei Shui gave a soft laugh and shook his head.
Looks easiest, but it's actually the hardest. How many players have never committed any crime?
Players fall into despair for all sorts of reasons, many have enemies, and for revenge they'll stop at nothing.
He suddenly wondered. If you successfully set another player up inside a dungeon, does that count as a crime?
If it did, the Bloodhound Guild was finished.
Reaching floor 61 would be nearly impossible for them.
Huahua figured it didn't count, or she wouldn't have walked out so easily. After all, in her first dungeon a player had threatened her and she'd exploited a loophole in the rules. The hell of the Mirror of Retribution probably only judged real-world crimes.
The first 3 hells each held 20 floors.
From the fourth, the Mirror of Retribution, only 10 floors remained. The trio reached floor 71, a huge steamer came into view. Many evil spirits hung from hooks on the walls, waiting to be shoved inside.
Seeing the newcomers, the spirits writhed excitedly and tore themselves off the hooks.
Others had already fallen into the steamer. They tried to climb out, but the height made them slap back down.
Most brands on their heads were B rank, with a scattering of A rank.
This was hell of the steaming cage. Reaching this floor already far exceeded Wei Shuwei's expectations.
Numbers really did mean strength.
They'd spent only a fraction of their power on earlier floors. Facing this one, they were confident. On their battlefield the 3 fought with flame, curse, corrosion, and illusion. Every spirit met a different end. When the battle ended, Hua Huai's wounds had healed, while Wei Shuwei and Xu Wenyao still bore their grisly injuries. Regrettably, her healing was passive. She couldn't mend others at will.
If you two can't hold out, let me take the front. Her body's toughness was no longer what it once was.
As long as she could grow stronger, she would climb until she could climb no more. With the floor cleared, the boss's huge hand gripped the steamer, its 5 fingers twisted like risen dough packed with tiny holes. The 3 felt their scalps tingle. The horror lay not in fear but in how it tested their trypophobia. They itched all over and scratched their arms and bodies, trying to relieve the sensation. Ants seemed to crawl over Hua Huai's palm as she gripped the rib-bone dagger. The itch nearly made her drop it. How could she close in on the boss?
Wei Shuwei's bound specter produced eerie blue flames.
Their unnatural hue made anyone assume they were hellfire.
The flames bathed the boss, yet its expression didn't change. Long exposure to high heat had probably immunized it to the hell's fire.
With his bound specter useless, Wei Shuwei had no chance of beating it. Xu Wenyao, who had bound a Class A aberration, should still have the strength to fight.
I'll take this one.
After 10 easy floors, he felt it was time to contribute. But he'd fought high-rank evil spirits or aberrations too few times. Within 3 minutes he was clearly running out of stamina. The evil spirit leader's palm was about to fall, and Xu Wenyao had nowhere left to dodge. At that moment the corrosion ability surged. Viscous black mud poured into the leader's body, spreading like venomous snakes gone wild. Ruor, the evil spirit leader, howled in agony, yet no matter how it thrashed it could not shake off the corrosive fluid.
Its huge frame rolled across the ground, shaking it violently. The corrosion ability was being wielded by Hua Huai and still lacked some finesse. Xu Wenyao once again used his curse power to reap the leader before him. After that big battle Xu Wenyao was drenched in sweat, thrilling beyond belief. Climbing floor after floor, the trio's stamina was being depleted fast.
Wei Shuwei's bound specter had been only a step away from Class A, and after prolonged slaughter of evil spirits had successfully advanced to Class A. At the 80th floor, Wei Shuwei and Xu Wenyao's bodies were near collapse from the long high-intensity combat. And their bound specter's power was almost spent as well. Hua Huai's vitality was unusually strong. She had killed more evil spirits than either of them, yet showed no sign of fatigue. Seeing her like that, the 2 men were too embarrassed to suggest leaving the evil spirit tower first. Gritting their teeth, they climbed another floor. The scene changed again. In the center of their vision stood a copper pillar that stretched from ceiling to floor. The shaft was red-hot. It looked as though glue had been brushed on, and evil spirits stuck to it struggled to slide downward. As they slipped, their skins remained on the pillar. The 3 could see the spirits' dense connective tissues wrapping charred muscles and blood vessels. The laboring contraction and expansion of those muscles gave a deep sense of revulsion. Besides the pillar, countless iron chains hung from the ceiling, apparently to keep the punished from escaping. Starting at the 81st floor was the pillar of copper hell. The evil spirits imprisoned here were those who had intentionally harmed others. Deliberate damage to property or to another's body both counted. The punished spirits must endure the agony of scorched, festering skin, like the ancient branding punishment. The trio's battle rhythm remained the same, though Class A evil spirits had increased. Class B still dominated. They first wiped out the Class B spirits, then ganged up on the Class A ones. When the last spirit dispersed, the evil spirit leader appeared. It dropped from the ceiling, short in stature. The chains hanging above were actually attached to its arms. Like nimble serpents, the chains lashed at the three. They dodged, and the chains slammed into the ground, sending stones flying. The leader attacked in rapid bursts and was extremely agile. Those chains were probably the heaviest part of its body. Using the chains to move, it became so fast they could not even touch it. The corrosion ability was too slow to inflict real damage on the chains.
Unable to destroy the chains meant getting close was almost impossible. Brother Yao, boss, I'll draw its attention.
Jin Jiayue's illusion ability could conjure dazzling spectacles, perfect for grabbing attention.
To defeat this leader they had to get in close.
The chains seemed part of the leader, yet when they were corroded it showed no pain.
Only damage to its true body would count as real injury. Alas, the leader was maxed out on evasion, and the chains complemented it perfectly.
Destroying the chains was too hard. Without destroying them they could not reach the leader. Huahui deployed illusions, but no matter what attacks she created within them, the leader dodged with ease. Its evasion zone wasn't limited to the ground, it could be mid-air as well. Supported by chains, it could appear anywhere in the space. Without Wei Shui and Xu Wenyao to split its focus, Huahui's solo dodging became extremely difficult. A moment's lapse and a chain coiled around her waist, slamming her toward the copper pillar. The rib bone dagger couldn't sever the chain, and the corrosion ability was too slow. Before it ate through she would already be pressed against the scorching pillar. At the critical instant Wei Shui seized the leader, ghost blue flames ignited in his palm. The leader struggled frantically, its chains whipping wildly, until it lay nearly lifeless. Totally different from the steamer hell leader, this one was terrified of fire. Once caught by Wei Shui it lost all power to attack. The leader turned into black smoke in his grip, and he casually caught the key to the next floor.
Xu Wenyao asked with concern, "Are you all right?"
Thanks to Wei Shui's timely move, Huahui landed safely. She nodded.
"I'm fine."
Their clearing speed on the coming floors noticeably slowed. Huahui could sense Wei Shui and Xu Wenyao's strain. After so many consecutive floors, total exhaustion was inevitable.
Her own stamina wasn't limitless, it simply depleted more slowly.
Up to now she had used barely half of it.
Killing ordinary spirits had become mechanical.
Huahui said, "I'll handle the common ones, you two take the leaders." One leader was worth 100 common spirits of the same class. By volunteering for the more laborious work she hoped to push the team higher. Having climbed this far, Wei Shui and Xu Wenyao were unwilling to stop. They gladly accepted the plan.
A team is called a team because its members cooperate.
Only by working together can they go farther. The highest-ranked bound spectre on Huahui was only Class B. To deal with the spirits here she had to rely mainly on her own abilities. Her nimble figure wove through the spirits, the rib-bone dagger striking from cunning angles to reap them one by one.
With Huahui alone clearing common spirits, they reached the 91st floor, and the mountain of knives hell came into view.
The entire floor was covered with blades, there was literally nowhere to set foot. The spirits all trod on the knives. When they lifted a foot, a pus-like sticky fluid oozed out, yet the wound healed in an instant. Only to be sliced open again when they stepped down, an endless cycle. It was said that in the mountain of knives hell every step brought immense pain, wounds healed only to be cut anew.
The spirits had to endure unending agony. Did that mean the players had to tread on those blades as well?
The three studied the layout and spotted a few places where wooden boards were laid. The footholds were so small they had gone unnoticed at first glance. Because of the limited view they could see only the nearest boards. Clearly, passing through the mountain of knives would be a tremendous test of agility. Wei Shui and Xu Wenyao were already running on fumes. There was absolutely no way they could reach safe ground while fending off evil spirits. Huahui single-handedly cleared 10 floors of B-rank common evil spirits, and both Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue ranked up to A. Now, facing the spirits in front of her, she didn't need to exert herself like on the previous floors. She volunteered, "Wait at the gate, let me test it first." Even if the blades on the floor cut her, she could still recover in no time. A tiny patch by the entrance had no blades, but it was barely enough to stand in. 3 people felt cramped. Huahui stepped onto the first plank, then the second. Each plank could fit only 1 foot. Wei Shuwei summoned his shield again and wedged it in the doorway to block the spirit's assault. If the majority of spirits hadn't been lured by Hua Huai, the shield would have shattered under the swarm. Once settled, Hua Huai noticed all the planks were clustered near the entrance and along the two side areas. Before she could think it through, the spirits launched a fierce attack, scattering her thoughts. At this moment, though slightly worn out, every combat move was etched into her mind. She didn't even need to think, her body reacted first. In TV dramas she'd often heard the saying man and sword as one. Presumably, doing something countless times makes perfect. Right now the power of her bound specter felt like an extension of her body, like arms or legs. Hua Huai couldn't stand still, the spirits never attacked, only from the front.
She had to weave between planks, dodging, and counterattacking.
It was a war of attrition. Wei Shuwei watched anxiously and warned, if you can't hold out, back off.
We can retreat and return next time.
Every month they got one chance to enter the evil spirit tower. This run had exposed them to many unfamiliar zones, next time they'd be prepared. There was no need to force their way up at grave risk.
Hua Huai felt differently.
Ever since learning that entering an S-level dungeon might relate to a god's gaze, her urge to level up had become urgent. If she could grow stronger sooner, she'd do everything possible. She never wanted to feel that helpless again. Last time Xian Lu, Yan Lian, and the others had died, who could say the next wouldn't be someone she knew and cared about? Thinking of it filled her with rage. Unconsciously she sped up her blade work, and together with her bound specter's power wiped every spirit out. Before the trio could look for the spirit boss, Hua Huai's breath hitched in pain. She looked down, the plank beneath her feet had vanished. A blade had pierced clean through her soul, blood gushed like a fountain. The key lay by the door to the next floor. Clearly, to clear this level a player had to cross this mountain of knives. Apparently the planks were arranged to stop players reaching the next door mid-fight. Wei Shuwei's heart clenched. It was a through-and-through wound, yet Hua Huai clenched her teeth and endured. He tossed his shield over.
Step on this.
Hua Huai caught it, laid it across the blades, and slowly lifted her injured foot. Every second was agony. Once her foot left the blade, the wound began to close. She pressed on the shield, hairline cracks appeared at once.
Startled, she quickly withdrew and stood on one foot.
This shield item could withstand B-rank spirits without a scratch, yet on these blades it was brittle. She couldn't ruin such a precious item. She picked it up and returned it to Wei Shuwei.
She tried her corrosion ability, yet the blades remained untouched.
The glowing key lay far away across a long path of knives.
She'd come this far and endured the pain, there was no turning back now. Today, she would climb out of here no matter what.
Unlike her, Wei Shuwei and Xu Wenyao lacked her unique constitution. She couldn't ask them to ascend with her.
Boss, Brother Yao, head back first. I still want to go up and see.
Her own ruthlessness startled them.
They couldn't leave her alone in the tower, yet those blades ahead were a deadly problem.
Reading their hesitation, Hua Huai promised, I'll be fine, I'll come out safely.
Her ultimate goal was to become an SSS-level player. Not to die in the evil spirit tower.
If she truly hit her limit and felt her life in danger, she would choose to leave.
Xu Wenyao lifted his foot to step onto the blades.
Wei Shuwei quickly stopped him and said to Hua Huai, all right, we'll wait outside for you.
As Hua Huai limped toward the key, Xu Wenyao frowned. Boss, the tower can't set an impossible stage. Crossing these blades would drain a normal player dry, it's outright lethal. He tried to explain, spirits can regenerate, maybe we can too.
Wei Shuwei stopped him, but not for that reason.
He analyzed, our bodies are at their limit. Even if we can auto-heal, the pain won't lessen one bit. In this state, could we protect ourselves on the next floor? If we'd only hold her back. We're better off not going.
Trust Hua Huai, she knows her limits. Wei Shuwei made sense, yet Xu Wenyao was reluctant to leave.
Then I'll wait here, you go first, boss.
Wei Shuwei chuckled.
Fine, I'll wait too.
She's still a guild member, I can spare the time. While they talked, Hua Huai had already snatched the key to the next floor. Her clothes were soaked, wring them and you'd get a puddle.
So this is what climbing a mountain of knives feels like. Realizing the coming floors would all be knife paths, fighting hordes of spirits suddenly seemed easy.
Though she still hid blades now and then, her pain tolerance had grown, the sting couldn't cloud her judgment against spirits. Wounds on her feet increased, yet injuries elsewhere decreased. A spirit lunged at her face, Hua Huai bent backward into a flawless bridge, hands never touching the ground.
The spirit's strike missed, she sprang up, flipped, and kicked it onto the floor. The spirit was pierced through by countless blades. The instant a vital spot touched a blade it turned into black smoke and vanished. Beneath the smoke, a pool of black mud writhed on the ground. Hua Huai should have landed on the blades, but she snatched another attacking spirit midair and killed it the same way. Fortunately spirits had no minds, they threw themselves at her like moths to a flame, giving her endless chances to strike. She wiped out most of them while airborne, until her core strength gave out and she landed, gasping for breath. Another evil spirit lunged from behind. Hua Huai didn't even turn, sidestepping it.
She seized its arm to shift her stance, the rib bone dagger coated in corrosive fluid, and rammed it into the spirit's heart. After a brief lull, every spirit on the floor was dead.
The wooden planks vanished once more, and the unbearable pain returned in full force.
She still had strength, she could endure. Clenching her teeth, she crossed the field of blades and claimed the floor's key. The agony she'd suppressed left her eyes bloodshot, her heart pounding as though protesting her stubbornness. By sheer force of will, Hua Huai reached the 101st floor. Her clothes were in tatters, cuts gaping across her abdomen and back, grime mingled with her own blood, leaving her a wretched mess. Were she to walk the streets now, people would take her for a madwoman. The intensity of these 10 floors had been no joke, even her extraordinary body was near its limit.
From the 101st floor onward, the spirit's strength rose again. Most were A-level evil spirits, with a single S-level among them. Icicles had skewered their organs, sealing their bodies in transparent ice like so many statues. When Hua Huai appeared, the ice on the spirits began to crack. This was the hell of ice mountains. Legend says those who betrayed trust or froze and starved others in life end up here. Unlike previous floors, the moment she stepped in, bone-chilling cold seeped in as though to freeze her very blood. Before the spirits attacked, Hua Huai charged them, swift as a leopard bearing fangs that glinted coldly, ready to tear her prey. On this floor she was in grave peril, though her unique physique granted explosive power, she couldn't fend off attacks from every side. She had barely slain a fraction of them and was already at the end of her strength. Facing so many A-level evil spirits head-on was still too much. To say nothing of the lone S-level evil spirit, whose speed and strength left the A-levels far behind. Still, this trip had let her glimpse the 101st floor's scenery. Next time, she would rise to A-level and open the evil spirit tower under her own authority. For now, quit while you're ahead. Without a backward glance, Hua Huai exited the 101st floor and sprinted downstairs. The blades on the 100th floor remained, but as she stepped onto them they retracted, recognition that she had cleared the floor. Her taut nerves relaxed, she'd half expected to traverse the mountain of blades again. Reunited with Wei Shui and Xu Wanyao, the trio left the evil spirit tower together. Before entering, Wei Shui had stationed a doctor in the lounge. Wei Shui and Xu Wanyao needed immediate treatment. Hua Huai returned to the apartment to wash and change. The tower had drained her energy, so she prepared a balanced meal to replenish what she'd lost. Only a wall separated the hall from the corridor, faint discussion reached her ears. Xiao Xingxue said, "Did you hear? The horror game is holding a tournament next month on the 15th. Entry bar is A-level players, our country only has a handful of A-level or above. Right? It's an international event, foreign players are already claiming on social media they'll teach us a lesson. How many high-tier players do they have? What gives them the right to be so arrogant?" A brief silence, probably browsing social media. Their phone showed a global count of A-level and above, China ranked last with 18. And even that count didn't guarantee all would compete. Where did this ranking come from, he asked, incredulous. How would they know each nation's high-tier numbers? Could they be investigating us in secret? Hard to say, Xiao Xingxue replied.
If they were spying, they wouldn't dare post the data openly.
Spying would mean provoking every other nation's players, mocking their incompetence. Probably self-reported by players, or pure fabrication. Inside, Huawei couldn't resist looking it up herself. It was a world-class contest, 89 nations participating. The free country topped the chart with 103 high-tier players. Though its population was smaller than China's, its people loved high-difficulty challenges. Many players died in dungeons, yet plenty of elite survivors still emerged. Huawei scrolled down to the comments. Netizens of every nation were posting. Thankfully the app auto-translated so she could read them. Taemin Appa, you're the best, you have to win. Our Lin is the strongest, no contest. Stop arguing, no one beats our Emily. Like fanatics cheering idols, fans screamed their support. Amid the cheers, plenty of disdain for rival nations surfaced. Huawei filtered the noise and found the key point. The tournament's main aim was to thrust players into the public eye and, under global spotlight, birth an SSS-level player. Together, they would unveil the final secret every player longed to know. The event's proposer, Joshua, owned an item called God's Camera that could live-stream dungeons. When the holder enters a dungeon and activates it, the camera switches to God mode, splitting feeds to cover every player. The wielder gains no special powers. To ensure every match is broadcast, Joshua lends the item on site to whoever is entering. Not a sale alone. The word loan puzzled Huawei. Reading on, she learned it was one of the privileges of an S-level player. The footage would appear in real-world mobile livestream rooms. During a broadcast, no recording, screenshots, or secondary filming is possible. In short, no method of preserving the stream can be used. Otherwise ordinary people might panic. Officially, the platform uses special anti-piracy tech so nothing can be done. Even if investigated, nothing incriminating would surface. Only A-level or above may enter because the dungeons themselves are A-level or higher. Round 1 of the contest will take place within the free country. The nation with the most victories wins the first round. Round 2 will be held in the winning country. The subsequent rounds of the game will continue in this manner until an SSS-level player emerges. Of course, players who manage to advance to A-rank midway are also welcome to compete. The discussion outside the door carried on. Hiyu asked, "Do you think our boss will take part in the tournament?" "The boss has always played it safe. This contest looks pretty risky." Shinwen Lin said, "This concerns the nation's face. Looks like you don't know the boss well enough. When something big is at stake, he never shirks responsibility." Just as Shinwen Lin predicted, after 3 days of careful thought, Wei Shuwei decided to enter the competition. Meanwhile, Huawei received word that the police had withdrawn from the hotel where Huayuan was killed. After almost a week of stakeouts, the perpetrators had not returned to the hotel. The on-scene evidence had been collected, keeping watch there any longer was pointless. While the police were watching, Huawei couldn't get near the hotel. Once they finished gathering evidence, some clues were bound to be missing from the scene. By ordinary means, Huawei couldn't obtain the evidence they'd collected. Fortunately, Wei Shuwei stepped in and backed up every single clue. The police might not track down those people quickly, but as game players they might succeed. After all, they don't have to follow the rules. The most vital piece of evidence was the killer's profile, posted as a bounty on a forum accessible only to players. If any player spots the person in the profile and confirms it, the Demon Guild will grant them one request. As one of the big 3 guilds, that promise is powerfully enticing. Soon, tips appeared beneath the post. One player said they'd seen the profiled person in Z Village, sneaking around and only coming out at dusk or night. Cameras blanket the cities, hiding there is too hard, so they fled to an obscure hamlet and stayed offline, making them tough to find. Luckily, players are scattered everywhere, present in every region. That person asked for nothing in return, followed the horror game tournament, and cheered Wei Shuwei on in the thread. In their view, someone of Wei Shuwei's fame would surely compete. Winning first place might be hard. But at least keeping Huagua from last place would save face.
Before anyone realized, the contest had become a battle between nations. Many players can't be called kind, yet they feel a sudden surge of patriotism. It's like family squabbles are fine, but outsiders must be opposed as one. Wei Shuwei personally replied, promising not to let them down.
Hua Huai came alone to Z Village. Following the detailed address the tipster had provided, she knocked on the door. An irritable voice sounded inside, "Who is it? Damn it, can't even finish a game of mahjong in peace." Footsteps approached. And the door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman sporting permed waves. Hua Huai looked like a child, a well-behaved elementary schooler at first glance, provided you ignored the icy look in her eyes. For some reason, the woman found those eyes unsettlingly familiar. Hua Huai pulled out a photo of Hua Yuan. "Did you kill this child?" The woman's pupils dilated. She remembered Hua Huai's eyes looked exactly like the ones in the photo. On closer inspection, their features bore several similarities too. A suspicion took shape. "You're his sister?" Recognizing the photo confirmed Hua Huai had the right place. She pocketed the picture and smoothly drew a dagger. Before the woman could sneer at a child coming alone, a flying kick sent her seeing stars. She staggered back and crashed to the floor. Inside, her mahjong partners heard the commotion and hurried to the door. "How many of them are there?" one shouted. The woman grimaced. "Oh, one. Man or woman?" Woman. She was no lightweight, anyone who could floor her had to be a trained adult. But when they reached the door they saw what looked like a grade school kid. "You useless thing, beaten up by a child," someone scoffed. The woman couldn't explain how brutal that kick had been, but they were about to find out for themselves. Hua Huai's combat power outstripped Hua Yuan's by far. She couldn't use Zhaoling or Jinjiayue's abilities, lest people treat her as a monster. But she could borrow part of Qian Yu's power, boosting her strength to strike harder and defend better. The group tried to swarm her, all ended up bruised and battered on the floor. They couldn't believe how she slipped through their grasp like an eel. Even if they managed to grab her, her strength outmatched theirs, like fighting a ghost. Between blows the woman told them Hua Huai had come with Hua Yuan's photo. Had it not been broad daylight and had Hua Huai not been a girl, they'd have sworn Hua Yuan's vengeful ghost had returned. Hua Huai fought ruthlessly but left every one of them alive. The man with stubble, sprawled on the ground, rasped, "Are you even human?" Hua Huai paused, glanced back, and said flatly, "I've called the police, they'll be here soon." Unlike them, she wouldn't cross the line of human decency, her bottom line as a human being. Out here, far from the city, the officers would need a while to arrive. During the wait the gang, hands and feet tied, kept scheming to escape, only to be dragged back each time. When they tried again, Hua Huai swept the mahjong tiles off the table and said coldly, "Try escaping again and I'll make you swallow these. If whole pieces choke you, we can always smash them into smaller bits with rocks." They stared at the scattered tiles. Trembling, everyone knows mahjong tiles aren't edible. Nothing about Hua Huai resembled a child. The wait felt endless, each second an eternity. But apart from waiting, they could do nothing. Like condemned prisoners with the blade poised above their necks, ready to fall at any instant. When the sirens finally sounded, they breathed a paradoxical sigh of relief. Hua Huai stayed hidden, watching until every last one of them was taken away. Afterward she kept following the case. 3 evenings later the verdict came. For the many children they'd harmed and the lives they'd taken, they were sentenced to death. The days ticked by, the horror game tournament was only a week away. Hua Huai's level was capped, barring her from the contest. According to the rules, the first player to reach SSS level would receive a surprise reward. To claim it, Hua Huai would have to hit that tier before the tournament ended, faster than anyone else. She didn't have to enter, but online taunts aimed at Hua country kept multiplying. They jeered that Hua country's huge population produced pitifully few elites, wallowing at the bottom of the rankings. As a Hua citizen aiming for SSS level herself, Hua Huai might as well compete and show the world she could win. Of course, victory wasn't guaranteed. Still, she had the will to seize the crown. Entry required A-level status, the fastest way up was to bank enough rest days. For the next 5 days she went into seclusion, speed-running dungeons non-stop. 5 days outside translated to half a year inside. She cleared 10 dungeons, 2 B level, 3 C level, 4 D level, and 1 F level. Altogether she earned 313 rest days and stepped across the A-level threshold. A-level player privileges: 1. Choose your dungeon grade, S through B. 2. Access to the Evil Spirit Tower, refreshed monthly. Use it any day, bring up to 5 B-level or lower players, a plus cannot be led. The Evil Spirit Tower's description was clearly an anti-exploit measure. Every player, regardless of rank, gets exactly 1 entry per month. She refreshed her status panel and checked it. Huawei age, 12 level, a money, 78.18 million rest time, 3 years 81 days skills, Soul Fairy, B level, items, Rib Bone Dagger. Silver Gray Sports Car, Luyang's Wooden Hairpin, Live Streaming Mobile Phone, Red High Heels Bound Specters, Zhao Ling, A level. Jinjiayue, A level, Xianyu, B level, Spirit Pet, Black Feather, D level, because the Spirit Pet granted no bonus abilities. Black Feather's growth path was almost nil. The non-stop grinding left Huawei mentally drained. She slept soundly. Next morning Shen Wenlin waved plane tickets and a passport in front of her. Haha, little Huawei, out of seclusion? Shen Wenlin wasn't worried about her strength in the least. Huawei blinked, focusing on the documents. What are these? He stuffed them into her arms. Your ticket and passport, mandatory for going abroad. Brother Yao's still in closed training, I've got to deliver his later. Xu Wenyao wasn't the only one. Dozens of Hua country's B-level players had locked themselves away. Within days, Hua country's eligible entrants jumped to 26. She refreshed the mobile rankings, they updated live. Hua country remained at the bottom, Free country shot to 115 entrants, still leading. Everyone was grinding at the same time. On the eve of departure, the airport was jam-packed, security struggled against unprecedented chaos. Go all out, victory will be ours. United we stand, invincible we fight. Win! 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 When Huawei stepped out of the car, the scene stunned her. The crowd choked every corridor, staff had to carve a path. The surroundings were deafening, she couldn't hear a word beside her. She'd never tasted such spotlight, though she wasn't today's star. Top billing went to Bounty Guild President Ran Ping and Xiao Qixing beside him. Learning the entry bar, Xiao Qixing had chain-cleared dungeons to rank up. Luckily he'd been close to A level, the push wasn't hard. Spotting Huawei's group, Xiao Qixing tried to approach and chat. But the roar swallowed every word. Once the flight began boarding, the players' ears finally found peace. Shen Wenlin rubbed his ears. Thought I'd go deaf. Then he grinned. Still, their passion's infectious. This free country trip wasn't limited to high-level players. A historic tournament anyone who could spectate would. Along with Shen Wenlin, Geng Lingxiu, Hiyu, Zhou Xingxue, and several Demon Guild members boarded the same plane. Compared with Bounty Guild's reserved group, Demon Guild chattered noisily the whole flight. It was Huawei's first flight, she kept her eyes glued to the window. She watched for over 10 hours without tiring. Only when the plane landed did she look away. Time zone shift meant daylight still bathed the tarmac about 3 p.m. The organizers, playing gracious hosts, booked rooms and sent escorts. A smiling young woman greeted them with pleasantries and led the way to a 5-star hotel. Many foreign players were already checked in. Faces ranged from aloof to scornful, all hostile. A loud voice carried over, Hua people? So few of them, must be Hua, pathetic. I one-punch them inside dungeons. Think they'll wet themselves in there? The speaker and his friends laughed, aggression almost solid. Foreign words, but modern tech translated them instantly. The naked mockery stung, Xiao Qixing stepped up, ready to argue or fight. Ran Ping stopped him. Why waste words on cannon fodder? Strength speaks. The incompetent bark loudest, jerking other strings for attention, lowest of the low.
A few sentences left the hecklers red-faced. Ran Ping gave the group a casual glance and nodded in approval.
Excellent. You look even more like clowns. Xiao Qixing could hardly believe his ears. Was this really the mature and steady guild leader he knew? Realizing the insult, the group erupted.
Before they could charge, hotel security swiftly intercepted them.
Stop. No brawling while checked in.
Anyone who starts a fight will be disqualified.
Verbal provocation, apparently, wasn't covered. Inside the hotel, all seemed calm, yet undercurrents surged.
Led by staff, the players reached their rooms. Every high-level player had a private room. Stepping onto foreign soil for the first time, Hua Hui saw faces and features wildly different from her own.
Their clothing styles were just as alien.
She couldn't grasp why they harbored such hostility toward Huagua.
Was it simply because Huagua ranked last, contempt for the weak?
If so, they would make sure Huagua lost no face.
Each room held a giant touchscreen for the players' use.
The first thing Hua Hui saw was the country standings.
She tapped Huagua and 26 names appeared at once. At the top, Ran Ping, S level.
2 other S levels followed, but Ran Ping had logged more rest days, placing him first.
Second S level, Rao Quan, no surprise.
Third S level, Wei Shui, formerly a step below, had just cleared an A-level dungeon and safely advanced. Beyond those 3, Hua Hui recognized 6 more. Tu Yang came next, 4th place, A-level player. She had shared the Information Hive and Traffic King dungeons with Hua Hui, serving as school nurse at Xinhuan Primary.
5th, Zhuang Si.
Subject 24 from the Information Hive dungeon, a psychiatric patient who needed medication to stay stable.
6th, Fu Qiu.
Like Rao Quan, from Bloodhunt Guild, she treated player lives as weeds, devoid of mercy.
A big gap followed. 15th, Qiu Xiu Yuan.
He had shared the sinful deep mountains with Hua Hui, low presence, his rank almost questionable. Xin Yuanlong stood 23rd, with Boudoir Pavilion and Ghost Marriage Match among their shared dungeons.
Well-rounded and cunning.
As a foe he was nerve-wracking, as a teammate, reassuring. Xu Wenyao ranked 24th. Xiao Qixing was 25th, sharing Worm Village and Ghost Marriage Match with her. The bottom ranks were filled by recent climbers whose rest days were almost identical. Hua Hui sat dead last, her rest day column showed only a question mark.
The backstage data manager knew every player's precise rest days except hers. At registration, staff had even doubted she was a player at all. Why the doubt? Obvious, one S-level privilege grants access to data on every player S-level or below.
During the New Year horror game banquet, Ran Ping had hinted at that power. Hua Hui had only suspected, she hadn't been certain.
Now she was.
The public ranking had been released by an S-level using that very privilege. Her player profile had shifted, placing her outside S-level authority.
Only Demon Guild's full guarantee had let her register.
She wondered if the S-level backstage was fretting over a horror game key malfunction. The screen could also show foreign players. The jump from S to SS spanned a chasm of 60 rest years.
The highest entrant here was only S-level.
That player was the tournament's initiator, Joshua Moore. He had 45 rest years left, halfway to SS.
Coincidentally, Joshua was 45 years old. Perhaps feeling age sap his stamina, he was racing to rank up.
After skimming the top ranks, Hua Hui had a rough picture. Night fell, she washed up, planning an early night. Suddenly the screen flickered and a voice rang out. 8 p.m., beginning random teammate assignment for the upcoming dungeon. The screen translated in real time.
Names flashed in dizzying numbers, as if being shuffled. At the bottom, 2 rules appeared. 1.
Players of the same country will never share a dungeon.
2. Only players of identical rank will be grouped, ensuring fairness. Both rules held only while the event remained early stage and numbers ample. A minute later, randomization ended.
Everyone was sorted into squads of 7 to 10, Hua Huais held 10. One of them, from Jin Yun, was Jiang Taiman.
The name looked familiar.
After racking her brain, she recalled seeing it in a highly upvoted comment just before her seclusion. A formidable player, apparently. She would find out tomorrow.
The moment she lay down, fireworks burst outside, jubilant players cheered below. She stepped to the window, an open space below, grills sizzling, neat juices popping, mouths watering. Even the hotel's soundproofing couldn't smother the noise. They looked ready to party all night. Hua Huai hadn't closed her eyes in 30 hours, she craved sleep. Unless exhausted or forced, she never napped in daylight. Now the racket kept her awake. How selfish night is for sleeping. Half delirious, her thoughts scattered. She rang reception. The moment they heard Huagua, their tone turned perfunctory. Hua Huai fell silent. Begging others is never as reliable as relying on yourself. She slipped on her jacket and left the room, yawning with every step, eyes half shut. Anyone could see she was dead on her feet. She reached the elevator and pressed the down button. The doors opened to reveal 4 or 5 people inside, each dressed in a completely different style. When they saw Hua Huai, their gazes lingered a little too long. Someone whispered, an A-level player?
Even worldwide, not just in Huagua, high-level players her age were extremely rare. This trip to the free country had shown them gatherings of top-tier players. They finally understood there's always a bigger heaven beyond the one you know. She looked shattered. The gang downstairs really don't care if they kill the rest of us.
Sure, it's exciting being in a foreign country.
But disturbing people after midnight is just trash behavior. My body clock's wrecked. I haven't slept in nearly 24 hours, I'm dying here. Or maybe it's their tactic, keep us from sleeping so they can start the dungeon one step ahead. You had to admit, this hotel was seriously smart. Because the elevator was special equipment, it had its own screen. The whispered complaints didn't escape its real-time translation. Looks like she wasn't the only one heading down to raise hell. One sentence had woken everyone up. This possibility wasn't small at all.
If true, those people's methods were downright dirty.
The lift reached the ground floor. The group strode out toward the source of the non-stop noise. Hua Huai felt a gust of wind and found herself alone in the elevator.
She gave another lazy yawn and sauntered after them.
At the epicenter, the sound was deafening. Music blasted sky-high while the crowd danced as if at a wild party. Suddenly a piercing screech sliced through everyone's eardrums and the music died mid-beat. With the music gone, the bangs of fireworks became crystal clear.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't go looking for trouble.
Someone had yanked the speaker's power plug. A tall, dark-skinned man glowered at the young guy in front of him. The surroundings crowded in, forming a tight ring around the youth and his friends, pure intimidation. Unfazed, the young man pointed skyward.
It's night, time to rest. The man's expression stayed hard. He sneered, mind your own damn business, who do you think you are?
He jabbed viciously at the youth's shoulder with one finger, forcing him back step by step. Clearly this bunch had no intention of quieting down tonight. The young man had spirit. Provoked like that, he drove a knee into the guy's gut, doubling him over with a grunt.
Looking down on me? I talked to you politely and that's the thanks I get? The man instantly roared, security. Security. Someone's picking a fight.
Hua Huai watched, furious. This shameless thug disturbed everyone after midnight, surrounded the kid, got hit back. And still cried assault. She bit a chunk off a handy lamb skewer, pushed through the crowd, and flicked the empty stick at the bent-over man.
Shameless.
If you want to celebrate, at least wait until you've actually won. Don't tell me your real plan is to win by keeping us sleep-deprived from the start. The man flushed with anger. Then a flicker of guilt flashed in his eyes.
Next, utterly bewildered and almost shrieking, he blurted, "You're a player?"
Everyone in this hotel, staff aside, was a player, and a high-level one at that. The familiar buzz rose again as the crowd speculated what rank she might be.
Even an A-level couldn't be taken lightly. With so many people, digging up information was easy.
Saw her earlier with the Hwagwa group, must be one of theirs. I just checked their roster, 26 players and she's dead last. Everyone else has rest days listed after their names, hers is the only one blank. Don't tell me a low tier got in through the back door because Hwagwa couldn't fill the slots? Poor kid, dragged here as cannon fodder. Countless pitying stares pinned Hua Hua in place, leaving her momentarily speechless. She really couldn't explain the truth of the matter. Someone let out a shrill shriek. Looks like I'm grouped with her. What if she's a ticking bomb that blows me up mid-dungeon? Little girl. Listen, once we're inside the dungeon, stay far away from me. The best thing you can do is absolutely nothing. The crowd's sympathy shifted to this unfortunate soul. What could be scarier than entering a dungeon with a live bomb on your team? The young man beside Hua Hua also fixed his gaze on her. Then he dropped a bombshell. I'm in your group too. 3 of the 10-man squad were now assembled. Hua Hua turned, forcing her heavy eyelids wider to study the young man's face. He was handsome enough to debut as an idol on the spot. Awkwardly, he spoke in Hwagwa language. I'm Jiang Tai-min. Among this crowd he showed rare goodwill. Hua Hua felt something odd and complicated. The player idolized by Jin Yun Country was truly different. Facing this many people he still stepped up, looked like the righteous type. Yet he only had a few allies and seemed to act without thinking of consequences. In short, righteous but brainless, basically a reckless fool. The image in Hua Hua's mind was quickly shattered. Security, having heard the dark-skinned man's yell, now pushed through and asked stonily, "What's going on?" The man instantly pointed at Jiang Tai-min. "He hit me, he started it. Report it to the organizers, get him disqualified." The guard had been fierce. But one look at Jiang Tai-min and his attitude flipped 180 degrees. "Young Master Jiang, were these people disturbing your rest? You could have just called us, no need to come down yourself." Jiang Tai-min's expression stayed flat. "No need. I'm here as an invited player, I won't use privilege lightly. Pretend you never saw me and go back to your posts." Players who didn't know the story gaped and muttered, "What's happening? Why does he get to ignore the rules? This is so unfair." The guard straightened up and sneered, "You lot know nothing." Without further explanation he led his team away. Jiang Tai-min obviously knew the situation full well. He'd come down calmly and struck the dark-skinned man because he knew there'd be no danger. Even if he threw a punch, he wouldn't face any consequences. Was that line about not using privilege lightly just a veiled show of power? Not the image of a simple, honest man, but a black-hearted sesame-filled rice ball. Was Jiang Tai-min's show of kindness meant to lower her guard? Unable to hold it back, Hua Hua yawned again. Drowsy, her head bobbed as she walked back like a sleepwalker. Now that everything had quieted down, she could finally return for a good sleep. Unfamiliar with the layout, she misjudged the step, her foot struck the side of the riser. The jolt made her soul shudder. Before she could react, while everyone held their breath expecting her to fall, a hand clamped firmly around her arm. Steadied, Hua Hua straightened slowly, now a little more awake. She looked back, it was Jiang Tai-min. Black-hearted sesame ball, and fast reflexes too. Or maybe, she was simply too sleepy to react in time. "Grateful for the help," she said politely, "thank you." Jiang Tai-min smiled faintly. "It's nothing." Polite and composed, clearly raised with impeccable manners. Too tired to think further, she returned to her room once he released her arm. On the soft bed, she sank into dreamland as wished. A perfect night's sleep. At dawn Hua Hua met up with Wei Shuwei and Shu Wenyao and headed to the competition grounds together. With so many players in the first round, the matches were held outdoors. Not far away stood a landmark building bearing an enormous screen. Below it a temporary stage had been erected. The blonde, blue-eyed Joshua stood there delivering the opening speech. "Welcome, players. The building behind me will show every team's lineup, with a number assigned to each squad. On the field in front of the stage you'll find those numbers, please locate yours and join your teammates." The crowd was huge. and locating the right teams took time. While they milled about, Huawei noticed several extremely young players. The smallest looked under 10, a dark-skinned little girl clutching a doll, twin braids, wearing a clashing peach-pink princess dress. Checking her squad's number, Huawei scanned the giant screen, A-level player, age 10, remaining rest time 4 years 51 days. She wasn't the only one shocked, nearby players gasped at the rest time figure. Terrifying, none could imagine how this child had fought her way to that rank. Some began to doubt the data itself.
System glitch? A kid that age, an A-level player? Hosts, quit joking.
The clamor spread, more people suspected a machine error.
A boy of about 14 stepped forward, radiating arrogance and contempt. Because you can't do it, you assume no one else can? Don't force your outdated thinking on us. This screen doesn't malfunction, multiple S-level players control the back end, every figure is precise. Are you questioning the authority of S-level players? Young as he was, his aura silenced the field. From his skin and hair he was clearly a free country national. He knew what happened behind the screen and said it outright. The doubts quieted, though not entirely vanished. Only when an S-level player vouched for the data did the uproar die. Finding her number, Huawei walked on, catching snippets of talk. What's with kids today? They don't sound like children at all. At their age I was still playing in the mud, couldn't dream of a life and death game. Never saw high-ranked kids before, now we're getting an eyeful. In truth, underage players were extremely scarce, less than 1%. Once teams were sorted, Joshua continued, next, I'll lend God's camera to the first squad. Until this round ends. Even if those players die inside the dungeon, God's camera will keep filming. Only when someone clears the dungeon or all fail will it return to me automatically. The item remained Joshua's although it was on loan. Huawei's team was far back in the queue, but they'd still enter the dungeon today. After all, to the real-world players were gone only a few minutes. Curious about the viewer's side, Huawei realized most dungeons last quite long, watching every squad could take years. When someone questioned this, Joshua explained, from an ordinary viewer's angle, the live streaming will indeed last a long while. But through the permission I share, your consciousness enters the dungeon in God mode perspective. You can choose what to watch, inside the dungeon you are God. So that's how it works. Huawei suddenly understood why he is an S-level player with 45 years of rest time, standing at the summit. If every player entering a dungeon carries God's camera, Joshua gets a God's eye view of every run. As soon as someone clears it, he can replicate their path and effortless perfect clear. All the players present form a vast data pool. Once everyone can watch, S-level players gain an edge and Joshua gains the biggest edge of all. Even with equal rest time stacking, his total remains the highest. In effect, the players are helping push him toward SSS level player status. To date, few players clear A or S level dungeons, let alone SS level. Lacking data and eager to rank up, he created this horror game tournament. Looking again, Huawei saw all S-level player squads placed at the very end, with Joshua himself dead last. His public reason, as owner of God's camera, he should stay alive until everyone else finishes. At first glance, with everyone able to view the footage, order seemed irrelevant. Besides, A-level players may choose the rank of dungeon, but not the specific dungeon itself. His explanation was reasonable enough. The minimum requirement for this match is to enter at least an A-level dungeon. Players may choose to enter an S-level dungeon, or play it safe and pick the slightly lower A-level dungeon. Yet choosing safety means they might fall far behind others over the course of many rounds. After careful thought, the first team's players still opted for the A-level dungeon. You have to stay alive before you can chase glory. Joshua lent out the item and shared its viewing permissions. Every player's horror game key on site received an invitation to watch. Huawei chose to watch. In an instant her consciousness was yanked by an unseen force, dragging her into that dungeon. As her sight cleared, Huawei realized the style of this dungeon was utterly different from anything she had seen before. All the NPCs were citizens of free country. For players unfamiliar with the language,
talking to NPCs was exhausting. Luckily, the squad had members from many nations, and each had brought a translator when entering.
To keep the device from being lost inside, they deliberately wore it as a watch on their wrists. Spectators in Godview couldn't learn the player's mission, they could only guess by watching their exploration and actions.
One thing amazed Hua Huai, she could understand every word spoken in the dungeon, including the NPCs, without any barrier.
So this is what Godview feels like.
Under her gaze she saw that, with each player from a different country, trust among them was rock bottom. Several chose to go solo. Within 2 short days, more than half the lone wolves were dead or injured.
So far the teamed-up players clearly had a higher survival rate, and the audience began to bet, would the last one standing be the squads or the scattered loners?
It was like a silent gamble where neither win nor loss carried any stake.
The closer to the end, the uglier human nature became.
Sometimes the knife in a human's back isn't wielded by a ghost but by a companion right beside them.
Trust? No.
There isn't a shred of it. Even a makeshift squad will draw blades at the crucial moment and kick one another into the abyss. What they compete over is who strikes first, whoever does gains the upper hand. As the dungeon progressed, the only survivor of the first squad was an elegant, fair-skinned lady of 32 named Grace White.
A free country national.
On the giant screen her name was printed in bold, announcing her victory in the first squad to everyone. Her key to victory lay in being the best actress in the first group. Everyone took her for weak and harmless. She played the frailty just right, never seeming pretentious yet always overlooked. Without anyone noticing, she collected the most clues, then used them to make both teams and loners step on landmines one after another.
When the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. She was the fisherman.
Hua Huai left Godview. After watching the dungeon for so long she showed no trace of fatigue.
Checking the time, only a few real-world minutes had passed.
All the following squads were set inside free country, spanning ancient to modern times. From Godview, Hua Huai seemed to leap back and forth along different timelines. She witnessed ancient cruelty, slaves treated as property, flogged at will, even executed on a whim. Evidently it wasn't just ancient Hua country, other nations were the same. The scenes clutched her heart, leaving her powerless. It was only a horror game dungeon, they were NPCs and she could do nothing. In modern dungeons the pain differed, she saw quarrels, fanaticism, and the bloodshed they caused. In free country citizens can bear arms, gun violence lay at the heart of most dungeons. Hua Huai had never imagined how deafening an unsilenced gunshot could be, far louder than a car horn.
Among Hua country players, Xu Wenyao's squad was the vanguard.
The whole team leaned toward caution and collectively chose the A-level dungeon. Hua Huai cast Xu Wenyao a worried glance, he answered with a confident grin. Her consciousness was pulled into last-century architecture, the district looked poor, people wore drab gray clothes.
And vines crawled over every wall.
Though she couldn't smell, she felt the place reeked of stench. Her instinct proved right, the moment players arrived they covered their noses against the foul odor. From conversations with NPCs she learned their roles in the dungeon. Hua country laborers shipped here.
Far from receiving preferential treatment, they were persecuted at every turn.
Living conditions were appalling, work conditions worse, clearly they were cannon fodder. No one felt that identity more keenly than Xu Wenyao. It made his blood boil, while the rest listened as if it were merely a story. They chatted and analyzed, paying him no attention at all.
Hua Huai recognized it for what it was: ostracism.
Like wolves in a pack, the weak are driven out.
Bottom-ranked Hua country was the natural target. Xu Wenyao had his pride, if they wanted isolation, fine, he wouldn't stoop to join them. The dungeon assigned each player mandatory daily work. Only after finishing the job could they explore freely.
8 players had entered this dungeon.
Day 1, during work, one died. Night 1, while sleeping, another died. Day 2, during work, one more died. Night 2, while sleeping, yet another died.
By the third day half the players were gone, yet lone wolf Xu Wenyao remained unscathed.
Reviewing the deaths, players realized the foreman struck by day and ghosts hunted by night.
The foreman's moods were unpredictable, a bad day could end with them lashing out at players. The only safe course was to stay out of their sight. The two who died at night made the survivors suddenly understand. Both had bad-mouthed Hua people, despising their Hua country identity in the dungeon. The rest couldn't recall whether they had said anything similar. Cold sweat poured off them. They had spoken so much over 2 days, none could remember echoing such remarks. From now on they could at least keep their mouths shut.
Yet silence on the lips can't hide the contempt that still flickers in the eyes.
Before they could even touch the real story, they died one by one at the hands of the specters.
The dead players couldn't understand, and the specters wouldn't let them die enlightened.
In an instant, only Xu Wenyao remained in the dungeon. That night, a specter came to Xu Wenyao's bedside. Its ghastly green face made his heart lurch. In this zone he couldn't even afford a kerosene lamp, everything was lit by the sickly glow the specters gave off.
Fortunately, Xu Wenyao wasn't easily frightened.
After steadying himself, he saw the specter weeping before him. Several days of work and clue gathering had given him the gist of the tale.
He asked the specter, "You want to go home?"
Then his gaze swept past it to the shadows behind.
"Or should I say, all of you want to go home? In most dungeons there is only one abnormal boss. This dungeon was special, hordes of specters kept it alive. Every night they wandered the streets like homeless strays. Their roles were the same ones the players had been assigned. Workers from Hua country couldn't stand seeing their own insulted. Persecuted like the players, their specter bodies stranded in a foreign land, how could they rest in peace? Day after day they longed for home, yet remained trapped. Exposed by Xu Wenyao's words, the specters appeared in unison and intoned, "Can you take us home?" The emotionless question was utterly horrifying. Xu Wenyao didn't flinch. "If I can, I'll gladly do it."
The specters grinned together.
"Then get the workers' register from the foreman." After several days Xu Wenyao knew how terrifying the foreman could be.
To finish the mission, he still had to try. The register stayed with the head foreman. Every time a player died he would open it and strike out the name. A head-on fight was impossible. Player abilities simply didn't work on the foreman. Otherwise these A-level players wouldn't have died at their hands. Whether by dungeon rule or secret specter restraint, no one knew. When the shift ended Xu Wenyao quietly tailed the head foreman and, once they were alone, attacked with bare-handed kung fu. The foreman tried to cry out. Xu Wenyao clamped a hand over his mouth. To prevent him from fetching help, Xu Wenyao stuffed him into a sack and carried him home. He flipped through the register, only players' names.
What use was stealing it? The answer came as night deepened. The specters appeared en masse. "You did it!" In the next instant they turned into light and streamed into the register. With that, Xu Wenyao's dungeon ended.
The register became an item, stored inside his horror game key.
Though Huawei watched from a god's eye view, she couldn't hear every human thought.
Her take on the dungeon differed slightly from Xu Wenyao's, but the ending was the same.
Not every dungeon left only one survivor, many ended with 2 or even 3.
Cases with 4 or 5 were quite rare. 3 teams had been completely wiped out. Xu Wenyao was the first Hua country player to clear a dungeon whose plot was tied to Hua country itself. The crowd burst into exclamations. "Such luck, he got that kind of dungeon." Specters from Hua country don't hurt their own, his teammates were just there to pad the numbers.
An A-level player. Beaten to death by NPCs, his teammates were hopeless. In truth, bound specter powers couldn't be used against the foreman.
And when a foreman struck, though only one swung the club, a whole gang stood behind him ready to pounce. If the players ever rioted, the foreman would show them the price of rebellion.
Next, Tuing Yang's and Qin Yuanlong's teams entered their dungeons in turn. For their first A-level game, safety mattered most, so they too picked A-level dungeons.
Tuing Yang moved through hers with effortless ease, looking every inch a hidden mastermind.
And indeed she was a mastermind. She always spotted clues first and quietly pocketed them. She lied without blinking, weaving flawless tales. Doubting her felt like a crime. Those she allowed to follow enjoyed her charity. But try to coax information from her? Forget it.
Players who crossed her somehow ended up dead, an unsettling thought that made scalps tingle. Xin Yuanlong spouted wild nonsense, even when he showed people real clues they assumed they were fake. He darted left and right like a weathercock in the wind. Hua Huai knew he wasn't a weathercock, he was a shit-stirrer. Tuing Yang's team came out with 5 survivors, Xin Yuanlong's with 3. The other Hua country teams were queued even behind Hua Huai's. The players hurriedly conferred, let's enter an A-level dungeon too. So far no A-level team dared tackle an S-level dungeon, no one wanted to be the guinea pig. Rome wasn't built in a day, Hua Huai yearned for S-level, but caution came first. Yet one ambitious voice piped up, I'd rather enter an S-level dungeon. An A-level player volunteering for S-level? That was rare. Everyone stared. Hua Huai looked up. Zhang Taimin was the speaker. A refined smile on his face, he noticed their puzzlement and explained, to prove my strength, an S-level dungeon offers more room to shine. His gaze shifted to the giant screen. Don't you want to boost your overall rank? If you only play it safe, you'll never stand at the top. Damn, his words stirred Hua Huai's blood. He was right, if she wanted the summit, how could she cling to safety? Hua Huai parted her lips. I agree, let's enter the S-level dungeon. One reckless soul wasn't enough, now there were 2. How could one team contain both a sleeping dragon and a young phoenix? Their teammates saw black, then protested, you two don't decide, majority rules. And that was that. Of 10 team members, only Hua Huai and Zhang Taimin voted for S-level, the motion was crushed. The outcome set, Zhang Taimin sighed in regret. Why is no one else ambitious? Under his breath he muttered, even a kid shows more guts. Hua Huai tugged the corner of her mouth, his praise brought her no joy at all. The surroundings gradually dimmed, replaced by a scene standing under a gloomy sky. Crows perched on dry branches, continuously emitting hoarse, murky cries, adding desolation and bleakness to the current scene.
Game loading complete.
Game Dungeon, Despair Church. Game difficulty, A-level mission requirement, you are tourists lost in the forest who accidentally wandered into this Despair Church. A mysterious force seems to be preventing you from leaving. Please eliminate this mysterious force and successfully exit the Despair Church. The building that appeared before the players was a church that had once been burned down. Due to the passage of time, some plants had grown on the walls, which were also covered in mold spots. Perhaps the appearance of the players startled the crows on the dead trees, they flapped their wings, and many black feathers drifted down. The church before them did not look inhabited in any way. A total of 10 players entered the dungeon this time, consisting of 5 males and 3 females, besides Hua Huai and Zhang Taimin. Among the 5 male players, 3 had dark skin, named Sanj, Rahul, and Shaylin.
2 had light skin, named Zephyr and Lilon.
Among the 3 female players, 2 had yellow skin, named Xingchuan Xiayin and Li Fangji.
1 had light skin, named River. The players unanimously agreed to go inside and check.
Zephyr and the others walked at the front, while Hua Huai walked at the very back. She wondered if it was her imagination, but she always felt that Zhang Taimin was paying attention to her, he wasn't looking directly at her. Yet he happened to be standing right beside her. Therefore, Zhang Taimin was also walking at the very back.
2 angel statues stood at the church entrance.
Their white bodies were covered in mold due to the prolonged abandonment of the place, making them look like 2 black angel statues at first glance.
Both angel statues had a piece of pitch-black cloth covering their heads. Judging by the material, it should have been a nun's veil.
They extended their arms, and a rusty birdcage hung from the fingertip of one of the angel statues.
It swayed slightly in the gentle breeze. Zephyr rubbed his chin. Both angel statues have black cloth on them. It shouldn't be something accidentally left behind. The angels' heads must hide a secret.
Maybe they look too scary, like those angels with grotesque features in movies, and are considered ominous. Shaylin immediately retracted the hand he had stretched out.
He had thought Zephyr was going to say that important clues were hidden under the black cloth. Fortunately, his hand hadn't been too quick. Touching an ominous angel in the dungeon could easily cost him his life.
Jiang Taimin stared at the statues for a moment before casually withdrawing his gaze. The players continued forward, arriving at the church's main entrance. The gate was tightly shut, covered in cobwebs in the corners, with spiders currently working diligently on them. Clatter! Zephyr pushed open the door, and something brushed past his body and fell to the ground. Everyone looked closely, and it was the corpse of a crow. Looking up, a crude mechanism had been set up there. As soon as someone pushed the door open, the object on the mechanism would fall. This kind of setup is usually the result of a child's prank. The crow's corpse was highly decomposed, its internal organs long since stripped away by bacteria. Its few remaining feathers had lost all their luster and were extremely dull.
Shaylin exclaimed, "A crow again. The birdcage on the angel statue outside, isn't that meant for keeping crows?"
Normally, crows are not kept as pets.
In the culture of the free country, they are even considered ominous. It's hard not to connect the ominous angel statue and the ominous crow. Zephyr kicked the crow aside and entered the church, observing the interior scene.
The interior was large, with several pillars standing inside, inlaid with colorful glazed glass, the same material as the church windows.
However, the glazed glass was currently covered in dust, obscuring its former brilliance.
The smell of dust filled the air. The seats had been burned into charcoal, lying haphazardly on the ground in complete disarray. The church had a side door, and walking out through it led to a corridor.
While walking through the corridor, they could see a row of slightly low-lying buildings.
The well and the clothesline at the entrance indicated that this was a residential area.
The players temporarily left the corridor.
These buildings had not been reached by the fire because they were farther away. Unfortunately, they were filled with an air of decay, revealing everywhere that no one lived here. Xingchuan Xiaoyin knocked on a few of the doors. Unsurprisingly, there was no response.
She turned back disappointed. "We aren't going to have to sleep in these rooms tonight, are we?"
The players had stayed in all kinds of places inside dungeons. If these rooms were tidied up, they weren't entirely uninhabitable.
If the housing problem was solved, what about food?
So far, they hadn't seen a single NPC. If there were no NPCs, the food problem would have to be solved by the players themselves. They kept this issue in mind and found several more buildings via the corridor, including the prayer room, a workshop, and a dining hall. Calling it a dining hall simply meant it was a place where people could sit and eat, furnished with a few wooden tables and benches.
After touring all the buildings, the players' stomachs began to rumble.
Facing hunger, it was inevitable that someone would be in a bad mood.
Sanj said dejectedly, "We aren't going to starve to death in the dungeon, are we?" He quickly had an idea. "Everything here is a mess. Let's divide the work. 2 people look for food, 3 people clean up where we'll stay tonight, another 2 look for firewood. And the rest look for clues."
Since they had just arrived, there was nothing to argue about regarding this matter. Hua Huai readily agreed to the division of labor. She was assigned to the cleaning group.
Obviously, she was being looked down upon again. It didn't matter, she could do anything. Xingchuan Xiaoyin and Li Fangji were also in the cleaning group. Li Fangji immediately got into an argument with Sanj over this. "I don't want to be in this group. I want to look for clues. Waiting around to die is not my style. Furthermore, what do you mean by assigning 2 women and 1 child to the cleaning group? You are questioning my ability. Thinking I'm too weak to deserve to find clues."
Sanj didn't take offense, instead, he grinned.
"That's exactly how it is. We are all A-level players, but women are naturally weaker than men. Putting you in this group is for your own safety. Why are you so clueless?" Li Fangji's face flushed with anger. "Say that again."
Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was about to turn into a fight, Jiang Taimin quickly stepped between them.
He said to Li Fangji, "I'm in the clue-finding group. I'll switch with you."
This made Li Fangji look like she was making a fuss over nothing. She gritted her teeth, unable to respond for a long time.
She glanced away. I don't need your charity." Jiang Taimin offered a smooth explanation. It's because I know my own abilities are limited and I can't handle the task. Jiang Taiman offered a way out. And Li Fangji's expression softened considerably. She said stiffly, "Thank you. The water needed for cleaning here had to be drawn from the water well." Jiang Taiman found a bucket and voluntarily went to draw water from the water well. Hua Huai and Xingchuan Xiayin directly enjoyed the fruits of his labor, listening as he said, "If you need anything else, you can call me." Xingchuan Xiayin's eyes sparkled, and the smile on her lips was impossible to hide. Okay. As A-level players, how could they possibly lack the strength to draw a bucket of water? What Xingchuan Xiayin enjoyed was having someone draw water for her. Watching him carry the water basin into the room, Xingchuan Xiayin stood rooted in place, infatuated. I wonder if he's married. Men who are so considerate toward girls are rare. I really want to be his wife. These passionate words caused Hua Huai's hand, holding the water basin, to tremble, splashing out quite a bit of water. This was the first time Hua Huai had encountered such straightforward and rapid affection. Xingchuan Xiayin didn't deliberately lower her voice, seemingly intending for Jiang Taiman to hear her. Jiang Taiman cleaned the dust in the room without changing his expression, perhaps pretending not to hear. To make the living environment more comfortable, they planned to clean 5 rooms, with 2 players staying in each. The rooms here were not large to begin with, they were likely originally single rooms, and 2 people per room was the maximum. The standard configuration for each room was a bed, a cabinet, a table, and a chair. Cough, cough. Opening the cabinet, Hua Huai was choked by a noseful of dust. Inside the cabinet were bedding and some nuns' habits, all covered in dust, requiring washing. If they washed them now, they definitely wouldn't dry by tonight. The players were destined to sleep on hard bedboards for one night. The cleaning process gradually came to an end, and the groups that had gone out to search for food and firewood returned. Rahul and Lailan were drenched in sweat from searching, both returning empty-handed. Sanj asked, "What's the situation?" Fear was concealed in Rahul's eyes. "There are no fruits in the woods, nor any beasts we can hunt. The only living animals, I'm afraid, are the crows on the dead trees and the spiders spinning webs in the corners. Crows have a mixed diet, usually consisting of carrion, garbage, etc. and may carry bacteria, viruses, and parasites. If the players ate crows, there would be a risk of infection and illness. Spiders are also not ingredients that can be eaten casually." Sanj slapped his forehead. Humans can go without food for a few days, but without strength, they can't search for clues. A state of hunger will also affect mental judgment. Shaylin and River, who had been searching for firewood, tossed the firewood onto the ground. River frowned and said, "We picked this up for nothing." They also had to enter the woods to gather firewood. Forget fruits, even leaves were rare. The grass in the woods was only as long as a little finger and slightly yellowed. In such an environment, what edible animals could possibly survive? River asked Sanj, "Did you find any clues?" Sanj shook his head. "We haven't found any clues yet. The strangest thing about the entire church was the 2 angel statues outside." Hua Huai came to the 5th room that needed cleaning and tried to open the door, but she couldn't. The noise here drew attention. Jiang Taiman walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" At the same time, he also put his hand on the door to push it. Strange. This door, dilapidated from years of neglect, didn't move an inch. Would be this sturdy? Jiang Taiman pulled Hua Huai aside. "Move back." The next moment, he put power into a kick, and the wooden door developed a hole, but still didn't open. This is a bit too strange. The players stared at this strange spot, unaware that someone had appeared behind them. It was an elderly person dressed in a nun's habit, with a dry voice that blended perfectly with the current scene. "Young man, you kicked down my door. You must help me fix it." The voice like dry wood and the ghostly movement gave all the players a massive scare. Sanj was filled with uncertainty and surprise. When did she appear behind us? Was there anyone nearby just now? No one noticed when the elderly person appeared.
The elderly person tapped the cane twice on the ground and said angrily, "I said, you kicked my door down, you must help me fix it." The players exchanged glances.
Zephyr smiled. "Of course, we will help you fix this door. Excuse me, are you a nun here?"
The elderly person's already small eyes narrowed until they were just slits.
"Isn't it obvious enough from what this old woman is wearing?"
"Taking over this old woman's courtyard and kicking down this old woman's door, you bunch of wild kids."
The elderly person's attitude
seemed difficult, but she didn't show any malice.
The players allowed her to call them wild kids and pressed on, "Are there any other nuns here besides you?"
The elderly person's gaze flickered.
"No.
I lived here for decades. A great fire burned everything down, including the nuns who lived in this building."
The elderly person's weathered gaze drifted far away.
Coupled with the traces of burning inside the church, the players speculated that the Great Fire might have happened decades ago. Also, the Great Fire killed the nuns here.
They continued to press, asking, "What caused the Great Fire?"
The elderly person slightly lowered her head.
"I don't know. At that time, I happened to be out on an errand."
Everything changed in the span of a single night. "Although this place burned down, this is my home. I rebuilt it brick by brick, pretending they still live here with me."
"Isn't that ridiculous?"
"So, the areas here that were not burned down were subsequently rebuilt." To deceive herself, she restored this place to its appearance before the fire.
Thinking about it, that must have cost a considerable sum of money. Jiang Taiman asked, "Elder, is this place very important to you?"
Something that can be called home and for which one is willing to spend vast financial resources to rebuild is naturally important.
To others, he was asking the obvious.
In fact, he wanted to find out why it was so important.
Was it because she had no family, so the nunnery became her spiritual solace, or was it due to some other reason? The elderly person said, "Young man, why is your brain not working well at such a young age? Your comprehension is so poor. This old woman doesn't want to talk to you anymore. It's getting dark.
This old woman needs to close the door so it doesn't leak air when she sleeps, otherwise her heart keeps pounding."
"Ah, I am old after all. My body is not what it used to be."
It was unclear whether the elderly person truly didn't understand the deeper meaning of his words,
or was pretending not to. Since it was the player's first day here, it was unwise to pressure the elderly person too much.
After all, the elderly person was the only NPC in the current dungeon. With the concerted effort of the players, the door was repaired.
"We can only repair it like this for now. Tomorrow we will figure out how to find materials. Please bear with it for one night. Of course, if you wish to switch rooms with us, that is also fine."
The door had obvious signs of repair, they could only ensure it didn't let in drafts. But restoring it to its original state was impossible for the time being. The old woman stood leaning on her cane, watching them work without saying a word.
Only when the wooden door was fully repaired did the old woman slowly say, "Are you tourists who got lost in the forest too?" In the past,
tourists who got lost in the forest often stumbled into this long-abandoned church.
Just like you. They couldn't find any food to fill their stomachs. You are lucky to have encountered an old woman like me. I happened to go to the nearby town today and bought some food. You can make do with this to fill your stomachs for now."
The old woman pointed her cane toward the kitchen in the distance,
then went inside and sat down on a chair. Usually, this old woman cooks for herself. "Can you cook for me today?"
Since she provided the ingredients, it was only reasonable for the players to cook for her.
The players were overjoyed to receive the ingredients for free. Zephyr said, "Of course we can." He then asked the question lingering in his mind, "Then how did they fill their stomachs?"
A strange smile appeared on the old woman's wrinkled face, causing the creases to bunch up like old tree bark.
"They were also very lucky. If the food wasn't enough, I would go to the town to buy more. Therefore, they also ate the food I bought. It's so strange. I can go out, so why couldn't they?
Even if they followed right behind me, they would inexplicably get lost.
Since they couldn't leave. And none of those tourists were here now. The answer was obvious. Several players asked in unison, what happened to those tourists afterward? The old woman didn't answer. Instead, she urged them loudly, are you going to cook or not? I'm hungry.
Her shout made Sanj flare up.
He subconsciously rolled up his sleeves.
Hey, I'm telling you, old woman, he was about to say more but was stopped by Jiang Taimin,
who greeted the old woman with a smile. Yes, we'll go do it right away.
Only after Jiang Taimin and the other players restrained him did Sanj swallow his words. He knew the importance of this old woman and didn't intend to say anything too harsh.
He just had a quick temper and couldn't hold some things back.
With someone holding him back, he calmed down quickly.
Got it. Let's go cook.
The players had visited the kitchen when they arrived, and after dividing the labor, they hadn't paid much attention to it. They didn't know when the old woman had brought back the ingredients, some fresh potatoes, cured bacon, and bread. It was enough food for one person for 3 days, but with the players, this group of unexpected guests, it would only last for one meal at most.
Tomorrow, the old woman would probably have to go to town again. Regarding cooking, Xingchuan Xiaoyin volunteered, I'm best at cooking. I'll do it.
Her eyes were sparkling, as if cooking was a very joyful activity.
The other players had no objection. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Taimin, and she asked shyly, could I ask you to tend the fire for me?
Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying an atmosphere seemingly filled with pink bubbles. Jiang Taimin smiled politely, the curve of his mouth perfectly standard.
All right. Lilan nudged Zephyr with his elbow, his face full of astonishment. Is it appropriate for them to be doing this in this scenario? Don't forget, countless players are watching their every move from a god's perspective. What's going on? Are these two on a dating reality show?
Zephyr was equally speechless, but judging by their looks, they certainly made a good pair.
Who cares about them? Someone else is doing the work, and you're complaining about getting a free meal?
Thinking about it that way, he was quite happy. The players designated someone to keep an eye on the old woman, and Hua Huai was the one entrusted with this important task.
Children easily make others lower their guard.
Hua Huai opened her large, innocent eyes and clung to the doorframe, watching the old woman. The old woman looked back at her and beckoned, come here. Hua Huai showed a bit of wariness, her face looking hesitant.
The old woman snapped, I'm not going to eat you. When I tell you to come, you come. This old nun is quite fierce.
Hua Huai seemed frightened and slowly shuffled toward the old woman.
Grandma, it's so scary here. She looked like she wanted the other party to be gentler but didn't know how to ask. Instead of comforting her, the old woman said ominously, do you want to know where the previous tourists went?
The old woman had deliberately changed the subject earlier, so what was her intention in bringing it up again now?
Hua Huai shook her head blankly.
The old woman suddenly raised her voice, which was grating like a saw cutting wood. They died, her eyes widened, the whites dominating, making her face look extremely sinister.
Hua Huai cooperated by trembling and asking, how did they die?
The old woman chuckled. They kept saying they were looking for birds, but the only birds here are crows. They caught many crows, but the crows pecked out their eyes.
And the crows ate the rotting flesh off their bodies.
Crows signify disaster and are also unclean things.
Those people were so bold, daring to target the crows. They deserved it. You must not follow in their footsteps.
Hua Huai seemed terrified and immediately threw herself into the old woman's arms.
Grandma, the story you told is so scary.
Compared to the story, the old woman's expression was even scarier. The old woman stiffened all over from her sudden movement. The terrifying expression on her face visibly softened, and the rapid heartbeat in her chest gradually returned to normal. When dinner was ready, Jiang Taimin personally brought the food over and happened to witness this scene.
After such a short time, they were already this close?
Hearing footsteps approaching, Hua Huai quickly got up, looking embarrassed. The old woman was reluctant to see her go, her gaze still fixed on Hua Huai.
Hua Huai peeked at the food. "Grandma, you eat quickly."
She patted her stomach.
"I'm hungry too. I'm going to eat now."
After speaking, she hopped away like a rabbit. Calling it dinner, it was actually slices of bread stuffed with mashed potatoes, topped with a few slices of cooked cured bacon.
As for the taste, it certainly couldn't be called delicious. Let's tentatively call this thing a sandwich.
Hua Huai, biting her sandwich, turned around and nearly bumped into Jiang Taimin.
Good heavens, how can this person be so elusive?
A voice floated down from above her head.
What did you two talk about? The nun's attitude towards you is a bit different.
Hua Huai looked up. She said that catching the crows here leads to death.
I don't know if it's true.
Other than that, nothing seems special.
She took a bite of the sandwich, chewing.
The nun wouldn't bring this up to her without reason. Jiang Taimin surmised that it was related to the topic that was interrupted before they started cooking.
Tourists who came here before died because they caught crows.
He walked around Hua Huai, picked up a sandwich, and put it into his mouth.
Good night.
The sky was gradually darkening, trending towards late evening. It was time for the players to return to their respective rooms. After nightfall, wind rustled through the vegetation, bringing the sounds of nature.
It was like a lullaby, lulling the players into dreamland. Pling pling. Someone pressed a sharp key, jolting every sleeping player awake.
They collected themselves for a moment, then realized someone was playing a piano piece. The music was frantic, the performer's emotions surged, thick with fury. The players' breathing rose and fell with the melody, their thoughts dragged in and out of the tide. Hua Huai and Xingchuan Xiaoyin shared a room. We combed every place today, Xiaoyin said.
No building had a piano.
Once things skewed toward the eerie, no one dared step outside at night. Judging by the sound, it's coming from the church, Hua Huai said.
That made it even more impossible.
Everything inside the church had been charred to cinders, the scene a mess.
If an intact piano had been there, the players would have noticed. Hua Huai got off the bed.
I'll take a look.
Xingchuan Xiaoyin?
She knew something aberrant waited, yet marched straight toward it.
Hua Huai's plan, if she ran into the abnormal boss, she'd grab it outright.
Then no mission requirement would remain unsolved.
Anyway, she had the capital, didn't she?
Xiaoyin swallowed her words and finally said, then go. If someone volunteered to step on a landmine, she had no grounds to stop them. Before entering the dungeon, Sanj had hinted Hua Huai might be a ticking time bomb.
Best to let it detonate where no one stood.
With no one blocking her, Hua Huai left the room, strode down the corridor, and headed for the church. The closer the music came, the more cautiously she approached. Instead of barging in, she sought a window and peered through. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you need not fear 100 battles.
Charge in blindly and she'd likely end up bruised, and alert the enemy, making it wary of showing itself. Aberrations could afford the time, players might not.
They were human, every day required food to replenish energy.
Each extra day here meant another day of dependence. She eased the window open a crack.
In the moonlight she saw an undamaged piano, its design clearly antique. A man sat playing, from her angle she could only see his back. Suddenly someone tapped her shoulder. Hua Huai almost gasped, but a hand clamped over her mouth.
A whisper came, relax, it's me.
For an instant she nearly summoned her rib bone dagger. What are you doing here, she whispered.
Jiang Taimin replied, an anomaly this big I can't ignore it. Clearing clues are usually hidden inside these events.
Hua Huai glanced back, aside from Jiang Taimin, no other players had come.
This Jiang Taimin had to be capable, otherwise he wouldn't have openly proposed tackling an S-level dungeon before entry.
As she kept watching, the piano, as though alive, cracked under the performance, blood snaked along the fractures. It dripped onto the rubble-strewn floor and vanished. The man's fingertips were stained red, every rise and fall of his hands seemed to drain his life.
The piece neared its end. Hua Huai summoned the rib-bone dagger, ready to slip in through the side door. Jiang Taimin grabbed her arm. What do you think you're doing? This is way too reckless. Rushing head-on against an aberration, this was an A-level dungeon. Hua Huai shook him off but couldn't free herself. She dared not speak louder and alert the aberrant, let go now. Jiang Taimin refused. The final note fell, and the man vanished on the spot. Hua Huai ground her teeth. Are you the aberration's inside man?
I'm worried about you, for your own good, he said righteously.
Hua Huai pressed her temples. Like hell I believe you. We've known each other 5 minutes, saying you're worried, how fake is that? Jiang Taimin smiled gently. So you're 100% sure you can beat a Class A aberration boss? Your recklessness terrifies me. Can't I stop you? I don't want to get dragged down.
Outside, players watched via Godview. Hua Huai wasn't ready to reveal all her cards. She spared Jiang Taimin any explanation, she'd just have to swallow the loss. Next time, she'd watch out for this guy. The man had left, the piano remained. Hua Huai and Jiang Taimin stepped inside. The instant her finger brushed a seam, the instrument crumbled. In truth, the piano had been charred to charcoal in the fire. What they'd seen was its pre-burned state. Jiang Taimin knelt, sweeping charcoal aside. Look, what's this? A few words were carved on the broken floor. The light was dim, he leaned closer. Angel. Key. So the key is on the angel? Whatever door it opened, they'd find out once they had it. Hua Huai yawned after reading. Back to sleep. The 2 angel statues outside weren't simple, better to act after sunrise, good lighting favored players. She wanted the abnormal boss, yes, but only on her terms. Better to be the thief than to guard against one. Guarding takes far more energy than stealing. Back in the room, Xingchuan Xiaoyin's eyes bulged. You're okay? Hua Huai spun once. Perfect. Xiaoyin pressed 4, drowsily Hua Huai recounted everything.
Mid-sentence her words slurred and she slipped back into sleep. Xiaoyin caught the keywords, murmuring, angel. Key. She slept till broad daylight. Stretching, she stepped out. Xiaoyin had already broadcast the clue like a megaphone. With Jiang Taimin's corroboration, the lead gained weight. Zephyr rubbed his chin. When we came in, did either angel statue carry a key? Back then, attention had fixed on the black kerchiefs over the angels' heads and on the birdcage held by one statue's fingertip. No one had studied anything else closely. No one could answer, sitting around wouldn't make the key appear. Let's go check the carved floor first, then hunt for the key together. Among players, complete trust was impossible. Whenever verification was possible, they had to verify. Inside the church, every trace of Hua Huai and Jiang Taimin's visit last night had been erased, everything was as good as new. The burned-out remains of the piano still lay where the fire had left them. When the charcoal was pushed aside, the floor beneath revealed no carved words at all. Aside from Hua Huai and Jiang Taimin, who had seen it with their own eyes, every other player expressed doubt. Sanj sneered, "Don't tell me you two dreamed up this clue in your sleep last night? Tricking us into thinking there's a key on the angel statue so we'd step on landmines for you, what a brilliant plan." Anyone with eyes could see those 2 statues were probably trouble. Seeing is believing, the bare floor in front of them refuted the clue the pair claimed to have found. Xingchuan Xiaoyin instantly distanced herself. It's got nothing to do with me, I was just repeating what that little girl said. Rahul glared at her. How could you blindly trust a child? You're an A-level player, for heaven's sake. Good thing we were cautious enough to come check. Could you have handled the consequences if we hadn't? Head lowered, Xingchuan Xiaoyin listened meekly to Rahul's scolding. Hua Huai studied the ground, then glanced back at Jiang Taimin, one brow lifting slightly. One person might miss-see, but could 2 miss-see at the same time? Perhaps obtaining that clue required meeting some special condition.
For instance, arriving at the church at night.
Or hearing the piano play.
Or, perhaps, both.
Hua Huai didn't argue with the players.
She walked outside the church, hesitated as she looked at the two angel statues, then stepped forward. Someone had to trigger the trap, if not her, then someone else.
Her real enemy wasn't the other players, it was whoever stood behind the horror game.
Since she had the ability, there was no need to drag the rest of them to their deaths.
The horror game wanted these players dead, she would deny it that pleasure.
She examined both statues carefully, not even overlooking the cracks beneath their feet.
No key in sight. Could it be hidden under the black cloth?
Each angel statue stood 3 times her height. To lift the cloth she would have to climb. Just as she prepared to scale the statue whose fingertips held no birdcage, Jiang Taiman stopped her.
Wait. Do you even know what you're doing? The look in his eyes was something Hua Huai couldn't quite read. It was an extremely complicated mix of emotions. The other players held their breath, almost hoping she would climb. When Jiang Taiman intervened, disappointment showed on every face. Undeterred, Hua Huai grasped the statue's arm. We all know this could be the taboo of this dungeon. In a blink she was sitting on the statue's shoulder. If I don't do it, will you?
In full view of everyone, she yanked the black cloth away.
Jiang Taiman's pupils contracted and he shouted, "Shut your eyes now." If looking upon a strange-faced angel brought misfortune, would closing your eyes let you escape that rule?
His cry came out of nowhere, everyone heard, yet almost no one obeyed.
The angel's face was indeed grotesque, its features hollowed out as if deliberately gouged, countless spiders pouring from the cavities.
The instant Hua Huai met that face, her mind reeled under a violent assault. She fought through the shock, flipping cleanly to the ground. A moment slower and the spiders would have swarmed her. Hua Huai had once heard that angels are messengers of God, bridges between the divine and humankind.
But nothing about this angel suggested a divine emissary.
On the contrary, it looked like an emissary of the uncanny, sent straight from hell.
To the naked eye, the angel twisted its neck, bits of stone crumbling from the cracks left by years of neglect.
Its hollow face, mouth gaping wide, slowly stretched into a stiff grin that stared down every player still holding their eyes open.
There was only one angel statue with its black cloth removed, so how could it glare at so many people at once? No one knew.
Yet in the vision of every player who kept their eyes open, the angel statue was staring only at them. Hua Huai noticed that a real key did exist. It hung on the statue's brow, worn like a forehead ornament. The clue she'd seen last night had been accurate. The rib-bone dagger appeared in her hand, the corrosion ability spreading swiftly to devour the spiders scuttling across the floor. The angel statue lifted a leg and moved as if alive, every footfall sent violent tremors through the ground. Suddenly it thrust a hand into its hollow mouth and drew out a long sword, likewise carved from stone. The blade was taller than a man, its weight obvious at a glance. An ordinary person couldn't withstand a single blow. To the other players, Hua Huai's action seemed reckless in the extreme.
Cold sweat slid down San's temples as he muttered, "A ticking time bomb, all right.
Even if the clue is real, she should have discussed it with us before tearing off that cloth." Many blamed her. In their minds she couldn't possibly stand against this angel statue, and they would be dragged down with her. They hadn't shut their eyes in time, and now closing them would be pointless. Panicking, they racked their brains for an item that might get them out of this fix. After all, not every A-level player had a bound specter, nor one whose level was high enough to contend with spectral power inside a dungeon. Before another thought could form, the angel swung its sword at the nearest player. The heavy blade moved so fast it tore a fierce gust through the air. In the eyes of every player still looking, they were the one closest to the statue. If they failed to dodge, they would be cleaved into pulp. In an instant players scrambled to evade, some using items, others forced to summon their bound specter for help. Only Jiang Taiman and Zephyr kept their eyes shut, as though none of this concerned them. Unable to block the mighty strike, Hua Huai borrowed its force to leap up, dodging at the critical moment. Though the angel statue was huge, its attack speed was terrifying, making every heart on the scene pound in dread. Hua Huai, tempered by the evil spirit tower, felt no fear toward the statue. It was merely another monster with distinct traits. Find its weaknesses.
Break them one by one.
Carved from stone, the angel would suffer no real pain from blades unless the damage was severe. Wasting stamina was unwise. Her gaze lifted. The reason the statue had awakened was that she had removed the black cloth from its head. Every player now attacked had laid eyes on the statue. The head was the key, especially the eyes. Hua Huai moved so fast she left after images. As the angel slashed downward, she sprang upward. Her agile form clinging so tightly that the statue couldn't fling her off, chunks of stone instead raining from its body. The other players had no attention to spare. Then a thunderous crash rolled out and the statue's half-severed head tumbled down, finally drawing their stunned eyes. Hua Huai had pinpointed the angel statue's weak point, and with one strike she lopped off half its head along the line of its eyes. That stone carving was enormous, yet she had managed to take it down with a small dagger.
Clearly, it wasn't an ordinary blade.
Of course, that was how the other players saw it. Even with the rib-bone dagger, Hua Huai couldn't sever the head in one blow. She had secretly drawn on Xian Yu's power to boost her own strength. Perhaps because the angel statue she faced was the true body, once she hacked off that half-head, every other angel statue the players saw vanished. For A-level players, holding out for a short while wasn't much of a problem. They'd been rattled but unharmed. They blinked, and when they looked again all the angel statues had merged into the single one beside Hua Huai.
Shaylin looked bewildered. What just happened?
The statue was about to grab me when its head suddenly fell off.
He wasn't the only one who thought so.
When the dust settled, Jiang Taiman opened his eyes and chuckled. All of you, outdone by a kid.
He pointed at the key. We weren't lying.
If Hua Huai hadn't lifted that black cloth, you'd have sworn we were setting you up.
Shame welled up in them.
Not for doubting the two of them, but for being weaker than Hua Huai. Yet Hua Huai had faced the angel statue without the slightest fear. Even after beheading it she hadn't taken a scratch.
Ridiculous.
This was an A-level dungeon's sinister statue. Every step demanded the utmost caution. After a moment of confusion, several players' gazes sharpened. They gathered instinctively, as though forming a camp separate from Hua Huai. They were plainly on guard against her.
Cooperation among players was temporary. They were also rivals in the competition.
With Huagua ranking at the bottom, if Hua Huai had the strength, the quickest way to raise her country's standing was to eliminate the others inside the dungeon. Hua Huai pocketed the key, bathing in the stares, unruffled. They wouldn't dare stab her in the back openly. Her eyes moved to another angel statue, slightly different, a birdcage dangling from its fingertip.
A black cloth draped over its head, motionless, like a lifeless tomb. Could there be another key inside this statue's head?
Reading her intent, the players hastily shut their eyes. Jiang Taiman spoke up. Why don't we go look for the door that matches the key you're holding?
Hua Huai tightened her grip on the key and stayed silent for a moment.
For some reason, Jiang Taiman felt off to her. They were all strangers, yet he paid her unusually close attention. She looked away, past Jiang Taiman, and let the single word drift to every player's ears, fine. She had agreed to Jiang Taiman's suggestion. The players could hardly believe it.
That easy?
True, no matter how strong she was, her age was right there. They scoured the entire church with her but couldn't find a single intact lock. After the fire, every lock inside the church had been damaged to some degree. Sanj said, maybe the lock for that key isn't in the church at all. A clue will never present a key to a lock that cannot be opened. If a key appears, there must be a matching lock. For the next stretch of time, the players followed Hua Huai through every accessible area, trying the key on every lock they could find.
Strangely, not a single lock matched the key. Zephyr rubbed his chin, brows knit. How can this be? Are there locks we've overlooked?
The players had reached their current level. They wouldn't lack the most basic scouting ability.
With so many of them searching together, the chance of missing something was slim.
Yet, slim as it was, they prepared to search again.
As expected, they found no additional locks.
Xingchuan Xiayin stamped her foot, a petulant pout ill-suited to the moment.
What gives? We found the key in the clue, but no lock to fit it.
The players were utterly baffled, but a theory surfaced in Hua Huai's mind.
Could it be that we're looking for the lock at the wrong time?
The clear, magnetic voice came from Jiang Taimin. His thoughts aligned perfectly with hers.
Sanj, characteristically blunt, blurted, "What do you mean?" Jiang Taimin chuckled. The clue appeared last night, together with the piano and the man. The piano had been reduced to charcoal, so why had it reappeared, intact? Amid the ruins? Whether that man was a specter or an illusion was still unknown, set that aside for now. Given that both the key clue and the piano surfaced at night, can we tentatively assume night differs from day? If so, a lock we can't find by daylight might well appear after dark. Jiang Taimin's reasoning was meticulous. Hua Huai hadn't even considered that the man might be an illusion. She had acted recklessly, relying too much on her own abilities. Yet she felt desperate. The deaths of Zhang Zhengye, Xiang Lu, and the others tormented her. It was as if a voice kept whispering in her ear, "Faster. Break this damned game faster." The players looked hesitant. In any dungeon, night is seldom a friendly word, let alone a time to venture out. Still, Hua Huai and Jiang Taimin had gone out the previous night and returned unharmed. Perhaps it wasn't so dangerous. After weighing the risks, Zephyr was first to speak. "All right. I'll go look for the lock tonight." Li Fengji folded her arms. "I'm in, too." She swept her gaze over those still undecided. "Don't all stand there like timid turtles. Every day we delay the clue is another day stuck here. Who knows how many days we've got left in this dungeon? Besides, every scrap of food here depended on the old nun." That morning, she had set off again, most likely heading to the town she kept mentioning. After that speech, everyone agreed to go out after nightfall. With hours still till dusk, they dispersed. Hua Huai walked a narrow path. Flocks of crows wheeled overhead, their harsh cries adding desolation to the scene. Amid the moldy reek from the surrounding buildings, she smelled a heavy loneliness, a deep sorrow. The oppression felt like a net flung wide, pinning her so tightly she could not break free. She had been here only 2 days and already felt crushed. How had the old nun endured staying so long? Could it be she had simply grown used to it? Clank, a faint knock, so soft it might have been imagined. Hua Huai's gaze snapped toward the sound. Not far away stood a prayer room. They had searched it earlier and found nothing unusual. But an unexplained noise demanded another look. She slipped inside, every sense alert, yet the knock did not repeat. The decor was austere, a thick, soft wool carpet on the floor. Nothing else but a low table. She could picture the old nun kneeling there, using the table for her daily prayers. The room appeared to end at the wall. Could there be a hidden chamber? The craftsman's skill was uncanny. In so plain a space, a door could vanish without a seam. Before she could investigate further, Xingchuan Xiayin hurried in, breathless. "So you're here, took forever to find you." The old nun's back, hauling a mountain of food. Grinning, she added, "She's a saint, never asks for a coin. Just feeds us. I could call her the Virgin Mary." Hua Huai waited, then prompted, "So, why look for me?" Xingchuan Xiaoyin's eyes lit with sudden recall. "Silly me, almost forgot. Dinner's ready. Everyone's starving, hurry or there'll be nothing left." Hua Huai frowned. Whether she ate or not was hardly Xingchuan Xiaoyin's concern. They weren't close enough for her to bother. After all, Xingchuan Xiaoyin had been the one to spread the rumor about the key. When trouble followed, she'd shoved the blame onto Hua Huai. Hua Huai stood silent, staring until Xingchuan Xiaoyin's back chilled. The smile faded. "I was only being nice. If you don't appreciate it, fine, stop glaring. I admit I was wrong. I'm trying to apologize, all right? Sorry. I judged you by your age, assumed your clue couldn't be trusted. But don't pin it all on me. We're strangers. Who trusts anyone completely? We've watched plenty of other players' dungeons. Every run costs lives. Truth is, I want us all out alive. As long as my life's not on the line, I won't hurt anyone. Winning the contest? Never cared. Glory? Not interested. We have to enter dungeons for rest anyway, might as well join the spectacle. Her face shone. Once I've banked enough rest time, I can live like a normal person. The word sent a pang through Hua Huai. Not long ago, that had been her own dream. Somehow, everything had changed. Simple happiness no longer sufficed. Hua Huai strode out. Hey, where are you going? Xingchuan Xiayin called. Without turning, Hua Huai's answer floated back. To dinner. Yesterday's meal had been meager, eaten on the run. Today's spread drew every player to the dining hall. To their surprise, the old nun sat among them. The old nun's face was stern, the wrinkled skin making her look even more terrifying. She hadn't touched the food on the table, her nearly withered eyes fixed on the players, making it clear she was very displeased. After asking around, Hua Huai learned the reason for the old nun's mood. She blamed the players for damaging the angel statue. We already apologized to her, Sanj complained. Why is she still acting like she won't let it go? That angel statue was unlucky. Smashing it should have been a good thing for her. At that point his voice suddenly dropped. He muttered to Rahul and Shaylin, who were sitting beside him, "No way, don't tell me that old nun is a specter. Otherwise, why would she care so much about a jinxed angel statue being broken?" Hua Huai carried her tray and sat at the table next to them. She could see that all three of them agreed with Sanj's view. Rahul sighed. I was hoping to ask her if there's any special lock, but it looks like we can skip that step. She was the only NPC to appear in the player's field of vision. Saying she was just here to deliver food would be too far-fetched. Most likely she knows some clues the players need to dig up. But if the old nun is a specter, asking the wrong question could easily get you killed. They could only keep this suspicion to themselves. Until they found the key to leaving the dungeon, they absolutely couldn't confront the old nun. That would mean losing their food supply, no different from starting a countdown to death. Shaylin looked nervous. If she's a specter, we can't let her stay angry. When a specter gets angry, people usually die. She hasn't acted yet, she must be waiting for us to promise to repair that angel statue. Time is limited. We should go. It's just a promise. The angel statue can't be fixed in a day or two, maybe she only wants an attitude. Sanj's eyes bulged. Are you trying to get us killed? You can't just make promises to a specter. If you fail to keep it, the consequences will be unthinkable. The three of them argued back and forth, unable to decide whether to go or not. They kept their voices low, Hua Huai had to strain to catch every word. Because of that, she didn't notice when Jiang Taiman sat down opposite her. Someone will die tonight, Jiang Taiman said. His tone was flat, as if he were commenting on what was for dinner. Hua Huai looked up, surprised by his sudden appearance. You think that nun is a specter too? Jiang Taiman nodded and delivered another bombshell. You have the highest chance. Hua Huai's hand holding the fork paused. Too bad we're acting as a group tonight. I wonder if the specter in this A-level dungeon will hesitate and leave me alone. What a pity. Jiang Taimin grew serious. Don't let your guard down. During tonight's operation, I'll keep an extra eye on you. As the food reached her lips, Hua Huai lowered her gaze, thinking, extra attention on me? Did Jiang Taimin believe she had the power to fight the dungeon's specter? But he had misunderstood. When she said pity, she wasn't being reckless, she regretted not getting the chance to catch the specter herself and forced the clear condition straight from its mouth. She didn't bother explaining. Jiang Taimin's inexplicable friendliness and attention made her uneasy. Before she could finish eating, Hua Huai suddenly stood and walked over to the old nun's table. Under the weight of every player's gaze, Hua Huai took her seat. That angel statue by the church entrance, does it mean something special to you? Someone had to break the deadlock, she would bear the consequences alone. The moment the question left her lips, the air seemed to freeze. Even breathing turned cautious. The old nun cupped an ear. What did you say? Hua Huai didn't repeat herself. I damaged the statue.
I can apologize, but I won't promise to fix it. Both statues have black cloths over their heads, just like the one on your head.
Have you ever seen the statue's face?
Once you saw that face, no one would ever call it pure or flawless. The old nun's eyes flickered.
After a long pause she said, "No." Hua Huai showed no mercy.
The church was on fire.
At that distance the statue couldn't have escaped unscathed.
Cloth burns easily, it couldn't have survived the blaze.
As the nun here.
You must have seen the statue's face, most likely you covered it yourself. Her ringing words echoed through the space,
slipping into every player's ear. Most of them were thinking the same thing. Has Hua Huai lost her mind? A church is sacred ground, the sanctuary of the faithful.
Before the fire, the angel's face surely didn't look like it does now.
So why replace it, and who did the replacing?
Without question, Hua Huai was accusing the old nun.
Every eye bored into the old woman, waiting for an answer.
The old nun swallowed, her nails scraped the wooden table, producing an unpleasant screech. Her expression didn't flicker, only exuded a thick aura of death, giving Hua Huai the illusion she was facing a corpse. Of course, the nun was half in the grave already, perhaps that explained the feeling. After a while the scraping stopped, the grating sound cut off abruptly.
The old nun opened her mouth.
Quite the sharp-tongued girl. True, I don't care much about that statue, it was just something I made to pass the time. I've lived here most of my life, few ever visit.
I'm often lonely. Girl, if I choose not to blame you, would you stay and keep me company?
Even Jiang Taiman regarded the old nun as something monstrous. Hua Huai naturally wouldn't agree.
You have your life, I have mine. We're neither kin nor friends.
Why would I stay here, just to be your ornament? Hua Huai's face still held the carefree brightness of youth. The old nun's demand that she remain was like clipping a bird's wings to keep it from the sky. What a bird loves most is the open air. Receiving the refusal, the old nun fell silent for a long while. In her aged eyes glimmered faint envy.
Envy of what? Hua Huai found it odd.
Before she could puzzle it out, the old nun chuckled softly.
I'll wait for the day you come begging me.
Hua Huai didn't take it seriously, she didn't believe such a day would come.
Her pride was too high, even total ruin wouldn't drive her to that choice. She smiled back. Then keep waiting. After dinner night fell.
The players gathered as agreed, waiting for tonight's piano melody to begin.
Though none of them knew whether the piano would play at all.
True to his word, Jiang Taiman kept his gaze, now obvious, now subtle, fixed on Hua Huai, monitoring every move. In fact, when the piano sounded, Hua Huai was still perfectly safe. The instant the first key rang out, every player's heart lurched. Lying by the church windows, they had only to lift their heads to see inside. Amid the ruins a man played the piano with elegant grace, every gesture proclaimed aristocratic breeding. It was as if countless spectators sat before him. He sat beneath a spotlight, bathed in uncountable accolades. This time Hua Huai seized the chance. The rib-bone dagger appeared in her palm and she shot forward like lightning. Before most players could even see clearly, she had slashed at the man. The instant the blade touched him he vanished, and the piano collapsed at the same moment. Sanj was so agitated he babbled, "What the hell, has she lost it?" "Sure, she provoked something weird, maybe the thing's standing right behind us. Or somewhere close. Like seeing a centipede crawl past, 1 second it's there, the next it's gone. I've got goosebumps all over. And it's your fault, Hua Huai." Jiang Taiman had seen clearly, he'd been watching her the whole time. But he hadn't expected such speed, distance lay between them and he had no chance to intercept her. Along with his shock came a strange thrill. Hua Huai's attention stayed on the vanished pianist, she didn't notice Jiang Taiman's excitement. After the man dispersed he did not reappear. Li Fengji's tense body relaxed slightly. What the heck, over already? There was no retaliation, only the players, startled as birds by a twang. Hua Huai swept aside the rubble. Where words had been carved last night, a locked trapdoor now appeared.
She inserted a key, turned it, and opened it.
Below lay a basement, pitch black. The players lit candles to gain a flicker of flame. Entering the basement, a damp, moldy stench assaulted their noses, provoking fits of coughing.
Rahul groaned, "Good grief, what kind of place is this?"
The players fanned the air, trying to drive away the foul smell.
Looking around, they saw a converted room that looked long uninhabited.
Inside stood a dressing table, a small wooden bed, and a tiny wardrobe.
Xingchuan Xiaoyin couldn't hide her disgust. People live in a hole like this? Not even a window.
Only the lowest of the low would stay in such a place. A few players glanced at her. Li Fangji snorted.
Naive little princess. Cultural differences between their countries muddled the translation. So Xingchuan Xiaoyin took it as praise and replied proudly, "Thank you."
Li Fangji rolled her eyes and said no more. The candle's light reached only so far. Pressed to the wall, the players saw countless claw marks and dried blood, a perfect crime scene. They had seen such sights often enough in dungeons, normally it wouldn't faze them. But Xingchuan Xiaoyin was the exception. With a shriek she clung to Jiang Taimin, treating him as her refuge. Jiang Taimin sidestepped smoothly, leaving her clutching only a corner of his sleeve. She didn't mind, gripping that scrap of cloth. She cooed, "Big brother, I'm so scared." Hua Huai noticed the tiniest twitch at the corner of Jiang Taimin's mouth. Then he produced a flawless smile.
"I should be younger than you." Everyone else on the scene inwardly cringed so hard for Xingchuan Xiaoyin they could have clawed the floor with their toes. Zephyr cleared his throat, cutting through the awkwardness. "There's a vanity, so this is most likely a woman's room. There's a dedicated dormitory area near the church. Hiding a lived-in room here makes no sense." Before he could continue, the candle in Rahul's hand dipped lower, revealing a horrifying sight. Rahul nearly flung the candle away and instinctively lurched backward. No one expected the sudden move. By the time they tried to dodge it was too late. Xingchuan Xiaoyin caught a foot under his and, yanking it back too hard, lost her balance. Directly behind her stood the vanity. The rickety mirror shattered the instant she slammed into it, the crash sharp and jarring. As if to prove the butterfly effect, Xingchuan Xiaoyin teetered with no one to steady her. To keep from falling she desperately grabbed for anything. Without thinking, she seized the nearest person, Hua Huai. The unexpected pull dragged Hua Huai down with her, and her face darkened. Logically, Jiang Taimin had been closest, yet he now stood a good meter away, looking utterly innocent. The whole incident lasted mere seconds. Pain flared in Hua Huai's palm, she was bleeding. At the same instant, a ghostly blue light bloomed in the gloom. Every player's gaze snapped to the source, and their breath caught. The glow came from the shattered mirror, two candles burning inside like hellish will-o'-the-wisps. Between the candles sat a pale memorial photo of a young, broad-forehead man with striking bearing. The mirror seemed to drink blood, the crimson seeping from her palm vanished. In moments the wound closed. Thanks to the basement's darkness and the angle, no other player saw the cut. She quickly shifted her hand, feigning perfect composure. Otherwise the questions would be impossible to answer. Of course, she had no intention of explaining. She wouldn't reveal this card so easily. After tasting blood, the photo's face grew ruddier, unnervingly so. Up close, Hua Huai could see the change. The man's eyes in the photo seemed to say, "Not enough, more. Move." Sensing danger, Hua Huai's pupils shrank and her corrosion ability surged into her palm. Still on the ground, she rolled aside and threw up a wall of corrosion. The others reacted a heartbeat slower. Only after she dove away did they see a flock of crows burst from the mirror, eyes glowing red. Their wings were blades, a touch drew blood. Every player was targeted as the crows tore at flesh, draining every drop they could. The birds were empowered, ordinary items were useless. By the time many players realized it, they'd been pecked bloody and dared not underestimate the flock. Hua Huai had deployed her mysterious ability from the start, emerging unscathed and even gaining the upper hand. She noticed some players getting crafty, minimizing danger without using their bound specter. Chief among them was Xingchuan Xiaoyin. With space cramped, anyone attacking her had to go through the players surrounding her first. Most fighters were too busy to notice, suffering silent losses. Jiang Taiman likewise refrained from using his bound specter, wielding a prop bow with uncanny accuracy in the dark.
Normally such distance favored no bow, yet the crows seemed to sense peril and steered clear, giving him the range he needed. Only Hua Huai and Jiang Taiman had the leisure to watch the whole battlefield. Usually Jiang Taiman tracked her, now the roles reversed, and she found him intriguing. It seemed they needed a straight conversation.
The crows were finite, just as players neared their limit, the last bird fell.
The corpses melted into smoke, no real crows at all.
Sanj panted, "Damn, those birds wore me out."
Exhausted, Zephyr mused, the crows must be key to this dungeon.
Li Fangji nodded. "We see them every day here. If the old nun hadn't warned us not to touch them, I'd have caught a couple to test." Sanj disagreed. "If the old nun's a specter, her word's suspect. Maybe she's hiding the right answer, leaving us to stumble till we're trapped. Even if she's an NPC, nothing says NPC clues are always true. NPCs have their own minds, we don't know her side. We need more intel from her."
This basement was clearly suspicious.
Direct questions were risky, indirect probes might work. With the crows gone, the portrait dimmed until it vanished. When players looked again, only their own reflections stared back. Hua Huai spoke up.
The man in the photo was the piano player. Sanj distrusted her, she charged too fast to see the pianist's face.
He challenged, "Why should we believe you?" Calmly she replied, "I don't demand trust, I'm not certain myself. Their auras match.
But I can't expect you to judge by aura alone." She stated facts without arrogance.
She was merely offering an opinion. Sanj swallowed his next retort, unable to vent his irritation.
The resentment in his chest needed an outlet, and Sanj found a crack to vent it.
"Humph, I think you're just trying to mess with our heads and lead us astray."
Those words carried a fair bit of personal grudge.
Even Zephyr couldn't bear to listen. "Enough, Sanj. Aren't you ashamed already?"
Any strong individual deserves our respect, even if they look like a child.
Sanj was startled by Zephyr's remark. He glanced around, everyone else was staring at him as if he were beyond reason. When had they all quietly sided with Hua Huai? He was the one left isolated.
Li Fangji curled her lips in a smile.
"Even a kid has more generosity than you. Nitpicking is the behavior of a petty person." Fine, they were all so noble, all saints.
A chill crept into Sanj's limbs.
Under that biting cold he forced a smile. "I was joking. Let's finish exploring and get back to bed." Xingchuan Xiayin chimed in on cue. "Yeah, this place is so creepy I can't stand it anymore." The rest of the exploration yielded nothing extra.
The room looked like a woman's, yet the memorial photo in the mirror pointed to a man, leaving everyone puzzled. The players left the basement, planning to return to their rooms to sleep. In the night, crows still perched on branches, tilting their heads to watch them. After the earlier fight, the players were especially wary of crows, glancing back repeatedly. Fortunately, the crows on the branches didn't attack, they were just ordinary birds.
Ah!
Just before reaching her door, Xingchuan Xiayin let out a short shriek, her trembling finger pointing ahead. Everyone followed her gaze, a birdcage hung in front of a door, swaying gently and creaking without any wind.
That thing, wasn't it hanging outside the church? Or are there two bird cages? The one in front of us isn't the one outside the church. When people panic, they always overthink. Xingchuan Xiayin played the part perfectly. Tonight, I don't want to sleep in my own room. She looked pleadingly at Li Fangji and River. Can I stay with you tonight? The beds in the room couldn't fit three. If Xingchuan Xiayin stayed, she'd have to sleep on the floor.
Li Fangji frowned, she disliked crowding, and she rather looked down on Xingchuan Xiayin.
Sensing Li Fangji's reluctance, Xingchuan Xiayin quickly added, I don't want to die, please.
I'll cook for you, anything you need, just tell me. The players' expressions were a sight to behold. It was the first time they'd seen an A-level player so down-to-earth, placing herself so low. That alone wasn't enough to sway Li Fangji and River, so Xingchuan Xiayin pushed harder.
I have lots of high-grade items, keeping me around won't be a loss. The next moment, a panel popped up before the players. Xingchuan Xiayin was showing her items. Just as she'd said, the items were too many to count, mostly B-grade, with quite a few A-grade as well. Zephyr exclaimed, "Where did you get so many items?"
Xingchuan Xiayin clenched her fingers. "I bought them at auction, my family is very rich." So this was the power of a pay-to-win player. She must be doted on at home to spend so much on high-grade items. The birdcage hanging outside this room might not be targeting Xingchuan Xiayin, Hua Huai was more likely the mark. After all, Hua Huai was the one who damaged the angel statue. Xingchuan Xiayin had value in keeping her alive. Hua Huai's value was probably just a bit higher than an average A-level player's combat strength. But which A-level player could face a Class A aberration head-on? No matter how strong she was, she probably couldn't beat a Class A aberration. Weighing the two, they tacitly chose to abandon Hua Huai. If the birdcage really was tied to one of the taboos, they could learn that taboo tonight. Li Fangji reluctantly agreed. "Fine," River said, "I've no objection." The players each harbored their own schemes, acting as if they couldn't see Hua Huai standing alone. Even Jiang Taimen, who'd paid her special attention, offered no protest this time. After deciding, they didn't return to their rooms at once. They watched Hua Huai reach out, take down the birdcage, hold it in front of her, then casually toss it away like a shuttlecock. The players were silent. Hua Huai clapped her hands, looking fearless because she was clueless. She was first to go back inside. Seeing them still standing outside, she poked her head out to yawn. "Good night." "How oddly considerate." "Once the door shut," Rahul said, "not sensing any deadly danger can be a good thing. At least you don't have to bear any mental burden before real danger arrives." Jiang Taimen smiled gently and uttered two words, "Not necessarily." Everyone was puzzled, but he didn't explain further and simply said, "Good night." Sanj scoffed. "What's with the riddles? Think you're some reclusive sage or what?" No one answered, they all dispersed. The birdcage put Hua Huai on alert. She didn't plan to sleep that night. She wanted to see if the aberration would really come knocking. She felt a flicker of anticipation, but it turned out to be in vain. She fell asleep without noticing, only waking after hearing the morning bell. Through the window the sky looked to be around 6 a.m. The soundproofing here was terrible. Noisy footsteps outside told her many people were about. The furnishings looked off, much newer than before. The air no longer reeked of decay, everything felt lived in. "Hurry, if we're late for morning prayers, God will blame us." "Don't rush, there's still time. I heard a new convert donated a huge sum recently." "So what? A big donation shows real devotion. The point isn't the amount, he's super handsome and elegant, apparently a pianist." "Really? Is he coming today?" "Probably, he's been here lately." The voices outside clearly weren't players. Were there other NPCs in this dungeon? Hua Huai stepped out at once. The scene outside almost dazzled her. Far from just two, the place was packed. Most were women, young and old, all in nun habits. No one minded her, they went about their tasks. Bright sunlight bathed them, calm and warm. Wait, was she dreaming? Hua Huai pinched her arm and winced at the pain. Not a dream. Then where were the other players? Suddenly a shadow fell over her. Hua Huai, wash up quickly and let's go to morning prayer together. The situation was unclear. Hua Huai decided to play it by ear. She needed to attend morning prayers and lived in this area. Could she be a nun too? She answered calmly, all right. When everything was ready, Hua Huai followed the flow of people to the prayer room. Unlike any prayer room she had seen before, this one was vast, large enough for every nun to gather for morning prayers. The location was the same, yet the buildings along the way looked brand new. Hua Huai had good reason to believe the timeline she was in had changed. Right now, she was in the time before the fire.
which meant she might have the chance to witness the dungeon's complete story. But why was she the only one who had arrived in this timeline?
Someone beside her nudged her, pulling her back to her senses.
Don't let your mind wander during morning prayers, God will blame you.
Hua knew nothing about prayer, she had no faith at all. If praying to God really worked, she wouldn't have struggled for so long in that household. No one had lived her pain, naturally they wouldn't understand what a person thinks on the brink of despair. Everything that should and shouldn't be thought, she had thought it all. Later, she engraved one sentence into her heart: better to rely on yourself than on others. She should be the God in her own heart. For now, she could only imitate the rest, so she wouldn't stand out too much. The morning prayers lasted a full hour, the atmosphere was unbearable for her. It was like doing nothing, just standing there idly. Only when the prayers finally ended did she breathe a long sigh of relief. The nuns began to tidy up. Several gathered, still unwilling to drop the topic they'd discussed before prayers, proof of how attractive it was.
Guess whether the pianist will come today? Coquettish laughter rang out endlessly, brimming with youthful energy.
I bet he'll come, God favors every devoted believer.
I just wonder what kind of woman a talented man like him would like.
Hopefully one like her. Admiration flooded the nun's face, her cheeks pink as peach blossoms. Surrounded by the others, they walked toward the church. The pianist the nuns spoke of was very likely the man in the memorial photo.
Hua quietly followed behind them, not willing to miss this clue.
Outside the church she didn't see the pianist, but she did see a woman so beautiful she could topple kingdoms. Her features were defined, her eyes large and bright, her sapphire blue pupils sparkling like gems, soft golden curls added an extra dazzle.
Tall and slender, even wearing the same habit as the others, she gave off a completely different impression.
Vivid blossoms bloomed beside her, yet they couldn't steal her radiance. Just then a man in a white suit approached from afar, his bearing outstanding. He was handsome, yet beside the beautiful nun he looked merely ordinary.
Clearly, his gaze was snatched by that figure, he couldn't look away for a long time.
The nuns hid behind the bushes, whispering.
Why is Leona here? Don't tell me she's interested in 2 and 2? With her looks, why compete with us? They probably just happened to meet. From their talk Hua easily gathered that the gorgeous nun was called Leona. And the handsome pianist was Tuan. Hua was too far from Leona and Tuan to hear their conversation.
Still, from what she could see the two were getting along happily. Tuan spoke enthusiastically, drawing smiles from Leona now and then. The pleasant moment was brief. Another man walked out of the church. From his attire and the book he carried he had to be the priest. He exchanged a few words with Tuan, who then gave Leona an apologetic look before leaving with the priest. Tuan and the priest knew each other and seemed to be on very good terms. The nuns watched unblinkingly, one of them let her disappointment show on her face and in her tone.
Leona seems to like Tuan too. With her around, what chance do we have?
Another nun disagreed.
We value freedom and competition. None of us has even tried, how can we just give up?
I plan to pursue him.
You're welcome to compete with me. With that, she turned and left first, her face glowing with anticipation, as if victory were already hers.
The rest of the nuns scattered soon after. Hua's target was inside the church. Not only did she not leave, she moved closer. At this moment only 2 people were in the vast church.
Unlike his humorous, polite manner outside, Tuan now behaved with wild abandon.
Even from a considerable distance Hua could feel the evil aura around him. At first their exchange was calm, but as time passed it grew heated. They were arguing about something, the priest grabbing Tuan's collar.
Glaring in fury. What the hell?
She was too far away to hear a word. In the end the priest gave in, light died in his eyes as he watched Tuan swagger off. Hua darted behind the nearest angel statue when she saw him about to come out.
Tuan didn't actually leave.
Near noon the priest announced something to everyone. As a devoted believer, Tuan would stay for a full month to prove his piety to the god he worshipped. The priest, moved by his devotion, had granted his request.
No one was happier at the news than the nuns.
Many of them were already attracted by Tuan's looks and bearing. This openly created opportunities to be near him. That very day gifts for Tuan piled up in his arms. His popularity was astonishing.
The evening was even livelier. A pianist wherever he went, Tuan could not be parted from a piano. To repay the nuns' enthusiasm, he set the instrument in an open space and gracefully played a piece for them. His technique and emotional expression on the piano were superb. Nuns who heard him were all lost in the music. When the piece ended, the applause and cheers were unprecedented.
Hua Huai thought, this man has two faces. As his gaze swept across the nuns' faces, Hua Huai realized Tuan was the man in the memorial photo from the other timeline. He had appeared. She wondered which of the nuns present would become the old nun. Time is cruel, she couldn't tell from the faces of these young women.
Perhaps when the story unfolded further, the answer would reveal itself.
She looked up at the treetops. Green leaves clung to the branches, not a raven in sight. The surroundings were as lively and joyful as a bonfire party, laughter unending. The scene was so beautiful it made one reluctant to leave.
Last night, after returning indoors, the players heard nothing strange.
At first light they hurried out.
Sanj stared at Hua Huai's firmly shut door and asked, full of suspicion, she's still not up? Every player felt something off.
The birdcage hadn't hung outside that room for no reason. If the strangeness last night hadn't targeted Hua Huai, then it had to have been Xingchuan Xiayin. Yet Xingchuan Xiayin was safe and sound. The night had passed with an unsettling calm. Timidly, Xingchuan Xiayin spoke up.
She couldn't have died in there, could she?
Perhaps to calm her own nerves, she stepped closer and knocked.
Hua Huai, are you awake?
Even if she'd been asleep, this racket should have roused her. Still, there was no response.
Zhang Taimin's brows twitched, surprise flickered across his eyes. Xingchuan Xiayin looked back at the others, her gaze asking what to do. Kick it in, Zephyr said. Xingchuan Xiayin quickly moved aside. Zephyr planted a kick that burst the door open. The flimsy door crashed to the floor. When the dust settled, they saw no sign of Hua Huai inside. The door had been locked from within, yet Hua Huai wasn't there. Had she simply vanished into thin air? The players searched the room and found nothing unusual. Li Fangji analyzed, there's no blood anywhere. For now we can rule out Hua Huai being injured here. After she kicked the birdcage away, nothing else eerie happened, which only makes it stranger. She fell silent, as though a possibility had struck her, and swept her gaze over everyone present. If the birdcage incident had been the work of the supernatural, the crisis couldn't have been resolved so easily unless it had been man-made. Following that line of thought, someone had wanted to sow panic among them. Just then the old nun hobbled over, her cane tapping, the dreaded birdcage swinging from her hand. She muttered, young people these days, why do they keep littering? She looked up, spotted the players, and casually pointed at Xingchuan Xiayin. You, come here. My legs aren't what they were, I can't take out the trash. You do it. She glanced down again and added with mild regret, looks still usable, maybe wash it and keep it. A crow feather dangled from the cage. Xingchuan Xiayin, not daring to disobey, took it with trembling hands. Without a backward glance the old nun walked off, leaving Xingchuan Xiayin rooted in uncertainty. Near tears, she whispered, Hua Huai hasn't turned into a crow and been stuffed in here, has she? The idea wasn't far-fetched, the cage's atmosphere made it a fair guess. She lifted the feather and gasped, this plume, something's happened to Hua Huai for sure. The old nun is the supernatural, she brought the cage back to taunt us. She's telling us she'll pick us off one by one, no one escapes. Up to that point the players had kept their fear in check. After Xingchuan Xiayin's speech their minds began to race. Zhang Taimin cut the speculation short. Enough wild guesses, search the place first. Maybe it's nothing like you think. That made sense, it was all they could do. Hours of searching turned up no trace of Hua Huai. Outside the church, the birdcage that had hung from the angel statue's fingertip was gone, almost certainly the same one from last night. The basement door that had been accessible the previous night was once again solid floor, impossible to enter. After all the activity, hunger set in.
Xingchuan Xiayin volunteered to prepare food in the kitchen. Of all the servings she made, Jiang Taimin's was the most carefully prepared and the largest.
Sanj teased, well, playing favorites?
Blushing, Xingchuan Xiayin protested, it's not that different. Jiang Taimin promptly swapped his plate with Sanj's.
Since you like it so much, it's yours.
Seeing her care go unnoticed, Xingchuan Xiayin's eyes reddened with grievance. All she faced was Jiang Taimin's retreating back.
Sanj shrugged with a grin. Thanks, then.
Rahul tugged Sanj's sleeve and whispered, anyone can see she likes him, why stir the pot?
Sanj shook him off. He offered the swap, how's that my fault?
Only when out of sight did Sanj's face darken. He hated seeing any of them happy, he hoped they'd all die in this dungeon. The old nun arrived in the refectory right on time, leaning on her cane, scanning the room, no why.
In a gravelly voice she asked, where's the little lass? Why isn't she eating?
The players exchanged glances, some had suspected the old nun of killing her. Yet her question sounded as though she had no idea where Hua Huai was.
Could they have been wrong? Perhaps the old nun wasn't the supernatural, and the birdcage incident hadn't been her doing. Then who or what was the real boss of this place? Silence answered the old nun, no one could reply.
Jiang Taimin studied her face and found no tell.
Damn it. This dungeon was special. Until the mission was completed, the players couldn't leave the area. For an A-level player like Hua Huai to vanish without a sound inside the dungeon was almost impossible. With her skills she should have been able to put up a fight. The clues they had weren't enough to solve the riddle. Jiang Taimin set down his utensils, walked to the old nun, and gave a polished smile. Grandma, let me help you to a seat.
With his support she settled at the table. He then fetched a portion himself, set the cutlery and food neatly before her. The old nun began eating without another word, slowly lifting food to her mouth.
For nearly 10 minutes neither spoke. Finally she said, young man, what is it you want to ask?
He'd shown curiosity yet refused to rush an excellent hunter. Only then did Jiang Taimin speak, calm and refined. I'd like to know what caused the fire in the church. You came back late from town, but a blaze that size would have drawn the police. An investigation would have told them how it started. He gave her no room to dodge, the clink of cutlery on her plate sounded almost irritable. A candlestick toppled in the night wind, the flames raced through the flammable curtains. It was late, no one noticed in time.
When they did, it was already too late. Jiang Taimin cut straight to the point.
This church is enormous.
Did absolutely no one survive that night?
The old nun lowered her head, her answer hesitant.
Yes. The police checked the body count.
The numbers matched.
The corpses were charred black, their deaths hideous.
Her knuckles white around the cutlery, blue veins bulged beneath the wrinkled slack skin of her hand like old roots clawing at the earth. That scene must be seared into her memory.
Jiang Taimin nodded. Does the birdcage have any special meaning here? A strange silence fell.
The old nun's emotion steadied in an instant.
What use is a birdcage besides holding birds? No special meaning at all.
Jiang Taimin smiled abruptly.
Understood. Thank you, grandmother.
The day passed quietly. The players could find no further clues. If this continued they might starve to death inside the dungeon.
Someone began to panic.
Li Fangji's brows were locked.
Don't you feel this dungeon is like a frog in slowly heated water? So far the danger's been low, we haven't even met the abnormal boss.
Hua Huai's gone, but without a corpse we can't say she died to something abnormal. The clues are fragmentary, we can't string them together.
Worry lined her face. I'm skipping dinner, no appetite. When danger was absent, Xingchuan Xiayin was carefree. Why worry? We're safe now, aren't we? Maybe when the time's right the answer will just float in front of us. Zephyr reminded kindly. You need strength for emergencies. Never pin your survival on someone else. Ignoring Xingchuan Xian, Li Fanji told Zephyr, I'm being childish. Thanks for the reminder. Meaning, she would eat. Sanj quietly curled his lip and rolled his eyes. As dusk fell, the players stepped outside and froze in horror.
Xingchuan Xian clapped a hand over her mouth, terror flooding her eyes.
I threw that birdcage away. Who hung it outside my room again?
With Hua Huai gone, the target could only be her.
Stop these sick jokes, it's vicious.
Her breath ragged, voice shrill, she showed every sign of raw panic.
River spoke gently, then come to our room tonight. Nothing happened last night, tonight will be the same.
Afraid to touch the birdcage, Xingchuan Xian looked at River with grateful, stumbling thanks. The ancient church had no modern plumbing, water had to be drawn from a well. To get back indoors quickly, the players raced one another to fill their pails. The weakest of them, Xingchuan Xian, inevitably came last. The others returned to their rooms, leaving her alone.
She didn't linger, washed hastily, and barred her door. At the usual hour the piano sounded. This time no one listened to the pianist. When the piece ended, the surroundings sank back into silence.
Deep in the night, scream after scream tore that silence apart, chilling every listener. The players jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, scanning their rooms. All was safe inside, the cries came from next door. The alternating shrieks were clearly two men. With them came the relentless crack of bones, letting every mind paint the torment.
Li Fanji clenched her fists, gaze fixed on her door. Xingchuan Xian panted, no one was inside, so the killer changed targets?
River, expression unreadable, murmured, they're beyond help. No one offered comfort, her terror went unsoothed. Her wide eyes glistened like a frightened rabbit's.
Tonight, perhaps, they would keep them open till dawn.
Unlike them, Hua Huai slept soundly, lullabied by frogs and insects outside her window.
The morning bell rang right on schedule, life here was clockwork. After prayers, Hua Huai saw workmen enter the church. Inquiry revealed damaged fittings in need of repair or renovation. The priest prized the worshippers' experience and gave the best he could afford. Most of the men were carpenters armed with saws. A few were masons with tools Hua Huai had never seen. Clearly a major project. She tried to approach, but they kept their distance from the nuns. While working they allowed no one near except the priest. During their hours the entire church was off limits. To spare visiting believers, they worked in the quiet evening. The nuns and staff voiced no objection, they trusted the priest's reasons. Curious, Hua Huai asked a nun, why trust the priest so completely? The nun answered frankly. The priest speaks with God, we should trust him as we trust the divine. Accustomed to skepticism, Hua Huai first realized faith could be absolute. Have you seen God? Why trust him? The nun stared oddly.
I saw him in a dream, radiant, omnipotent.
Doubt would be blasphemy. Surely. You agree? Judging by the nun's eyes, Hua Huai knew a nod would bring disaster. She laughed. Of course I agree.
I saw the same dream, perhaps God truly visited me.
Only then did the nun relax. Don't jest, it frightens me. Our God is good. Faith keeps sickness and sorrow away, when we die in peace we enter heaven and begin anew. Here, die in peace meant simply die. Yet to the nun death was not the end but the next beginning. Hua Huai doubted illness spared the living. Have you ever been sick? The nun remained calm. Yes, but we recover quickly, by God's grace. If God cannot cure us, it means heaven has issued our visa to serve him at his side, a great blessing indeed. For the nuns, both life and death are beautiful worlds, so there is no need to fear dying. Perhaps this church can be viewed as a utopia for the faithful. During the day, Hua Huai kept her eyes fixed on Tuan and watched the people around him. Many nuns admired Tuan, yet Tuan's attention was entirely on Leona.
The nuns were not discouraged, they told themselves there was still time. Tuan simply hadn't noticed their own shining qualities and was momentarily captivated by Leona's looks.
Fair enough, it's only human nature. Who doesn't like beautiful things? It was easy to see that Leona was simple-hearted, dazzled by the wit and humor Tuan displayed. Whenever the two were together, she always wore a smile. Like a freshly bloomed flower, vivid and lovely. Fortunately, the courtyard was crowded with nuns, and the pair did not deliberately avoid others when they were together. So Hua Huai could hide among them without drawing attention. At dusk, it was time for the laborers to start work. The timing of their arrival was so coincidental that Hua Huai couldn't help overthinking it. She slipped to a deserted spot and put on the item wooden hairpin, gaining a brief period of invisibility. Following the workers into the church, she watched them carefully close the main doors and draw curtains across every window. Inside, several kerosene lamps were lit, brightly illuminating the area they were about to work on. The workers were either making or refurbishing fixtures in the church, yet they still drew the curtains. Were they afraid someone might steal their techniques? In this pitch-black gloom, with such a crowd around, only a ghost could make out their craftsmanship. To Hua Huai, it looked more like they were up to something shameful. The hairpin's invisibility was limited. She ducked behind a pew and removed the hairpin for the moment. The men knew their workflow well, they had discussed each person's task beforehand. And once work began there was no idle chatter, sleeves were rolled up and they got straight to it. As they progressed, floor tiles were pried up, shovel after shovel of earth was piled to one side, forming a small mound. Hua Huai realized these workers had come not to repair but for another purpose. None of the carpentry tools she had seen earlier were among the gear they had brought. Every implement had been replaced by shovels and the like. They were digging in a spot they obviously knew well, the exact location of the basement. Only now was the church's interior excavation of the basement beginning. The sky grew darker, hours passed. Hua Huai's legs went numb from squatting. Using the wooden hairpin's invisibility, she rose briefly to stretch. The laborers, tired as well, started a conversation to take their minds off the ache and revive their spirits. Worker A, I've seen strange, but never the strange, digging a pit inside a church and forbidding us to ask why. Who knows whether the deity here will take offense? Worker B, if anyone's to blame, it's not us. We're not followers of this faith, we're just paid to do a job. We do it to survive. If their God can't understand that, he hardly deserves so many believers. Worker C, humph. Whether the God here is real is anyone's guess, might be worshipping thin air. I hear a new cult sprung up where everyone can see the God. My wife joined and saw him cure a dying man. You don't know this. But the fellow lived near us, bedridden nigh on 5 years, couldn't even turn over. And now? He moves freely and waves hello. That tale instantly roused the men's interest. They asked if it was true, and the workers swore it was. Hua Huai saw the longing on their faces, clearly they believed most of it. After stretching, she returned to her hiding spot and squatted again. Around midnight the church doors reopened, the workers had to haul the excess soil away. Work lasted until 4 in the morning. They laid pre-built wooden frames over the pit, covered them with a carpet, and the area looked untouched. Unless you actually stepped on it, you would never sense anything odd beneath. The frame was sturdy, 2 or 3 adults could stand on it without collapse. Its position near the front was rarely reached by worshippers. The only regular passerby would be the priest. In 2 hours the bell would ring, and with the walk back Hua Huai would have no time for sleep. On her way to the dormitory she kept thinking, the basement had been turned into a room clearly meant for someone to live in. And with a vanity mirror inside, it was meant for a woman. These 2 days Tuan had shown great interest in Leona, and had once said something that angered the priest. Birdcage, raven, basement, Leona. The bird in the cage. The cage imprisons not a bird, but a person. Zhang Taimin and the others had realized it too. Last night a birdcage had hung outside the room where the scream came from, when the door was kicked open. The sight inside made them all step back in horror. They had seen gruesome, but never this gruesome. Two corpses were entwined in an impossible posture, inseparable. Yet the arrangement suggested a bird struggling to fly outward. The bird's head was broken and bleeding to the very end. Xingchuan Xiaoyin was first to lose control. She covered her mouth, retching as if to bring up bile. Zephyr rubbed his chin and mused, didn't expect that having no target isn't allowed either. Without a target, the abnormal will strike any room at random. He glanced at the bodies with pity. Shaylin and Lylon were unlucky, but they'd given us a new clue. Our rooms are the birdcage, we are the birds. Rahul felt pain all over, the forcibly twisted bones before him protruded through skin, sharp ends exposed. Two pairs of wide-open eyes stared lifelessly like dead fish. Mouths gaped so wide they could not close even in death. Cold air filled his lungs, he felt on the verge of frightened tears. After so many games, he still knew fear. In truth, he showed none of it. So the birdcage and bird also matched the basement and the woman who once lived there. The man in the memorial photo imprisoned her. Judging from the blood on the basement walls, the woman is probably dead. After death she became an abnormal and struck at the man in the photo. As the perpetrator, the man died to the abnormal and thus cannot qualify to become an abnormal boss. At that, Xingchuan Xiaoyin quickly cut in, wait. You said the conditions for becoming an abnormal boss? What is that? I've never heard of it. More than Rahul was stunned, Sanj, Li Fangji, and the rest could hardly believe Xingchuan Xiaoyin's ignorance. Sanj sneered. Don't tell me you don't even know this basic common sense? I'd assumed that before entering an A-level dungeon you'd at least ask around if you couldn't figure it out yourself. After so many runs, haven't you grasped the slightest bit of the story inside? Unless you've barely done any dungeons and always brute-forced your way through. Sanj narrowed his eyes, looking Xingchuan Xiaoyin up and down as if she were a fish on his chopping board. Or maybe you've been buying connections with family money, letting others carry you to victory. Soon he found another, more plausible explanation. Li Fangji despised players who relied on wealth instead of skill, and she snapped, who did you bribe this round? She swept her gaze across everyone present. It was Jiang Taimin, wasn't it? Using affection as a cover, how stupid can you get? After all, in high-level dungeons no normal player has the mind for romance. Before Xingchuan Xiaoyin could speak, Jiang Taimin gave a helpless smile. You guessed wrong. I don't know if she bribed anyone else, but it definitely wasn't me. Li Fangji had already decided he wouldn't admit it readily. No need to explain even if it was you, so what? Explanations were pointless. Jiang Taimin fell silent and said no more. Xingchuan Xiaoyin pressed her lips together, saw how useless Jiang Taimin's explanation had been, and simply kept quiet. Perhaps River took pity on her and kindly answered her earlier question, to become an abnormal boss. The ghost must have died from injustice or murder, and that grievance must be the main cause of death. At least up to A-level dungeons. Every abnormal boss fits that pattern. For higher-level dungeons we lack sufficient data, so we can't give a precise definition. Xingchuan Xiaoyin nodded in sudden understanding, looking every bit the eager student. Li Fangji said coldly, back to the topic, the abnormal boss in this dungeon is undoubtedly that old nun. Any differing views? Though confident in her deduction, Li Fangji knew the value of many eyes. If there was some detail she'd missed, discussion was best. Everyone shook their heads, they had all reached the same conclusion, even if by different paths. Sanj quickly realized, then we'll have to pry clues out of the abnormal boss, way too risky. Zephyr sighed. No choice, this dungeon has no NPCs. We're down to 7 now, let's try not to lose anyone else. If the birdcage hangs outside a room again tonight, it means we have to sacrifice one person. Hua Huai's disappearance, plus the deaths of Shaylin and Lylon, had forced the players to a grim conclusion. If someone is inside the room where the birdcage is hung, the ghost targets that person. If the room is empty, it picks someone in another room at random. To prevent losing 2 people, better to push one out to die on purpose. As for who gets sacrificed, we can draw lots. For fairness, each day a different person prepares the sticks.
Whoever draws the bad lot on day 1 is out of later rounds, no choice, tough luck.
Do you all accept this rule?
The rule wasn't born of real fairness. Once it existed, the victim could only blame the rule.
Not return as a ghost to attack players at night. Whom could they blame?
They could only curse their own lousy luck.
River objected, why not each take a separate room and let the ghost choose? That sounds fairer. Zephyr had considered it.
2 per room makes sudden problems easier to handle. Besides, if you don't know whether you'll die tonight, you'll be too anxious to sleep.
You want to think all day with panda eyes and a fried brain?
Li Fangji glanced meaningfully at Xingchuan Xiayin.
What if the loser refuses to die and runs off in the night? Zephyr's smile didn't reach his eyes. Tie them up and lock the door.
Not just the loser, everyone gets locked in, so no one can help the loser escape. Because one person had to do the locking, that person's own room would stay unlocked. If the loser survived yet someone else died, the unlocked player would become the prime suspect.
Jiang Taiman rubbed his nose, feeling singled out. He cooperated fully. No objection.
Drawing lots was just a 1 in 7 chance, odds were it wouldn't be you, and it beat trembling all night. The rest voiced no complaints and accepted the rule. As they turned to leave, they spotted the old nun standing in a corner, watching and listening for who knew how long. Cold sweat soaked their backs in an instant, some faces showed outright terror. The old nun, unruffled, seemed used to such scenes. When the bird dies, bury it quickly, leave it too long and the germs will make you sick.
These old bones can't dig, you do it.
Bury it in the forest behind the church, that spot's perfect.
Without another word she hobbled away. The forest she indicated looked no different from the woods surrounding the buildings. But now that she had singled it out, they looked again and saw the trees here were sturdier. Though leafless and withered, the trunks were noticeably thicker. The ground reeked of rot, dead crows littered the soil, their final resting place. With no one to bury them, the bodies lay exposed. Shaylin and Lilan's corpses were tangled so tightly the players couldn't pry them apart.
Fearing they might tear the bodies to pieces, they gave up. Because the bodies weren't lying flat, the pit had to be dug deeper. Clank! Jiang Taimin's shovel struck something metal. It was a simple silver bracelet, delicate in a modest, girlish way.
Long burial had oxidized its surface black.
Soon the others unearthed more personal items, all bearing scorch marks.
So the bracelet might have blackened in the same fire. The conclusion was obvious. Jiang Taimin said, "This is where the bodies of those who died in the fire were buried." The next question followed naturally. Did none of these corpses have families? Why were they all buried together in this forest? Could it really be, for faith? No.
The personal belongings were scattered in chaos, though the bodies and bones had decayed with time.
It was still easy to see how haphazard the burials had been. The corpses looked as if they'd been tossed into the pit any old way, buried in a human pyramid. Whoever disposed of them had shown no respect at all. Perhaps the dead did have families who simply couldn't take the bodies away.
After all, no relative would want to see their loved ones treated like this.
Having buried Shaylin and Lilan that morning, the players split up in the afternoon.
Zephyr and Jiang Taimin formed one pair. As roommates, they were already fairly familiar after a few days. Mid-mission, Zephyr asked with a casual smile, "Taimin, back in that basement I saw you use an item every crow steered clear of you.
How come?"
Jiang Taimin was generous. "It's a general's warbow, soaked in who knows how much blood, it's thick with killing aura, ordinary specters can't get near it."
Zephyr praised, "You must be
seriously strong. The dungeon that produced a bow like that can't have been easy."
Jiang Taimin smiled modestly. "Not bad."
His modesty carried a flash of swagger, absolute confidence in his own strength.
With the topic opened, Zephyr wasn't about to drop it. "I heard you know Joshua?"
Joshua, the initiator of this match, his strength needed no explanation.
Jiang Taimin's smile thinned. "You investigated me?" Zephyr was frank.
Not just you, I looked into every player who entered this dungeon. You're special, so naturally you're on my mind.
But besides you, there's one other very special person. Jiang Taimin's eyes flicked. He asked straight out, who? Zephyr burst into laughter. Your first reaction wasn't to worry about yourself but to ask who. Looks like you already have an answer in mind. Jiang Taimin shook his head. No, Zephyr reined in his laughter to a chuckle. With your strength, no need to be so careful. If you want to play weak to fool others, fine, just don't act for my benefit. Huahuai entered the horror game later than you. Yet she stands at the same height, how could you not be interested? But who knows where she's gone, where else could she be? She couldn't really be dead. I have high hopes for her, you must as well. Jiang Taimin studied him a moment, then asked abruptly. Have you ever made a friend inside the horror game? Or maybe made a friend first, and they later entered the horror game, that counts too. The question came out of nowhere. Zephyr was bewildered. He thought hard and finally answered honestly, no. Why? He couldn't understand. Why make friends in the horror game? Everyone looks out for themselves, mutual trust is impossible. I can't trust others first, what's the difference between that and handing my life over to someone? The second scenario is even rarer. In short, I haven't. Jiang Taimin's expression visibly relaxed. Then you're lucky and unlucky. Your road is yours to walk, I can only wish you smooth travels. Zephyr stared, lost. What? Explain. Jiang Taimin ignored him, long legs striding far ahead. Only one angel statue remained by the church door. A sudden ill wind whipped the black cloth from its face. Li Fangji, River, and Xingchuan Xiayin happened to pass by. They met the statue's gaze and had no time to shut their eyes. The massive sword seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies. When it crashed down, the ground itself shook. Li Fangji and River sprang aside, left and right. The flying gravel and thunderous crash made their hearts pound. Strange, last time the angel statue hadn't been this powerful. Why was its strike now so fierce, so hard to withstand? Thinking back, last time they might have fought only a weakened copy, not the true body. Whatever the case, they had to survive this crisis. Time was short. Li Fangji shouted, its weak point should be the eyes, hack off half its head. The brain governs thought, the eyes govern sight. When Huahuai slew an angel statue, she'd aimed for that exact part. Li Fangji and River were fairly agile, but their adult height made them bigger targets to the statue. Getting close was hard enough, climbing it was impossible, and ranged items lacked the needed punch. Besides, the angel statue wasn't a motionless target, it wouldn't let them destroy it at leisure. Li Fangji alone couldn't draw its aggro, River had to coordinate. There were 3 of them, just send Xingchuan Xiayin up. About to call out, Li Fangji turned and found Xingchuan Xiayin gone. Rage flared in Li Fangji, a ball of fire seemed stuck in her throat. Bitch! She ran. When Xingchuan Xiayin had been in danger, though Li Fangji disliked her, she'd still given her shelter. Now that they were in trouble, Xingchuan Xiayin hadn't hesitated to abandon them. River's face was equally grim. No choice, I'll draw its attention, you climb. Be fast, I can't hold long. Lives at stake, Li Fangji dared not delay. Got it. They split positions, River took the brunt of the assault. Unless absolutely forced, she didn't want to use her bound specter. She had only one, B rank, already stretched thin in this dungeon. Yet the angel statue's onslaught was ferocious, its blade could fall in the blink of an eye, every strike carrying terrifying force. She had to dodge and counterattack. Otherwise its focus might shift to Li Fangji, all their effort would be wasted. Boom, stone shards flew, dust filled the air. Chunks of rock pelted her, slicing bloody gashes. How long had it even been? Li Fangji had only reached the statue's waist, yet it felt like ages. Every evasion cost all her strength, the statue was huge, its attack range monstrous. The great sword was about to fall again, River rolled away drenched in sweat. By then Li Fangji had reached the statue's midsection. Hold on a bit longer, just a little more.
She sprang up and hurled several ranged items at the statue, but their damage was pitiful. The angel statue seemed to sense something amiss. Its stone eyes were about to lock onto Li Fangji.
River couldn't care about anything else. Failure meant death for both of them. She risked closing in, using a melee item.
The damage was higher, but her room to dodge shrank. The angel statue raised a foot to stomp. Remember, it was alarmingly agile.
In less than a second she'd be reduced to paste.
In a flash she had no choice but to summon her bound specter. The angel statue tilted its head, its foot refused to fall.
Immediately after, a thunderous boom shook the hall.
The bound specter dissipated in the clash, and the stone foot crashed down, crushing the floor into a crater.
Thanks to the specter's brief delay, River emerged without a scratch.
Yet she never expected a level B bound specter would crumble before this angel statue. Why was that terrifying? Someone who could lop off half a head while even a level B aberration couldn't stand against her. Or perhaps the statue had split its power among too many avatars, weakening its true body.
No time to ponder, River dodged desperately, too winded to urge Li Fangji on.
Li Fangji had it no easier.
The statue was solid stone, ordinary blades couldn't even scratch it.
Weapons of slightly lower grade might as well have been feathers tickling its shins. She had nothing suitable on hand. Drenched in sweat, she watched River verge on annihilation. Her heart sank. She resolved to gamble with an area effect item, something like explosive demolition. She had to time it perfectly and throw with precision. She trusted herself.
But the instant she moved, a dark thought surfaced. Maybe she could use this chance to eliminate a rival. A blink later, blood sprayed across the dusty floor. River lay writhing, her back a shredded mess. Li Fangji's pupils shrank.
She triggered the item and sprang clear. The blast packed punch, but the statue's height let it detonate mid-air, sparing the ground from the worst.
The statue toppled.
Li Fangji rushed over, dropping to one knee beside River.
How bad?
A tremor lurked beneath her words. River's spine was shattered at the waist. In a real hospital she might have stood a chance. But this was a horror game dungeon, death was only a matter of time. River couldn't speak, consciousness slipping. So this was how it ended. Other players arrived at the noise and gasped at the sight.
Rahul asked, "What happened?" Li Fangji swallowed.
Xingchuan Xiayin had fled the fight, she herself had hardly acted noble.
Yet right now her hatred for Xingchuan Xiayin peaked.
That bitch, she'll die by my hand.
Rahul frowned. What bitch? What are you talking about? Li Fangji snapped, none of your business. I wasn't calling you.
River's dying, we've lost another. Rahul rolled his eyes.
You've known River, what, 3 days?
You're acting like you swallowed gunpowder. Li Fangji's glare could have carved meat from his bones.
Rahul surrendered. Fine, I'm done. Happy?
Knowing River was beyond help, Li Fangji refused to waste more emotion. She brushed past the others and set off to hunt Xingchuan Xiayin. The rest were bewildered.
Zephyr ordered, Rahul, Sanj deal with the body. Sanj stared. Why me? Am I your servant? Zephyr's gaze turned lethal. Think you've got a real shot in this dungeon? Quit arguing and move.
His eyes were viper cold, chillingly ruthless. Rahul tugged Sanj's sleeve.
Won't take long. Just do it. Sanj grumbled, I'm only doing this for you. Zephyr and Jiang Taiman followed Li Fangji. She noticed but couldn't be bothered.
Xingchuan Xiayin was maddeningly elusive, every corner of the map yielded nothing. Zephyr and Jiang Taiman now knew exactly whom Li Fangji sought. At last, frustrated, she rounded on Jiang Taiman. Where would she hide?
Jiang Taiman sighed.
I told you we're not involved.
Why won't you believe me? Li Fangji's words were knives. How can I believe you? A pampered heiress has seen every pretty face alive. Why single you out the instant you met? You stay calm no matter the danger, never a flicker of fear. You're certain you'll survive.
A man that capable could escort one weak player without breaking a sweat.
Jiang Taimin gave a helpless laugh. What do you take me for?
Anyone can die here.
I simply don't fear death. With my status, I'd never hire myself out. I don't have the spare time.
The players came from different countries, few knew anything of one another's wealthy elite. Zephyr had looked into Jiang Taimin, but time was too short for anything deep. Besides, he'd investigated everyone else, every file was skin deep. No one could confirm Jiang Taimin's claims, so Li Fangji's suspicions remained.
Say nothing, then. I'll be watching.
Jiang Taimin spread his hands.
Suit yourself. With Xingchuan Xiayin gone, Jiang Taimin took over cooking.
His movements were tidy and practiced, clearly no stranger to a kitchen.
Li Fangji said, "Don't cook for me. I'll manage." Aren't you rich? Since when do tycoons wield spatulas?
Jiang Taimin dried his hands.
Stereotypes. I cook both Chinese and Western. Since you don't want my food, I won't impose.
Watching him so long, Li Fangji lost focus for a moment. Realizing she'd been staring, she wanted to slap herself.
She'd never cared for handsome men. Why, like Xingchuan Xiayin, did she find him striking? Ugh.
She must have gone momentarily blind. At dinner the other players and the old nun savored fragrant dishes, while Li Fangji faced a plate of charred sludge. One more person was missing from the dining hall. Otherwise Li Fangji could never have sat so quietly to eat. Skipping a meal won't kill you, and with Li Fangji in a rage, Xingchuan Xiayin had no intention of going back to court death. She carried a lot of items, what she'd shown the other players that day was only a fraction.
The secret to dodging Li Fangji lay mostly in her astrolabe item.
It was originally a tool of astrology, but after becoming an item it gained a few new functions. Each of the 12 houses held a tiny trinket. Place one on whoever you wanted to track and it would alert you the moment that person came near. With that many trinkets, she could count on the item in most dungeons to avoid anyone she wished to avoid. Exceptions were made for entities, the item was useless against them. As she neared the prayer room she caught a faint thud.
At first Xingchuan Xiayin thought she'd misheard, but the sound came again. She couldn't help smiling. Didn't expect a bonus catch. Previous visits had turned up nothing. Perhaps, like the basement, the place could only be entered at a specific time. She remembered Hua Huai had wanted to check inside that day, most likely because she'd heard the noise too. The prayer room was laid bare, a table, a rug. A soft laugh slipped from her throat.
Her gaze fixed on the rug, something was almost certainly hidden beneath.
Sure enough, when the carpet was rolled aside a section of floor stood out from the rest. It was a simple setup, a sliding panel. Push the plank aside and an entrance sealed by rusted bars appeared. A face from a memorial photo stared up, pale skin pressed against the corroded steel, eyes so wide they looked ready to roll out. Help, help me, that old crone isn't human, she loves keeping people locked up for fun. You're stuck here too, aren't you? I know the way out, let me out first and I'll take you with me.
Tuan's voice was hoarse and dry, his young face identical to the one in the photo. The memorial picture looked years old, the background showing the church before the fire.
Even without counting the old nun's wrinkles, the scars on the building couldn't lie.
In fact, Tuan's strange appearance made him look more like an entity than the old nun. Xingchuan Xiayin sat beside him, unhurried, and answered in fluent free country speech, "How do I know you're not lying?"
Trapped here. Never seen me before, yet you know I can't leave. Tuan explained, people have stumbled in before, I've seen them, and none could ever get out. It's that old hag's doing, she has sick hobbies. She likes looking down on caged people, watching them struggle gives her pleasure. You have to help me, or once she knows you found me you might end up locked here too. Xingchuan Xiayin pulled a small knife and, with a sharp clang, struck the bars. Tuan flinched and instinctively shrank back. Beg for help but won't tell the truth, no wonder you're still stuck. Not a scrap of useful info, wasting my time. Do I really look that stupid? Stupid enough for you to fool? She stood, looking down at him. Now that I've found you, no one else will. No one but me can get you out. She watched his face, if panic, tension, or fear showed. He'd pose no threat. Tuan hesitated, anxiety in his eyes, then asked, "Can you keep your word? Tell me what I want and I'll free you." Xingchuan Xiayin nodded with a smile. Of course, days passed, and Tuan grew ever chummier with the nuns, even persuading some to act as go-betweens so he could spend time with Leona. The sisters who'd fancied him now gave up. Leona was a good girl, and if she and Tuan were in love, they had no right to interfere. "I have a piano recital next week, I'd like you to be my special guest. I don't know if you like piano. But it used to be my only love until I met you. I want to share what I love with you. If you really don't like it, don't be afraid to say no. I will understand." Whenever Tuan and Leona were together, the surroundings seemed to fill with pink bubbles. With no one else nearby, Hua Huai had to use her wooden hairpin item to stay invisible. Touched by his words and hating to see him sad, Leona answered with pure joy, "How could I not? I love piano. The way you play is beyond anything I could ever dream of. I accept your invitation, I'll be there on time." She took the ticket from Tuan and tucked it carefully into her pocket. The slight upturn of her mouth betrayed her delight. Their romance advanced at lightning speed. At the same time, Hua Huai noticed fewer and fewer believers coming to the church. Comments she'd never heard before were now growing common. A new sect was rising, and worshippers were defecting en masse, leaving the priest gloomy all day long. The Nins insisted the new sect was heretical, surely relying on crooked tricks. Hua Huai asked around, yet neither the sisters nor longtime staff knew when the sect had appeared. Then she recalled the outside workers hired by the priest mentioning it. Sure enough, they spoke of the new sect with endless enthusiasm. From them she learned the sect had emerged 2 months earlier. In that short time converts had multiplied, obsessed with the doctrines preached as divine decree. Between the lines they even urged her to jump ship. The reason for their obsession was simple yet incredible. The new sect's god granted every wish. One asked for gold and jewels, and the next day his house was piled with them. But balance ruled the world, gain riches and you must lose something else. The man had lost a single button, so trivial a price, merely because the deity fancied it. So generous a god, so lenient, displaying divine power so freely. Who could resist? To spare their god effort, believers used its power only once a month. To gain a wish sooner, one had to show greater devotion than others. And devotion was measured in money. Yet it mattered little. Once qualified, they could receive 100 or even 1,000-fold return. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Although Hua Huai no longer kept vigil inside the church as she had the night the workers arrived, she still watched its every move. She realized the workers would finish their repairs today, the same day as the piano recital. With nothing having gone wrong so far, speculation felt premature. Besides, she usually stayed close to Tuan or Leona. Nothing should escape her notice under their noses. Today Leona had deliberately traded her habit for a pretty floral dress. Hua Huai followed as usual, only to find she could not leave the church with Leona. The dungeon's restrictions on her hadn't vanished with the altered timeline. She could only wait inside the church for Leona and Tuan to return. She waited until dusk, unease drumming in her chest. They still hadn't come back. Yet she couldn't leave, something crucial would likely happen tonight. Anxious, she watched the moon climb to its zenith, bathing the open ground in front of the church in silver light. 2 angel statues stood bathed in the glow, looking serenely holy. Suddenly, heavy footfalls reached her ears, leather soles pressing the earth and snapping a twig. Hua Huai concealed herself. The newcomers were Tuan and Leona. Leona appeared drunk, cradled in Tuan's arms like a princess. Instead of taking her to the dormitory, he carried her into the church. A terrible premonition swelled. Was tonight the night? The day Leona would be imprisoned. Hua Huai shadowed Tuan closely. He glanced back as if sensing something, but saw nothing. Step by step they descended to the basement, a cage built specially for Leona.
Instinct screamed at Hua Huai to stop him, yet an invisible force pinned her in place.
Stop, stop.
She could only scream inside, no sound left her lips. Only after Tuan vanished into the basement did the paralysis lift and her poised foot finally drop.
She could move again.
Inside the basement she saw Tuan press a kiss to Leona's forehead, his face gloomy.
I will never love anyone in this life.
Still, you are as beautiful as a work of art.
Tuan's affection for Leona had been feigned. If he felt nothing, why seduce her only to lock her away? When he'd first arrived, he and Leona had been strangers, polite but distant.
Undeniably, the piano piece he'd played that night had stirred the nun's fervor and Leona's heart along with it.
Sometimes affection arrives without a sound.
You stand aloft accepting applause, I stand below, content to look up.
A good first impression made the ensuing seduction effortless. From the moment he met Leona, Tuan had schemed every step. He didn't linger in the basement, he turned to leave. Leona had done nothing wrong, she didn't deserve to be caged.
Hua Huai stayed, determined to wake Leona and get her out. Once Tuan was gone, Hua Huai's hand froze mid-gesture, paralysis again.
What was happening? In this timeline the dungeon held no anomalies, why was she suddenly immobile? Or was it because she didn't belong to this timeline and thus couldn't alter events fated to occur? So, that was it.
A mere onlooker, surplus to requirements, powerless to change a thing. She surveyed the basement, the furnishings matched the other timeline, there was a dressing table.
A mirror was set into its top, cracked? A brand new table, how could its mirror be fractured?
Hua Huai leaned closer, the glass was flawless. Had her eyes played tricks?
She checked repeatedly, but the mirror remained intact, and finally gave up. She couldn't remain, she had to escape. The basement door was thick, muffling most sound. It had been locked from outside with a one-way bolt she couldn't undo from within. Her corrosion ability surged, she would break the door down. Yet as the black mud reached the wood, it recoiled and slithered back. She couldn't use her power, she would need another way out. Destroying the door would let Leona escape as well. She had to be sure, so she tested anyway. But she couldn't stay, her invisibility wouldn't last, and Tuan would spot her. To Tuan, trapping two people instead of one probably made little difference. Once discovered, he would never kindly set her free. Powerless, she slammed the door in frustration and her fist passed straight through. She'd nearly forgotten, compared to players, she was more anomaly than human. She wondered if, in this state, she could die again. Sigh. With a soft exhalation she stepped through the door and left the basement. Another night, the same basement. After much thought, Jiang Taimen concluded Hua Huai's disappearance must be linked to the mirror. The best way to test that theory was to return and check. A candle in his hand flickered weakly, his back straight, fearless of the dark. Tonight a birdcage still hung outside, but fortune favored him, he hadn't drawn the bad lot. The unlucky one was Rahul, who couldn't believe his wretched luck, struggle as he might, it was useless. Though Jiang Taimen wasn't the gatekeeper, Zephyr was, and the two shared a room, so his own door stood open as well. He slipped out quietly, yet someone still tailed him. Show yourself. Jiang Taimen turned, the contrast between the shadows under the eaves and the candlelight made his face look eerie. A figure stepped out, Zephyr. With an easy smile Zephyr said, "Lovely night, care for a stroll?" Jiang Taimen rolled his eyes. No need to skulk around like a thief. What he meant to inspect would baffle most players, even if they saw, they wouldn't grasp its meaning. If Zephyr truly understood, Jiang Taimen would be intrigued. Unable to think of a retort, Zephyr glanced past him toward the church. Heading to the basement? Jiang Taimen nodded. Zephyr asked, think there's a clue we missed down there? Jiang Taimen shrugged. Maybe. Seeing his lack of interest, Zephyr dropped the subject. Together they entered the basement, since that night, the door had remained unlocked. Searching again, even Zephyr spotted something odd and pointed at the floor. Where's the mirror?
I remember clearly, it shattered that night, and then the crows attacked. Jiang Taimin's eyes flickered, he already knew the outcome. He had seen this scenario in dungeons before, several players who touched a mirror vanished and never returned. At first Jiang Taimin assumed the mirror was a taboo within the dungeon, but later he realized it wasn't. Mirrors in dungeons operate under two different sets of rules. Once a mirror is stained with a player's blood, it can spirit that player away at any moment. There have even been cases where someone disappeared in full view of the others.
Yet not every mirror possesses this power. Jiang Taimin divided the scattered mirrors inside the dungeon into ordinary and aberrant types.
The one Hua Wei had touched belonged to the aberrant kind. A pity, she died in this dungeon so easily.
To Jiang Taimin, failing to leave a mirror is no different from death. Zephyr's bewilderment was exactly what Jiang Taimin expected. He said calmly, "Mirrors don't grow legs, did someone come and tidy up on purpose?" Must have been the old nun. Even Zephyr could hear how half-hearted that answer was.
Inside the dungeon Jiang Taimin truly feared nothing for his own safety.
Zephyr felt a tightness in his chest, almost choking on his anger. Forget it, better to rely on himself than on others, he would figure it out alone. That night Rahul's death came as no surprise.
Not only was his room door locked, his entire body was tied up to prevent him from escaping with an item. The bound specter's strength had been exhausted by the other players in advance, he never expected to die so ignominiously. But having gambled, he must accept the loss. Yesterday Xingchuan Xiayin came back on time for the draw, this morning she was gone again.
Sanj guessed she was afraid of Li Fangji. Is she a loach? Slipped away again. Because of that incident with Li Fangji, Xingchuan Xiayin lived alone in a room, she acted terrified. Yet feared Li Fangji's midnight assassination even more. Li Fangji's roar could be heard a mile away, Xingchuan Xiayin should count herself lucky she escaped so quickly. She could run, but Li Fangji had legs and could chase. It became a cat-and-mouse game, only the cat could never find the mouse. Eventually Li Fangji realized Xingchuan Xiayin must possess an item that let her evade detection. Among so many players, how could she dodge Li Fangji so precisely? Most likely she had planted something on her. After a search Li Fangji did find a tiny object, sesame seed-sized, easy to overlook. Then a new question arose. After yesterday's incident she had been unable to locate Xingchuan Xiayin, meaning the girl had planted the thing before that event. Why go to such lengths to avoid her? Unless the black cloth on the angel statue's head had been removed by Xingchuan Xiayin. Using the angel statue to eliminate her in river. That would explain why Xingchuan Xiayin fled at once, she never even looked at the angel statue. Realizing this, Li Fangji trembled with rage. That girl was as disgusting as a sewer rat, feigning innocence to lower their guard while plotting in secret. With the item's effect gone, Li Fangji's hunt for Xingchuan Xiayin became far simpler. Near noon she found the girl by a little-used workroom. Now that Xingchuan Xiayin had appeared, she wasn't getting away. After a brief scuffle Xingchuan Xiayin was pinned to the floor in disgrace, Li Fangji couldn't kill her outright, doing so would cost her own life. But making Xingchuan Xiayin suffer was easy. As her fist was about to smash the girl's carefully maintained face, Xingchuan Xiayin blurted, "Wait, you're not dead, are you? This isn't child's play, scheming back and forth is normal in a horror game. I've fallen into your hands, bad luck for me. How about a deal?" Her matter-of-fact tone enraged Li Fangji even more, she would beat her first and listen later. Besides, what good could come from a dog's mouth? Realizing her preamble had dragged on too long, Xingchuan Xiayin cut to the chase, "I know how to leave the dungeon. But it'll take every living player working together. Injure me and you'll have one fewer ally. With Rahul dead last night, only 5 players remain, including me. And you can't kill me, what's the point of crippling me?" Li Fangji glared. "I'll beat you half dead and dump you in your room to rot." Xingchuan Xiayin smiled unconcernedly. "If I don't tell you the clearance method, who knows how long you'll wander? If I die early, do you think you'll be blamed for killing me? Even if you're lucky enough to discover it, I can still leave the dungeon and survive."
Sure, you could hang a birdcage outside my room like you did with Rahul, but I won't draw again. That would mean you deliberately made me break the rules, making you the killer. Xingchuan Xiaoyin's grasp of the horror game's rules was thorough. Her calm warning told Li Fangji not to gamble with her own life. Li Fangji valued her life above all, though her face remained stern. She weighed the stakes inwardly.
Speak fast and spit it out. Xingchuan Xiaoyin said, the way to clear this dungeon is to kill the current aberrant boss, there is no other solution. Li Fangji bristled. Are you kidding me? In most dungeons eliminating the aberrant boss can force a clearance. But a Class A aberration boss is usually far stronger than players of the same tier. How could the dungeon present such an almost impossible task? To Li Fangji the method sounded like a blatant lie. Knowing she wouldn't believe easily, Xingchuan Xiaoyin said, then let me tell you a story. Decades ago the nun was young and very plain-looking. One day a new believer arrived at the church, a handsome pianist. There were many nuns then. They had heard of the pianist's generous donation and admired him for his looks. The plain nun was among those who adored him, yet she had nothing to recommend her and could only watch his brilliance from the shadows. The pianist's donation was so large that the priest invited him to stay at the church for a month so he could extend proper hospitality and gratitude. A devout believer, the pianist accepted, and that evening he played a piano piece in the courtyard to return the warmth of his welcome. One of the nuns pursued him fiercely. At first the pianist refused again and again, but he had never been in love and simply couldn't withstand her onslaught. The ugly nun, jealous of their closeness, turned completely dark the moment the pianist accepted the other nun's love. She secretly set a plan in motion, turning the basement that had been used for storage into a room meant to imprison the pianist. She wanted to separate him from that nun and have him for herself. Yet she still couldn't bear to be so cruel until the pianist gave the other nun a ticket to his piano recital. How could he do this? She adored him, envied the other nun to the point of madness. She couldn't endure it. That night she acted, locking the pianist in the basement. Unable to bear the torment, one night a month later the pianist set the whole church ablaze. The fire spread, he couldn't escape. And the ugly nun was trapped in the inferno with him. The story ends there. Xingchuan Xiaoyin recounted, that ugly nun was a deviant. After dying a victim she met the conditions to become an aberrant boss. The killer was the pianist. Our mission is to eliminate the mysterious force blocking our escape. The old nun is the source of that power. The pianist was imprisoned, and so are we. She imprisons people simply because she's deranged. There's no reasoning with that kind of sickness, it's a mental illness. If we don't get rid of the old nun, we'll die trapped here. Li Fangji narrowed her eyes. Where did you hear this story? The old nun spoke and acted quite logically, though bad-tempered. She didn't seem insane. Xingchuan Xiaoyin said firmly, the man in that memorial photo visited me in a dream. He's the pianist, his name is Tuan. And the ugly nun, the one we know as the old nun, is called Leona. She spoke the names without the slightest hesitation. Li Fangji grabbed Xingchuan Xiaoyin by the collar. Come with me. If you're lying, you're dead. There was no way to verify Tuan, but the old nun was right here and had never revealed her real name. The two dragged each other before the old nun. Meeting those calm, ancient eyes, Li Fangji tried to force a smile and failed. Unable to watch, Xingchuan Xiaoyin pried Li Fangji's hand away and smiled sweetly. Grandma. We heard a name and wondered if you've ever come across it. We'd like to ask you about her. The old nun asked, who? Xingchuan Xiaoyin answered. Her name is Leona. We heard she was once a nun here. She fell for Tuan, but it ended in tragedy. We're not sure if the tale is true. The old nun's gaze darkened dangerously. Where did you hear this story? Have you seen something? Li Fangji's breath caught. The old nun's reaction was huge. Maybe Xingchuan Xiaoyin was telling the truth. To be certain, she hardened her heart. Is your name Leona? For a moment the air crackled with hostility. Li Fangji braced for the old nun to strike. The old nun's skin rippled as though worms squirmed beneath it. The whites of her eyes swelled, bones creaked. A faint smell of scorching reached their noses as her skin blackened. No need to guess the source.
Gulp. Li Fangji and Xingchuan Xiayin swallowed hard. Facing a level A aberrant boss alone, they had no chance.
In the crisis, Xingchuan Xiayin said quickly, "We only heard the townsfolk mention it and got curious. We meant no offense. Please don't be angry.
If you'd rather not speak, pretend we never asked."
The next second, Xingchuan Xiayin yanked Li Fangji and ran, not stopping until the old nun was out of sight.
Xingchuan Xiayin grinned proudly.
"See? I didn't lie. We can't wait till night.
While it's still light, we'll gather the other players and kill it, then we can leave this dungeon." Something felt off to Li Fangji, but she couldn't pin it down and let herself be pulled along.
Xingchuan Xiayin was right, the old nun was Leona.
Leona imprisoned Tuan because of a twisted love she couldn't obtain. Unless that sickness could be erased, killing her was the only option.
With the answer in hand, what was left to hesitate over?
Together they found Jiang Taiman and the others and explained how to clear the dungeon. Jiang Taiman and Zephyr listened in silence. Zephyr crossed his arms.
"Relying on a single dream, even verified, sounds insane,"
Xingchuan Xiayin retorted.
"Every clue we've found matches the story. The birdcage corresponds to the room, that basement. The bird inside stands for a person. And that person is Tuan.
Each night the birdcage appears on the door and someone vanishes or dies, all because of Leona's twisted mind. Her obsession to imprison Tuan didn't fade when she died, we're all his substitutes." The dressing table appeared in the basement because Leona longed for time with Tuan and placed it there for herself.
Hua Huai's disappearance,
Jiang Taiman had confirmed, had nothing to do with any aberration. So the rule that the birdcage's appearance always meant a player's death might not hold, after Hua Huai kicked it away that night.
Perhaps it never returned until the old nun retrieved it. That made every later birdcage incident highly suspicious.
The birdcage might indeed hide some rules, but what they'd seen so far was clearly not the whole truth. Think about it, the piano playing in the ruined church at night is Tuan, the cracked mirror bears Tuan's memorial photo.
Isn't it obvious the prisoner in the basement is Tuan? Sanj was convinced. She's right.
We should decide now, the longer we delay, the worse for us.
Zephyr, sometimes dungeons are this bizarre, using a dream to solve one isn't unheard of. Give us your answer soon.
I side with Xingchuan Xiayin, let's move on the old nun now.
Zephyr offered no reply, instead, he looked toward Jiang Taiman.
Everyone's gaze naturally followed, settling on him as he parted his lips.
I'm not taking part. Xingchuan Xiayin instantly objected, no.
There are only 5 of us, without you we'll have an even harder time against Leona. Then, by the rules of majority rule, let's vote. Jiang Taiman said lightly, I won't cast a vote.
Xingchuan Xiayin's expression cracked. Why? Wasn't my explanation clear enough? I've been humoring your cold shoulder for a while. Who knew someone who looked so gentle could be this icy inside?
She stepped closer to Jiang Taiman, who calmly backed away, pace steady. If you refuse to go with us, you're a traitor and traitors never meet pleasant ends.
Jiang Taiman still wouldn't relent.
So Xingchuan Xiayin feigned ruthlessness.
In that case, we'll wait one more night. We'll draw lots tomorrow before we move.
Her words carried obvious barbs, everyone present caught her meaning.
Jiang Taiman stated outright, you plan to tamper with the lots?
Xingchuan Xiayin smiled sweetly.
Why should I tell you? Keep guessing. If you guess wrong, you'll have nowhere to vent your resentment.
Jiang Taiman's brows drew together. I can choose not to draw at all.
Xingchuan Xiayin nodded. Of course you can. But an extra night might mean someone else dies. Getting others killed doesn't sound nice, does it? Better to let the anomaly pick randomly from among us. Whoever it chooses, it chooses. Thrilling, isn't it?
A shrill laugh spilled from her throat, her eyes wide and unsettling. If you'd just agreed, we could have solved this simply.
Why make it so messy? If you won't act with us, I won't go either. I really do like you, so I'm willing to respect your wishes. But I hate being the one who loses out. Working so hard while you coast to victory? Unfair.
She spoke of love, yet even the pretense of affection had vanished from her eyes.
Jiang Taiman lowered his gaze. Do you know? You're rather disgusting. Li Fangji couldn't stifle an ill-timed snort of laughter. Yes, she thought the same. Xingchuan Xiaoyin's face darkened. She bit her lip. Then we'll wait another day. I'm in no rush. Night fell.
Several more days passed, and Leona's disappearance caused barely a ripple.
Tuan's internal story was that he and Leona had formally become a couple.
His family's standards were strict. His mother insisted his partner must match his status.
Unfortunately, Leona didn't qualify.
Tuan had to plead until his mouth was dry before his mother relented, on the condition that Leona live with his family so her character could be observed. Before marriage, cohabitation was improper, so Tuan still resided on site. Tuan was lying, but Hua Huai had no way to explain it to anyone.
What was his goal? Was it simply to torment Leona? Yes, torment.
Day after day, Leona remained alone in the basement, with no one to speak to, no books to ease her boredom.
Trapped in a cramped space while endless loneliness gnawed at her.
Each evening the basement door opened briefly. Tuan came to feed her, keeping her alive. Even a caged bird might possess more dignity. At least a caged bird could still hope to see the sun.
Hua Huai thought that a few more days of this and Leona would be on the verge of madness. Tonight, Tuan arrived right on time. Leona hurled herself toward the exit like a ghost, hideous. Why are you doing this? What did I ever do to you? She didn't understand, it made no sense. Tuan crouched by the entrance. You did nothing to me.
I'm simply a bad person, and you trusted me too easily.
See? Believers in a god aren't necessarily good.
I heap suffering upon you, yet has your deity spared you a single glance even here in the church?
Right under its nose? Bang, bang, fists pounded the basement door. Let me out. God is just too busy, he hasn't seen me yet.
You'll be punished. After death you'll fall into hell, burning in flames.
Tuan snorted. Wake up, you people trapped in divine lies.
There is no God, no deity hears our suffering.
He paused.
I suppose you're attached to this place and won't believe me easily. But use your head, why does the church have a basement?
Were those workers here recently really just repairing damaged facilities? Does the priest pass through daily without noticing anything odd?
Under that triple question, Leona was struck speechless, each query chilled her heart further.
Clearly, the priest knew of Tuan's deeds and secretly supported them. How could this be? Leona felt her lifelong beliefs crumbling, yet Tuan wasn't finished.
The priest isn't holy, he'll sacrifice you for money just to keep the church running.
Did you know?
A new sect arose 2 months ago, and its God shows real miracles, far better than your empty faith. Many have seen signs and converted.
With no offerings here, the church struggles.
The priest has suppressed the news, letting you believe nothing has declined. But the new sect grows, he can't hide it any longer, and word has reached you. Perhaps whether gods exist doesn't matter, what matters is that your faith can no longer sustain itself.
Tuan's words were things Leona had never considered.
Since childhood, belief in the deity had been drilled into her, revere and worship, and receive protection. Shattering that notion made her feel her life had been wasted. Dazed, she pressed her forehead to the wall, despondent. Tuan continued calmly, there's something the priest doesn't know, I'm the one behind the new sect.
To overturn your beliefs.
I spent 7 years planning, you'll never grasp, but success is near.
Once this place is gone, the new sect will fade just as quickly.
In this world, there is no God. After everything he'd done, Tuan had only wanted to prove this one point.
Yet why was she the one hurting the most, Leona? Tears rolled down in silence as she demanded, why choose me? Tuan explained patiently, because you're beautiful enough to turn every head.
If any God truly existed, you would be the perfect offering to catch its eye. Facts have now shown, there is no God.
Leona couldn't understand.
And she spoke that confusion aloud.
Why prove something like that? Even if none exist, isn't it better to let gods live on in our hearts? Shattering that belief is more than anyone can bear.
We can live inside a dream, inside hope, every day before this one, we live just fine.
Tuan clenched his fists.
A soundless storm gathering round him.
That's you. Not me.
My mother was a devout believer, for her God she forgot I even existed.
No matter what crucial thing happened to me, it couldn't make her miss a single church service. She tried to force me to believe on what grounds?
I never gained the slightest benefit from any God, yet I was expected to give endlessly. In the end she died a wretched death.
Still murmuring that she was off to paradise.
I refused to live my whole life like her, trapped inside a lie.
The outcome truly caught everyone off guard.
Still, Tuan's methods were extreme. As a surplus person on this timeline, Huahua could change nothing.
Tuan's plan ran smoothly, the huge sum he'd donated was spent, and the priest came begging for another deal.
During the first transaction the priest had held out a while, now, ruined, he had no bottom line left. The church was his whole world, if it fell, heaven and earth would collapse. Yet Tuan offered not another coin, looking at him like a roadside cur, pity mingled with total estrangement. So much for the priest's so-called principles, his moral baseline. But what shattered him most was learning who stood behind the new sect. The place was utterly ruined, no believers darkened its doors.
Soon even the nuns would leave.
Oh God, he had served so faithfully, kept the church running, and this was his reward? They say believers never die, they simply pass to another world. If so, the hour had come, the train was ready to depart. That night the priest, mad with grief, set the church ablaze and burned himself before the eyes of his God.
Flames licked the carpets, climbed the curtains, night wind fanned them into an inferno. Screams rose everywhere, turning the scene into living hell.
Leona had been trapped so long her senses were dulled, she didn't know how to flee, yet had to. Again and again she struck walls, leaving blood. She wanted to live, she was still so young. Oh God, open your eyes, your believer suffers agony before you.
Can you, truly not see?
Perched on a branch, Huahua watched the inferno, brows locked in torment. Such shrieks were more terrifying than any ghost. The horror lasted till dawn, and Huahua remained on this timeline.
That can't be right, this story isn't finished yet, is it? She waited and waited, until investigators arrived.
Everyone here was dead. As a surplus person she couldn't appear before them in a nun's habit. Using the wooden hairpin item to hide, she followed the police as they combed the ruins. The scene was grisly, not one soul survived. Oddly, they found a basement inside the church, a corpse locked within.
Again she noticed something wrong with the mirror, its flickering surface looked cracked.
She recalled cutting her hand on the basement vanity mirror before arriving on this timeline.
Could it have been the mirror that brought her here?
To return, she would need a mirror as well. She nicked a fingertip and touched the glass, a powerful pull hurled her back into the room. Looking round, she saw everything restored, she was back. Outside the window the sky was black, night still reigned. She had no idea how long she'd been gone or whether this timeline had moved at all. Suddenly a shadow flitted past the window. Before she could go out to check, a commotion erupted outside.
Ha, I thought I was tolerating you quite well, but you just had to push it.
She recognized the voice, Zhang Taimin.
Without hesitation she opened the door and saw a fog-wreath thing throttling Xingchuan Shine. Zhang's birdcage lay beside her.
When the door opened every gaze snapped toward her in shock.
Sanj pointed, almost stammering, why aren't you dead? Huahua frowned. Why would I be dead? After a beat she added, what day of the dungeon is it?
On the other timeline she'd spent a month. The shock in Zhang Taimin's eyes looked real, he swallowed.
Night of the 6th day.
She counted, it was the 3rd night since she'd left. Baffled, she pointed at Xingchuan Shine.
What happened? Why attack her?
Zephyr's gaze slid over her, he stroked his chin and chuckled. She provoked the wrong person, time to pay. He turned to Jiang Taimin. So, what'll you do with her?
You're not really going to kill her, right? Jiang Taimin's mouth twisted. I'm the one doing it, not you. What are you afraid of?
I told you long ago, I don't fear death.
I wasn't joking.
His frigid stare told Xingchuan Xiayin that if she didn't fight back her life would end here. She summoned her bound specter, an A-rank entity that stunned everyone. Her strength was far from the fragile facade she wore. The instant it appeared, the grip on her throat loosened.
Li Fangji stared hard. Xingchuan Xiayin had many items. Who'd have thought even her bound specter was A rank? With such overwhelming assets, how had she lost to her that day? The daytime battle must have been deliberate. What was her real aim? For a moment Li Fangji stood uncertain, not knowing what to do next. Xingchuan Xiayin's heart was uneasy, a faint urge to retreat already rising. Jiang Taimin, I don't want to fight you. Win or lose, it leads nowhere.
Jiang Taimin's calm voice carried naked disgust. If you're afraid to die, then for you it really will lead nowhere.
I loathe filth.
Before it touches me I can treat that filth as a roadside turd.
But once it's touched me, I can't pretend it never happened.
A turd of what?
Xingchuan Xiayin's face darkened.
You may not win, stop bragging. Sanj cut in at the worst moment. We still have to face the abnormal boss together. Mutual ruin right now isn't smart.
Jiang Taimin refused to back down.
Xingchuan Xiayin said coldly, he clearly doesn't want to stay with us, keeping him around is pointless. The next instant she ordered her Class A aberration to attack, only for the surroundings to spew countless fog-like monsters from underground.
Their murderous aura thick enough to choke. Sanj hissed, what the hell are these things?
He'd thought Jiang Taimin owning one such monster made him formidable. He hadn't expected a whole horde. The creatures showed no self-awareness. They felt like aberrations from outside the dungeon, driven by pure aggression toward players. Individually weaker than a Class A aberration, but in a swarm their combined strength probably surpassed it.
Cold sweat slid down Xingchuan Xiayin's temple. She was genuinely rattled. If I die, who else here can clear this place with you? Jiang Taimin isn't bluffing. Whatever grudges we have, settle them after we leave the dungeon?
She seemed to understand the power of rhetoric, realizing she was outmatched. She tried to rally the other players against Jiang Taimin.
At once the field split into two camps.
Sanj and Li Fangji stood with Xingchuan Xiayin. Zephyr stood beside Jiang Taimin, but with no intention of helping him.
Perhaps Zephyr leaned toward neutrality.
Enjoying the chaos, he shouted to Li Fangji, yesterday you were ready to bite her head off, why believe her now?
Li Fangji considered her choice rational. Then tell me, is there another way to clear this dungeon? If you won't carry out the plan, we'll team with whoever will.
Sanj spat. Why waste words?
The three of us can't beat the two of them?
He turned to Hua Huai.
Hey, we've found a way out. If you want to leave, pick our side.
Honestly, Hua Huai still hadn't grasped the situation. They hadn't explained what the escape method was, only demanded she choose a camp.
The scene bristled with tension. The fog monsters obeyed Jiang Taimin's will, moving with sinister unpredictability.
Li Fangji and Sanj summoned their bound specters, only for the spirits to balk at the sight, vanishing within 3 seconds. Sanj's voice cracked.
What? You're running? Li Fangji's face was grim.
Forget it, my bound specter says those fog things are deadly. When a bound specter senses danger and the player isn't in mortal peril, it rarely fights to protect.
Their relationship is more a partnership. The many against one standoff shrank to one-on-one. Xingchuan Xiayin had to extricate herself alone. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach Jiang Taimin.
Fog beasts erupted from the ground in such numbers the battlefield felt cramped. Jiang Taimin casually murmured, kill her. The monsters lowered their heads like soldiers obeying a general's absolute order.
The scene became a siege. Xingchuan Xiayin and her bound specter fought desperately but were overwhelmed.
Forced back step by step, she dodged a strike from behind only for a spear of mist to lance toward her heart from the front. Her bound specter had wiped out many, but the creatures were endless. It sensed the source, Jiang Taimin himself. He must host a bound specter able to command them, yet even without summoning it, nearly channeling part of its power. He controlled the horde with terrifying might. To brute force clear this dungeon, he alone would suffice. Realizing the hopeless gap, her bound specter erased the immediate threat, then dissipated, leaving two parting words, farewell. Immediately afterward came the notification, her bound specter had severed the bond.
Xingchuan Xiaoyin cried, wait. We might still win, how can you abandon me? Silence answered, the spirit was gone.
Li Fangji and Sanj watched in dismay.
Sanj muttered, aberrations don't partner with the weak. It sensed lethal threat. Bound specters matter in a dungeon, but a player's choices matter more.
Striking at Jiang Taimin without knowing his cards had been a catastrophic mistake. Perhaps overconfidence had convinced her no equal could appear, let alone in her first match. Without her bound specter, Xingchuan Xiaoyin's combat strength was pitiful.
No amount of items could stem the relentless tide. She had to beg. I was wrong, I'm sorry, don't kill me.
She hadn't realized her mistake, she'd realized her terror.
Beneath Jiang Taimin's gentle mask lay only ice. Not one word from your mouth is true. I ignore you because I can't be bothered. I won't argue, won't scheme with you. He opened his hand, a bow appeared.
In one fluid motion he drew and aimed at her brow.
Actions have prices. You're an adult, understand that.
He released, the arrow pierced her forehead dead center. Tears of fear froze before they could fall, her body crumpled.
Before absolute power, even pleading is a luxury.
When she truly died, the others couldn't believe it.
Zephyr's voice cracked. You actually killed her? I thought you were just scaring her, teaching her a lesson.
Jiang Taimin ordered the strange bunch on the field to vanish, and answered Zephyr casually, no time for that. She's no pushover.
You don't really think Shaylin and Lilan simply died to the abnormal, do you? Rahul and River died unjust deaths too.
But that has nothing to do with me. Since the birdcage was inseparable from the deaths of Shaylin, Lilan and Rahul, Sanj couldn't help pressing.
What do you mean?
Jiang Taimin explained calmly, meaning, apart from the first birdcage incident.
The later ones didn't target people chosen by the abnormal.
The black cloth on the angel statue didn't fall at such a convenient moment either, she's delusional enough to want all our lives.
When Hua Huai left, the players were still fine, only a few days later, half of them were gone. Before she could recover from the shock that Jiang Taimin had actually killed Xingchuan Xiaoyin, she was bombarded by the information of the past few days. From Jiang Taimin's tone, those players had all died at Xingchuan Xiaoyin's hands. And tonight, Xingchuan Xiaoyin had even tried to attack him. Zephyr frowned. Kill her and you die too.
Even if you're not afraid of death, there's no need to rush toward it.
Li Fangji accused Jiang Taimin. You're a cold-blooded monster.
You refuse to stand with us, yet you cut off our retreat.
In truth,
you're no different from Xingchuan Xiaoyin, both of you want our lives in this dungeon. You alone have the strength to face the dungeon's abnormal boss, once the rest of us die off under the rules, you can walk out alone. Jiang Taimin headed back to his room.
Think what you like.
After listening for so long, Hua Huai also sorted out some ideas and asked everyone.
So your idea of clearing this place is to fight the abnormal boss? Win, and we can leave? Hua Huai had a different view. Leona is an innocent, pitiful woman, framed in life and burned alive by the priest's great fire.
Regardless of religious belief. That's a personal choice, it can't justify Tuan's scheme to harm the innocent.
She was imprisoned by Tuan in life.
And now her spirit is still trapped in that agony, unable to escape the past, that's why players can't leave. Hua Huai had vanished for a few days, when she returned she could name Leona and Tuan outright.
Li Fangji asked hesitantly, how did you find out? Don't tell me you dreamed it too? Hua Huai looked at her. Dream what? Li Fangji replied, Xingchuan Xiaoyin once had a dream about Leona and Tuan's story.
She then retold thee of that tale.
The more Hua Huai heard, the tighter her brow knit. This version was the exact opposite of what she'd seen. Tuan had become the victim. For no reason, why was Xingchuan Xiaoyin the only one to dream?
Hua Huai asked what Xingchuan Xiaoyin had done these past days and discovered that on the day of the dream she'd been out of the other player's sight for a long stretch, even skipping dinner. The dungeon area was small, there weren't many places to go. She thought for almost 10 minutes, everyone assumed she was stumped, then she suddenly looked up.
Dinner time, the prayer room.
I once heard noises in the prayer room during the meal. Xingchuan Xiaoyin came to call me to eat.
The sound was faint, so I thought I might have misheard and left. There might be a clue we've overlooked.
From that single clue Xingchuan Xiaoyin had known the story's direction and adapted the facts.
They had no idea what kind of clue it was.
From the moment Hua Huai began speaking, Jiang Taimin's steps froze. He no longer hurried off to rest.
He voiced his curiosity. Where have you been these past days?
Hua Huai treated it as no secret.
I went to another timeline and watched Leona and Tuan's story to the end.
She then recounted the version she had experienced.
Zephyr propped his chin in one hand.
So you stayed in that timeline for a month? Unbelievable. Glancing at Jiang Taimin, he mused, by that account,
Xingchuan Xiaoyin's motive for deceiving us is obvious. The worst thing in a cooperative fight is a traitor. She wanted us all dead in that battle. Taimin, do you know something too?
Jiang Taimin said, I simply don't trust her character. Li Fangji and Sanj broke into cold sweat. They'd nearly died in Xingchuan Xiaoyin's trap. Sanj viciously kicked her corpse.
Vicious woman.
Li Fangji was on her second run, her face turned green, and she wanted to slap herself for her own stupidity. Xingchuan Xiaoyin had been too cunning, wearing a convincing mask and neatly stitching together a completely different story.
Once the fury ebbed a little, Li Fangji asked, what do we do next? Leona's resentment won't be easy to ease. Hua Huai volunteered. Let me try. After all, I was a bystander to what they went through. Before that, they had to take a look at the final clue none of them had seen. Unexpectedly, a gloomy wind sprang up around them, cold as needles piercing the player's skin. Crows on the branches scattered at the wind's touch, cawing desolately. Instead of leaving, they perched on the long corridor's roof, the dormitory eaves, the player's shoulders. Sanj didn't dare turn his head. From the corner of his eye he saw the crow's eyes glowing red, staring at him. In the darkness, Leona walked out of her room, leaning on a cane under the bleak moonlight. The furrows on her face looked ghastly, twitching as she spoke. Have you seen Tuan?
Her speech was painfully slow, like a rusted machine. Ha ha ha, I didn't kill him, but no one can save him. He must stay in this damned place with me forever.
God can't save me. And heaven doesn't want me.
Tuan succeeded in making me believe there's no God, no heaven, but the price was being burned alive, consumed by fire. It hurts, so hot, so burning. Flames burst from the crows, the players quickly swatted them away to keep their clothes from catching. Leona lifted a fingertip, and a burning crow settled steadily upon it.
It's almost time, the little ones are hungry. Presumably, Xingchuan Xiaoyin and Li Fangji's daytime prying had alarmed Leona,
making her think the players had all seen Tuan and meant to free him. This wasn't the moment for conversation. Leona gave them no chance to speak. The rib-bone dagger appeared in Hua Huai's palm, and she aimed her strike squarely at Leona. Activating Qian Yu's ability to boost her base physical stats, she shot forward like lightning. Wherever the blade passed, crows blocked her path and dissolved, slowing her advance. Mud surged and rolled across the ground, climbing Leona's ankles and pinning her in place. The crow's impact on Hua Huai was no more than moths to a flame. After a few flashes she was in Leona's face, the upraised blade hovering instead of stabbing down. Leona could still escape. Even if the blow fell she could dodge at the last instant and take no harm. But to her eyes, Hua Huai, who shouldn't know this, had still stayed her hand. So when Hua Huai voiced that request, Leona agreed. She said, Leona, I want to talk with you. She'd planned to check the clues in the prayer room tomorrow. But after Leona's words, Hua Huai realized there was no need to go there. Tuan had hurt Leona badly, making him the focus would only backfire. Leona asked her, "What do you want to talk about?" Hua Huai looked up. "I want to ask, in this life, what matters most?" Two words leapt into Leona's mind in an instant: faith. Not family, not friends, not even herself. An answer both surprising and logical. Hua Huai drew a slow breath. "Your faith has become your obsession. I think it's imprisoned you for a long time. An obsession is just a notion in the mind. Because everyone around you holds it, you assume you should too. Over time that idea sets like concrete. Export that concept. Loosen the obsession at its root, plant self-doubt. A shake subtler than Tuan's, so gentle the real aim stays hidden. There can be countless such ideas, faith is only one. Do you engrave every passing thought this deeply?" Leona actually began to question herself. Suddenly she couldn't grasp why her obsession ran so deep. Was faith truly that important? Apart from faith she had things she dearly loved, things that delighted her to obtain. For a moment Leona was lost. Hua Huai spoke from experience. The first thing that matters is living for yourself. That wasn't the whole of her insight. But Leona needed a jolt to pull herself together. Leona's mind was a tangled skein. The event lay far in the past. Her faith, soaked by time, had spread like water-blotted ink across paper. The notion of faith remained, but only as a blurred stain. The fury that once made her vent on corpses in a fire no longer burned. In those days she had seen a second Tuan in herself. Perhaps Tuan's words had shaken her long ago, she just hadn't wanted to admit it. Unable to sort it out quickly, she simply turned and left. Hua Huai blinked. That was abrupt. She had no idea whether Leona had taken her words to heart. Best case they worked, if not, she'd have to force a clear. The other players stood at a distance. Sanj looked skeptical. Will that actually work? Li Fangji answered, she's not attacking us anymore, so we're safe for now. Zephyr spread his hands. Fine, back to bed then. He reached to pull Jiang Time in, then recalled the sight of him drawing his bow to kill Xingchuan Xiayin and jerked his hand back. You waiting here for her to return? The her meant Xingchuan Xiayin. After shooting a player, fear of sleeping in the dungeon was normal. Jiang Taiman lowered his gaze. She won't be coming back. Zephyr perked up. Don't tell me that Bao has some other special power? Jiang Taiman met his eyes. You talk too much. We're not that close, keep some distance. Zephyr's excitement felt doused by a bucket of cold water, dripping wet and chilled. He didn't press further and went back inside alone. Sanj and Li Fangji exchanged glances and left separately. Hua Huai had a hunch, Jiang Taiman was waiting for her. When she walked over, Jiang Taiman stepped into the long corridor. The nearby rooms had thin walls, clearly he didn't want anyone to overhear. Hua Huai followed. You have something to say? Jiang Taiman didn't answer at once. He took out a dome-like item and deployed it around them. Then he said, this item can block the God camera. A specialized item that can counter the God camera? Noticing her doubt, Jiang Taiman explained, Joshua granted me the authority, so I can block the God camera. Apart from Joshua and me, no one else should be able to block this item. Hua Huai mused, you and Joshua are friends? She remembered Joshua had initiated this match. If the two were friends, Jiang Taiman's identity would be far from simple. He replied, no, just partners. Let's get to the point. After returning from the other timeline, did you feel anything different? Hua Huai searched her memory, looking blank. Nothing different. Should there have been? Jiang Taiman studied her face and saw no sign of deception. He itched to verify again. Without dismissing the barrier he turned to leave. Hey! Hua Huai wasn't tall enough, she could only grab the hem of his coat. I've something to ask too. Why were you watching me so closely the first days of the dungeon?
Jiang Taimin paused. Because you're the only player without a level. I don't think the horror game key can glitch. Your words remind me, there's something else I need to ask. Have you ever been in a weird dungeon where you entered alone, yet every player inside was someone you knew? Hua Huai's pupils quivered. How could he know? Jiang Taimin understood. From your look, you've entered one. Were you the only survivor? Hua Huai shook her head. No 4 survived. But among those 4, she herself wasn't included. Surprise flooded Jiang Taimin's face. Impossible. That's a kill game arranged by the horror game, a special dungeon tailored for certain players. To distinguish it from normal special dungeons, we simply call it a kill game. So far, no kill game has ever seen multiple survivors. Hua Huai urgently wanted to know. Why did this kill game appear? How did you know about the kill game's existence? Jiang Taimin said, I've also entered a kill game. I was the only one who survived that dungeon. Kill games are usually custom-made for a specific player. Besides that player, all other players dragged in are destined to be cannon fodder. You seem to be an exception. There's actually such a dungeon. Dragging players into dungeons far exceeding their own strength, facing malicious abnormal bosses, there's simply no normal solution. Hua Huai trembled with anger. What's the probability of such a dungeon appearing? Jiang Taimin replied, current data shows a single player can experience it a maximum of once. After this time, I won't have any friends in the horror game either. More kill games are meaningless to me. Hua Huai gritted her teeth. What? Meaning? Actually, with the conversation at this point, she had pretty much guessed it. The horror game intentionally kills people that specific players care about or are familiar with. It seems to dislike players making friends in the horror game. Jiang Taimin's friends in the horror game were gone, but she still had hers. The horror game might continue to arrange similar kill games for her. If that happened, would she still have the courage to enter the next dungeon? She felt angry at the horror game, and now that anger was about to turn into fear. Jiang Taimin saw the hesitation in her eyes and reminded her, players who die in a kill game don't die in the real world, they become vegetative. The horror game might have left us a path, but it's a narrow one. If you actively retreat, others won't make way for you. Hua Huai's eyes flickered, and she murmured, vegetative state. Because Xiang Lu didn't want her to see her last moment of death. She hadn't visited Xiang Lu's villa during that time. Upon learning that Xiang Lu, Yan Lian, and the others still had hope of survival, a determined light immediately shone in her eyes. As long as there was hope, she would definitely make them wake up again. Realizing that she and Jiang Taimin were in similar predicaments, Hua Huai specifically reminded him. You also have friends waiting for you to awaken them, but you killed Xingchuan Xiayin. That act was very irrational. Jiang Taimin suddenly smiled, repeating what he had said to Zephyr earlier, she can't come back, literally. Since I can be chosen by the horror game as a special player, I naturally have my own unique qualities. Evidently, Jiang Taimin had violated the horror game's rules, yet he was so certain that Xingchuan Xiayin couldn't return. Hua Huai remembered that Qian Yu's ability had a similar effect, and she speculated, is it related to your bound specter? Apart from those familiar with Jiang Taimin, no one had ever guessed this point. He wouldn't actively publicize this matter either. With a guess in his heart, he retorted, why do you ask? Hua Huai, however, spoke freely, one of my bound specter's abilities is living corpse. Any living creature that dies within its ability can be transformed into a living corpse and controlled at will. She explained part of this ability. Using it, deceased players would be unable to return in another sense. Jiang Taimin said meaningfully, aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Carelessly exposing a bound specter's ability is a very dangerous thing. Moreover, you know nothing about me. Hua Huai admitted her limited understanding of him, but in a dungeon. It was much easier to understand someone than outside of it. She looked up, her gaze burning, you're not a bad person. Feeling it wasn't precise enough, she added another sentence.
At least, not purely a bad person. Trust is mutual, but few are willing to take the first step.
I can be the one to step forward first.
Jiang Taiman couldn't help but laugh, seemingly from the heart. You really are a naive child. Since you're so frank, I'll make an exception and tell you, it is indeed related to my bound spectre, but there's quite a difference from yours.
My bound spectre has extremely heavy malevolent energy.
Among specters of the same level, there's basically none that can contend with it. Its ability specifically targets deceased players. If Xingchuan Xiaoyin could return, she would only be dragged back to where she came from.
Hua Huai exclaimed. How is that different from being above the rules?
Jiang Taiman was unfazed. As a special player, it's normal to have such special treatment.
Isn't it? Don't you have it too? Hua Huai couldn't help but connect it. Is the prerequisite for becoming a special player to obtain this kind of special treatment? Jiang Taiman shook his head, not really.
According to what is currently known, the commonality among all special players is having more bound specters. This meant that Jiang Taiman also had more than one bound spectre. No wonder when he wanted to enter a dungeon earlier, he immediately suggested an S-level dungeon. Under the cover of night, Jiang Taiman went to the basement in the church again, finding that the disappeared mirror had not reappeared. Hua Huai went with him and asked him the reason for his trip, learning that after she left this timeline, the mirror here had already vanished. It was late, so they rested in their respective rooms. As dawn broke, Hua Huai seemed to smell the fragrance of flowers in the air, instantly pulling her thoughts back to another timeline.
Her expression tightened, and she quickly went out to check, sighing in relief upon seeing Zephyr and the others.
She was almost scared to death, thinking the timeline had changed again. The players present were all confused by the situation before them. The withered trees were no longer withered. There were no more crows on the branches, and vibrant flowers bloomed in the forest.
The floral scent drifted from the direction of the forest, carrying a vibrant vitality. Sanj ran over from a distance, his face full of excitement. It seems we can get out. Leona's room door opened.
And she appeared before everyone with a youthful appearance, dazzling in the sunlight.
Beautiful and vibrant, sparkling like a jewel. She looked at everyone. You may leave.
Her gaze lingered on Hua Huai. Thank you, good child.
You enlightened me. My life shouldn't be entirely consumed by faith, and I cannot become like Tuan, but I can't completely let go yet. I hope one day, I can find my true new life. Compared to yesterday, Leona had already let go of much of her burden. Hua Huai responded, I wish you well, Leona. Facing Leona's smile, a crimson interface popped up before the player's eyes.
Congratulations to players Jiang Taiman, Sanj, Zephyr, and Li Fangji for clearing the A-level dungeon. Reward for clearing, rest time increased by 180 days, bonus of 1 million yuan per person, already deposited into the horror game key. The players read it over and over many times but did not see Hua Huai's name. Strangely, the bonus was divided into 5 shares. They were momentarily unsure if it was a system glitch or if there was something wrong with Hua Huai's player identity. At the same time, Hua Huai's prop phone flashed a notification. She took it out to check, and the live stream room icon kept enticing her to click it. Entering the live stream room, Hua Huai saw the screen full of text and her heart immediately tightened. The bullet comments stated that Zhang Changchang and her mother Xing Xiumin were in danger, and the situation was extremely urgent. Having no time to delve into how the other party knew about this, she urgently asked, what happened? Tell me in detail. Seeing that they had finally managed to contact her, the person typed frantically, mixing in several typos. Fortunately, it didn't prevent recognition, and she even saw a somewhat familiar dungeon name, Eternal Night General Hospital. The other party indicated that it couldn't see the situation inside the dungeon, but heard that the hospital was extremely dangerous. So it tried every means to notify her. Hua Huai said thank you, quickly retrieved her prop phone, and chose to leave the current dungeon immediately. The scene gradually dimmed, and Hua Huai's personal panel refreshed. Congratulations on completing the A-level Despair Church dungeon mission. Obtained item, Time Mirror Fragment January 10th. Collecting all time mirror fragments can synthesize a complete mirror of time. Mirror of Time description, possesses the ability to travel through time within the horror game, with unlimited uses. And can only be passed on by one player, who must own the Mirror of Time. Hua age, 12 years old level, a money, 77 million rest time, 3 years and 256 days skills possessed, Soul Fairy, B level, items possessed, Rib Bone Dagger, Silver Gray Sports Car, Lu Yang's. Wooden Hairpin, Live Streaming Mobile Phone, Red High Heels, Time Mirror Fragment 1 out of 10 Bound Specters, Zhao Ling, A level, Jinjiayu, A level, Qianyu, B level, Bound Spirit Pet, Heiyu, D level. When the information on the screen was displayed, Hua returned to the competition venue. In this dungeon, she didn't reveal her strength in front of others often. Everyone just felt she wasn't simple, but it was hard to associate her with being extremely powerful. On the contrary, Jiang Taiman was more eye-catching in this competition. The mere fact that he fearlessly killed the other players was enough to arouse curiosity and fear. It was truly a pity for Xingchuan Xiayin. If she hadn't attacked Jiang Taiman, she would likely have survived and come out fine. In the subsequent dungeons, she would certainly have a brilliant performance.
They weren't afraid of fighting, they were afraid of not fighting fiercely enough. Deceased players do not die immediately after leaving the dungeon. Xingchuan Xiayin was momentarily dazed on the field, still immersed in the pain of death. Realizing Jiang Taiman had emerged, she frantically lunged at him, her fierce eyes like a beast wanting to devour his flesh and blood. Fortunately, the competition organizer was prepared and specifically arranged personnel to control this group of players who died in the dungeon. Even after leaving the dungeon, Xingchuan Xiayin still couldn't touch a corner of Jiang Taiman's clothes. Shaylin and the others died too early, and deceased players cannot view the situation inside the dungeon through the god's camera. They had no idea what happened in the subsequent dungeon and were immersed in the sadness of impending death. Sanj, who loves stirring up trouble, added fuel to the fire. I heard that Xingchuan Xiayin hung the birdcage on the door. Otherwise you wouldn't have died. And River, you were also killed by Xingchuan Xiayin. She's truly a cunning schemer. The staff maintaining order couldn't help but glare at him. He was practically increasing their workload. Fortunately, the organizer was willing to spend a fortune, and there were many staff present, allowing them to control the scene. Hua wasn't distracted by the chaos. She needed to quickly enter the Eternal Night General Hospital dungeon. With her current status as an A-level player, she could completely select a specific dungeon to enter. However, she hadn't expected that she would be prohibited from selecting that dungeon due to being in a different region. Dungeons in Huagua must be entered while physically present in Huagua. No wonder after so many dungeons, the players present hadn't seen many familiar elements in the dungeons. It seemed she had to return to Huagua. Xu Wenyao noticed her anxiety on the scene and immediately stepped forward. What's wrong? Hua worriedly said, Brother Yao. Changchang has run into trouble. I need to go back and check. She told Xu Wenyao the whole story, and he offered comfort. Don't worry, I'll arrange the return home. The two left the competition venue together. Players who had not yet finished the competition cast their gazes upon seeing them leave early. On the way, Xu Wenyao received a message from Wei Shuwei, informing him of the news about their early return. Anyway, their round of the competition was over, and the next round might not necessarily take place within the free country. Wei Shuwei acknowledged the message and instructed them to be careful on the road. The two packed their luggage and set off to return home, ending this brief trip abroad. During the flight, Hua explained the matter of the killing game to Xu Wenyao. He stated that he had never heard of the so-called killing game. The existence of special players refreshed Xu Wenyao's understanding, and he finally understood why he had inexplicably entered the underworld marriage match dungeon. Remembering the players who died in that dungeon, the fact that they still had hope of waking up was excellent news for both him and Hua. This trip to the free country was not in vain. Huagua. As soon as she got off the plane, Hua's mobile phone rang. When she answered, it was a call from the hospital. Hello, is this Miss Hua? Hua answered. Her youthful voice made the person on the other end slightly stunned. They then continued, we are the city center hospital. We should have contacted you yesterday, but cracking the mobile phone password took time. Miss Xiang Lu was severely injured in a car accident a few days ago.
Although the doctors did their best to save her life, she is currently in a vegetative state. We originally wanted to contact her family, but the police investigation found that she had no relatives. There is only your phone number inside her mobile phone. You must be very important to her, so we specifically called to inform you.
Hua Huai wrote down the address. Okay, I will go see her. How much are the medical expenses for the treatment? I will pay.
Please take good care of her. There was a strange silence on the other end for a moment.
Miss Xiang Lu's account has sufficient funds. Because she has no family, the hospital has already transferred a portion of the funds from her account using police authorization.
After Hua Huai acknowledged the information, the other party hung up somewhat hastily.
However, they seemed too rushed and hadn't hung up completely. A faint muttering came through. Why is the person on the other end a child? And she's offering to pay the medical fees proactively. Even if she dares to give the money, we wouldn't dare to accept it. That's not a small amount either.
What a strange child. Hua Huai silently helped her hang up the phone. The person on the other end heard the disconnect tone and felt utterly mortified on the spot. The first time she heard Jiang Taimin's account, she was happy, followed by anxiety. Now, receiving the call from the hospital, her heart finally settled a little. As long as she wasn't truly dead, there was hope of waking up. Returning to the apartment, Xu Wenyao looked ready to enter the dungeon with Hua Huai. Hua Huai forcefully pushed him out of the apartment. I'll go by myself.
Brother Yao, you've already helped me a lot. I need room to grow.
Not to mention, Hua Huai's strength was immense now. Xu Wenyao couldn't believe he was actually pushed out by her. Xin Wenlin leaned against the railing, cracking sunflower seeds and exclaiming dramatically, "Wow, Brother Yao, little Hua Huai dislikes you now." He took a sunflower seed from his hand and cracked it. Little Hua Huai is really amazing. Just trust her. Regarding what happened in the dungeon, those who successfully cleared it always reported the good news and concealed the difficulties, easily creating the illusion of ease.
Xu Wenyao sighed deeply. What else can I do?
I can only trust her. He reached out, asking for sunflower seeds. Give me some, let's wait together. Hua Huai, being an A-level player, did not have the authority to specify which dungeon to enter. The only thing she could specify was the dungeon level. Ran Ping and Wei Shuwei were still in the free country, so she couldn't ask anyone for help. Then it was time to gamble on luck, to see if she could randomly be assigned a modern dungeon. As long as she could enter a modern dungeon, she could leave the dungeon and head to Eternal Night General Hospital. She didn't know if she should call her luck explosive, as she was randomly assigned the very dungeon she wanted to enter.
Game loading complete.
Game Dungeon, Eternal Night General Hospital. Game difficulty, A-level mission requirement, you are patients in the hospital. Before the time of your surgery, please uncover a hidden secret within the hospital.
When her vision cleared,
Hua Huai found herself sitting on a patient bed, her clothes having been changed into a hospital gown. This ward was a quad room, neatly arranged with 4 beds. The walls of the room were dusty and gray, unlike the clean white walls usually seen in hospitals. The floor tiles were black, looking like a bottomless pit of darkness. Besides her bed, 3 other beds were occupied by different people. Judging by their eyes, they were also players who had entered the dungeon. A figure rushed past the corridor, chased by a nurse in a white uniform. A player tried to peek out, but the room door slammed shut with a bang, nearly hitting his nose.
Hua Huai walked to the window and saw that under the hazy sky, the person being chased by the nurse ran straight to the entrance. Not forgetting to turn back and make a face at their window, waving before running out of the hospital. A slightly plump young man stretched lazily. That guy treats the dungeon like his home. The rest is up to us. The girl with 2 braids sat down beside him and subtly gestured for the others to look at Hua Huai. Hey! There's someone else on this trip? She's so small. How is she going to survive on her own? It must be that Guy Man Air didn't notice anyone nearby, and since we had so many people, we accidentally pulled in the wrong person. How about we bring her along? A tall, thin young man walked over and tapped her nose. Xiao xiao xiao. Can you please use your kindness in the right place? This is a dungeon where people can die at any time. We can't afford to help. Looking back at the room door, he was the one who was nearly hit just now. It seems we can't just leave freely. We can't meet up with Sister Mao and the others for now. Hua Huai's eyes moved slightly. From the conversation of the three, she gathered that this group knew each other, and quite a few people had entered together. The girl put her hands on her hips and huffed coquettishly at the tall, thin young man. You're cold-blooded. I'm not playing with you anymore. She walked over to Hua Huai, squatted down, and said in what she thought was the gentlest tone, little sister. Don't be scared. If I can lend a hand, I definitely will. I'm not like that cold-blooded guy. Her tone of voice gave the surrounding few people goosebumps. Hua Huai opened her mouth. Okay. The girl then introduced herself. My name is Xiao Xiao Xiao. Pointing to the plump young man sitting on the bed, his name is Fan Xia. Then pointing to the tall, thin young man standing up, his name is Wang Wei. We have 4 other companions, but they aren't in this room. I'll introduce you when we meet them. So many of them had entered together, and their relationship seemed quite good. Hua Huai's mood was complex for a moment, but out of politeness, she also introduced herself. My name is Hua Huai. Xia Xiaoxiao nearly got stars in her eyes. Oh, little Hua Huai, I've got it memorized. This person. Why is she so overly familiar? While the two were talking, Fan Xia and Wang Wei started searching the room. Unsurprisingly, they found their respective numbers and surgery dates at the foot of their beds. Wang Wei said, my surgery date is September 10th, number 4014. Fan Xia first checked the foot of his bed. My surgery date is September 18th. Number 4012. Then checking Xia Xiaoxiao's bed foot, Xia Xiaoxiao's surgery date is September 15th, number 4013. Finally, only Hua Huai's bed remained. They glanced at it. Her surgery date is September 7th, number 4011. Among the 4, Hua Huai's surgery date was the soonest. But they still had no way of knowing what today's date was. There seemed to be no connection between the number and the date, making it impossible to extrapolate forward using the number. Our first goal is to find today's date. Suddenly at that moment, the call bell in the room rang by itself, attracting several sets of footsteps from outside the door. Their footsteps were hurried, as if an emergency had occurred. The room door was violently shoved open, slamming against the wall several times. Doctors in white coats and nurses rushed in. Seeing that the players were not lying on their beds, their eyes instantly turned fierce. Raising his voice, which was extremely grating, he yelled, "Hold them down. Before the surgery is performed, all patients must remain in their beds." The players, who hadn't yet figured out the situation, were not prepared to resist excessively. They obediently cooperated with the doctor and nurse and returned to their beds, upon which the staff's expressions softened. The doctor held a notebook in his hand and was recording something, they didn't know what. Perhaps it contained the current date that the players wanted. But there were too many nurses behind him, and rashly trying to snatch it would likely end badly. Fan Xia signaled with his eyes for Wang Wei and Xia Xiaoxiao not to act rashly, suggesting they just wait for a better opportunity to sneak a look. Hua Huai's approach was much simpler. She just asked directly, "Doctor, how many days are left until my surgery? I'm very ill and hope to receive treatment sooner." The doctor turned to look at her. He didn't get angry, but replied, "There are 5 days left. Please wait patiently, cutting in line is not allowed for this sort of thing." They easily obtained today's date, September 2nd. Xia Xiaoxiao and the others broke out in a cold sweat for her. Asking directly was one thing, but that last sentence was completely unnecessary. What if the doctor actually moved her surgery time forward? Wouldn't she be one step closer to death? Fortunately, the result was good, they got the date. Seeing that the players were somewhat cooperative, the doctor didn't stay in the room for too long. Once he finished his notes, he left. When the room door closed again, Wang Wei and the others sat up. That doctor said we can't leave our beds before the surgery.
In reality, we were off our beds for more than 10 minutes before the call bell started ringing.
This proves that we don't necessarily
have to stay in bed, we just need to find the correct method.
Why did the doctor and nurse know we weren't in bed? Did someone peek through the crack in the door, or is there hidden surveillance in the room?
The players looked up at the ceiling, searching, but couldn't find any trace of surveillance cameras. The constant sound of footsteps in the corridor reminded the players not to leave their beds rashly when they had no clear objective.
Xia Xiaoxiao looked out the window. It's getting dark. Are we waiting until tomorrow morning? Fan Xia nodded. Hospitals are inherently unclean, and moving around at night is very dangerous. Wang Wei lay down, preparing to sleep. All right, good night.
Hua Huai's eyes were clear and bright, she was full of energy and had no intention of sleeping. Usually in a hospital, there are more doctors and nurses during the day, while only a few stay on night duty to handle emergencies. She wasn't afraid of the strange, but she was afraid of alerting the enemy.
Nighttime was more conducive to her actions.
While waiting for night to fall, she opened the live stream room on her prop phone, and the scene inside the room immediately appeared on the screen. The audience in the live stream room could tell her if Jiang Changchang and Xing Xiumin were in danger, and perhaps even provide her with some help in this dungeon.
Anyway, starting the live stream room wouldn't cause her any loss.
Time passed minute by minute, but the sky outside the window remained in a hazy, gray state, unwilling to enter night. Xia Xiaoxiao and the others also noticed something was off.
Why isn't it dark yet? Fan Xia's expression was a little uneasy. This dungeon. It can't be that there's no night, can it?
No night meant not knowing when it was most dangerous, they would be in constant danger.
Waiting became meaningless.
Hua Huai jumped off the hospital bed, a wooden hairpin inserted into her hair, and her invisibility ability made her disappear before the three. Immediately after, the room door was carefully opened.
Clearly, Hua Huai had left the room. Fan Xia thought it was inappropriate. What is she doing? Why didn't she discuss it with us?
Even if they weren't familiar with each other, acting alone so rashly was too reckless.
Wang Wei found it reasonable. Forget it, she's just a kid, what kind of foresight could she have?
If she had just been honest and done nothing,
we might have been able to help her.
He turned his gaze to Xia Xiaoxiao.
This time, it's not that we were unwilling, she just went out without a word. After Hua Huai left, she closed the room door again.
There were no traces of patients moving in the corridor, only nurses walking back and forth on patrol, wearing high heels. Actually, when the doctor and a group of nurses burst into room 401 earlier, Hua Huai had already noticed something odd about them. Every nurse wore high heels and delicate, light makeup, which was completely out of place with the hospital's atmosphere. The doctor's attire didn't seem odd, but a faint, elusive scent wafted from him, slightly diluted by the hospital's disinfectant smell,
making it difficult to detect immediately.
Hua Huai acted cautiously, avoiding contact with them. At the same time, she checked the number on the room door. Her room was room 401. The familiar number quickly made her realize that her bed number was 4011.
So, the first three digits represented the room number.
Hua Huai then observed the numbers outside other rooms: 402,
403, 404. Arranged sequentially.
Based on the height she estimated from looking out the window, the initial 4 most likely represented the floor number.
This was the 4th floor.
She had once obtained clues related to this hospital dungeon in the Information Hive dungeon, a photograph that made one's heart turn cold.
The overall tone was a hazy gray-blue, taken near evening, with family members of patients kneeling on the open ground in front of the hospital. Because they were seen from behind, their faces were not visible in the photo.
Unlike the dusty gray walls of the rooms and corridors, looking at the hospital's exterior wall from the main entrance revealed clean,
bright white tiles.
Counting from left to right, a hand was photographed on the window of the room at the end of the 4th floor, facing outside the hospital. She remembered how her heart had pounded with unease when she first saw the photo, but now she felt no fear at all. That room in the photo might have clues, so Hua Huai decided to check it first. She hadn't walked many steps when the call bells in rooms 402, 403, 404, and 405 rang one after another. The doctors and nurses repeated the same method of subduing patients as they had in room 401. Each room housed 4 patients, but not all 4 of these rooms contained players. Players and real patients were easy to distinguish. The patients all quietly stayed on their beds, their eyes filled with numbness. The players were unaware of the situation before them, and several were desperately struggling in the nurses' hands,
trying to break free from their restraints.
The rooms were close to each other, and all their doors were open, allowing them to hear each other's voices. The player in room 402 was a young girl with black-rimmed glasses and a ponytail, shouting, "Sister Mao!
Xuan Xuan! Guozi! I hear your voices. I'm in room 402, which room are you in?"
The player in room 403 looked the most mature, appearing to be a woman around 30.
Who didn't care for dressing up and was very plain. She responded, "I'm in 403. Everyone, get back to your beds first. Don't confront them directly."
The player in room 404 was most memorable for the freckles on his face, around 25 years old.
"I'm in 404, this number is too unlucky."
Room 405 still had a female player, around 18 years old.
"I'm in 405, let's listen to Sister Mao and go back to our beds."
That Sister Mao seemed to be the backbone of their team. Aside from these 4 rooms, no other rooms had experienced any issues for the time being.
Xia Xiaoxiao said they had 4 other companions, these 4 were most likely them. Could it be that this dungeon only had 8 players in total, and the other 7 belonged to the same team, leaving her as the only lone wolf?
Such a situation was truly rare in dungeons. If she weren't present, it would be no different from a death trap. The conversation of the few fell into the doctor's ears, and a chill emanated from him.
Silence in the hospital.
Compared to Xia Xiaoxiao's trio staying in the same room, these scattered individuals seemed much more uneasy.
But fortunately, none of them were reckless, and they quickly quieted down. Hua Huai didn't continue to pay attention to their movements and went directly to her target location.
The room numbers were staggered, with 20 rooms on one floor.
The destination room number was 419. Cough. Cough cough.
Before she could even turn the doorknob, she heard a series of coughs from inside. The room door wasn't locked, and the nurses in the corridor were all drawn to the players, so no one was paying attention to this side for now. Taking advantage of this time, Hua Huai slipped into room 419.
Inside lived a patient, a frail teenager of about 18, whose hospital gown hung loosely, and whose complexion was abnormally rosy.
Apart from him, there were no other patients in this ward. He saw the ward door open and close, and a strange figure stepped in.
Fighting back fear, he asked, "Who are you?"
The instant she entered, Hua Huai dropped her invisibility, so the boy could see her real appearance.
Hua Huai motioned to the clothes she wore. "My name is Hua Huai. Like you, I'm a patient."
In this dungeon, the medical staff seemed to stand on the opposite side from the patients. They forbade patients from leaving their beds, let alone the ward. Could she take it, then, that the patients and the players were on the same side, and try to fish for information from them?
Looking him over, Hua Huai asked, "What illness do you have?" He looked awful.
"I'd cough, thought it was just a cold, cough." He tried to stifle the coughing, but couldn't hold it back until his whole face flushed.
The doctor said, "Cough."
"I have, acquired pulmonary cysts, with, malignant potential.
I need, cyst removal, surgery."
Hua Huai walked to his bedside. The foot of the bed bore no number or surgery date. Clamping a hand over his mouth, tears slipping out, he coughed a while before managing, "My name is Shi Shao."
"What illness do you have?"
Hua Huai wasn't a real patient. She sidestepped. "The doctor didn't tell me, only that I'd be fine after the operation. He told me to treat the surgery like a sleep game. When I wake up, I'll be cured." Understanding showed in Shi Zhao's eyes. Perhaps her age made them spare her the lest she panic and refuse the table.
"When is your surgery scheduled? I'd like to bring you a bouquet once you're better."
Those words brought a flicker of light back to his dim eyes. But after a long while he still gave no date. Hua Huai sat on the neighboring bed. He parted his lips. I don't know. The doctor, cough, didn't say. Maybe they haven't set, cough, a time. Still, thank you, little sister. His gaze fixed on the bed she sat on. A memory surfaced. Before, the auntie in that bed, cough, had a daughter who looked about your, cough, age. Hua Huai's purpose here was to find Jiang Changchang and her mother. Shi Zhao's words smelled of a lead. Jiang Changchang did look about her age. Hua Huai asked, did that auntie have an injury on her leg? Shi Zhao was startled. How, did you know? Cough, I heard they'd, cough, were transferred from another hospital. The leg injury, cough, was severe. A bad premonition stirred in Hua Huai. Where are they now? Shi Zhao answered, after their surgery, cough, yesterday, they never came back. Probably, moved to a quieter, cough, private room. The surgery had been yesterday. She was too late. The air Hua Huai breathed turned icy, her mind buzzing. Jiang Changchan's abnormal rank is C. She couldn't possibly resist this dungeon's abnormal boss. The player's mission hint, find a secret hidden in the hospital before the surgeries. Clearly the surgery event is the turning point. Wait to players, the healthy shouldn't be operated on, yet Xing Xiumin's leg was injured, surgery might not harm her. She hoped she was overthinking. At that moment a distant call bell rang, stirring the nurses in the corridor again. Hua Huai rose at once, cracked the door and peeked out. The bell's direction, Ward 401, she had probably been spotted leaving. I have to go. Goodbye, she whispered. Before Shi Zhao could answer, she refastened the wooden hairpin the moment she stepped out. Those high heels slowed the nurses. Hua Huai sprinted back into her ward. The instant they pushed the door, she was already sitting properly on her bed. The call bell cut off, the doctors' and nurses' scoldings died in their throats. After a stiff pause and a head count, numbers matched. Finally the doctor said, rest well. Once they left, Fan Xia stared as if seeing a ghost. When did she get back on the bed? The other two shook their heads, bewildered. No idea, she just appeared. Fan Xia pointed at the door. I only saw it open once, never a second time. Could she never have left, just messing with us? In fact, Hua Huai had slipped in together with the staff. A few seconds difference let her reach her bed before their eyes locked on her. A mere couple of seconds was enough. Xia Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Why would she mess with us? Quit the conspiracy theories. She's just a kid, probably playing by herself. Cracking her knuckles, she added, I counted, once someone leaves the bed. The bell rings after 15 minutes. Meaning we get 15 minutes of free movement. Fan Xia flopped back. What good is 15 minutes? The corridor's still crawling with staff, we can't even get out. Then inspiration struck, he sat up briskly and smiled at Hua Huai. You're Hua Huai, right? You've got an item that lets you turn invisible, it's wasted on you alone. Lend it to us for a while, once we find the clue, we'll definitely help you finish your mission. Pretty friendly deal, don't you think? Before Hua Huai could answer, Fan Xia felt a chill on his back, as if an air conditioner were blasting right at him. He rubbed his nape instinctively and glanced over his shoulder. The glance nearly stopped his heart. He sprang from the bed. Mother! Who are you? When did you get behind me? Jin Jiayue sat poised, her smile flawless. I heard you wanted my hairpin. The coldness laced in that smile made every hair stand on end. Fan Xia dared not look closely, his eyes flicked toward Hua Huai. Your hairpin? Isn't it hers? Jin Jiayue said, she has the right to use it, not to lend it. At that, everything was clear. Jin Jiayue is Hua Huai's bound specter, therefore, Jin Jiayue's items can be used by Hua Huai as well. Fan Xia and the others' impression of Hua Huai was that of a bystander caught in the dungeon, they never imagined she would possess a bound specter.
Sore. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
Xia Xiaoxiao and Wang Wei also spoke up for him. His brain just had a cramp, don't take his words to heart.
Usually,
a bound spectre and a player are in a cooperative relationship, but not every bound spectre truly helps their host, mostly. The bound spectre holds the higher status. If the bound spectre is unhappy, they might face great misfortune. Obviously, they didn't think Hua Huai had a say in front of the bound spectre. To their surprise, Hua Huai sighed, "Sister Jin, you really scared them." Xin Jiayue crossed her arms. Her noble daughter temperament having been worn down quite a bit in the real world. She tilted her head slightly and gave a light snort. "Who told this little fatty to want my wooden hairpin?"
"I'm not giving it." Little fatty.
Xia Xiaoxiao and the others were dumbstruck.
How was this nickname a bit cute? Fan Xia rubbed his face, eyes full of sorrow. "Am I very fat?"
Wang Wei held back a laugh. "No, not fat." Xia Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. "I told you to lose weight long ago, but you wouldn't."
"Now you're being mocked, right?" Fan Xia glared at them. "With friends like you, it's truly my honor." Xia Xiaoxiao smoothly took over. "Indeed.
Indeed, just be happy in secret in this relaxed atmosphere." The sense of horror was dispelled. Xin Jiayue looked around the ward, her gaze fixing on the floor. She said to Hua Huai, "This place is more dangerous than the A-level dungeons you've braved before. It can be said to be the top-tier configuration among A-level dungeons.
However, it shouldn't be too hard for you.
But the other players probably wouldn't be so lucky." Before leaving, she gave a free tip to all the players present. "The floor is full of eyes." Before the players could digest the meaning of Xin Jiayue's first two sentences, they were chilled to the bone by the last reminder.
Wang Wei looked down. "How come I don't see them?" Fan Xia lay directly on the ground.
After a close-up observation, he quickly stood up, rubbing his hands on his clothes as if he'd touched something dirty.
"There are, under the floor tiles. Dense, packed with eyes.
When I was lying on the ground, they were staring at me." He paused slightly. "To be more precise, they've merged with the floor tiles." Xia Xiaoxiao suddenly realized. "I wondered why the floor tiles were such an abrupt black, so that's the reason. If they were white tiles, those eyes would definitely be very conspicuous."
"What do the eyes represent? Where do so many eyes come from?"
Hua Huai pondered her doubt. It was hard to say where the eyes came from, but they likely represented watching. If so, when she left Ward 401 for Ward 419, these eyes could see everything.
Why wait 15 minutes before the call bell started ringing?
She looked at the call bell, feeling she had been somewhat led by habit.
That thing could be destroyed, couldn't it?
The black mud crawled out from her fingertips onto the call bell.
Just as it was about to be swallowed bit by bit, the call bell shrieked, "It hurts. It hurts so much."
Xia Xiaoxiao and the others had accepted that Hua Huai had a bound spectre, so having some special abilities wasn't surprising. But that strange cry really startled them.
Xia Xiaoxiao said, "How can this thing talk?"
It turned out that a mouth was hidden inside the call bell. It was embedded in the wall, with no structure belonging to a call bell at all. All along, the one making the noise was the mouth. Surprisingly, Hua Huai really didn't continue the corrosion.
She was heard bargaining with the mouth. "When we're moving, can you not scream?" The mouth refused righteously, "No." Hua Huai responded coldly, "Oh. Then you're not hurting enough yet."
Then, the corrosion ability crawled back onto her fingertips.
The mouth couldn't see, so it naturally couldn't perceive it.
Until the corrosion reached the corners of its mouth, it dodged and twitched. However, being embedded in the wall, its range of movement was very limited.
The mouth felt very aggrieved. Okay. I'll listen to you." Hua Huai nodded. "Good, be a good boy."
Threatening a spectre was something Fan Xia and the others had never heard of. Their jaws nearly dropped in shock.
Wang Wei couldn't help asking, "Why not just eliminate it? Without the call bell, wouldn't that solve the problem once and for all?"
That mouth was something from this dungeon, there was no guarantee it would always listen to Hua Huai. Hua Huai said, without this call bell, they might just install another one.
It wasn't that she didn't think far enough,
but rather that she thought too far ahead. The mouth chimed in, exactly.
Exactly.
How can you be so vicious?
I'm already willing to cooperate, yet you still want to eliminate me? You're the real bad person.
Since the call bell indicated it wouldn't ring, the players didn't need to stay on their hospital beds anymore.
Xia Xiaoxiao leaned toward Hua Huai, her eyes filled with a hint of admiration.
Hee, big shot, I failed to recognize your greatness before.
Please be patient with me. Fan Xia rolled his eyes at her. Xia Xiaoxiao, do you know how much of a sycophant you look like right now? Xia Xiaoxiao wasn't ashamed, so what? When you meet a big thigh, shouldn't you grab on tight? Otherwise, you won't be able to later. Of all of us, how many have a bound specter?
Sister Mao and the others are still scattered in different wards.
I don't know when we'll find a way to get out. Since a few of us are together, we have to find a way to meet up with them.
She was right, being unable to regroup always made one feel uneasy.
Fan Xia's momentum weakened significantly, but begging a child is just too unseemly.
Wang Wei, however, could set aside his pride and followed Xia Xiaoxiao's lead. Big shot, please carry us. Hua Huai, the big shot herself, remained silent. This was the first time she had received such high treatment in a dungeon. But she was a bit overwhelmed by the favor.
Don't call me that, I have a name. Besides, I'm no big shot.
Xia Xiaoxiao didn't listen, the big shot is shy.
It's okay, we're calling you that willingly.
Hua Huai looked at her, her eyes filled with disbelief.
She wasn't shy, really.
Not knowing how to correct her, she simply changed the subject. A patient named Shishao lives in Ward 419.
The surgery date is unknown.
The hallway is full of female nurses wearing high heels. The doctors have a fragrance on them and usually stay in their offices, only rushing out when they hear the call bell.
These are the clues I've gathered so far.
After a moment's thought, she added, perhaps you can hide from the eyes through a change of identity.
Though I can't guarantee it will work.
Night doesn't fall in this dungeon, but time still flows. We need to keep an eye on the passage of time at all times.
It would be best if we could reliably tell the time. Fan Xia and the others had also noticed the high heels on the female nurse's feet.
However, they hadn't smelled the fragrance on the doctor.
The smell of disinfectant in the room must have been too strong, masking the scent.
Hua Huai's selfless sharing of clues truly earned their respect, and a look of goodwill uncontrollably escaped from their 3 pairs of eyes.
Fan Xia expressed his complete admiration. Let's try her method.
When a nurse passes the door, grab one and bring her in.
With nurses wandering the corridor,
it was difficult for the players to approach the doctor. The only ones they could swap identities with were the nurses. The 3 of them worked together, quickly finding the right moment to cover a nurse's mouth and drag her into the room. They tore up the bedsheets to gag the nurse and used the remaining sheets to roll into a rope to bind her.
Xia Xiaoxiao said, "You 2 men turn around, I'm going to change clothes." The room was quite simple and lacked an independent bathroom. Wang Wei disagreed, the first one out has to bear the risk. Can you handle it? He hesitated, otherwise. I'll do it.
Xia Xiaoxiao scanned him up and down. These are women's clothes, how are you going to wear them?
Wang Wei refused to back down. I can squeeze into them, can't I?
Xia Xiaoxiao reminded him, you also have to wear high heels.
Wang Wei pursed his lips, what does that matter? I'm a man, my legs are longer than yours, so I'll run faster than you anyway.
Xia Xiaoxiao gave him a shove, don't be stubborn.
I know you're worried about me. But if you walk strangely and other nurses notice, what then? It's better if I go, my risk is the lowest. She took off her outer garment and turned to look at the 2 men, aren't you turning around? Or are you ready to get a taste of my big foot? The 2 turned around, and Wang Wei grumbled, you don't care about your image at all. At the very least, we're members of the opposite sex to you.
Xia Xiaoxiao chuckled. Between members of the opposite sex who've even seen each other's underwear, there's no need to care about so many.
Fan Xia sighed, both of you. Say less. Careful not to corrupt the child. Xia Xiaoxiao stole a glance at Hua Huai and agreed, oh, good point. They had said everything that should and shouldn't be said. Hua Huai could only marvel at how good their relationship was. Dressed neatly, Xia Xiaoxiao didn't forget to admire herself. How is it? Do I look like a nurse?
It's just these high heels that are too strange, they shouldn't be on a nurse's feet.
It's really the only flaw.
She went to the door and feigned a light-hearted tone, battle robes are on. Time to head to the battlefield. Fan Xia and Wang Wei stared intently at her, fearing something might happen the moment she stepped out. To prevent the nurses from noticing anything unusual in the room, Xia Xiaoxiao needed to close the door after leaving. At which point Fan Xia and Wang Wei would no longer be able to watch her.
Wang Wei said worriedly, if you encounter danger, run back to the room immediately.
Fan Xia was no less worried. We'll be ready at the door to back you up. Hua Huai came to Xia Xiaoxiao's side, I'll go out with you. The idea was hers. And since she could guarantee Xia Xiaoxiao's safety, there was no need for her to take the risk alone. You won't be able to see me, but I'll be by your side. Seeing Hua Huai going with her, Xia Xiaoxiao's confidence surged, okay. The door opened and closed as the two left the room. Standing in the corridor, the passing nurses glanced at her, making Xia Xiaoxiao's heart race and her stomach churn with anxiety.
Fortunately, they only looked and didn't make things difficult for her.
It seemed they accepted her identity as a nurse and treated her as one of their own. Lowering her voice, she squeezed out an excited tone from her throat, great, this method works.
Let's go back now and have Fan Xia and Wang Wei put on nurse uniforms too. She quickly contradicted herself, no. They can't do much even if they come out now.
I should go find Sister Mao and the others first.
She asked cautiously, Big Shot, are you coming with me?
It wouldn't take much time to explore the other rooms while she was at it.
Hua Huai softly agreed, okay. The two first entered the nearest 403 room.
To avoid wasting the duration of her invisibility, Hua Huai deactivated it after entering the room.
When the player in that room saw who it was, a look of joy involuntarily appeared on her face. Xiaoxiao, you're here. I just heard movement coming from your room. Fan Xia and Wang Wei should be in the same room as you, right?
Xia Xiaoxiao nodded, that's right, we were lucky and got assigned to the same room. She turned to introduce Hua Huai, this is Sister Mao, full name Mao Kersen. She's the most mature person in our team. Then she introduced Hua Huai to Mao Kersen, this person beside me is called Hua Huai.
She's very powerful.
Mao Kersen didn't look down on Hua Huai because of her young age and gave a kind smile, hello, Hua Huai. Hua Huai responded politely, hello, Sister Mao. There was no hint of unease in her eyes, she was a special person. Aside from Man-Air, she hadn't seen anyone so fearless in a dungeon.
Mao Kersen thought this while observing Xia Xiaoxiao's clothing and analyzing the intervals between the bell rings.
Before she could deduce the correct answer, Xia Xiaoxiao had already recounted everything that had just happened. She didn't know when Hua Huai had left the room, only that the call bell in the neighboring room had rung twice. With only that clue, she wouldn't have been able to deduce the correct answer herself. Hearing Xia Xiaoxiao's words, she said understandingly, so that's how it is.
The call bell in the room could be threatened. As long as the bell didn't ring, one could leave the room by swapping identities with a nurse in the corridor. Mao Kersen followed suit, threatening the call bell to gain permission to move. Let's go, let's find Xuan and the others together.
Everything went incredibly smoothly as they entered rooms 405, 404, and 402 in succession. The young girl in room 405 was named Bai Yunshuang, about 18 years old. They affectionately called her Xuan. The man in room 404 was about 25 years old with freckles on his face, named Yang Li Gua. They were used to calling him Guazi.
The girl in room 402 wore black-rimmed glasses and had a ponytail. She was about 16 years old and named Gui Xin.
Having gathered the several players scattered across the rooms, they prepared to head to room 401 together. Standing in the corridor, Xia Xiaoxiao clearly felt the gaze of the surroundings intensify significantly. The female nurses in the corridor slowed down, hesitantly approaching them.
Xia Xiaoxiao said fearfully, "What's going on? Something seems a bit wrong."
The players momentarily stopped in their tracks, warily watching the nurses approaching them.
As time gradually passed, cold sweat trickled down the players' backs.
The nurses' eyes held no malice, and they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. But there had to be a reason for them to keep approaching. When the nearest nurse was only a step away from the players, her expression instantly changed. They shuddered and scrambled back into the room.
Xia Xiaoxiao patted her chest. "Heavens, that scared me to death. Their eyes just now. They basically realized we weren't their kind. How could this be? There were no problems the previous few times." Mao Kerson said, "They didn't recognize us immediately,
but hesitated as they approached before suddenly confirming we weren't nurses. It's hard to say the specific reason, we have to try a few more times."
Yang Ligua said somewhat awkwardly, "Could it be my problem?
I'm a man, it's hard not to be suspected dressed like this." The others shook their heads in unison, and Xia Xiaoxiao said, "Probably not. We went to your room first, and then came to room 402.
Finally, we were going to meet up at room 401. This isn't the first time you've stepped into the corridor.
If they were going to suspect you, they should have suspected you the first time, right?"
Guai Xian suggested. "Then it might be my problem.
Why don't you guys go to room 401 to meet up first?"
Mao Kerson immediately vetoed. "How can we leave you here alone?" Frowning in thought,
"How about this, I'll stay in room 402 with you so we can look out for each other, and the others can go to room 401 to meet up."
For now. That was the only way.
After agreeing, they returned to the corridor. The nurses had already dispersed.
Seeing them come out, they didn't pay much attention. They looked at each other. Could it really be Guai Xian's problem? Back in room 401, Fan Xia and Wang Wei were delighted again, and then asked, "Where are Sister Mao and Guai Xian?"
Xia Xiaoxiao recounted what had happened, and Fan Xia and Wang Wei expressed their understanding. Then catching a glimpse of Yang Ligua's attire, Fan Xia blinked, and Wang Wei forced down the corners of his mouth, saying, "Big brother,
these clothes really suit you." Yang Ligua said dejectedly, "Laugh if you want to laugh, I've already been laughed at by them once."
Those clothes looked neither fish nor fowl on him, not to mention how awkward it was. Then, uncontrollable laughter broke out in the room. The two of them laughed until they were twitching, and Yang Ligua turned away in embarrassment. Xia Xiaoxiao gave them a look and whispered, "I told you to laugh and you actually laughed, stop it." Fan Xia came to Yang Ligua's side and naturally put an arm around his shoulder. "Brother, maybe we'll have to wear them later too."
"Then it'll be your turn to laugh at us."
Wang Wei chimed in, "Exactly, it's only fair to return the favor."
"We'll allow you to laugh, haha."
The originally stagnant air began to flow again, and Yang Ligua gave a light snort.
"I won't be polite about it either." After this banter, the atmosphere was actually more relaxed than when they arrived. Several people exchanged information.
Fan Xia and Wang Wei learned that Yang Ligua's surgery date was September 8th, Mao Kerson's surgery date was September 12th. Bai Yunchuan's was September 14th, and Guai Xian's was September 16th. Among all the players present, Hua Huai's surgery date was the closest. They fixed their gazes on Hua Huai, and Yang Ligua hesitated slightly. "Should we
help her complete her dungeon mission first?"
Hua Huai was not part of their team. Facing unfamiliar players, their help could very well be a case of the farmer and the snake. Such situations were all too common in dungeons. Except for Xia Xiaoxiao, no one dared to respond without reservation.
Xia Xiaoxiao seemed carefree. "Of course, do you have the heart to let such a young girl die in the dungeon? With so many of us, we can definitely complete the mission before the deadline." Fan Xia and Wang Wei seemed to be neutral and didn't speak.
Bai Yunchuan spoke in a cautionary tone, "Xiaoxiao, the level of this dungeon is different from before.
Have you forgotten how much determination we needed to enter?
Cannot take any of our lives to gamble on the life of an outsider." Bai Yunshuang's words were not without reason. Xia Xiaoxiao always thought too simply, and under everyone's gaze, she began to reflect on her behavior. She hoped Hua Huai would be okay, but she also didn't want anyone in the team to die in this dungeon. But she had previously called Hua Huai boss time and again, and now she was the first to abandon her. No matter how she thought about it, she felt ashamed to face Hua Huai. Her words got stuck in her throat. Hua Huai hadn't harbored any expectations of others in the first place. This waiting process was merely to see these people's choices. She picked up where Xia Xiaoxiao left off. I can complete the mission myself, thank you for your kindness. There was no need to put Xia Xiaoxiao in a dilemma. Xia Xiaoxiao's bond with the team was not something an outsider like her could compare to. For now, these people were already unexpectedly friendly. Having roughly figured out the players' personalities, Hua Huai took the initiative to say, I still have things to do. So I won't stay here any longer. Since there was surgery, there must be an operating room. Or, the chief surgeon's office was also a key area for investigation. Seeing Hua Huai leave, Xia Xiaoxiao's fingers twisted together, revealing her inner unease. Is she angry? By Yunshuang sighed, Xiaoxiao, we can't worry about others right now. Hua Huai had walked too far to hear the voices behind her. At the end of the corridor, a layout map of the hospital was posted at the corner of the stairs. This hospital had 3 buildings in total. The main building she was currently in was the shortest, only 4 stories high. The top 2 floors were the inpatient area for patients, and the bottom 2 floors were for registration and consultation. As for the operating room, it wasn't marked on this building's layout map. It was likely in one of the other 2 buildings. Hua Huai decided to investigate the nearby offices first. Xing Xiumin's injury was on her leg, so she should have gone to the orthopedics department. The corresponding consultation room was on the 2nd floor. Leaving the inpatient area, the number of nurses in the corridor significantly decreased. Any consultation room in the various departments that had a doctor on duty had its doors wide open. Hua Huai found the orthopedics consultation room and found the door tightly closed, inferring that there was likely no one inside. She tried to enter directly but found it wouldn't work. In another timeline of the Despair Church dungeon, she could clearly walk through walls. Could it be because that timeline didn't have a supernatural entity presiding over it, so it didn't restrict her? Forget it, it's not like she hadn't learned lockpicking. Hua Huai slipped into an adjacent open office to check for any useful items. Next to a file, she saw a paperclip. Since she was maintaining her invisibility, Hua Huai walked over openly to pick up the paperclip. Only for the open contents of the file to catch her eye. She couldn't help but look back at the department and found it was the respiratory medicine department. No wonder she saw Shi Zhao's name on the file. Shi Zhao, diagnosed with an acquired pulmonary cyst, requiring a cystectomy. The information on the file matched what Shi Zhao himself had said, but for some unknown reason, the surgery date column had been scribbled over messily. In the bottom right corner of the document, something else caught Hua Huai's eye, a complicated pattern boldly marked in red ink. An irregular outer ring enclosed messy lines and circles, wild, childish graffiti. She couldn't decipher it, but its very complexity burned it into her memory. A faint, almost illusory fragrance reached her nose. Following the scent, she saw the doctor at his desk, busily shuffling papers though not a single patient was present. The closer she moved, the stronger the aroma became. Not common flowers, but something woody, steady, warm and unfamiliar perfume she couldn't place. This doctor wasn't the intruder she'd met earlier. Did every doctor wear this scent? Like every nurse wore high heels? Holding the question for later, Hua Huai returned to the orthopedics department door and picked it open with a paperclip. She moved with utmost care, not wanting to alert any staff. Inside the office she began hunting for clues. The mountain of files was staggering. Before locating Xing Xiumin's chart she stumbled across her own. Hua Huai closed fracture with marked swelling. Cast immobilization required first, surgery after swelling subsides. Surgery scheduled, September 7th. Her schedule was printed plainly, so why had Zhao's surgery date been blacked out? In the bottom right corner she spotted another doodle, crude but unmistakably an eye. She committed it to memory and kept flipping pages.
The orthopedist could return any moment, speed was critical.
Most files she barely skimmed, checking only the names. A heavy tread echoed down the corridor, no high heels made that sound. Her palms sweating, Hua Huai willed herself faster. If this was the department's doctor, she'd have to wait for another chance. Before finding Jiang Changchang and Xing Xiumin, she couldn't afford to stir the hornet's nest.
The footsteps neared, stopping right outside the orthopedics door. Keys jingled, the lock clicked, and the door swung open. The doctor surveyed the office, everything looked normal.
Slipping out during the brief opening, Hua Huai wiped cold sweat from her temple. She'd never flipped pages at lightning speed like that. Luckily, just before the doctor entered, she'd crouched and snatched Xing Xiumin's chart. Xing Xiumin, old fracture in the leg, surgery needed urgently.
The surgery date column was smeared out, identical to Zhao's file. Again, a small doodle in the corner, this time, a heart. Jiang Changchang hadn't checked in as a patient, so no file existed for her. Hua Huai decided to try the operating area, sprinting down the stairs to the first floor. Around the corner yawned pitch blackness. Was there another level below the first floor?
The layout map hadn't shown this zone, perhaps a drugstore or a pedestrian passage from an underground garage. If her invisibility lasted longer she'd have explored, but time was short.
She had to check the 2 annex buildings first.
Called the annexes, each 10 stories high, they blocked the backlight and cast the main building into chilling gloom.
Building 1 annex on the left, she entered first, hunting for a floor plan.
Usually such plans sat in plain sight. While searching, she accidentally collided with someone.
An ouch rang out as the figure tumbled. A boy of about 7 in ordinary, filthy clothes stared up at her. Shouldn't hospitals be spotless? How had he gotten so dirty?
No patient gown, clearly not a registered inpatient. Several kids of the same age hurried over to help him up.
Number 2, are you hurt? What had they called him? Number 2, what kind of name was that?
Even cats and dogs got real names. Supported by the others, number 2 rose and fixed Hua Huai with a sharp stare. Big sis, when you bump into someone, you apologize.
What was going on?
His eyes held none of a child's innocence. An air of violent recklessness clung to him, something she'd never even felt from Hua Yuan.
He called her big sis. She glanced down, her invisibility had worn off. It was her own carelessness. Following his cue, she offered a sincere, sorry.
Number 2 grinned, the malice in his eyes outstripping Hua Yuan's by miles.
An apology needs sincerity, not just words. Tell you what, big sis, how about you play jump rope with us?
A looped leather rope appeared in his hand, the other children scattered, one gripping the opposite end. They planted themselves in the open lobby, fastening the rope round their waists, clapping and chanting, little ball, kick it high. Bloom like Molly in 21, 256, 257, 28, 29, 31. Clearly they expected her to jump in. Their eerie synchrony suggested endless rehearsal.
By now Hua Huai understood perfectly. In a hospital rife with weirdness, these kids were probably not human.
She snapped her fingers, the scene around them shifted, dragging the children into an illusionary realm. Towering trees and cold wind replaced the lobby. Their rhythmic chant broke off mid-sentence as they looked around in alarm.
Where are we? How did we get here? Number 2, I'm scared.
Number 2 stood bewildered, he had no idea either. Nearby waited a bright red bridal sedan he'd never seen before.
Beside it lay an exquisite pair of embroidered shoes.
Leaving the rope, he went to pick them up only to rear back at the sudden apparition of a grotesque ghost face. The face looked melted, as if splashed with acid, blood and goo dripped in strings. As the mess nearly touched his feet, he scrambled several meters away.
The other children wailed, run, run.
They bolted in chaos, though not human, they still feared the uncanny. In an illusionary realm, the caster shapes every detail. Hua Hua used the distraction to slip away.
She found the floor plan inside. This annex housed obstetrics, gynecology, and 3 floors of operating theaters.
While searching for the operating room, Hua Hua encountered many more children, judging by their appearance. The oldest was no more than 7 years old. Some were only a few months old, and there were even babies with amniotic fluid still on them crawling on the floor. The hospital truly was a special place. The number of abnormals was beyond counting. Hua Hua tried her best to walk around them, but they kept clinging to her, either wanting to play games or looking at her with pure malice. Another abnormal up ahead was about to attack her. Like an animal on all fours, it used its limbs to leap and strike at her. Without the help of an invisibility ability, she had to deal with countless abnormals. Even if their abilities weren't strong, it was still exhausting. Hua Hua casually opened a door and entered, temporarily avoiding the group of abnormals. The vibration from closing the door shook the wall, and a duty roster hanging on it fell down. This doctor's duty schedule was packed. All the surgeries requiring a lead surgeon were performed by him. Besides being the lead surgeon for this department, he also served as the director of this hospital. Such a special identity made Hua Hua in no hurry to leave this place. She began rummaging through the office, hoping to find some useful clues. The most peculiar thing was a safe placed at the bottom of the cabinet. Before she could even reach out to touch it, a wave of coldness swept in from behind her. Hua Hua didn't need to look back to guess that the newcomer was no ordinary person. "Which building's patient are you?" This person's voice was steady, and he had arrived silently. Hua Hua's heart pounded. She hadn't expected to be caught red-handed. Not knowing the other party's background, she decided to see how things unfolded first. She turned around with a look of innocence and confusion on her face. Instead of answering, she asked, "Who are you?" The man's eyes were like a lion's, filled with a heavy sense of aggression. As if he were staring at food to be devoured. Despite this, Hua Hua's gaze proactively landed on the doctor's name tag, learning that his name was Ren Jiwen. Ren Jiwen tilted his head slightly. "I am a doctor, of course." Hua Hua kept her hands behind her back, the rib bone dagger already appearing in her palm. "Why isn't the doctor in his office? Is it after hours? If it's after hours, why are you coming back now? Is it time for work again?" Such simple and curious questions coming from a child's mouth made it impossible to blame her. Ren Jiwen uncharacteristically took the time to explain, "You don't understand a doctor's work. As long as patients need us, we need to be at our posts, no matter the time. We also have to observe the patient's conditions frequently. How could we stay in the office all the time? Now tell me, which building's patient are you? I'll take you back." The doctors and nurses she had seen earlier were all on the opposite side of the players, and this one might not be an exception. "I know the way. Since you're so busy, I'll just head back myself." As she passed by Ren Jiwen, Hua Hua sized him up from head to toe. From the surface, there was nothing unusual about Ren Jiwen, but upon getting closer, that special fragrance didn't emanate from him. There was a drop of liquid on his pitch-black leather shoes. Because the shoes themselves were so dark, Hua Hua couldn't identify what it was, only that it felt somewhat thick. However, why were his hands clenched into fists? If he were going to attack, they were close enough, yet he still hadn't made a move. Or perhaps he was clutching something in his hand that couldn't be seen by others. The next moment, Hua Hua was tripped by a chair at her feet and stumbled forward a few steps, seemingly about to fall onto Ren Jiwen. Faced with this situation, Hua Hua didn't believe he wouldn't unclench his hand. Ren Jiwen took a step back, and she continued to stumble forward 2 more steps. From Ren Jiwen's backward movement alone, he clearly wasn't a doctor who cared deeply for his patients. In the emergency, he instinctively loosened his hand to push Hua Hua away, but then, realizing the marks on his hand, he clenched his fist again. Hua Hua was watching closely and naturally saw the scar on his palm. It was a neat scratch, not looking like it was made by a blade, but rather resembling the marks left by puppet strings. It was Jiang Changchang. The puppet ability hadn't posed a threat to Ren Jiwen, leaving only a slight mark. Being able to easily resist Jiang Changchang,
Ren Jiwon was at least a B rank or higher abnormal. Could he be the abnormal boss of this dungeon?
Since Jiang Changchang had come into conflict with him, it seemed things looked grim for Xing Xiumin. She couldn't attack Ren Jiwon directly, there was a high probability that Jiang Changchang was in his hands. She had to find Jiang Changchang as soon as possible.
Where in the hospital would be suitable for hiding someone?
Hua Huai recalled the underground space of the main building she had passed earlier. It was pitch black there, and if something were hidden,
it wouldn't be easily discovered.
Ren Jiwon dodged to the side, and Hua Huai took the opportunity to brush past him, rushing out the door in one breath.
Since Ren Jiwon's arrival, the corridor had become empty. Presumably, those children were very afraid of him. Without the children's harassment, Hua Huai's return to the main building went very smoothly.
She took out the prop phone and attempted to use its faint light to enter the first basement floor. Just as she took a step, a bone-chilling cold swept over her. Below was like an ice cellar, making her unable to stop shivering.
Could it be a cold storage below?
No, a cold storage would definitely have a door. Just as she made up her mind to go further down, screams and sounds of fighting kept coming from upstairs. It was Xia Xiaoxiao's group. They seemed to be in danger.
Hua Huai quickly turned and headed upstairs.
The nurses in the stairwell were attracted by the commotion above and were all running upstairs, not noticing her at the end of the line.
The entrance to the stairs on the fourth floor. Guaixian accidentally tripped on the stairs while fleeing and sprained her leg.
She tried to stand up several times but couldn't bear the pain. Seeing the group of nurses crowding the hallway and about to rush up to attack, she had already prepared herself to face death.
Run, quickly! Don't worry about me.
The players out on this mission were Guaixian, Xia Xiaoxiao, and Mao Kerson. Initially, the nurses in the corridor behaved normally toward them, but as time passed, their attitude suddenly changed, becoming full of aggression.
Guaixian told the two of them to run, but they were a team. How could they abandon a teammate so easily? Go back to the ward first.
Mao Kerson pushed Xia Xiaoxiao and had already started running toward Guaixian. If she ran now, there was a high probability Xia Xiaoxiao would escape danger.
She was pushed back a few steps and quickly turned around, saying, "No, if we go together." There were simply too many nurses behind them. Crowded together like zombies in a TD show, scrambling to snatch their prey. Xia Xiaoxiao was unwilling to leave.
In a short time, nurses gradually gathered in front as well, leaving them in the very center of an encirclement. By the time Fan Xia and the others realized what was happening, it was already difficult to provide support for the three of them.
The nurses' eyes were full of excitement, and they couldn't stop muttering, "Mine! Mine! That's my prey!"
Mao Kerson helped Guaixian to her feet. The nurses were already within arm's reach, one of them thrusting a syringe forward, still full of an unknown liquid. At that moment, two brooms were tossed in from the outer edge of the crowd. Fan Xia raised his voice, "Use these to hold them off while we figure a way to reach you." They could still rely on their bound specters. But this was only the first day of the dungeon. Burning their strongest combat power so soon was out of the question. Unless the situation truly became one of last resort. Xia Xiaoxiao was first to snatch up a broom, batting away syringes for Mao Kerson and Guaixian. She didn't notice the nurse on her left raising a scalpel, aiming straight for her neck.
"Xiaoxiao, watch out."
Mao Kerson grabbed the other broom to parry, yet the scalpel slid down the handle. She couldn't dodge in time and a deep gash was carved across her. The scalpel was simply too sharp, skin might as well have been tissue paper. Blood pattered to the floor. Mao Kerson clenched the broom through the pain, forcing the encroaching nurses back with all her strength. Hold on a little longer, Fan Xia and the others would surely come up with something. But before they could conjure a solution, Hua Huai had already reached the stair corner. The way up was blocked. The sounds of battle drifting from straight ahead. She poked the waist of the nurse in front of her and, quite politely, said, "Please make way." The nurse was wholly focused ahead. Glancing back at Hua Huai, she simply turned away again, dismissing her entirely. A moment later the belatedly startled nurse spun round, scalpel glinting in her hand. Hua Huai seized the clothes of the person beside her, vaulted up, and kicked the nurse tumbling down the stairs. The scalpel flew from the nurse's grip, clattering several times on the floor, far quieter than the racket of her fall. The commotion drew many nurses. They turned in unison, adopting hostile stances. Their attacks were too slow, every move identical, nothing to fear. One after another Hua Huai booted them down the stairs, her brutality chilling to behold. Most nurses were lured away, the pressure on Mao Kerson's group eased, and they finally saw who was dishing out the carnage. Shock was inevitable. They had guessed Hua Huai might be strong, but never this strong. She hadn't summoned her bound specter, hadn't borrowed its power, hadn't even used a single item. She relied purely on herself. How could such a small body hold that much strength? Looking at the stunned group, Hua Huai said, "Get back to the ward first." They nodded dazedly. "All right." Back inside room 401, the players still hadn't recovered from what had just happened. While bandaging Mao Kerson's wound, Bai Yunchuan hesitantly asked, "You came back specially for us?" "I just happened to hear the noise," Hua Huai replied. Bai Yunchuan's face flushed with shame. She had spoken against Hua Huai earlier, yet Hua Huai helped them without the slightest grudge. She knew she should apologize, but the words stuck in her throat. Reading her intent, Mao Kerson said to Hua Huai, "I wasn't there earlier. Something Xuanshuang said may have offended you. I apologize on her behalf." To Hua Huai the whole incident was trivial. She hadn't even given it a second thought. "I don't blame any of you. Bai Yunchuan was right, you're a team and shouldn't gamble your friends' lives for an outsider like me. The fact that I could lend a hand is simply because I'm capable and, for the moment, deem you worth helping." The word help rolled off her tongue lightly. Even outside a dungeon, few could offer aid to strangers so casually. Mao Kerson asked hesitantly, "You're an A-level player?" They'd never seen an A-level player so young. So when they first met Hua Huai they'd assumed she was a random kid dragged into the dungeon by man-air. Hua Huai lifted her eyes in surprise. "Aren't you?" They really weren't. They exchanged glances. Mao Kerson spoke first. "I'm a B-level player with a B-level bound specter." At that her expression turned awkward. "Decent rank, but my ability's too special, rarely useful." Asking about someone's bound specter was normally rude, yet since Mao Kerson offered, Hua Huai's curiosity was piqued. "How special?" Xia Xiaoxiao answered for her. "She can create money, currency that only works inside dungeons." Hardly an offensive skill, no wonder Mao Kerson called it special. Her bound specter's own combat power is poor, far weaker than its rank suggests. You could say it basically has no fighting ability. The only combat-ready bound specter in our team is Wang Wei's sea level, yet it often turns the tide at crucial moments. To be honest, this is our first A-level dungeon. Our highest-ranked player is only B-level. The guy who ran ahead in the corridor, man-air, was hired to bring us in. After escorting us into the dungeon he swaggered straight out of the hospital. He served only as a key. Hua Huai asked, "Why enter an A-level dungeon at all?" Wang Wei took over. "B-level players and below can only enter dungeons at random, too easy to land low-level ones. We need an A-level player. We're in a hire-and-fire relationship with man-air. He's not obliged to keep us alive. And we can't afford to keep paying him. Once Sister Mao clears this A-level dungeon she'll become an A-level player. We have to take the risk. After that we can farm B-level dungeons to raise the rest of the team's ranks. Along the way some of us might gain new bound specters and boost our overall strength." Judging by their words, they weren't only after rest days, they felt an urgent need to level up. Hua Huai asked again, "Why the rush to raise player ranks?" Wang Wei sighed. "It's not exactly haste, we just want to fulfill some people's wishes and shake off the mentality tied to the horror game key. The horror game key gave us a new life, yet in another sense dragged us into hell. We really can't tell whether it's a blessing or a curse to us. Perhaps only when our player ranks are high enough will we earn the right to learn the truth. Everyone has their own direction to strive for. And Hua Huai is working hard toward hers." After the earlier chaos, Wang Wei and the others had figured out a pattern. Swapping identities with the nurse is time-sensitive, the more players there are in the corridor, the less free time the rest of us have.
Solo action lasts about 30 minutes, each extra person halves the time. So 2 people get 15 minutes, 3 people 7.5. And so on.
Besides that, no weird behavior will draw the nurse's attention. They must have tested this rule back and forth countless times.
Just then Bai Yunxuan, bandaging Mao Kerson's wound, cried out, "God, the bleeding won't stop."
She leaned closer and sniffed.
"There's a strong medicinal smell, don't tell me the scalpel was coated with something?"
Sweat dotted Mao Kerson's face and neck. She endured the pain with everything she had, pretending nothing was wrong, not letting a single cry escape. She quickly pulled her hand back to hide it.
"I'm fine."
The nurse is the player's enemy. If the blade was drugged, it couldn't be anything good.
Mao Kerson was clearly putting on a brave front. Xia Xiaoxiao's face was full of worry. "How could you be fine?"
"Let's go to the bathroom right now and wash the rest of that drug off the wound." She dragged Mao Kerson out. About 10 minutes passed and still no sign of them. The players left in the ward felt something was off.
Yang Ligua paced back and forth. "Why so long?"
He pressed to the door every so often, cracked it a sliver, and peered into the corridor, still no sign of the pair.
Wang Wei frowned. Could they be in trouble?
"No more waiting, I'll go check." Yang Ligua's voice cut in the next second.
"Hold on, Xiaoxiao's back."
Xia Xiaoxiao's steps were hurried and panicked. The terror on her face made it clear something had happened. Yang Ligua opened the door for her, scanned the corridor several times, then asked, "Where's Sister Mao?"
"She didn't come back with you?"
She burst into tears. As Sister Mao vanished right in front of me.
Everyone's heart clenched. Wang Wei asked, "What do you mean vanished?"
"Take it slow, tell us." Xia Xiaoxiao recounted what had just happened. Everything had been fine before they entered the bathroom. But inside they'd had a nasty scare. Clumps of hair clogging the sink, a ghostly reflection creeping closer in the mirror, and so on. Under those conditions they hadn't dared rinse the wound under the tap. All of that disappeared when a teenage boy appeared behind them. The boy was from room 419 and kept coughing, clearly none other than Shi Xiao. Learning what they wanted to do and what worried them, Shi Xiao turned on the tap in front of them. The water ran clear. Without thinking twice, Xia Xiaoxiao used the clean water to wash Mao Kerson's wound. Meanwhile Mao Kerson whispered in her ear that Shi Xiao wasn't simple when an ordinary ghost or NPC shows up.
The haunting phenomena don't just make way.
Those words had barely fallen when Mao Kerson suddenly vanished before their eyes. Xia Xiaoxiao called out several times but got no answer. Then the look she gave Shi Xiao was full of dread. Maybe he was this dungeon's abnormal boss. Their luck couldn't be worse, they'd run straight into the strongest ghost of the current instance.
An inexplicable pressure made her legs tremble.
She pointed at Shi Xiao.
"Did you make Sister Mao disappear? We didn't do anything to you, aren't you being unreasonable?" Shi Zhao's eyes showed surprise. He was bewildered by the accusation. "What, are you saying?
Though, I don't understand, this situation either. It definitely, has nothing to do with me. I'm not, some monster out of a myth, able to, make people vanish. Right now, I'm also wondering how, this world, turns so fantastical. Could you guys,
be doing magic tricks?"
Shi Zhao's words didn't sound like lies. In Xia Xiaoxiao's worldview she could still explain things with ghosts, yet he was babbling about fantasy and magic. With Mao Kerson's warning in mind, Xia Xiaoxiao never dropped her guard. She cautioned him, "Don't come closer, don't follow me." Xia Xiaoxiao had to get back and tell the remaining players about this bizarre event. Shi Zhao's gaze was calm as he stood there quietly. The sink area was shared and open. From where Shi Xiao stood he could see which way Xia Xiaoxiao left. Her figure gradually receded while he continued inward for his original purpose. From Yang Ligua's vantage point he had never seen Shi Xiao at all. Soon afterward, Xia Xiaoxiao returned to the ward.
She stamped her feet in anxiety, muttering non-stop, "What do we do? What do we do?" after hearing the story. Hua Huai asked about a detail Xia Xiaoxiao might have overlooked. Was the mirror in the bathroom missing? Such a small thing hadn't mattered to Xia Xiaoxiao, but with Hua Huai's prompt she immediately nodded. Yes, exactly. Then confusion set in. How did you know? She had never mentioned it, and Hua Huai had stayed in this ward the whole time. Since Hua Huai had the highest player level, Xia Xiaoxiao asked hopefully, could Sister Mao's disappearance be related to the mirror? Hua Huai was surprised, what a coincidence. In the last dungeon she had just dealt with a fragment of a time mirror, and now here it was again. She had asked without much expectation, yet the answer fit perfectly. She didn't state it outright. Very likely. If it really is the mirror, whether she can come back depends on whether she has keen eyes. The mirror will give hints. But she might not notice it. Fan Xia asked warily, how do you know so much? Hua Huai explained, because I've entered a mirror like this. While you were cleaning the wound, you probably splashed blood onto it. Blood is the trigger that activates the mirror. But you can relax a bit, that side likely has no ghosts, it's much safer than here. To their confusion Hua Huai answered every question, her knowledge of the dungeon far exceeded theirs, fitting her high player level. No one questioned her again, even their tone became cautious. Big shot. Fan Xia felt embarrassed calling her that, but after clenching his teeth he threw caution away. Hua Huai might be young, but her player rank was genuine, she was simply stronger than them. Since that was true, what shame was there in showing her a bit of respect? Fan Xia's eyes were filled with anticipation. From now on, can our people move together with you? Afraid she would refuse, he added, we definitely won't cause you any trouble. We'll do exactly as you say, your word is law. We'll prioritize you in everything. The price of agreeing to Fan Xia was the responsibility of ensuring this group's safety. This was exactly why Fan Xia had spoken up. Hua Huai didn't agree immediately. She observed the expressions of those present, her gaze finally settling on Xia Xiaoxiao's face. Do you want to move with me? I can't guarantee that all of you will remain safe. Her words implied that she only intended to guarantee the safety of one person. If she could get the help of an A-level player, her hopes of surviving this dungeon would be high, provided she abandoned her teammates. Then again, Hua Huai was just a child. How could they pin such massive expectations on her alone? It was already quite difficult for her to be willing to guarantee even one person's safety. Many players present fell silent, except for Wang Wei, who said, Xiaoxiao, agree to it. For Xia Xiaoxiao, this was a good thing. After she obtained clues, she could still share them with the group, it was simply an extra layer of protection. Despite this, Xia Xiaoxiao still couldn't convince her conscience. She said, I'm sorry, I can't do it. We are a team, and we are good friends. At the very least, we should stick together through thick and thin. I could lie to Hua Huai, but that would be too unfair to her. I don't want to deceive her. For this group to have reached this stage, they must have experienced many dungeons. It was truly rare for them to maintain such character. Hua Huai smiled slightly. I didn't say you couldn't move with me, and it's also a fact that I can't guarantee everyone's safety. After all, you can't be with me every single moment, and the path I take is very dangerous. In this dungeon, I have people I need to find. Completing the mission requirements is actually not my primary goal. They were travelers on two different paths. To intersect, how could there be no sacrifice? If one expects help from others, shouldn't they first offer something in return? With so many of them, they believed there must be somewhere they could help Hua Huai. Wang Wei already had an answer in his heart. It's okay, we don't mind taking risks. He signaled the other players with his eyes, and they all gave an affirmative response. Huai Xian nodded quickly. Right. We don't mind taking risks. We've made it through so many dungeons. Which time wasn't a narrow escape. When an opportunity is right in front of you, you should reach out and grab it. If you're willing to help us, we should help you too.
Bai Yunshuang agreed and followed up, please tell us, what do the people you're looking for look like?
The power of unity was truly heartwarming to see.
Hua Huai told them what Jiang Changchang and Xing Xiumin looked like and explained Jiang Changchang's unique nature. The players' eyes widened in shock.
Fan Xia said incredulously, a specter?
Good heavens, if Man Air were here, his jaw would probably hit the floor too.
He gave a thumbs up. You're the strongest player I've ever seen.
I've seen plenty of specters looking for players.
But I've never seen a player specifically looking for a specter.
Then he changed the subject.
But are you sure she won't attack us?
Hua Huai said, if you find her first, just tell her my name.
She definitely won't attack you.
With this guarantee, they finally felt at ease. Today's activity period had been too long, and the players felt exhausted.
The sky outside the window was still a murky gray, looking like night was about to fall but refused to do so.
The feeling of not knowing the specific time was truly annoying. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time, so they still had time to rest.
Gurgle, not long after lying down, someone's stomach let out a protest. They hadn't eaten for a long time, and the hospital hadn't provided them with any food. Hunger wasn't uncommon in dungeons, sometimes they didn't even bother worrying about it.
Completing the missions in the dungeon as quickly as possible was the top priority. No one got up to look for food, the only sound in the air was the shallow breathing of each person. Hua Huai had left the main building before and knew there were only 3 buildings in the hospital. At the very least, there were no dining areas in the main building or Building 1 Annex. Building 2 Annex didn't look like it had a cafeteria either, but the possibility couldn't be ruled out.
It seemed Building 2 Annex needed to be investigated. After the players rested, they discussed their next plan of action together. There was no need to leave too many players in the main building. The presence of the director in Building 1 Annex made it very dangerous. Building 2 Annex hadn't been explored yet, so a few players could be sent there. Hua Huai would stay in the main building.
She had to explore the underground area of the main building first. Xia Xiaoxiao and Fan Xia would go with her. Wang Wei was the only player left in the team with a bound specter, so he would lead the remaining players to Building 2 Annex. The players split into groups to avoid having too many people in the hallways at once, which could lead to a shortage of action time. Arriving at the entrance to the underground stairs again, Hua Huai warned, it will be very cold down there.
If you can't handle it, you can go back first.
The entrance was pitch black with no light source whatsoever. Like an abyss with a gaping maw, one step and you'd fall into eternal damnation. Cold and dark, what kind of hellhole was this?
Fan Xia's heart was thumping, but not with retreat.
He patted his chest and said, don't worry, my physique was built to withstand the cold.
Xia Xiaoxiao's tone was firm. I'll be fine too. This is basic training for a northerner. Hua Huai took out the prop phone again for light. Alright, stay close to me.
The prop phone's live stream room was active, with bullet comments drifting across it from time to time.
Since it wasn't important information, she didn't look closely.
Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao didn't know the phone's special nature and just treated it as an ordinary item. The light emitted by the phone was truly limited, only illuminating about 3 steps ahead. They had to follow Hua Huai closely to avoid stepping into empty space. Rustling sounds came from the surroundings, as if insects were crawling on the walls.
In such a cold environment, there were still insects. Fan Xia couldn't help but rub his arms from the cold.
Watching Hua Huai raise the phone's light, what he saw made his heart skip a beat.
Xia Xiaoxiao tightly covered her mouth, not daring to disturb that thing.
Within the beam of light, a face missing its eyes slowly twisted in front of them. As the light shifted slightly, this specter's body was seen clinging to the wall.
Its limbs transformed into sharp claws that gripped the structure tightly.
Its clothes were in tatters, with obvious marks of having been cut by scissors. Usually, after losing your eyes, your ears become sharper.
The next moment, the anomaly scuttled away like a gecko on the wall, vanishing from sight.
The moment it sensed them, it fled as though terrified.
Xia Xiaoxiao asked in surprise, what does that mean? Why did it run? Shouldn't we, the players, be the ones running?
What drew Hua Huai's attention wasn't the anomaly's eyes, but the body beneath its tattered clothes, a savage scar crawling up to its collar.
They continued downward to the first basement level. Soft, chaotic noises filled their ears. Never had silence and din coexisted so grotesquely. The darkness here was so thick the phone's faint glow was smothered, pressing down on Xia Xiaoxiao and Fan Xia like a weight. Fan Xia suggested, let's find the light switch first, this darkness is unnerving. Switches are normally on walls, yet no trace of one could be felt. While searching, the phone's beam again brushed past scattered limbs. Like rats in the gloom, they scurried from the light. Xia Xiaoxiao's voice trembled, no way, there are so many anomalies here.
Those limbs clearly belonged to different creatures, the noises came from them.
Were they already surrounded? Their restraint now didn't guarantee safety later.
Hua Huai soothed, don't be afraid, they're not very strong. She had dealt with plenty of anomalies and could gauge their strength. Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, lips pressed tight. Even if each was weak, their numbers were daunting.
Hua Huai's calm earned their awed respect. A true powerhouse.
To her, such a scene was routine. Since no switch could be found, perhaps none existed here.
Hua Huai refused to waste more time. Let's move deeper.
Reaching the first basement, she realized it wasn't the lowest level. To save time, she would check each floor in turn. The underground had the same layout, 20 rooms per level. Every door was locked, picking them would take time. She entered the nearest room, the reek of formaldehyde slammed into them.
Ugh, Xia Xiaoxiao gagged reflexively.
On the wall, Hua Huai finally found a light switch. Click, light flared, harsh after so long in darkness, they squinted. When their eyes adjusted, Hua Huai's fingers tightened around her prop phone. She had seen horrors before, but nothing this bizarre. Countless human specimens floated in jars, every dissected organ visible in detail. The three felt as though they were staring at their own dissected futures. Shaken, Xia Xiaoxiao clutched Fan Xia's arm. The sight sickened her, yet she voiced no retreat. She would follow Hua Huai, she hadn't forgotten Fan Xia's promise. Hua Huai swiftly checked every jar, ensuring the person she sought wasn't inside. Most jars lined labeled shelves, making inspection quicker. Seeing her intent, Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao began checking too. Up close, the organs were more grotesque, raising goosebumps. Distracted, Xia Xiaoxiao accidentally kicked a jar. Startled, she looked down. The fallen jar lay on its side, contents clearly visible through the glass. A never-born embryo rested peacefully in formaldehyde. Suddenly its eyes opened and it mouthed, "Mama." Xia Xiaoxiao stumbled back, nearly knocking over a shelf before Fan Xia steadied her. What happened? Following her gaze, he saw only the still, silent embryo. It opened its eyes and called me Mama, she said, pointing at the jar. Didn't you hear it? It's still staring at me, it's targeted me. Fan Xia trusted her completely, if she said it happened, it had. He stepped in front of her and approached the jar. Noticing the commotion, Hua Huai picked up the jar first, then placed it on the lowest shelf. Don't scam me. Since you'll never get to school, I'll let it slide. A clear gap marked the jar's original spot, the embryo had rolled out on its own. From Hua Huai's view, the embryo's eyes were indeed open. She rose. Not here. Let's check elsewhere. The jar quivered slightly, as if in protest. Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao froze, eyes locked on the jar. It shot upward, hurling itself at Hua Huai. Xia Xiaoxiao gasped, "Watch out!" Hua Huai spun, rib bone dagger twirling, and slashed the jar apart, glass burst outward. Shards tangled with black mud before being swallowed whole. Without corroding the embryo, the dagger pressed on, threatening to cleave it in two. The embryo scrambled away, yet charged again, relentless. This time it aimed for her back almost within reach only to be kicked into the wall, stuck fast. Before it could wriggle free, the rib bone dagger pinned its chest. It wailed, but could not escape dissolving into black smoke. A one-sided fight, the embryo never stood a chance. She never used her corrosion ability, relying on keen senses and skill for a flawless victory.
Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao stared, utterly awestruck.
Hua Huai hadn't wanted to harm the embryo, but it couldn't be reasoned with and its aggression was too strong, she had to remove it for good. Whenever she didn't need to use a mysterious ability, Hua Huai avoided it, training herself not to rely on such powers. A crowd of specters had gathered outside. After watching Hua Huai wipe out the embryo, they scattered the instant the trio stepped out. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. She couldn't hold back her awe.
Whoa, big shot.
I feel so safe with you. Truth be told, the anxiety Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao had felt upon arriving had been completely settled by what just happened. Xia Xiaoxiao was almost giddy. This dungeon didn't seem half as terrifying as she'd imagined. The three kept searching and entered a room packed with crates and lockers, each tagged with a label. They checked them one by one while Xia Xiaoxiao muttered, heart, kidney. For some reason, her own organs twinged in sympathy. The labels listed organ names plus indecipherable symbols, along with people's names and matching serial numbers. If I'm not mistaken, Fan Xia said, this should be an organ storage room. Those symbols work like barcodes on supermarket shelves, makes locating things easier.
The names are hard to interpret. But my guess is they're the donors the organs were taken from.
His analysis made sense. A hospital having an organ bank wasn't surprising. Occasionally a signed-up donor would die and their organs
could save someone else.
Hua Huai recalled the files she'd seen earlier, her own marked eyes, Xing Xiumin's marked heart, Shizhao's so cluttered she couldn't read it. Yet hers and Xing Xiumin's files already hinted at the truth, just not enough to be certain. A dreadful premonition gripped her. She scanned every crate label.
Not this one, please let none of them be.
Suddenly Hua Huai's pupils dilated. She spotted Shizhao's name.
Shizhao, heart, liver, kidneys, pancreas, lungs, how was that any different from being gutted?
No wonder when she first met Shizhao the hospital gown had looked so empty. Shizhao wasn't thin, Shizhao had been hollowed out.
The complex symbols on the file had been crammed together, hiding the. Now she was certain, those icons showed which organs would be surgically removed. Xing Xiumin's surgery date had passed. Didn't that mean her heart had already been taken?
Hua Huai froze.
Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao noticed and walked over. Find something? Fan Xia asked.
Xia Xiaoxiao read the label aloud.
Shizhao.
Her expression flipped to stunned.
So it really is a specter.
But it's weird, it doesn't seem to know it's dead. It doesn't even grasp the concept of specters. In this dungeon it's practically a breath of fresh air. Hua Huai pulled out her prop phone and showed them the clues she'd photographed earlier. The images were grisly enough, yet viewing them while standing in this very place made the horror feel surreal and chilling.
Fan Xia pointed at a window in one photo.
This is Shizhao's ward. The people kneeling downstairs are probably its family. Pity we can't see their faces. Resemblance is impossible to judge.
Everything remained conjecture without hard evidence.
Xia Xiaoxiao tilted her head. Why its relatives?
With so many organs here, couldn't they belong to any patient?
Fan Xia had his reasons.
Since this photo was presented as a clue, the subject should be the same case.
Picture the backstory. Doctors declare Shizhao's operation a failure, cite the signed donor card, and harvest the matching organs while the patient's on the brink of death.
Relatives who knew the condition might learn of something shady and come to confront the hospital. He pondered aloud, but
why kneel here instead of going straight to court? That part still eluded him. If the hospital dared do this, it must shoulder huge risks, yet it surely had ways to hedge them.
Xia Xiaoxiao nodded upward. The sky's been dark so long, we can't count on anyone else. We're all ordinary people, what else can we do but kneel and hope heaven grows a conscience? Exactly. Sometimes, suffering injustice doesn't guarantee you'll ever see redress.
An eerie silence fell. The three split up again to check the remaining labels. Hua Huai took the central aisle, Fan Xia the left, Xia Xiaoxiao the right. Xia Xiaoxiao was first to spot something.
Big shot. Over here, quick.
Hua Huai hurried over, only to be scooped into Xia Xiaoxiao's arms before she could react. For a moment things turned awkward. By the time Xia Xiaoxiao realized what she'd done, Hua Huai was already in her embrace.
She gave a sheepish laugh. Sorry, big shot. I figured you're not tall enough, so I wanted to lift you for a better view. Since she'd already done it, she might as well follow through. As long as she didn't act embarrassed, it'd be fine. Yes. She wasn't embarrassed.
Hua Huai took it in stride and simply accepted.
All right.
Xia Xiaoxiao pressed her lips to hide a sliver of glee. The big shot was so approachable, like a fan meeting an idol. Every extra second together felt like a gift.
Hua Huai focused on the label, the one marked Xing Xiumin. Zhang Chongchang must know how heartbroken she must be. A heaviness filled Hua Huai's chest. We're done here, let's head down.
The trio reached the underground second floor, yet the stairs still didn't end.
The darkness here was even thicker, as though painted with thick ink.
2 doorless rooms lay left and right. Using their mobile phones' faint light, they saw rows of neatly arranged beds.
Fan Xia concluded, this is the morgue. The other room is identical.
The whole floor was a repository for the dead.
Though only a handful of bodies occupied the beds.
Many white sheets lay in tangled heaps on the beds or had slipped to the floor, resembling a staff dormitory after a rush.
Xia Xiaoxiao cracked grimly, looks like they don't like staying in bed.
Presumably the specters from the floor above had escaped from here. Hua Huai needed to check whether Xing Xiumin's corpse was stored here. But with no switches on this level, they had to rely on their feeble phone lights to move around. As the 3 of them lifted the white cloths off the remaining corpses one by one, bullet comments drifted across the live stream room.
I may not be human, but I'm still kinda scared, what the hell? You guys hang in there. I really hope Xing Xiumin is okay, or else Chongchang will be too pitiful. Dude upstairs, do your bullet comments have to be this creepy? What do you mean you're not human? Are you a ghost or something? I know the name Chongchang, but I've never heard of Xing Xiumin. Did I miss some important plot? Ever since clearing the Traffic King dungeon, the dungeon's livestream and the prop phone's livestream merged. Among the viewers were both anomalies and normal people. The normal ones treated it like short-form videos, never taking the eerie events in the livestream room as real. When they saw odd bullet comments, they assumed the posters were just too into the roleplay and joking in the chat. The first commenter never replied, letting the joke stand by default. In such a gloomy place, doing heart-stopping things was a brutal test for the heart. Corpses on the beds might suddenly sit up, open their eyes, or let out indistinct murmurs like demonic whispers. Honestly, even though Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao knew there was no real danger, the atmosphere still made their hearts race. Scared as they were, the job had to be done. Xia Xiaoxiao quietly pulled the white cloth back over the corpse, muttering. No offense intended, no offense. The 3 of them worked fast, every corpse was checked, no trace of Xing Xiumin. No choice but to keep heading down. Reaching the 3rd underground floor, light gradually appeared ahead, brighter than anywhere else inside the hospital. Fan Xia complained, it's bright as day. Before he could finish, Xia Xiaoxiao and Hua Huai yanked him beneath the stairs. The abrupt move told him something unexpected had happened. He shut up on his own. Listening carefully, 2 sets of footsteps approached, followed by voices growing clearer. Miss Xiao, our hospital's supply is top-notch, you won't find better anywhere else. Miss Xiao's voice was haughty. I only use the best. Your goods still fall short. Whether other places have better stock is my concern. Your job is to deliver the finest supply to me fast. Rendered speechless, the other party kept agreeing. We'll screen them right away and get goods matching your standards to you as soon as possible. The word supply popped up repeatedly. And the players instinctively thought of the organ storage room. Yet could such supply really be graded as good or bad? Shouldn't matching be enough? The conversation ended. Miss Zhao clicked off in high heels without hesitation toward the pitch-black 2nd underground floor.
The one speaking with Miss Zhao was a nurse, also wearing a pair of high heels. The nurses here dressed oddly, but this one differed slightly from those in the upstairs corridor. She showed stronger self-awareness. Once the nurse was out of sight, Xia Xiaoxiao murmured, "I've got a bad feeling."
The supply she mentioned probably isn't organs, it's people.
Not knowing why she deduced that, Hua Huai asked, "Why do you say that?" Xia Xiaoxiao explained. A while ago, this topic blew up online, even involving some village. Several hospitals were exposed for secretly running surrogacy operations. They say smart, pretty mothers with good genes produce better kids, and since those mothers don't want pregnancy ruining their figures,
they need premium goods.
In short, people were turned into paid breeding machines. Ordinary ones wouldn't do, they had to meet elite client standards.
Such a thing actually exists.
Apart from forced news pop-ups, Hua Huai rarely browsed online and hadn't known the issue had ever trended. Hearing it now, she felt a chill in her heart.
Fan Xiao praised, "Nice one, Xiao Xiao. Didn't expect your web surfing to be useful."
Xia Xiaoxiao preened.
With the internet, you see every weird thing imaginable. Hua Huai used the item wooden hairpin.
Plenty of people on this floor, you two hide here, I'll go take a look. As time passed, the wooden hairpin's invisibility refreshed its duration. Seeing the silhouettes moving inside, Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao nodded.
Okay.
The third underground floor had many clients, each nurse met a client individually. A folder lay before every nurse, some pushed toward the client, others flat on the table while the nurse explained. Relying on invisibility, Hua Huai stepped closer. The document's contents were laid bare. Each file held photos of the supply, education, age, even home address. Appearing in those files, they were stripped naked, dignity gone. Clients scrutinized and compared, finally taking one file and paying the deposit.
This entire floor was for meeting clients and for transactions.
After Hua Huai heard a full deal, a scarlet interface suddenly flashed.
You have completed the current dungeon mission. Leave now?
Hua Huai hadn't forgotten her purpose, of course she wouldn't choose to leave. Reuniting with Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao, she looked calm. They had no idea her mission was done. Clearly, from day one in the dungeon, Hua Huai had understood that every player had a solo mission. Their surgery times differed, meaning they didn't need to advance or retreat together. In the past, players might even have fought each other, killing to be first to learn this secret. Next they reached the fourth underground floor. The lights here were still bright as broad daylight. Shockingly, there were still floors beneath the fourth.
Just how many levels had been built underground?
Wherever the light shone, people were active inside. Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't move freely, so Hua Huai went ahead to investigate again. This floor was an operating area. Most of those moving about were doctors.
An operating room built underground obviously handled things that couldn't see daylight. Ah! The voice of utter agony reached the three of them. They could almost feel the woman's living death pain. Dr. Ron, please, give me some anesthetic.
The woman on the table gasped, torment drenching her in sweat. The man called Dr.
Ron ignored her plea. Your life isn't worth that much. The client didn't pay for anesthetic.
His voice was slightly lazy and carried an air of danger.
With me doing the operation, your luck is already very good. At least I won't let you die on the operating table.
The woman shivered in pain. Coming this far was because she had no other choice.
She further confirmed the treatment she would receive. You said after I get pregnant, I can stay in building 1 annex, right?
You have to give me the best conditions for birth and child rearing. After all, the child is very precious.
Dr.
Ron nodded seemingly gently, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. Of course. The operating room door was closed. But the voice sounded familiar to Hua Huai. Combined with the woman calling him Dr.
Ren, it was undoubtedly Ren Jiwen. Hua Huai even shallowly held her breath.
She hadn't expected to run into him here and wasn't prepared for a direct confrontation. It was better to leave temporarily. As she turned around, she almost bumped into someone, but fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to dodge in time. A nurse rushed over, ignoring the fact that surgery was in progress, and opened the door directly to say to Rin Jiwen, "Director,
here is the list of the new batch of clients requiring transplants." Rin Jiwen's gaze looked past the nurse toward the outside of the operating room. Hua Huai held her breath, surely her invisibility wouldn't be seen through by him. After he withdrew his gaze, he said to the nurse, "Fine, leave it on the table. I'll look at it later." Because the operating room was wide open, Hua Huai saw the situation inside. That feeling, like a muddy swamp, was truly suffocating. Withdrawing her gaze, she carefully left the place. Arriving at basement level 5, the lights here were slightly dimmer, and the decoration style appeared rougher. Fan Xia sucked in a breath of cold air while staring at the darkness below the stairs. There's more below? Indeed, below basement level 5. There were more floors. There were more floors underground than above ground. Xia Xiaoxiao frowned, the floor below has no lights. It feels even more eerie than the morgue on basement level 2. I wonder exactly how many floors there are underground. Hua Huai said. If nothing goes wrong, the floor below should be the bottom floor. Fan Xia asked, "Why do you think so?" Hua Huai explained. Building 1 Annex and Building 2 Annex are both 10 stories high. The main building only appears to be 4 stories high on the surface. To correspond with the 2 annexes, the main building should have 6 floors underground. The two hadn't expected Hua Huai to keep such in mind. Xia Xiaoxiao nodded in realization. Next, will you still be acting alone? There were quite a few people on this floor. But those moving about weren't as active as on the previous 2 floors. To be cautious, it was naturally safer for Hua Huai to act alone. But if the 2 of them wanted to complete the mission, just watching her act wouldn't work. Hua Huai said, "Come with me." The people on this floor seem to stay in their rooms. If we're careful, we won't be discovered. The 2 followed Hua Huai's instructions implicitly, moving forward stealthily with her. The doors on this floor were all wide open. The people inside didn't seem very inclined to talk, and the atmosphere looked quite somber. These people had a few things in common. They were all women and were dressed quite simply. Most of them kept their gazes lowered, making it easy for Hua Huai and the others to pass by the doors. Pressing against the wall, the 3 of them suddenly heard voices coming from inside. The first to speak was a middle-aged woman, her tone full of pity. "Little girl, why are you doing this at such a young age? You have hands and feet. And your whole youth ahead of you. It shouldn't be that you can't support yourself." The woman she called a little girl initially didn't want to pay attention to her. But hearing her mention her hands and feet made her head buzz with anger, and her tone inevitably became a bit agitated. If there were any other way, who would want to do this? My boyfriend used my credit cards to borrow money and then vanished. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't pay back that sum. Life is only a few decades long. Do you expect me to rely on working while I'm young to pay it back? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Her sharp voice affected everyone present, and their gazes turned toward her one after another. Realizing she had attracted everyone's attention, she quickly lowered her head, her voice much softer. Doesn't everyone do this because they have no other way? Whether young or not, it's just to survive. Even if I didn't do this, I'd be doing other unsavory things. When one is truly at a dead end, I don't think I have the luxury of choice. Originally, this floor was the storage level for goods. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with indignation. She has to pay for the mistakes her boyfriend made. This is so unfair. If this woman weren't an NPC here, I couldn't just stand by and watch her be driven to a dead end. Fan Xia patted her shoulder to comfort her. Everything here is fake. Don't get too immersed in it. The 2 of them didn't develop any extra emotions. It seemed the goods appearing before them didn't form a complete secret. Until they reached the end, a locked door appeared, with no sound coming from inside. After Hua Huai skillfully picked the lock, the 3 entered. This was a room piled with various books and archives, with a desk in the corner. The 3 split up to search for clues in the room. Hua Huai searched near the desk,
were various medical documents piled up in most areas. Hua Huai couldn't understand those books, but she still flipped through them cursorily.
What if there were clues tucked inside?
She turned every drawer upside down. As she casually shook a book, a crisp sound rang out. Hua Huai looked and saw it was a specially shaped key, usually used to open extremely complex locks.
Fan Xia also found a clue and quickly called the two over. Look, what's this? The book looked normal on the outside, also a book about medicine. But the content inside was not to be underestimated.
Various symbols and numbers were marked on it. It was clearly a ledger used to record transactions. As they flipped through the pages, their expressions became increasingly grim.
Xia Xiaoxiao was surprised. How are there imported ones from abroad? And most of them are imported. Just then, a black shadow darted past the door.
Too late to continue discussing the ledger, Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao ducked behind the bookshelf.
The black shadow didn't attack them immediately but instead swept past. Since basement level 3, they hadn't seen any traces of eerie activity.
The timing of this ghost's appearance was truly strange.
Hua Huai said, let's follow it and see.
Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao responded in unison, okay. Fan Xia kept the ledger. The three hid their presence and chased the traces of the black shadow.
If they weren't mistaken, this black shadow was intentionally leading the way for them. The three arrived at the basement level 5 stairwell, and the black shadow vanished into the darkness. To chase the black shadow, the three moved much faster than before, so fast that the people arrived before the light did. The result was, clang, all three of them took the hit, heads rammed the iron gate and the world spun. Fan Xia fared worst, his burly frame almost dented the metal. He winced. That was loud. Think anyone upstairs heard? Hard to say, they'd better move faster.
They hunted for the keyhole, tried basic lockpicks, and a whole minute slipped by without success. The mechanism was far trickier than any before. Maybe the key they just found would work.
A tentative twist and it opened. They pressed on, reaching the 6th basement. The surroundings were freezing, every breath came out white.
Their guide Spectre had vanished, leaving them to grope ahead alone.
This floor felt alien, ankle-deep mud instead of flooring, completely unfinished.
No rooms here, only iron cages stacked wall to wall. Bitter cold sheathed the bars in frost. Most cages stood empty, only the corner one held a slight, curled figure.
Chang Chang. Hua Huai rushed over. Zhang Changchang lay unconscious, a chain round her neck.
Back in the real world she'd finally known warmth and comfort. Seeing her like this tore at Hua Huai. Corrosion ability surged, the iron bars melted into a gaping hole.
With Zhang Changchang found, there'd be no more hide-and-seek with this dungeon's abnormal boss.
She snapped the collar free and hugged the girl, trying to warm her with her own body.
Death, at least, wasn't on the table.
Zhang Changchang's form remained. As a specter, she couldn't truly die. Perhaps that warmth worked. Zhang Changchang stirred, tears welling when she saw Hua Huai. Sister, the binding request unique to Zhang Changchang popped up again, and Hua Huai accepted without hesitation. Wiping the tears away, she asked, who did this to you? A chain round the neck, what humiliation. Memory returned, Zhang Changchang's face shifted, then clenched.
The director.
The old hospital claimed its success rate was too low, said they'd partner with another, no name, just moved mom here.
I knew something was wrong the moment we entered.
I tried to get her out, but I was useless, I couldn't beat it. It wanted to know how I could walk free outside the dungeons without binding to a player, so it kept me alive for answers.
Too proud. To even threaten mom, it figured time alone would pry the secret loose.
So Zhang Changchang knew her mother was already gone. This time she didn't beg Hua Huai for vengeance, she bore the pain in silence.
Clap clap clap, applause rang through the dark, jarringly loud.
Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao pressed together, certain neither had clapped. Hua Huai and Zhang Changchang were even less likely, someone else was here.
How touching, sisterly love. Ha, you're playing house like children, I can't be bothered. Scurrying mice through my domain, did you think I wouldn't notice? Hua Huai ignored Rin Jiwen for the moment.
I'll avenge you, she told Jiang Changchang.
Ren Jiwen sneered first. Revenge? With what?
Contempt dripped. In all its dungeons it had never seen so small a player. In the gloom Hua Huai could barely see, sound alone was unreliable. An illusionary realm she cast herself could never restrain a level A aberration.
She opted to summon both Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue to overwhelm Ren Jiwen before he could react.
The already frigid air grew colder still as several specters arrived. Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao sneezed, then gawked at what unfolded.
Jin Jiayue's illusion ability pulled everyone present into a sunbright world of white. Rare to see Hua Huai this mad. Whatever your name is, Ren something, you're dead. Zhao Ling appeared behind Ren Jiwen, white clothes crisp, ice cold. Pick on Hua Huai, no.
Pick on Jiang Changchang, still no. You tried both, so die.
His corrosion ability surged like a tide, roaring toward Ren Jiwen.
Nor did he stay idle, countless dungeons had taught him how to fight.
He pressed the attack, driving Ren Jiwen back step after step.
Jin Jiayue wasn't decoration, she flanked with Zhao Ling, penning Ren Jiwen like a turtle in a jar. Ren Jiwen had never faced such a threat, every previous player had followed the rules.
If it felt spiteful, none of them would leave.
Though the surgery schedule had to be obeyed, loopholes remained.
It could restrict players, leaving them nowhere to go until the appointed cut. Most of the time it couldn't be bothered. Players leaving cost it nothing.
This time it had fixated on Hua Huai. She dared break into its office. That she knew Jiang Changchang was a surprise. Perhaps Hua Huai had helped the girl walk outside dungeons,
how, it didn't know. Exploring that could wait, escaping came first.
Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue were tough, so pick the weak one, someone whose death would hurt them. Feigning injury, it let Zhao Ling's palm land, corrosive smoke hissed across its skin. Enduring the pain, it flashed straight for Hua Huai.
A level A aberrant boss was blisteringly fast, every motion spanned heartbeats.
Pity it didn't realize Hua Huai was no ordinary player. She carried bound Spectre Qianyu, whose boost made her inhumanly quick.
Ren Jiwen's grab met only air. Impossible.
That speed, no normal player moves like that. In reality, although Hua Huai was fast,
she still couldn't outpace a level A aberrant boss.
It was just that she was so much faster than a normal player that the sharp contrast inevitably shocked Ren Jiwen. But what shocked him even more was that Hua Huai still had the ability to counterattack when facing him. Her speed and strength both exceeded those of an ordinary person. The human and the aberration exchanged two moves. While Hua Huai was indeed at a disadvantage, her injuries were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Her astonishing recovery power meant she wasn't afraid of getting hurt at all, and her attacks were as ruthless as they could be. Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue certainly didn't stand by and watch. When the two of them joined the fray, Ren Jiwen found it extremely difficult to resist, and wounds began to accumulate on his body. His strength diminished as his wounds increased, forcing him to reveal a special ability. A scent suddenly drifted past everyone's noses, making their minds feel dazed upon smelling it. As soon as Hua Huai caught a whiff, she quickly covered her mouth and nose. Zhao Ling also warned everyone, don't smell this scent. This odor didn't just affect players, it affected aberrations as well. While Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue could withstand a few breaths, Jiang Changchang and the ordinary players might not be able to endure it. Like a threatened weasel, he was releasing a special gas to make his escape.
Ren Jiwen took the opportunity to retreat, and Hua Huai did not pursue him further.
It seemed the special ability of this abnormal boss was related to scent. Before finding a way to counter it, blindly chasing him might trigger a desperate struggle, resulting in a mutual destruction. Since they hadn't known Ren Jiwen's ability beforehand, everyone had inevitably inhaled some of that scent. Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao were the first to succumb, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Changchang barely managed to avoid fainting. She endured the discomfort and said, I need to find my mom. She had finally found her mother, only for this to happen so soon after their reunion.
She absolutely could not leave Xing Xiumin behind and depart alone.
Hua Huai helped her up.
All right, we'll accompany you. The bullet comments in the live stream room were scrolling past. That aberration leading the way was Xing Xiumin. I saw her, she must still be nearby. The situation had been chaotic just now, and the aberration had moved so fast it vanished almost in a flash. Now hidden in the darkness, she was even harder to find. Even Hua Huai, who was inside the dungeon, hadn't seen clearly, yet the viewers in the bullet comments claimed they had.
However, other viewers held a different opinion. That guy moved so fast, do your eyes have a built-in slow-motion mode? How could you see clearly? Clearly, the viewer who spoke earlier was one of the aberrations. Since it had brought it up, the possibility couldn't be ruled out. Judging by the fact that the entity had intentionally led the way for them, there was a high probability that the aberration was Xing Xiumin. But why didn't she just show herself directly? Perhaps she was wary of Ren Jiwen's presence. Jiang Changchang was worried about Xing Xiumin. She couldn't be at ease even if she left temporarily. Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao were unconscious, and it was cold here. Staying too long could lead to hypothermia and death. It was better for Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue to help take the two of them out of the basement area first. Hua Huai had even climbed to the 101st floor of the Evil Spirit Tower. Even if she couldn't win a direct confrontation with Ren Jiwen alone, she was confident she could escape unscathed. Therefore, she wasn't afraid at all, nor did Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue need to worry. Together with Jiang Changchang, the human and the aberration moved through this basement area as if it were deserted. Ren Jiwen had just suffered at her hands and showed no intention of appearing for the time being. Since there was no need to be stealthy, Hua Huai explored the area openly. The floors above were far too dark, the light from the prop phone wasn't enough. She poked her head into basement level 5 and asked the people in the room, "Hello, does anyone have a flashlight?" The group was stunned by her question. Someone shook their head blankly. No. No. Another person actually pulled out a flashlight. I originally prepared this for lighting at home. If you need it, I can lend it to you first. Hua Huai took the flashlight and saw it was that distraught young girl. A good person deserves a peaceful life. How much credit card debt do you have? She didn't know if the NPCs here could really go home, or if credit cards actually existed in the horror world. But providing whatever warmth she could to the kind-hearted was something she wanted to do. The girl couldn't believe such good fortune was falling on her, but she couldn't help but feel hopeful. 1 million. Hua Huai reached out. Give me your bank card. The girl had come here to earn money, so she naturally had her bank card with her. She handed the card to Hua Huai. Hua Huai took a look and saw 4 large characters, Heaven and Earth Bank. After a brief moment of distraction, she tried to transfer 1 million from her horror game key into the card. Just like purchasing items in a horror game shop, the balance was directly deducted. She returned the card to the girl, who seemed to already know the balance had increased. In her gratitude, she nearly knelt down to kowtow. Thank you. If I'm ever able, I will pay this money back to you. The flashlight is yours. I can make it home in the dark. The girl didn't stay any longer and hurried out of the hospital. Seeing how easy Hua Huai was to talk to, others began to approach, but she spotted a dark shadow flashing by in the distance and quickly gave chase with Jiang Changchang. The shadow flickered past the stairs, it was likely heading up. They chased it to the second basement level, where the shadow vanished into the darkness again. Hua Huai turned on the flashlight and found it surprisingly bright. It seemed that no matter how dark the environment, it could sweep away the darkness wherever it shone. Jiang Changchang called out urgently, "Mom! It's me, it's Changchang." There was no response. Was she afraid that her appearance as an aberration was too hideous and didn't want Jiang Changchang to see her? Hua Huai frowned. Something was wrong. Even so, knowing Jiang Changchang's grief, Xing Xiumin shouldn't be so indifferent. Never mind, catch up first. This aberration was really good at running and was accustomed to the dark environment, moving like a fish in water here. Hua Huai and Jiang Changchang went to great lengths before finally cornering the other party.
The flashlight beam fell on the figure. It stared gloomily at the two of them, its basic appearance almost identical to the aberration they had seen on the first basement level.
Huawei found it difficult to identify the entity by its appearance, but Jiang Changchang said decisively, "Mom, I know it's you.
You were the one who lured Big Sister over, right?
I didn't expect that instead of helping you, I'd cause you to end up like this." The reason Ring Jiwen had targeted them was out of curiosity toward Jiang Changchang. It could be said that without Jiang Changchang, the transfer to this hospital would never have happened. The aberration tilted its head, as if it understood her words, yet also as if it didn't. It bared its teeth and made a ferocious expression, intending to warn the two not to come any closer.
Why this reaction? It didn't seem to have any intelligence.
Rather than calling it an aberration, it was more fitting to call it an evil spirit, yet it lacked the evil of an evil spirit.
Wang Wei and the others headed to Building 2 Annex to explore. To call it a hospital, the place looked more like a retirement home.
The ground floor had been fitted out with a chess and cards room, a calligraphy and painting room, a crafts room, and so on. By rights the environment wasn't bad, yet every elderly resident wore a bitter frown and spoke harshly to the nurses who looked after them.
"Get lost. All of you, get lost. I don't need you taking care of me. Call my son, I'm not staying here, do you hear me?" Normally retirement homes employ care workers for the elderly.
But the staff here were unmistakably dressed as nurses. The nurses showed no emotion, deaf to the old people's anger, and kept spoon-feeding them. If an elder refused to open his mouth, the nurse forced the spoon between his lips, not stopping even when the skin scraped and bled.
The players suddenly understood why the old people looked so miserable.
They had come to Building 2 Annex today not only to hunt for clues to clear the dungeon but also hoping to find food inside it. Now it seemed none of the hospital's 3 buildings contained a cafeteria.
Yang Ligua swallowed hard. Food we can't even get, and that old man's refusing it? Could the food here be tainted? As a rule, a dungeon won't force players into a dead end over food.
Wang Wei said sharply, "If you were being stuffed like that, you wouldn't want to eat either."
"It's not necessarily the food, those portions are probably the lifeline the dungeon left us." Xian's brows knitted. "We're supposed to snatch food from old people's mouths?
That's sick."
Wang Wei delivered the brutal conclusion, "Maybe we don't just fight the elders, maybe we fight each other. The hospital will cook 1 portion per resident. If we eat, they go hungry. What happens then, none of us can guess. To stay safe, if we can avoid eating, we will.
We're a team, if anyone gets too hungry to bear it, tell the rest so we can plan our next move." After the others agreed, Wang Wei added, "As for this dungeon's mission, you know we're each on our own. But we advance and retreat together, share any secrets with whoever needs them most."
Xian nodded solemnly. "Of course. Don't worry, we've survived plenty of dungeons together."
Bai Yunchuang and Yang Ligua said in unison, "Exactly."
Still,
he never skipped saying what had to be said each dungeon. The 4 cautiously explored Building 2 Annex. Apart from the feeding incident, nothing unusual appeared. That single event proved nothing. The nurse had simply taken over a care worker's job, feeding the elders fell within her duties.
Game dungeons differ from reality, and NPC might only be acting out her assigned task.
At this hour, for instance, she had to perform the feeding.
Xian stood by a window looking down.
"Look, kids downstairs waving at me.
Looks like they're saying something."
She narrowed her eyes, read the lip movements,
and unconsciously spoke aloud, "Big sister, come play jump rope?"
By the time she realized, every word had already slipped out.
She remembered Huawei's warning, children in Building 2 invite players to jump rope.
Huawei had used her illusion ability and walked away, so no one knew the price of accepting or refusing.
Xian figured either choice was wrong.
She thought staying out of Building 1 Annex would keep the kids away, instead they sought players out. As she finished the sentence, the child below grinned eerily, reading its lips. Xian knew it said, "You saw me." Terror flashed across Xian's face, her nails clawed the wall, leaving a row of scratches. Wang Wei, Yang Li Guo and the others looked down. The child stood motionless, staring straight at Guai Xian.
As if possessed, Guai Xian spun and headed downstairs. She fought for control but her legs wouldn't obey.
Sweat poured off her, her voice cracked. What do I do?
I can't stop my legs.
Wang Wei and the others grabbed her, but her strength was terrifying. Her frantic, self-harming struggles forced them to let go.
This couldn't go on. Wang Wei racked his brain, then gritted his teeth. Hold her as long as you can, I'm going down. Bai Yunchuan cried, what are you going to do? No time, explain later, Wang Wei shot back.
They had no choice but to trust him.
Wang Wei reached the child first, slightly breathless.
I'll jump with you. He didn't know the rank of this specter, but he was the only player present with a bound specter. He had the best chance of surviving.
The creature flatly refused. No.
Rejected.
Wang Wei pressed, why not?
Big brother knows lots of cool jump rope tricks you've never seen.
He tried to spark its curiosity so it would drop Guai Xian.
The thing only looked bored, unmoved. Wang Wei had to break its focus. After weighing the risk, he attacked.
Even a short delay would let Guai Xian's group retreat to the main building.
The specter seemed to expect it. The instant he struck, it flashed behind him, its mouth grotesquely distended as if to swallow his head whole.
Twisted beyond recognition, toothless. What, cough, are you doing here?
At the voice the specter reverted to its original form.
Wang Wei had never seen its monstrous shape. The newcomer coughed incessantly. Wang Wei stepped away and asked, Shi Shao?
Shi Shao nodded.
You're, cough. Hua Huai's friend, right?
Wang Wei was surprised. Hua Huai was a player. Why did Shi Shao speak of her like an old friend?
Shi Shao went on, I saw you, cough, together earlier, so I, cough, wanted to say hello. She said, cough, when I recover, she'd bring me, cough, a bouquet. Was Shi Shao mentioning this to say he now counted Hua Huai as a friend because of it? A friend of a friend is a friend.
Whatever the case, Shi Shao had just done him a huge favor.
Wang Wei introduced himself solemnly, hello, my name is Wang Wei. Shi Shao nodded slightly, hello. Cough cough. Wang Wei. His gaze shifted to the child, and he asked curiously, what? What game are you? Cough cough. Playing?
The weirdness's mouth tightened into a straight line, and he seemed to secretly roll his eyes at him before quickly running away. Wang Wei gave a sheepish smile, nothing much, we were just about to head back.
Shi Shao smiled and said, then. Let's head back together. Once Guai Xian and the others came out, they walked together toward the main building.
Shi Shao took the initiative to start a conversation, his brow furrowing slightly, why?
Are you wearing? Cough. Nurse's clothes?
It was hard to explain this to him on short notice, and Wang Wei didn't know how to respond, but Bai Yunchuang said.
Because we are nurses.
Shi Zhao's brow furrowed even deeper. It seemed that in his impression, nurse was not a good term.
He spoke as tactfully as possible, why? Why would you? Cough cough. Work as nurses. In this hospital? Shi Zhao's primary focus wasn't that Wang Wei and Yang Li Guo were men holding the position of nurse,
but that they were nurses in this hospital. Furthermore, in his subconscious, he had accepted the players' identities as nurses.
The players exchanged looks, and Bai Yunchuang asked subtly, what's wrong? Is this hospital not good? Shi Shao fell into an eerie silence for a moment.
He seemed to be racking his brain, but it was as if his thoughts had jammed.
No. Cough cough. Don't know either. That's right, why was this his focus?
Even he found it strange.
He stiffly changed the subject, I don't know. Cough. When my surgery time is. Can you? Cough cough. Help me. Ask. Dr. Rod? I've been. Cough cough. Coughing. My body feels.
Very uncomfortable, but no one.
Cough. Has notified me. Of the surgery time.
His eyes showed anticipation, he was very much looking forward to a definite answer.
Dr. Run. Could he be referring to the director?
Hua Huai had warned them that the director was not simple, they probably wouldn't be able to help with this. Before anyone else could speak, Bai Yunchuang interjected, "If there's a chance, we will ask for you."
Hua Xin tugged at her sleeve and whispered. "Why did you say that? We won't be able to do it." Bai Yunchuang had her own considerations and replied just as quietly, "It's a white lie. Only with hope can one keep persevering. What if he gets his surgery date before we leave the dungeon? As long as one is alive, there must always be some hope in the heart."
The group returned to the main building. Wang Wei looked outside, that child hadn't pestered them again since Shi Xiao appeared. He wondered what Shi Zhao's true background was. The players kept in mind their free movement time in the main building's public areas, with the four of them moving together.
Their time would be quite tight. Hua Xian was nervous and accidentally missed a step while going up the stairs.
If she fell backward, she would definitely crack her head open. Shi Xiao reached out and grabbed her, and the momentum caused her to lunge toward him. Hiss, the players gasped.
Under Shi Zhao's hollow hospital gown, that body as thin as paper couldn't possibly be normal. Terrified, Hua Xian immediately stood up.
To avoid Shi Xiao, she leaned back again. This time, she was caught by Bai Yunchuang.
Hua Xian was young, so it was understandable that she wasn't used to wearing high heels.
Seeing her break into a cold sweat and cling tightly to Bai Yunchuang's arm, Shi Zhao's pupils also constricted. Like a machine, he slowly lowered his head and reached out to touch himself repeatedly.
"What's happening? My body. Empty. Empty. Am I still alive?"
His breathing became heavy, and he didn't even notice that his coughing symptoms had vanished.
What had happened? Why had his body become like this?
He closed his eyes in pain, searching his mind carefully for relevant information. Distant memories flooded back into his mind. This was a black-hearted hospital. He had originally only had a minor cold, but unexpectedly, he was diagnosed with acquired pulmonary cysts.
He was just an ordinary person, how could he understand the differences between various medical conditions?
When the doctor said the illness was serious, he and his family naturally believed it without a doubt. People often view the medical profession through a lens, calling them the guardians of life. But his luck was too poor, he happened to encounter the Reaper's ferryman.
His strong anticipation for recovery was because his illness could never be cured. He feared
he would never receive the flowers sent by Hua Huai. And he finally understood why he loathed the nurses in this hospital. In Shi Zhao's eyes, a cold light suddenly flashed.
"Are you really the nurses of this hospital?" Danger seemed to congeal into frost, tightly enveloping the players.
Under his gaze, the players found it impossible to move even an inch.
The aura emanating from Shi Xiao was completely different from before.
Along with this question, bursts of weeping came from outside the building, as if crawling along the base of the walls and trickling into the ears,
making one's skin crawl uncontrollably.
At this moment, what the players were facing was no longer a person, but a weirdness.
Shi Xiao asked the question again, making alarm bells ring in the players' hearts. After careful consideration, Wang Wei decided to tell the truth. "No. The nurse uniforms we're wearing are for women.
And we're wearing high heels, it doesn't look like these are our own items no matter how you look at it." They had no other choice but to hope that Shi Xiao was a reasonable weirdness who had not yet been consumed by resentment. Shi Zhao's eyes were as dark as ink, and he nodded woodenly, "Correct.
You aren't nurses, you are."
"Forget it, it has nothing to do with me." As long as they weren't nurses, he could accept them. Step by step, he walked up the stairs and returned to his ward.
Looking down from the window, those kneeling neatly were his family.
He had died tragically at a young age, and his family was using this method to seek justice for him. People whose hearts are black to the core will not suddenly have a surge of conscience. Their efforts to seek justice had negligible effect and could not shake the foundation of this hospital in the slightest. Having surgery always carries risks, he simply hadn't survived the risk, so how could it be blamed entirely on the hospital? Without evidence, they could never cause a stir. He placed his palm against the windowpane. The family below was just a reenactment of his past. They were long gone. Their cries were full of sorrow and anger. They wanted this hospital to give them justice. Kneeling here day after day, even if the hospital gave no explanation, other patients coming for consultations would have their imaginations run wild upon seeing this scene. Pitting themselves against each other, let's see who could outlast the other. The outcome was obvious, they lost utterly. Sometimes one can't help but sigh that it's truly good to have wealth and power. Some people might swallow the insult, but their families can't. When driven to the wall, a man will do anything. The hospital director, also the surgeon who'd operated on him, was hacked to death by the patient's relatives. Skin scraped across the glass with a grating squeal that set teeth on edge, fingers clawed as if to tear right through the mirror. Back in the ward, the players stared down through the window at the figures who had appeared from nowhere, still kneeling before the main building. Huaxian asked curiously, "Who are they, and why are they kneeling?" She didn't expect an answer, she only voiced the doubt in her heart. Bai Yunshuang picked up the thread. Come to think of it, their timing was very neat. The moment Shi Zhao's aura changed, those wails reached us right on cue. Could these people be connected to Shi Zhao? They hadn't seen the photo Huai held, so they didn't realize the scene below matched it perfectly. The door suddenly creaked open. Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue returned, carrying the unconscious Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao. Bai Yunshuang cried, "Fan Xia, Xiaoxiao, what happened to you?" Wang Wei looked at them and said to Jin Jiayue, "You're Huai's bound specter." He turned to Zhao Ling. "Then, what about him?" Zhao Ling set the man down and met his gaze calmly, with no intention of answering. Jin Jiayue couldn't bear the icy silence. She corrected him gently, "Please don't call us bound specters. Family feels far more fitting." Out of the corner of her eye she glanced at Zhao Ling. His situation is special, he doesn't do well with strangers. They'd spent enough time together, she'd already learned what had happened in the Changxi Quality Education School dungeon. Zhao Ling had once been diagnosed with mild depression. Though he'd left that school, the damage done couldn't be erased overnight. Around outsiders he had always been tongue-tied. Perhaps talking about something he liked would slowly warm him up. That was a rule Jin Jiayue had only just managed to figure out. Little Huai calls him brother, so don't lump us in with other bound specters. From Jin Jiayue's words the players gathered that Zhao Ling was indeed Huai's bound specter, and their bond went far beyond mere cooperation. They hadn't expected Huai to have another bound specter besides Jin Jiayue. Add Jiang Changjiang, whom she still had to find, and that made 3 specters. How on earth had she gotten so close to them? Probably, through sheer sincerity. Recalling Huai's actions since entering this dungeon, she'd shared clues with total strangers without hesitation, something most players would never do. Not to mention she'd later promised to help them generously. She seemed completely without guard. As bound specters, maintaining their forms consumed energy. Jin Jiayue and Zhao Ling didn't stay long, they left only a single line, they merely fainted. Their unharmed rules existed in this dungeon, constraining not only players but also the abnormal boss. Before the scheduled surgery, Ren Jiwen, as director and surgeon, could not kill any player. Yet Ren Jiwen wasn't the only aberration in this dungeon. The other aberrations weren't bound by his rules, so the players still had to tread carefully. Fortunately, none of the other aberrations were as high level as Ren Jiwen. After several hours of waiting, Fan Xia and Xia Xiaoxiao finally stirred. The moment consciousness returned, Xia Xiaoxiao's scalp prickled at the sound of weeping below. She looked around blankly. Who's crying? Fan Xia shot upright. Ugh, that noise makes my skin crawl. Wang Wei and the others had listened for hours and were nearly immune. Yang Liguo leaned his head against the wall, looking utterly spent. Who knows how long those people downstairs will keep wailing? At first it was scary, now it's pure mental torture.
I'm almost going insane from the noise.
Xia Xiaoxiao and Fan Xia pressed to the window. The scene below looked strangely familiar.
Right, it was identical to that photo.
They hadn't seen these people earlier, something must have happened in the meantime.
Fan Xia asked when the group had appeared and what had occurred.
The answers perfectly confirmed his earlier guess. You're probably right, these people are linked to Shi Xiao. We found Shi Xiao's organs in basement level 1, they were stored in the organ storage room.
Our dungeon's abnormal boss isn't Shi Xiao, it's Rin Jiwen. Its special ability is probably some kind of scent. Xiao Xiao and I only passed out after smelling it. That threat level doesn't make sense, a level A aberrant boss shouldn't be so weak.
So I figure the scent has more effects, but because of the rules it can only release this one right now. The trip had yielded huge gains, knowing the boss's ability in advance let them plan countermeasures. Wang Wei suggested, this is a hospital, there should be materials for simple gas masks. We've got 8 people, make as many as we can, just in case.
A moment after saying it, Wang Wei's voice cracked. You ran into a level A aberrant boss. Xia Xiaoxiao grinned. Not only did we meet a level A aberrant boss, Hua Huai even fought it head-on. You should have seen how epic it was. Hua Huai was incredible. Her speed was insane, I've never seen a player move that fast. And when she got hurt, her wounds healed automatically. I'm guessing that might be Jiang Changchang's power. Having so many bound specters, she's basically invincible. The title Big Shot isn't given away for nothing. Wang Wei's worldview took a major hit. He corrected Xiao Xiao, no, that shouldn't be Jiang Changchang's ability. A specter bound inside a dungeon can only be used after completing the mission and leaving, only then can you bring it into the next horror game via the horror game key. Until you exit, the specter won't drain power from prolonged stay, and it can't enter the horror game key. In short, Hua Huai must have yet another bound specter. Xia Xiaoxiao blinked, then burst out, holy crap. She alone has 3 times as many bound specters as our whole squad. That thigh is thick, I'm hugging it for dear life. My gut tells me this round is a free carry.
Jiang Changchang wanted to reach out and touch the abnormal being in front of her, but the other party immediately took a defensive stance. Her mother did not remember her. It seemed that the act of guiding Hua Huai was merely its subconscious at work.
Jiang Changchang's tears fell drop by drop as intense grief swept over her.
Hua Huai's gaze fell on the abnormal being's chest, where a piece was clearly missing.
She suggested, how about we retrieve your mother's heart first? There were many abnormal beings like Xing Xiumin in the underground area.
They all had 2 things in common, parts of their bodies were missing, and they were afraid of others.
So, was there a possibility?
Completing the body parts of the corresponding abnormal beings might allow them to regain their sanity. Regardless, the heart was a part of Xing Xiumin's body, so Jiang Changchang naturally wanted to take it back.
She nodded and said, okay.
Things did not go as smoothly as they had imagined. The boxes storing organs in the organ storage room utilized high-tech technology. To open the boxes intact, one had to use the corresponding fingerprint or an electronic keycard. As the director, Rin Jiwen most likely possessed both of these things. Outside the organ storage room, the abnormal beings were constantly peeking inside. Seeing Hua Huai look back, they immediately scattered in a disorganized fashion.
Most likely.
They also wanted to find their own organs.
Jiang Changchang held the corresponding box in her arms. Even if she couldn't open it now, she didn't want to leave the heart here.
She said rationally, we can't rush things regarding my mother, and sister's safety is also very important.
Those 2 people fainted just now, they are players acting with sister, right? Since sister is willing to act with them and let brother Zhao Ling and sister Jin take them out, it means they are worthy of your trust. There is always strength in numbers. Why don't we ask if they have any other ideas?
Lowering her eyelashes, she had seen how powerful Rin Jiwen was. His scent ability was quite cunning, even if one completely held their breath, the scent would still seep in through the skin. The only difference was that one way was faster while the other was slower.
This was the best decision for now.
One must not lose their sanity in a dungeon, otherwise, a winning game could very likely turn into a losing one. The two of them returned to the outside of the ward, where a discussion was taking place inside.
If we want to make a simple gas mask, let's first list the items we need to find.
Among them, the core material is a disposable medical mask.
This is a hospital, so the difficulty of obtaining them shouldn't be high.
Then there is the filter layer, which requires medical absorbent cotton,
gauze, activated carbon granules, or activated carbon packets.
As for items used for securing it, we don't need to specifically collect them. But it would be best if we can find things like rubber bands or elastic cords.
The one carefully listing the required items was Gui Xin. After the others memorized them, Wang Wei spoke up as a leader, "We've got it. When we move out later, we should spread out and not gather in public areas.
We can use signals, like whistling or something.
Anyway,
as long as we keep our numbers under control, the nurses in the corridor won't notice us." It turned out they had already seen the abnormal boss's ability and were making plans ahead of time. Just as they were about to push the door open and enter, Fan Xia added, "By the way, I've already completed the mission. That crimson interface prompted me that I can leave the dungeon. But we should advance and retreat together. I want to wait until you all complete the mission before we leave together.
Besides, Sister Mao hasn't come back yet. It's really worrying." Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise.
"What?" "I also received the mission completion prompt, but I didn't have a chance to speak up just now." At this, she hesitated slightly.
"When did you receive the mission completion prompt?"
Xia Xiaoxiao suspected that the secrets the two of them had obtained were different. It was hard to believe, but Fan Xia said, "When I got that ledger." Xia Xiaoxiao clenched her right fist and punched her left palm.
"Me too. Different players can actually use the same secret to complete the mission. This dungeon is so cunning, yet unexpectedly simple. Based on the difficulty of an A-level dungeon, shouldn't each person have to obtain a secret? That kind of difficulty would be more reasonable." Gui Xian pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and offered a different perspective. "It's precisely because we all have this mindset that we make simple dungeons harder and harder to play. We are willing to cooperate. But there really aren't many other players who are truly willing to cooperate with each other. I can already imagine them constantly killing off other players just to fight over a single secret." After a moment of thought, she added, "To say something cruel, there might not be that many secrets in this dungeon. When the number of secrets is insufficient, thinning out other players can improve one's own survival rate. The difficulty of this dungeon lies in the lack of trust between players. And we just happen not to be that kind of player." Wang Wei remembered something and said, "The old people in the Building 2 Annex definitely have problems. Unfortunately, we know there's a problem but have no evidence to prove it. Players can actually infer the number of secrets in a dungeon through some clues, thereby achieving the competitive goal. The dungeon desires." Xia Xiaoxiao gave a big smile. "Doesn't that mean we're only one step away from completing the mission, leaving the dungeon?" Fan Xia nodded. "Exactly. The joy came quickly and left just as fast." Xia Xiaoxiao sighed. "Sister Mao hasn't come back, we can't leave her behind, and we don't know how things are going on the big shot side. We were able to get this secret thanks to the big shot. We absolutely cannot abandon her either. That would make us look so ungrateful. Let's get to work and prepare to collect materials for the simple gas masks." Having listened outside the door for so long, Hua Hui suddenly didn't know how to enter. It was Jiang Changchang who opened the door for her, nodding to the people inside. "Hello, brothers and sisters." The clothes on Jiang Changchang's body were quite dirty, as if she had just been dug out of the mud. Everyone looked at the polite mud doll with a moment of confusion. It was Xia Xiaoxiao who knew how to liven up the atmosphere, smiling as she replied. "Hello there." She observed her carefully for a few moments and finally recognized her, looking as if she had just realized something. "You're Jiang Changchang."
She clearly hadn't recognized her at first, yet she still greeted her warmly. Once the name was out, everyone reacted and responded to her greeting one after another. Hua Huai then entered the ward, removing her wooden hairpin to restore her form. As for the materials for the simple gas masks, let me collect them. I don't know how to make the simple gas masks, so I'll need to trouble you to make them. Just consider this my contribution to the effort. Everyone wanted to refuse. Hua Huai had already helped them so much. How could they let her personally handle such a small matter as collecting items? But with Hua Huai having said this much, they really couldn't refuse, they could only agree to her request. With Hua Huai handling it personally, gathering would be much faster and avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Once all the players regrouped, they pooled the information and clues they had. Hua Huai learned that Shi Zhao's state had changed. He used to see himself as human, but now he was a specter. Before hunting for materials for a simple gas mask, Hua Huai decided to visit Shi Zhao again.
Ward 419.
The door opened. Hua Huai walked straight in without knocking. She saw Shi Zhao standing like a log at the window, staring outside in a trance, for who knew how long.
Are you all right?
The cautious question made Shi Zhao turn his head mechanically, his gaze landing on her.
It's you. Long time no see.
Their last meeting had been less than 2 days ago, yet he spoke as if ages had passed.
Was this the difference between dream and waking?
Barely recalling her question, he said, I am not well. I can't feel a heartbeat, can't feel breath, can't feel hunger, can't feel anything at all.
I once had a beautiful home, how did it become like this?
Tears rolled from Shi Zhao's eyes, yet they were bright crimson. All his pain seemed to speak through those bloody trails.
Hua Huai glanced at the empty patient gown, so much of him was missing. This hospital is to blame.
When the heart is full of resentment, it needs an outlet. He couldn't or wouldn't find one, so Hua Huai placed it right in his hands. At the same time she asked, I can't promise you'll regain heartbeat, breath, or hunger, but I can promise your illness will be cured. My promise still stands, when you're healed, I'll send you a bouquet. She'd first made the promise to pry his surgery date from him, yet in the end it became something she genuinely wanted to fulfill. A flicker of surprise slipped through Shi Zhao's eyes.
Thank you.
He had no idea how she would cure him, but he couldn't help feeling grateful towards someone offering kindness. After the talk, Hua Huai went off to gather materials for a simple gas mask. The first things she found were disposable surgical masks. Every office in the hospital had piles. She scooped up a stack without effort. Gauze was equally common. She casually slung a whole bag over her shoulder. Activated carbon granules were scattered farther afield, and it took some searching to locate the storeroom. With everything collected, Hua Huai squatted on the floor, feeling a sense of déjà vu. She'd ransacked offices yesterday the same way.
In Rin Jiwen's office she'd even spotted a safe but hadn't had time to open it. Safes usually hold valuables. What could be so precious it needed locking away? Rather than guess, she might as well take another look. Right now, the situation was two tigers facing off in the forest, neither sure the other would lose. Only Hua Huai held a slight edge. She feared nothing. If it panicked, once it steadied itself, the fight was still on. She had to strike before it regained its nerve. Perhaps it knew, and was deliberately keeping its distance. Bags in hand, Hua Huai jogged to Building 1 Annex. The moment she stepped inside, that familiar kid nearly crashed into her again. This time she sidestepped swiftly, the child overshot, brushing past her. She finally realized these kids were expert con artists, using collisions as their only way to start a conversation, so pathetically single-minded. The child turned back. Sis, it's fine.
Memories of Hua Huai's intimidation were fresh, it wanted no repeat.
Hua Huai crooked a finger. Come here. I've a question. No. Two hesitated but didn't dare defy her. What is it?
She cut straight to the chase. Why do you want people to skip rope with you?
Who asks like that? Even specters have dignity.
Asking outright for their rules felt impolite.
No. Two pressed its lips together, determined to stay silent. Hua Huai feigned menace, your big boss can't beat me. Think I can't wipe you out? No.
Tu looked tough but was simple-minded, a few words scared it stiff.
Really?
As a specter in this dungeon, it knew who the strongest here was.
Whenever Ring Jiwan appeared, they didn't dare lift their heads.
Wherever Ring Jiwan walked, they could only cower and tremble.
Hua Huai nodded solemnly. I rarely lie. No. Tu caught the caveat, so, there are exceptions?
Hua Huai explained, if you think about it.
The fact I can say this proves right now isn't an exception. I don't want to trick you, so I'm telling you the truth. The twists made no.
Tu's head spin, it couldn't follow at all.
Dazed, it mumbled, alright. We get people to skip rope because we want a mother.
Our real mothers never gave birth to us. That statement was another tangle.
Hua Huai pondered, if their mothers never bore them, how had they grown this big? Reading her confusion, no. Tu added, this is just an illusion. I don't know what we're supposed to look like when we grow up. Hua Huai pictured a vast number, so your mothers all died in the hospital? No. Tu shook its head. No. We were the ones aborted. Mother didn't like us, didn't welcome our coming. Hua Huai recalled the woman on basement level 4.
Bargaining for her own benefit, demanding to stay in building 1 annex. To her, her belly was merely a container for merchandise, she felt nothing for the product. If the client wasn't satisfied, the merchandise became trash to be discarded.
Hua Huai's gaze darkened.
In the end, the real culprit was still this hospital. It built the trading channels, doing business too dirty for daylight.
Alright, I understand. Off you go and play. The moment Hua Huai let it go, no. Tu scampered off.
No wonder Wang Wei had volunteered to skip rope with them and been flatly refused. Their target was women, the innate lack of mother love made them ravenous for it.
With a long sigh, Hua Huai headed for Rin Jiwan's office.
This time the way was clear, no specter blocked her.
She figured no. Tu deserved the credit.
Just as Hua Huai had expected, Ren Jiwan was not in his office. She went to the spot where the safe had been discovered earlier, squatted and searched for a long time, but found nothing. This was definitely the right place, the safe had clearly been moved. The other party's goal was obviously to keep it out of her hands. From this she could infer that whatever was inside the safe was important to her. Something deliberately hidden was impossible for Hua Huai to find. Rather than waste more time here, she might as well craft the simple gas masks first. With her arms full of packages, Hua Huai returned to room 401. When the players saw the haul in her hands, their eyes lit up.
Gui Xin exclaimed, so much.
Apart from making the simple gas masks, Hua Huai had other uses for the extra materials. Besides, the supplies were light, since she could carry more, she'd taken a little extra. Hua Huai said, I need 4 simple gas masks, take what you need.
Gui Xin nodded. Alright, no problem.
While they worked on the masks, Hua Huai also took some materials and began folding them. Jiang Changchang, hugging a box, asked curiously, Big sis, what are you folding? Hua Huai placed a finished piece in front of her, it was a blooming flower. I promised Xiao I'd give him a bouquet, naturally I have to keep my word. As for the condition that he be cured first, it wouldn't take much longer. When Wang Wei heard her words, he instinctively glanced over. Xiao had mentioned this promise before, back then no one took it seriously, yet Hua Huai kept it so firmly in mind.
How many people in this world could be this sincere? Precisely because Wang Wei couldn't do it himself, he now admired Hua Huai all the more. Jiang Changchang set the box down. Big sis, I'll fold them with you. Zhao's plight was even worse than her mother's, she could fully empathize with his family's pain. About 3 hours later, 11 simple gas masks were finished, and the non-woven fabric flowers were also complete. Hua Huai took the one she needed and told them, if Mao Kersen comes out, you can leave first. Next, it's time for the cat and mouse game to reverse.
The players exchanged glances. Her words meant Hua Huai was about to take the initiative against the abnormal boss. A scene like this was rare. They really wanted to stay and watch. But they knew their limits. If they clung on when they had a chance to leave, they'd only drag Hua Huai down in the end. They agreed to her proposal. Xia Xiaoxiao asked her, with skills like yours, are you in a guild? Matching in a dungeon is fate. We'd like to be friends with you. Hua Huai answered, I'm a member of the Demon Guild. The name carried some weight in the Chinese gaming circle. It was natural they'd heard of it. Xia Xiaoxiao beamed. So you're from a major guild? We're free agents. It's great to meet you in this dungeon. Hua Huai pressed her lips. Better not be friends with me, you'll have bad luck. Literally bad luck would really follow. To stop them from saying anything warmer, she turned and left the ward. To the players it looked very much like she was fleeing in panic. Bai Yunxuan laughed. Is she shy? Hua Huai needed a way to locate Ren Jiwen. Blindly searching was too inefficient. If only many people could search together. Sending Xia Xiaoxiao and the rest wouldn't work. Even if they found him, they couldn't handle Ren Jiwen. Her gaze fell to the floor. The hospital was full of those eyes everywhere. If the eyes could serve as surveillance, could she use them to find Ren Jiwen's location? 15 minutes after a player left the bed, the call bell on the wall would ring. The call bell had no eyes. How did it know the player had left the bed? Unless the things under the floor tiles were its eyes. Dungeon rules didn't completely restrict players, they granted a single 15-minute movement window. The eyes could always see everything they did, yet they never reported to Ren Jiwen. This could be deduced from the fact that Hua Huai gathered mask materials without any interference. The eyes and the call bell were one faction, Ren Jiwen and the other doctors and nurses formed another. Though the factions differed, they weren't mutually exclusive. The eyes and call bell could be enemies, but they could also be turned into allies. Ever since her threat, the call bell had never rung again. Hua Huai tested her theory and sure enough learned Ren Jiwen's location from the call bell. It was in the top-floor medical laboratory of Building 1 Annex. With the exact location, the rest was easy. Black mud surged up from the floor and gradually covered the lab door. Even corrosion-resistant stainless steel couldn't withstand the ability of a Class A aberration. The door was slowly devoured. Ren Jiwen caught the scent of danger. He held a tube of bubbling dark green liquid and looked back at them. You actually found this place so quickly. He quickly realized where the leak was and sneered. I didn't expect those honest things would learn to lie to me. The color of that liquid felt extremely dangerous. Why was he holding it? But no matter how potent the liquid, simply splashing it would be hard to land on them. Battles between aberrations shifted in an instant. The moment the liquid was thrown, there was enough time to dodge. Such a crude method, surely he didn't plan to win with just that tube of liquid? Zhao Ling snorted. Who wants to hear your nonsense? Even as he spoke, black mud surged up beneath Ren Jiwen's feet, forcing him to dodge again and again. Zhao Ling's combat style was always direct and brutal, bursting with power, accustomed to suppressing the enemy's momentum from the start. Under the barrage of attacks, Ren Jiwen was reduced to a sorry state. Jin Jiayue seized the chance to flash past him, aiming to snatch the tube from his hand. Ren Jiwen's attention stayed on the liquid. The instant Jin Jiayue reached out, he tipped the tube and drank it all. Jin Jiayue's fingers barely brushed the container. She had almost grabbed it. None of them had imagined the liquid was meant to be drunk. As the liquid entered his stomach, a thick odor spread from his body. Even several meters away they could still smell it. Hua Huai and the others immediately put on their simple gas masks. Ren Jiwen froze. He hadn't expected them to be so resourceful and actually succeed in making the masks. With those things on, his ability against them would be greatly reduced. This time the odor was especially intense. Even with the masks, Hua Huai's skin still felt a burning pain. She raised her hand and saw the fragile skin peel away layer after layer, then slowly heal thanks to her recovery ability. The damage wasn't happening quickly, but it definitely wasn't slow either. Zhang Changchang was watching from a distance. As an aberration herself, she was far less hurt than Hua Huai. She hugged the box to her chest, the odor slowly forcing her into her aberrant form.
The smell was so overbearing she could barely keep a human shape. But it didn't matter, no one present would be frightened by her true form. For now, Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue were the least affected. They looked at Hua Huai in alarm. Hua Huai's eyes sharpened. I'm fine. She summoned her rib bone dagger and charged Ren Jiwen. Ending him was the quickest way to end the threat. Early in the fight, Ren Jiwen's power had the weakest hold on them. Strike now or never. Ren Jiwen's fingers turned to claws, slashing back. Every swipe seemed to tear the air itself. Blood dripped from the wounds opening across Hua Huai's skin, yet her hunger to attack only grew. Once she set her mind on a goal, she would see it through. Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue joined the fray. The battlefield shifted faster than eyes could track, all of them flickering in and out of sight. Amid that, Hua Huai looked almost primitive. The surroundings were reduced to rubble. Ren Jiwen tracked their every move and cursed inwardly, just my luck to meet this living king of hell. Hua Huai fought with savage abandon. As if her own death didn't matter so long as she dragged him down with her. She seemed more like a vengeful ghost than he did. Ren Jiwen's first thought was to rip off the crude gas masks protecting their faces. But they covered one another flawlessly, he found no opening. Keep this up and he would lose, no doubt about it. Damned illusion ability, he couldn't even find an escape route. That lunatic Jin Jiayue was throwing everything the illusion could offer straight at him. Her unique gift made her a force to be reckoned with. Perhaps he should be grateful this hospital was his turf. Even among fellow Class A aberrations, he enjoyed an innate boost, call it favor from the horror game itself. Using that edge, Ren Jiwen broke free of the illusion and dove out the window. Hua Huai's group couldn't let him flee. Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue vaulted after him, while Hua Huai had to take the stairs. No choice, falling 10 floors might not kill her, but it would hurt like hell. No need to be that reckless. Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue stuck so close Ren Jiwen had nowhere to hide. He cursed again, 2 pieces of sticky candy I can't shake off. Unable to lose them, he had no option but to face them head-on. This time, he would pick the battlefield. Atop Building 1 Annex, the ashen sky looked close enough to touch. The dreary wind snapped his white coat, bearing his sinister nature. From this height, with no stairs, Hua Huai likely couldn't reach him, one less enemy to worry about. The odor around him shifted. Children poured out of Building 1 Annex, appearing beside him one after another. Go, kill them. The children obeyed, swarming toward Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue. Their faces darkened, the kids were innocent victims in all this. Striking them felt no different from striking their own past selves. Hua Huai had spoken with Building 2 Annex, they knew the children could be reasoned with. Ren Jiwen was the one who'd twisted them, so why still obey him? Could it be, because the odor had changed? Seeing them hesitate, Ren Jiwen sneered, spending too long with humans and you've grown soft? Thank heavens for that softness, without it. How could he turn the tables? Now he wasn't in such a hurry to leave. Watching them struggle was pure bliss for an aberration. Ren Jiwen, too busy savoring Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue's distress, didn't notice the real danger creeping up. Ugh! The rib bone dagger plunged into his chest, wisps of black vapor drifted from the wound. Impossible, how had she gotten up here? Had she actually climbed the outer wall? He backhanded Hua Huai the moment he realized, staggering several steps. Damn it, can't shake this ghost. Hua Huai watched silently. What was he saying, describing himself? Even with the dagger in his heart, he looked unharmed. Was his aberration rank simply too high for the rib bone dagger to finish him? That shouldn't be, the dagger has no rank restriction. Some people's hearts are on the opposite side, maybe Ren Jiwen was one of them. One stab hadn't worked, so she'd stab again. After a few exchanges Ren Jiwen reached the roof's edge, taunting, brave enough to jump with me? He fell backward, aberrations can't die from a fall. And he was sure a human wouldn't dare follow. To his shock, Hua Huai leapt after him like a death-seeking wraith. Stunned, he froze for a split second. By the time he reacted, she was right in his face. You really don't fear death. He flickered and reappeared back on the roof.
Hua Huai's fall halted as if an unseen puppeteer had simply crooked a finger, lifting her back onto the roof. The eerie sight sent Renjiwen scanning the area. Zhang Changchang stood atop Building 2 Annex, box in arms, remotely directing Hua Huai's every move. Her own power barely affected Renjiwen, so she'd switched tactics, control Hua Huai instead. If Hua Huai couldn't flicker, she'd flick for her. If Hua Huai couldn't fly, she'd fly for her. Within range, her control worked on anything. The original 3-on-1 now looked suspiciously like 4-on-1. Renjiwen lunged at Zhang Changchang, but she'd foreseen it. She blinked behind Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue the next instant. Those two could protect her, Renjiwen couldn't get past them. The swarm of children only tied the pair in knots, never truly harming them. Zhang Changchang's control was measured. Hua Huai still fought solo, she merely lent a hand.
And that was enough. Throughout the fight, Renjiwen never again released the scent from the medical lab. Even it could tell which was worse, 2 against 1, or 4 against 1. It refused to believe a mere human could actually defeat it. Sometimes, the world is just this fantastical. Hua Huai's physique already surpassed an ordinary person's, and with Qian Yu and Zhang Changchang's support she had begun to steadily overpower Renjiwen. Renjiwen's abilities were occupied by those children, it could only rely on the abnormal boss's most primitive form of attack. The rib bone dagger is extraordinarily effective against specters, wounds it inflicts refuse to heal. Renjiwen's body was covered in battle scars, while Hua Huai's skin remained unbroken. In the end, after prolonged combat, Renjiwen exhausted its power and Hua Huai slammed it to the ground. Rumble, a huge crater was smashed into the floor, Renjiwen couldn't even stand. As its strength ran out, the children regained their senses. Seeing Renjiwen's wretched state, they clapped in delight. The thunderous applause made it feel as if everything before them was a magnificent performance, and they were the audience. Strange and absurd, they waited for the final curtain. Hua Huai raised the rib bone dagger high, about to deliver the fatal blow. Driven by the instinct to survive, Renjiwen cried, "Wait! Killing me outright is such a waste, I'm willing to become your bound specter." As the abnormal boss of an A-level dungeon, it had heard players mention bound specters often enough to understand the concept. Normally, it refused to cooperate with players, a group obviously weaker than itself had no right to negotiate. But now, forced by circumstance, if it didn't choose this path it would die at Hua Huai's hand. Besides, Hua Huai was clearly formidable, it had never seen a player with so many bound specters. Since so many bound specters followed her, Hua Huai must have unique qualities. Only, Renjiwen hadn't considered that, with so many bound specters already, why would Hua Huai need another one? That alone was far from enough to be its bargaining chip. A blood-red interface popped up, Hua Huai was about to select refuse. Zhang Changchang timely flung over a chain and said to Renjiwen, "Then let's see your sincerity." Just as Renjiwen had done to her. She would fasten the chain around its neck and it had to do it itself, willingly. Renjiwen's lips pressed into a tight line, its eyes full of reluctance and humiliation. Two choices appeared before it. 1. Accept Zhang Changchang's demand, show its sincerity, and trade for survival. 2. Refuse and have its soul scattered beneath Hua Huai's blade. It seemed to have no choice at all. Hesitantly, it picked up the chain, steeled itself, and put it on. A wise hero doesn't fight when the odds are against him, debts could be settled later. Seeing it collared, Zhang Changchang tugged Hua Huai's sleeve and whispered, "Sis, keep it, think of it as raising a dog." Clearly, Zhang Changchang wanted a pet. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying. Torment is what truly satisfies. Inside a dungeon, bound specters can leave a player of their own accord, so Zhang Changchang warned Renjiwen. S-level players can enter the corresponding dungeon, think carefully about the price of running away. Hua Huai hadn't mentioned her rank, so Renjiwen had no idea. However, her goal was to become an SSS-level player. S rank was a threshold she had to cross. Once a bound specter leaves a player, it can only return to its original dungeon. As the old saying goes, the monk may run away, but the temple stays. This cut off every escape for Renjiwen, but it had no choice. "I've decided," it said.
Since Jiang Changchang had made up her mind, Hua Huai would go along. They had planned to find an electronic keycard to open the boxes, but now things were simpler. Ren Jiwen was right here, using its fingerprint would be faster. It moved to undo the chain around its neck, but Jiang Changchang barked, "Don't you dare remove it. Never ever remove it." Ren Jiwen flinched at her sharp tone, glanced at the others, and sheepishly lowered its hand. Under someone else's control, it had to swallow this humiliation whether it wanted to or not. The box was placed before it, and Jiang Changchang said stiffly, "Open it. And open every box in the organ storage room." Ren Jiwen, grinding in with that chain around its neck, looked like a stray dog. It obediently opened the boxes without any tricks. In truth, it didn't dare try, it had always valued its own life above others. They found Xing Xiumin again, returned the heart to its rightful place. Her defensive posture softened, her mind clearing as consciousness returned. Changchang. At that call, Jiang Changchang threw herself into Xing Xiumin's arms, days of grievances pouring out like a burst dam. "Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you." Her sobs were filled with childlike innocence, yet heartbreakingly raw, infecting everyone who heard. Xing Xiumin patted her shoulder and joked, "This works too, now I can stay by your side just like you." She bent to wipe Jiang Changchang's tears. "Gentle. How could I blame you, my child? It's always the mother who protects the child, when has it ever been the other way around? You're my most precious treasure. Stop crying, okay?" Jiang Changchang bit her lip, tears still brimming, trying not to fall. She nodded with a choked voice, "Okay, I won't cry." Even as she nodded, a tear slipped out by force of gravity. This time, she wasn't crying on purpose. Once Jiang Changchang was soothed, Xing Xiumin turned to Hua Huai, smiled tenderly, and said, "Thank you for looking after Changchang these past days. And for troubling yourself again, I'm truly sorry. I'd like to leave with you, may I?" At the same moment, a blood-red panel popped up once more before Hua Huai. "Xing Xiumin requests to become your bound specter, do you accept?" Of course, no need to think. Hua Huai accepted without hesitation. The rest of the time was for keeping her promise. Most boxes in the organ storage room had been opened, the specters kept at least 10 meters away, wary of Ren Jiwen. Once they moved Shizhao's box and left the organ storage room, specters swarmed in like ants. Those were parts of their bodies, they belonged back inside them. The boxes preserved the organs, but if left open too long the contents would spoil. So they went to Ward 419 before finally opening Shizhao's box. Shizhao stared at Ren Jiwen, a surge of hatred rising from the depths of his heart. He flashed in front of Ren Jiwen and clamped a hand around its throat. "You deserve to die." Too furious to speak, his anger felt ready to ignite sparks in his eyes. Ren Jiwen gripped Shizhao's wrist, it had little energy left, but Shizhao was so weak he couldn't inflict any real harm. Forced by Ren Jiwen's grip, Shizhao had no choice but to let go. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with resentment and frustration, he had been outclassed, he was no match for Ren Jiwen. Just as despair overwhelmed him, Jiang Changchang yanked the chain, sending Ren Jiwen stumbling forward. "Kneel and apologize." Ren Jiwen clenched his fist, held back again and again, and after a full half-minute of deadlock, he knelt. "Sorry." Beyond that, he didn't know what to say. He had no mercy for others, so he'd never bothered to learn how to apologize. Jiang Changchang hadn't wanted an apology, she only wanted to humiliate him. The apology did nothing to comfort the victims, yet Jiang Changchang's act gave Shizhao a flicker of satisfaction. With his memories restored, he now understood a little about players and bound specters. Judging by the scene before him, Ren Jiwen was tasting what it felt like to be trampled underfoot. Fine, killing him outright could never vent the hatred in his heart. This way was far more satisfying. When Shizhao's organ returned to his body, he felt strength flood through him. A clear glass cup sat on the bedside table, he reached out and it flew into his hand. A glance at the window and it shattered instantly. He had never felt so good, as though no one could ever stand in his way again. Suddenly a bouquet folded from non-woven fabric appeared before him.
Hua Huai said sincerely, "Sure Shao, happy recovery."
Hua Huai had kept her promise, she had really brought him flowers. Though the bouquet had no scent, to him it was the most beautiful and fragrant in the world. Shi Zhao's eyes softened, he curved his lips slightly.
"Thank you. May everyone in this world be as sincere as you." Then a trace of loneliness crept in. And he negated himself, "But that's just my wishful thinking, how could everyone be like that?" Xing Xiumin saw how young he was and how much he had endured, and invited him from the heart, "Will you leave with us?" Shi Zhao thought for a moment, stared blankly out the window, and finally said, "No. I'll stay here. I figure more players will come. At least my presence can make their clear a bit easier." He lowered his head, the phantom images of his family flickered with his shifting mood. Dream or not, he hoped they could stay a little longer. The group respected his choice and did not press him. Leaving Ward 419, the nurses in the corridor now obeyed Ren Jiwen's orders. Before, they would attack any player outside a ward, now they only bowed respectfully and droned, "Good day, Director." Hua Huai remembered the safe and asked Ren Jiwen, "What was inside your safe?" Ren Jiwen confessed, "An electronic keycard." The organ chest was already open, the keycard was useless now, there was no point hiding it. Hua Huai nodded, she had guessed as much. Back in room 401, the players saw the large group approaching and couldn't help staring. They had been able to watch the battle through the windows. In the first half Hua Huai had been at a disadvantage, in the second she had pummeled Ren Jiwen almost at will. Hua Huai and Jiang Changchang worked in perfect harmony, she trusted Jiang Changchang utterly, willing to place her life in her hands. That was why she dared to leap from the roof of Building 1 Annex, one heart-stopping moment for the onlooking players. In the end it had been a false alarm. Ren Jiwen had lost, yet facing the dungeon boss still made the players' hearts flutter with dread. Jiang Changchang kept hold of the chain, as if leading a dog. "Don't be afraid, it won't bite." The word choice made Ren Jiwen glare, she really treated him like a dog. Jiang Changchang yanked hard, forcing his neck forward, he was helpless. A wild evil dog needs taming, right now it's still not obedient enough. Ren Jiwen couldn't hold back, "You're just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, what's with pretending to be the king of the jungle?" Jiang Changchang accepted the fox label gladly and mocked, "Pity you can't even be a fox, you've no tiger behind you." She tugged sharply, "Even if you're not convinced, endure it." Ren Jiwen stumbled forward, Jiang Changchang seized the chance to kick him in the rear. A footprint appeared on his white coat, glaringly obvious. Ren Jiwen ground his teeth in fury, but had to swallow it, he took several deep breaths and forced himself to endure. The players watched the spectacular scene, fascinated and amused, so this was how you could toy with a level A aberrant boss? It felt as if a whole new world had opened. All that remained was to wait for Mao Kerson's return. When the players were starving and dizzy, Wang Wei said, "Why don't you all leave first?" "I'll wait alone." Xia Xiaoxiao's head swam, yet she shook it firmly. "No. We wait together, we leave together." The rest of the players refused as well, so Wang Wei turned to Hua Huai, "Boss, maybe you go first?" Afraid it would sound like an order, he added gently, "There's no need for you to starve with us." Hua Huai said, "Let's wait together, this level of hunger is fine." At least she was far less hungry than Wang Wei and the others. Besides, she was curious about the mirror fragments. Last time she had entered the mirror and gone to another timeline, after leaving the dungeon she had received a mirror fragment. By the same logic, if Mao Kerson succeeded, the fragment would fall to her. The fragment was marked 1/10, so there should be 10 in total. If someone else took even one, would the complete mirror of time become impossible to assemble? Since it was an item, it ought to be tradable. But what if the holder refused to trade? If the other party also wanted to collect the mirror, conflict would arise. Still, Hua Huai's urge to gather the fragments had waned, now she was driven mainly by curiosity. Mao Kerson returned 3 hours later. The players were too hungry to sleep, in fact none had slept the whole night. Outside, the sky remained unchanged, they had lost all sense of time. Every estimate was only in their minds.
When she stepped back into room 401, the players were near tears. Finally they could go eat a proper meal.
They wanted roast chicken, roast goose, giant trotters, anything that could fill their stomachs. Xia Xiaoxiao circled Mao Curson, checking that she was unharmed. Sister Mao, you were gone so long, what happened?
Mao Curson had just returned and had even less sense of time, but she answered first.
I went to another timeline. In that timeline, Mao Curson, using her nurse identity, had personally witnessed every secret in the hospital.
Strangely, even though she'd uncovered the secrets and fulfilled the dungeon's requirement, no completion notice arrived. At first she couldn't understand why she'd been dumped into another timeline or why Xia Xiaoxiao and the rest had vanished. But thinking back, nothing in that timeline bore any trace of an aberration.
If an aberration had done it, illusionary realm was the only possibility. She refused to believe any aberration could truly travel through time.
She dismissed illusionary realm because she'd stayed there too long. If it was a trap, the aberration should have shown its purpose eventually.
Yet nothing happened.
Her surgery had been 10 days away, she idled there nearly 20 more and remained perfectly safe. Striking out every impossible answer, she wandered in confusion for a while. Later, a patient accidentally smashed a glass. While cleaning up she cut her hand. She went to the bathroom sink to rinse the shards and suddenly stood where she'd left. Watching the mirror vanish, she realized the anomaly had been right in front of her all along.
The mirror was linked to the dungeon, but only loosely. An aberration couldn't reach its other side. The mirror felt like something outside the dungeon entirely.
Xia Xiaoxiao, hearing she'd hurt her hand again, checked it and frowned.
A scalpel cut healed? Mao Curson nodded.
That scalpel had been drugged, but as a nurse I'm aligned with the hospital, so the wound healed cleanly. 20 days had been plenty for a cut to vanish.
But, you all seem to know I'd gone to the mirror's other side. Xia Xiaoxiao's group showed no surprise, surprising Mao Curson instead. Once they explained how they knew, she understood.
So that's how.
Ran Jiwen pricked up his ears at Mao Curson's every word. A mirror that miraculous existed in his hospital and he'd never known? And Hua Huai had entered one too.
Right now his choice didn't look so terrible. Sticking with Hua Huai meant he wouldn't be trapped here forever. Back in this timeline, the horror game key detected her cleared mission and offered exit from the dungeon. From their talk Hua Huai had already learned what she needed, no further questions were required. The surroundings dimmed, a blood-red panel refreshed before her eyes. Congratulations to players Xia Xiaoxiao, Wang Wei, Fan Xia, Mao Curson, and 3 others for clearing the A-level dungeon. Clear reward, plus 180 days rest time, 625,000 yuan each, deposited in your horror game key.
To Xia Xiaoxiao's group. Nothing could be scarier than the clearance list itself. Hua Huai's name wasn't on it. Was she even a player, or an aberration? She claimed to be from the Demon Guild, a player that strong would be easy to verify. Congratulations on completing the A-level Eternal Night General Hospital mission. With Director Rin Jiwen gone and patient Shi Shao awakened. This dungeon will gain a new abnormal boss and drop to B-level. Aberration Trust 0%, you acquire A-level aberration, Ren Jiwen. Aberration Trust 100%, you acquire C-level anomaly, Zhang Changchang. Aberration Trust 100%, you acquire D-level spirit, Xing Xiumin. Personal panel unfolds. Hua Huai age, 12 level, a money, 76.625 million rest time, 4 years 70 days skills, Soul Fairy, B-level, items, Rib Bone Dagger. Silver Gray Sports Car, Lu Yang's Wooden Hairpin, Live Streaming Mobile Phone, Red High Heels. Time Mirror Shard 1 out of 10, Bound Specters, Zhou Ling, A-level, Jinjiawen, A-level, Ren Jiwen, A-level, Xianyu, B-level. Zhang Changchang, C-level, Xing Xiumin, D-level, Bound Spirit Pet, Black Feather, D-level. Inspect the 2 new aberration panels. Inspect aberration, Xing Xiumin. Profile, a woman struggling within her family, perseverance brought only pain. Her one wish, may her daughter stay safe. You are her daughter's savior and hers. She will trust you forever. Aberration ability, invulnerable to all poisons.
Passive, player is immune to normal toxins even while she's not summoned. When summoned, Xing Xiumin herself becomes immune.
Effective against ordinary poisons, cannot block aberrations above your own level. Upgrade, slay 100 D-level spirits or 10,000 F-level spirits. Hua Huai noticed that, barring a few exceptions, most aberrations level up by hunting spirits. Inspect aberration, Ren Jiwen. Profile, power and greed blinded him, only profit stirs his heart. Human life is worthless, became his creed. He submits to you only by force, trusts you not at all. Stay vigilant inside dungeons. Aberration ability, 100 poisons. Though named 100, his toxins are countless. Releasing high-risk venoms requires drinking a specific reagent first. Reagents don't appear from thin air, he must craft them beforehand, and ingredients may be absent inside a dungeon. High-risk toxins still affect aberrations above his level, the weaker the higher they are, and vice versa. Each reagent lasts 30 minutes. Upgrade, slay 100 A-level spirits or 10,000 B-level spirits. Ren Jiwen's power is devastating and wide-ranging, its restrictions make sense. What caught Hua Huai's eye, Ren Jiwen and Xing Xiumin's abilities clash unexpected yet logical. The scene solidified, Hua Huai was back in her apartment. The front door opened to Xu Wenyao and Xin Wenlin cracking sunflower seeds. Seeing her, Xu Wenyao eased a little. Smooth run? Hua Huai's lips curved. Fairly smooth. Jiang Changchang popped her head out, sweet as candy. Brother Yao, older brother Xin, hello to you both. After that stifling hospital, sunlight felt wonderful. Xin Wenlin crouched to ruffle her hair, grinning. Our Changchang's finally home, he added slyly, too bad you're a little mud doll now. At this moment, a gentle voice came from inside the house. Chang, come take your bath. Jiang Changchang instantly dropped Xin Wenlin and skipped into the house. Coming. Xin Wenlin drew a sharp breath. If Jiang Changchang's mother could appear, it meant she had become an aberration too. He had no idea what they'd gone through in that dungeon, but at least as aberrations inside the horror game they could still reunite this way. This ending wasn't exactly terrible. A case, perhaps, of finding joy amid sorrow. Xin Wenlin joked, little Hua Huai, when you enter a dungeon now you've got more bound specters than players. Next match you'll probably scare those players into wetting themselves. His joke was exaggerated, more than players was pushing it, but the truth was there really were quite a few. Hua Huai answered with a smile, apart from that one exception, they're all family, not many at all. Xu Wenyao asked, what exception? Hua Huai told them about Ren Jiwen. The man was pure evil, and ordinary players simply couldn't control an aberration like him. Xu Wenyao's eyes darkened. He deserves to suffer. Anyone who treats life so lightly must pay the price. In truth, he was thinking that if Ren Jiwen ever fell into his hands he'd beat the man black and blue every single day. A torn punching bag ends up as trash, and trash belongs in the shredder. Since Jiang Changchang wanted Ren Jiwen kept alive, he would respect her choice and say no more. In her free time Hua Huai summoned every bound specter, Blackie included everyone except Ren Jiwen. They washed away the grime of battle and lounged on the sofa, enjoying the pleasure of television. Aroma drifted from the kitchen, teasing their taste buds and rousing their appetites. Jin Jiayue carried Blackie into the kitchen, eyes practically drooling. Sister Xing, your cooking smells amazing. She herself couldn't cook, so she deeply admired anyone who could. Xing Xiumin had just finished a dish. She picked out a piece of meat and offered it with a gentle smile. Taste. Jin Jiayue leaned in and snapped it up, then gave a thumbs up. Delicious, so fragrant. Blackie squirmed in her arms, mewing, I want some too. Knowing when to stop, Jin Jiayue carried Blackie out, muttering, Sister Xing's busy, don't be a pest. That restraint applied to others, of course, not to herself. Blackie gave up. In the real world he was just a cat with zero human rights, outrageous feline discrimination. Hua Huai had meant to help in the kitchen, but Xing Xiumin gently ushered her out. A child your age should be carefree and innocent. Leave the kitchen to me. Cooking is my joy, and I love watching you enjoy what I make. After all the suffering she'd endured,
cooking was the easiest thing in the world.
And it let her feel the warmth of home.
An ordinary, blissfully happy life was the one thing she had always longed for. Never before had she felt such heartwarming moments. She treasured them beyond measure.
Today's huge spread was swept clean, everyone was completely satisfied. Blackie lay on the table, savoring his own special portion.
Xing Xiumin's summon duration was too short. Before they finished eating she faded away on the spot.
Hua Huai resolved to raise Xing Xiumin's aberration rank as soon as possible.
This month's evil spirit tower had refreshed, she could enter again. After a rare happy day, Hua Huai entered the evil spirit tower alone that night. As always, a chain-wrapped tower stood amid an ocean of sand. Hua Huai inserted the horror game key into the iron lock, and the chains slithered away as though alive. The lower floors were familiar, she knew every evil spirit's moves and sidestepped them without a thought. Xing Xiumin's ability was passive, only when Hua Huai used no aberration abilities would the kill count of evil spirits be credited to Xing Xiumin.
Fortunately, on the low-level floors Hua Huai didn't rely much on aberration powers.
Using only her own strength she still reached the 73rd floor.
No good, that seemed to be her body's limit.
Xing Xiumin's rank rose to level B. To go further meant surpassing her limits, a long, slow process.
Hua Huai knew she couldn't manage it quickly.
Entries into the tower were precious, she had to press on, ideally break past the 101st floor she'd reached last time.
By now Jiang Changchan's ability barely worked on this floor, the weakest evil spirits here were level B.
Hua Huai chose Ren Jiwen's 100 poisons to weaken the evil spirits, then used puppet ability to finish them. Without actual toxins Ren Jiwen's power did limited damage, but as a wide-range ability it was incredibly convenient inside the tower. With 100 poisons assisting, Jiang Changchang jumped straight into the level B aberration ranks. And as Hua Huai kept climbing, Jiang Changchang forcibly reached level A. Although 100 poisons contributed the most, Ren Jiwen himself gained 0 advancement. Of course, Hua Huai had never intended to upgrade him. When they reached the 101st floor again, Ren Jiwen's power was exhausted and Jiang Changchang's nearly so. This floor was littered with level A evil spirits and a handful of level S. An icy wind knifed through the air like the northern glaciers, threatening to freeze their lungs. Evil spirits frozen inside the ice cracked open at the visitors' arrival, letting out roars. The moment they landed they moved like whirlwinds, leaving tears in the air itself. Hua Huai amplified herself with Qian Yu's ability and barely dodged the attacks. Honestly, her body was spent, only sheer will kept her upright. She had to grow stronger, she could not lose to anyone. That thought acted like a stimulant, driving her onward, every second to learn counted. The floor was terrifyingly cold, yet sweat drenched Hua Huai's body.
It was grueling, agonizing.
She clenched her teeth and held on, she could not retreat. One step back would lead to a second, a third, and countless more. She still had strength left, she could still climb. Perseverance paid off, every evil spirit on the 101st floor fell, and the level A boss was about to appear. At first sight Hua Huai almost broke out in goosebumps. The boss was hideous, covered in pustules that oozed pus. It roared at her and unleashed its power, ice spears shot from the ground and raced toward her feet. If she failed to dodge in time she'd be impaled like the wandering spirits here. Corrosion ability couldn't melt the ice spears, Hua Huai had to evade on her own. After so many floors, this was the one where Hua Huai looked the most battered. She had to dodge ice spikes that sprouted non-stop while figuring out how to get close to the A-level evil spirits leader.
Or she'd never land a killing blow.
When Hua Huai wielded Zhao Ling and Jin Jiayue's abilities, their power was greatly reduced. Against an A-level evil spirits leader they could only serve as support. In truth, everything still hinged on her alone. The corrosion ability dealt pitiful damage, but at least it produced a burning sensation that made the leader instinctively flinch away. Exploiting that trait, she herded it to the spot she wanted, letting her prepare in advance through prediction. Then she used the deceptive nature of the illusion ability to make the leader doubt its own eyes. Battles between experts are decided in split seconds, the time she gained was enough for her to finish her setup. All was ready, she only needed the east wind.
The blade sank in, the leader's roar grew weaker, dissolving into black smoke that vanished into nothing.
Hua Huai sat down to rest a moment. The high-intensity fight had left her arms numb, and she needed a breather before climbing on. Once she'd recovered enough, she picked up the key and headed upstairs. As if copying the routine of this floor, after every level she would sit and rest for a while. By the time she slew the evil spirit on the 104th floor, her legs gave out and she dropped to one knee, unable to rise for a long time. Her stamina was truly spent. This time she wouldn't get to see the view above. Ha, she exhaled slowly. Never mind, doing better than last time was already great. After a long rest she finally stood and slowly walked downstairs. Leaving the evil spirit tower, Hua Huai didn't even have the strength to shower. She grabbed the bread on the table and stuffed it into her mouth. Food was the fastest way to recover stamina.
Knock knock, someone knocked. Hua Huai crammed the rest of the bread in, chewed and swallowed, then opened the door. She leaned against the frame, looking so drained that the visitor swallowed whatever she'd meant to say.
What happened? You look a wreck. Gung Lingxiu's face was full of worry. One glance told her Hua Huai had just come out of a dungeon. Yet Hua Huai curved her lips, stars sparkling in her eyes.
I went into the evil spirit tower and cleared the 104th floor. Gung Lingxiu smiled heart-tenderly. So you've run out of strength?
Hua Huai nodded truthfully. A bit. She put it mildly, she could barely stay upright.
Gung Lingxiu sighed.
At this rate, how long will you take to recover? She bent down and scooped Hua Huai into her arms.
Come on, big sister's giving you a bath.
Wash up all nice and then sleep, that's how you get your strength back. Hua Huai's mind was foggy. By the time her thoughts cleared she was already lying on a soft, huge bed.
Gung Lingxiu, in pajamas and smelling of fresh shower, hugged her tightly. Haven't slept beside anyone in ages.
She almost forgot to add, dungeons don't count.
After a quick embrace, Gung Lingxiu slipped under the blanket, ready to turn off the light.
Hua Huai felt drowsy, too tired to ask why Gung Lingxiu had come. She closed her eyes and fell into deep sleep. Dawn broke. Hua Huai woke leisurely. The weariness of the previous night had mostly faded after the sleep, her whole body even feeling refreshed. After washing up she found Gung Lingxiu and asked why she'd looked for her last night.
Gung Lingxiu smiled.
Originally I wanted to share good news. Our team in Free Country swept the board. Nearly half the players in that match died, after the reshuffle.
Huagua now ranks 52nd.
Out of 89 countries, a single match had vaulted them 37 places forward. Our rank isn't high, but having everyone survive still sent ripples through the horror game world.
Everyone surviving also meant Rao Quan was still alive.
Oh, and first place has changed hands. The next round will be held in Xiang country. I've compiled the data on Xiang country into a file, take a look.
Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated.
Hua Huai took the file. Xiang country had originally been third, with numbers barely behind the top two, so jumping to first wasn't shocking. Its hierarchy was strict, clearly divided into slum district and rich district. The rich district felt almost like ancient royalty, while the slum district was more like a refugee camp. Living in misery, most players who obtained a horror game key came from there. Most of them were shrewd, not necessarily brilliant, but utterly ruthless. They excelled at winning trust through disguises, then striking a fatal blow. Among all nations, its players had the fiercest drive to climb upward. If you get matched with someone from Xiang country, tread carefully. At the bottom of the file were player profiles. Her gaze locked onto the word 10 and then on rest time, 4 years 230 days, first victory. It was the little girl hugging a doll. Noticing her focus, Gung Lingxiu warned, Yamani is a child from the rich district, an exception. She showed terrifying strength in her first match, crushing every other player. She has at least 2 bound specters. From now on probably no one will dare provoke her. Hearing the number of Yamani's bound specters, Hua Huai froze. Could that make her a special player too? If she got the chance, she would meet this Yamani. Back in her room, the horror game key began to burn hot. As its owner, Hua Huai could feel Ren Jiwen begging to come out.
Humph, in your dreams. Stay in there and behave. The restless stirring went on almost the whole day before she finally released him. Hua Huai's tone was awful. Speak if you've got something to say, fart if you need to, make it quick. She couldn't show a friendly face to someone like him. Ren Jiwen went straight to the point. I heard you talking about matches, can you tell me more?
Hua Huai stared in disbelief.
Why should I? You're not needed.
Ren Jiwen had zero trust in her, and she felt the same about him. He tried to prove his worth.
One more is better than one less, right? If nothing else, let me take the vanguard.
Offering to lead the charge, Hua Huai eyed him skeptically.
Speak, what's your price?
Ren Jiwen opened with an outrageous demand.
Let me out for free activity every day. Hua Huai let out a laugh of disdain. No deal. Ren Jiwen backed off. 6 hours then. Hua Huai shook her head. Not happening. He retreated again. 5 hours. Her expression didn't change. Ren Jiwen clenched his teeth. 2 hours.
Hua Huai remained stone-faced.
Ren Jiwen was near despair. If you want the ox to run, you have to let it graze, right?
Ren Jiwen's ability required brewing poisons.
And the dungeon might not contain the necessary materials.
The best approach was to prepare everything in the real world, then bring the finished product into the dungeon. It had been so long since it saw real sunlight, its flesh looked exactly as it had in life and carried human warmth. Almost as though it had truly returned to the living. It craved this sensation, relishing every moment of it. It even wanted to slap itself for the foolish decisions it had once made. So this was what binding to a player felt like, experiencing the world as if alive again. If only it had known earlier, it would never have clung to that lousy hospital. Hua Huai watched it, a cold smile on her lips. Then you can have your grazing time, your master will stick close. We can't let this cow out of sight, who knows what harm it might cause. A child claiming to be its master, Ren Jiwen had never encountered anything so absurd. The worst part was that it had no choice but to accept it. To reclaim the feeling of being alive and to uncover information it didn't yet know, it had to find a way to stay.
Ren Jiwen agreed. Deal. So-called grazing time meant that, apart from preparing potions, it still couldn't move freely.
Hua Huai kept it on a tight leash. It understood the principle of overdoing things and knew it had to proceed step by step. When it came to medical knowledge, Ren Jiwen was highly professional. Most of the materials it purchased were incomprehensible to Hua Huai. Whenever she asked, he would explain with a hint of pride. Whether the explanation was true or false remained to be seen. With the internet so advanced, Hua Huai had no trouble looking up what each item did. Every time Ren Jiwen bought something, Hua Huai snapped a photo. As they left the shop, two men stood in a corner smoking, their conversation unexpectedly centered on Eternal Night General Hospital.
Passerby A, this B-level dungeon was surprisingly easy, it shouldn't be rated B at all.
The abnormal boss had zero aggression.
Passerby B, easy is bad? We earned rest days and got out safe.
Besides, maybe the ratings linked to the boss's level difficulty isn't the only criterion.
Passerby A took a hard drag. I just don't feel satisfied.
That black-hearted hospital director was scum, nothing human about that place. NPCs in the main building had their organs harvested, kids in Building 1 Annex were beaten, elders in Building 2 Annex were abused.
That bastard only got chopped to death, does that feel like justice to you? The bastard itself stood not far off, radiating an icy, atmospheric chill. For now, Ren Jiwen was present in human form, only actions humans could perform were open to it. The passerby sensed something and turned, meeting its hostile gaze. What are you looking at? Want trouble?
Ren Jiwen instinctively stepped forward. Hua Huai coughed a warning.
She had no intention of cleaning up after it. Let's go. I don't have time to wander with you.
Hua Huai's combat prowess had long cast a shadow over Ren Jiwen, deprived of its abnormal powers. It stood no chance against her.
Ren Jiwen backed off and headed to the next purchase point. As they left, the two men's chatter continued behind them. Passerby "Ha, anyone think bastard" was directed at him. A grown man taking orders from a little girl, she some corporate heiress? So he's just a bodyguard? What's he acting so smug for? Passerby pointed at Ren Jiwen's coat. He's in a white coat, looks more like a doctor, right? Say, what was the name of the dungeon you just cleared? Realization dawned, sending a chill down their spines. Ren Jiwen's coat had gone rank. Can you buy me a change of clothes? Hua Huai glanced up. The mall's far, and why should I buy you anything? The day you prove your worth, I might consider it.
Never before had Ren Jiwen endured such humiliation. It held its nose away from the coat in disgust.
What else could it do? Endure.
For the next 2 days, whenever Ren Jiwen was allowed out, it spent every moment refining poisons. Meanwhile, Hua Huai obtained Tu Yingyang's contact info, sent her the photos,
and asked her to verify the items so Ren Jiwen couldn't slip in any tricks. An answer came back quickly.
Combining those reagents into a new potion demanded serious professional knowledge.
Book learning alone wouldn't cut it, hands-on skill had to match. Without that ability, random mixing could blow up the lab. Hua Huai took the advice to heart and set Ren Jiwen's lab on the outskirts. Calling it a lab was generous, it was a shack guaranteed to contain any disaster.
Ren Jiwen had its own schemes, but it wasn't stupid. It intended to see the world through Hua Huai's eyes, perhaps even uncover secrets within the horror game it had never witnessed before. Players like Hua Huai were rare, who knew how long one would have to wait for another. At least, during its time in dungeons, it had never met one. The two detested yet used each other, they'd keep walking and see where the road led. Who would ultimately win remained undecided. Hua Huai thanked Tu Yingyang, her breadth of knowledge hardly fit the image of a teacher confined to the infirmary. Still, boundaries mattered, Hua Huai chose not to pry further. Once Ren Jiwen finished brewing, Hua Huai never let it out again. That day, back at the apartment, the corridor was eerily quiet.
Strange, usually the place buzzed with activity, had everyone gone out? Puzzled, Hua Huai opened her door. Pop!
Startled, Hua Huai jumped into a combat stance, ready to react. As confetti drifted down, she realized no one was attacking.
Lights flared on, a crowd filled the room, shouting in unison, Hua Huai, happy birthday! Oh right!
Counting the days, today was her birthday. She hadn't celebrated in so long that she'd stopped keeping track. For the first time, warmth surrounded her on this day, people truly wanted to celebrate her. Once, this scene had been what she dreamed of. A cord inside her snapped, tears fell like broken strings of pearls. Set against past experience, she saw how pitiable her former self had been. She felt no resentment, only sorrow for that past self. Seeing her cry, everyone panicked. Zhao Ling clumsily wiped her tears while Jin Jiayue hurriedly offered tissues. Zhang Changchang hugged her from the side.
Sis, don't cry. Did something happen? If anyone's bullying you, all of us will go beat them up. Xian Yu stood uneasily in the corner.
She wasn't good at socializing, but her eyes showed she was worried about Hua Huai. Tears hung on Hua Huai's face, yet the corners of her mouth curved upward. Doing her best to steady her mood and soften her nasal voice, she said, "No, these are tears of joy. Having all of you is wonderful." Xinwen Lin and the others hovered awkwardly at the edge. Zhao Ling and his group had rushed in so fast they simply couldn't keep up. Xing Xiumin carried out dishes with a gentle smile.
Having you is what makes everything wonderful.
She turned to beckon everyone, come help serve the food, stop standing around. Being stared at would embarrass any young woman, Xing Xiumin knew that and shooed the oblivious crowd away. Mainly, it felt awkward with tears still on her face.
Looked a bit of a mess. Hua Huai ducked into the bathroom to splash water on her face.
The living room table had been widened to hold dish after dish so everyone could sit around it. Extra tables were set up out in the corridor for those who couldn't squeeze inside, so no one missed the celebration.
No choice, it was a single-unit apartment.
Even roomier than most, it still couldn't hold so many people at once.
Xu Wenyao arrived late. Xin Wenlin asked him, "When's the boss getting here?"
He nodded toward the corridor. Xin Wenlin leaned out and, spotting Wei Shui, waved him in.
As the guild president, he naturally took a seat inside.
Turns out Xu Wenyao had been absent because he'd gone to the airport to pick up Wei Shui. The competition was still days away and they were supposed to head straight to the host country. Yet on hearing it was Hua Huai's birthday, Wei Shui flew in especially for it.
He brought a present along, a pink, fairy tale-like music box.
Music stirs the heart, and in this setting it added a touch more beauty to the moment.
So many gifts piled up that Hua Huai couldn't open them all at once.
They must have prepared for ages. It was time to get to the main event.
First, make a wish. Honestly, Hua Huai didn't really believe in that custom. But not wanting to spoil the mood, she closed her eyes and wished while the birthday song echoed around her. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Amid everyone's cheers, Hua Huai blew out the candles, and the cake was carved up for the crowd.
She carried the first slice to Qianyu, who was shy and needed someone else to take the first step. Sensing the kindness, Qianyu whispered, "Thank you, big sister." She'd heard Jiang Changchang call Hua Huai that and wanted to do the same. Hua Huai happily accepted the title, acknowledging her with a smile.
Qianyu couldn't stop beaming as she tasted the cake. The cake was huge, enough for everyone to get a generous slice.
A warm, New Year-like joy filled the room. The lively birthday feast ended with several guests tipsy and dozing off at the tables. Tidying up would have to wait.
Tonight Hua Huai couldn't sleep in her own bed. Gung Lingxiu invited her, "Looks like you're bunking with me again tonight." The first time was awkward, the second would be easier. Hua Huai darted inside, "I'll grab a change of clothes." The sober ones would see the rest back to their rooms. The bound specters all returned to the horror game key. Morning came with bright, tinkling music heralding the new day. Hua Huai had brought the music box with her, thinking it too pretty to leave behind. She switched it off, stretched, and was about to get up. Before her feet touched the floor, her mobile phone buzzed insistently. An unknown international number flashed. She swiped to answer. "Hello?" The caller asked, "May I speak with Miss Hua Huai?"
They knew who she was, no wrong number.
Hua Huai replied, "Yes, who's this?" After confirming, the voice introduced itself. "Hello, this is Joshua. I'm calling to ask for your current total of rest days." Every player's rest days were logged except for hers. Recalling the blank field, she answered truthfully, 4 years and 66 days. If she was going to win, she'd win fair and square. Rest days weren't worth hiding. She hadn't expected Joshua himself to call, speaking fluent Chinese. He noted it down and said gently, "Thank you for your cooperation. If possible, I'd like to meet you in person, hopefully in Xiang country." The strongest player in the horror game wanted to meet her. Chances were good she'd pick up valuable intel. The meeting was a must. She agreed readily, "Contact me when the time comes." It was just a meeting, she wouldn't lose an arm or a leg, nothing to hesitate over. Her brisk reply made him pause a moment before saying, "All right." Before heading to Xiang country, Hua Huai wanted to visit Xianlu. Xu Wenyao came along. After clearing several dungeons together, they'd grown close. Remembering Xianlu's gruesome death in that dungeon still left a bitter taste in his mouth. At the ward the two shifted from unease to joy, then to worry again the moment they saw her. They feared it might be an illusion. But there she lay, intact, alive. The problem, they had no idea how to wake her. Jiang Taiman had said the path was narrow. What path could be so narrow? Could it be the path of an SSS-level player? The first to reach SSS rank would receive a surprise. Could this be it? Then the path was indeed narrow, room for only one. Hua Huai wasn't the only special player. How would the others survive their kill games? Were their friends simply doomed to die in the dungeons? Whatever lay ahead, Xianglu's fate was tied to her. She would lead the charge, no matter the cost. She also carried Jin Jiayue's wish, hoping the finish line would grant it.
Xu Wenyao spoke with the nurse, insisting on only the best care. Some places weren't as clean as they seemed. They needed to know Xian Lu had backing so no one dared neglect her.
Hua Huai laid down the flowers and told the unconscious Xian Lu, "We'll come see you again." Then she and Xu Wenyao left the hospital.
On departure day she packed the fairy tale music box, hoping its brave story magic would help her carve a path to victory. To give players a cushy stay, the hotel was set far from the slum district. Here they would experience only the opulent side of a foreign land. Not long after stepping into the hotel, an angry shout came from the entrance. "Please show your player ID. No unauthorized personnel allowed." When Hua Huai and the others had entered, no one stopped them. Nor had they ever heard of any player ID requirement. The commotion made every nearby player stop and stare. They saw a dark-skinned man held up by the guards, producing a card no one else possessed.
"Happy now? Snob."
Seeing the card, the guard didn't apologize for his mistake. Instead he drawled, "Go ahead."
Right behind him came the little girl in the pink princess dress, Yamini.
She shared the same complexion as the earlier group, yet received completely different treatment. The guard bowed obsequiously at her arrival, all smiles, almost prostrating himself to serve as her carpet. Yamini gave him an indifferent glance. She was used to this spectacle.
Currying favor with the high and trampling the low, an everyday drama here. A man walked past Hua Huai, came to Yamini, and gallantly offered to lead the way. Jiang Taimin, though a foreigner, navigated the place like a local, almost acting as if he owned it. His courtesy won Yamini's approval, and she quietly followed him away. First Hua Huai, then Yamini.
He seemed to be deliberately approaching every potential special player. From observation and intel Xu Wenyao had gathered, Hua Huai and Wei Shuwei learned what those special cards meant. Such cards were issued only to players from the slum district of Xiangxiang country. Ordinary slum residents were barred from this hotel. Thus, the cards served as a divider. After that minor episode, everyone headed to their assigned rooms. Just like in the Free Countries Hotel, each room contained a large screen displaying tournament info for every participating nation.
Hua Huai's slot was marked as rest period.
She had barely set down her luggage when a knock sounded. Opening the door, she found an unfamiliar attendant who said, "Mr.
Joshua requests a meeting, do you have time?" It was evening, still a while before nightfall, so Hua Huai nodded. "Lead the way." Following the attendant, she arrived at the top-floor luxury suite. The space was unbelievably vast, furnished with everything she could and couldn't imagine. It hardly felt like a hotel at all. Joshua was already waiting at the sitting table, personally brewing a cup of coffee and sliding it toward the opposite seat with a smile. "Please, sit." His manners were impeccable, knowing exactly how to put others at ease. Hua Huai sat opposite him, politely took a sip, and asked, "What did you want to know?" She had a vague premonition. At Joshua's level there was precious little he didn't know. The one thing he might be unaware of, while she knew, was her questionable player status. She could enter the game, rewards were split as if she were any player, yet when the list of cleared players appeared, her name was conspicuously absent. Unexpectedly, Joshua didn't ask about that, he brought up something else. In a dungeon you once entered a mirror. The camera of God records everything undeniable. I know players who emerge from a mirror receive a mirror shard. I wish to buy yours. With so many horror game dungeons, mirror shards are scattered like needles in an ocean. Finding someone who's entered the right mirror is hopeless. Better to locate the player and trade directly. That rarity alone makes a mirror shard exceedingly precious. Hua Huai wouldn't hand it over just because the man showed goodwill. Even if, at present, the item was useless to her. She tested him. "What price are you offering?" "Negotiable." Joshua produced a dossier. Files on every known special player. "Is that sufficient?" It sounded tempting, and Hua Huai did want to learn how many special players existed. But the price wasn't enough. She looked away. As the tournament progresses, special players will inevitably be exposed to everyone. I'd rather learn about the kill game. With your experience you surely know more than I do.
Joshua poured himself a cup of coffee. I can't be certain I know more, but among horror game dungeons some are good, some bad, yet a kill game is definitely bad. The horror game seems to want players to abandon their humanity, or perhaps the opposite. For the longest time I couldn't figure out which. I pondered it endlessly. Now I have a few insights. Hua Huai frowned. Why speak in riddles instead of getting to the point? Seeing her patience wane, Joshua summed up, perhaps we should call special players candidates for godhood. The power of a god is too great, they mustn't possess excessive emotion. Divine favoritism would violate natural law, thus they should be dispassionate, impartial, utterly fair. Absorbed in his words, Hua Huai gulped a mouthful of coffee. The notion felt almost too remote. While she didn't deny the possibility of gods, being told they existed in the real world still felt bizarre. Yet after reflection, Joshua's argument held water. Her gut told her not to surrender the mirror shard. But Joshua had answered everything she wanted to know, withholding nothing. Integrity mattered. Hua Huai couldn't betray her own bottom line. Fine deal. Whatever mirror shard she relinquished, she'd find a way to reclaim eventually. Realizing the shard's importance only when forced to give it up, an awful feeling. Before leaving, Hua Huai asked, how many mirror shards do you have? As long as it wasn't 10, she still had a chance. Mao Curson held one, so Joshua's total couldn't be complete. Joshua replied, 3. So straightforward. It made Hua Huai feel a tad calculating. She quietly memorized the number and took the special player files with her. On her way back she ran into Tu Yang. Tu Yang had clearly spotted her too. Still haven't grown any taller? Did you take the medicine? She meant those boxes of pills she'd shoved at her back in the infirmary. They'd worked briefly, then her height had reverted. Hua Huai's gaze drifted. No need anymore. Tu Yang was taking her role as infirmary teacher way too seriously, tracking her even in a foreign country. Seeing Tu Yang narrow her eyes and block her path, Hua Huai asked, what's wrong? Last round I noticed your slot no longer showed a rest period. An S-level player can look up info on anyone with less rest time than themselves, yet I can't find yours. Don't tell me you're playing the pig to devour the tiger, even stronger than Joshua? The guess was ridiculous. Yet it was the most reasonable one Tu Yang could come up with. Hua Huai replied, of course not. Didn't we get rest time this round? Last time, it might have been an oversight at work, and they forgot to include mine. Tu Yang smiled playfully, making Hua Huai feel extremely guilty. Fine, let's assume what you said is true. Well then, good night. Tu Yang lived on the same floor as her. Which was why they happened to run into each other. After returning to their respective rooms, the teams for the competition had been matched. Hua Huai saw two familiar names, Yamini and Zhang Taimin. What the hell? How did she get matched with Zhang Taimin again? Hua Huai seriously suspected there was an issue with the matching mechanism, someone must be manipulating things backstage. It was too illogical that Zhang Taimin could be matched with whoever he wanted to approach every time. However, raising an objection based solely on this incident would be useless. Other teams had also randomly matched with players from the previous round. Matching the same person twice could easily be attributed to luck. Hua Huai opened the document she received from Joshua. Although it contained information on special players, it was clearly in the initial editing stage. Lacking detailed data because they weren't familiar enough with the special players yet. Perhaps Zhang Taimin wanted to use this opportunity to figure out Yamini's background. Forget it. Thinking this much now was useless. She should just wash up and go to sleep. Before preparing to rest, Hua Huai thought about the music box she had brought. The item, which should have been on the bedside table, had vanished into thin air. Hua Huai searched for a long time but couldn't find any trace of the music box. Could she have been in too much of a hurry when she left, causing her to misremember? Impossible. Her memory wasn't that bad. Most likely, someone had entered the room. With so many players staying in this hotel, most would know a few lock-picking tricks.
Since the person dared to steal, they definitely wouldn't have been caught on surveillance cameras,
making it impossible to find out who took it in a short time.
Hua found it strange. Why steal a music box? It couldn't be that someone couldn't sleep at night and needed the music box to help them drift off. Hua didn't suffer from insomnia, so she put this matter aside. Early to bed, early to rise makes a person healthy.
The next day, Hua, Shuanyao, and Wei Shuwei headed to the competition venue together. When they arrived at the first floor, they saw a group of players with similar skin tones emerging from the first floor corridor,
cursing under their breath. Pa, they really look down on people. They gave us the worst rooms.
We are all players, they aren't any nobler than us in terms of player status.
Discrimination followed them like a shadow. Even when they reached the same level, they still couldn't earn respect. Some things are determined from the moment you are born. Never covet what doesn't belong to you.
These words came from Yamini, a small figure speaking extremely arrogant words. Her eyes held contempt. She didn't view this group of people as anything important. When everyone saw it was her, their arrogance immediately dropped by half. Sure enough, servitude is carved into their bones.
Slaves dare to dream of being equals with nobles?
After speaking, she was the first to step out of the hotel entrance. Outside the door, a car was already waiting. It was Yamini's private vehicle.
Shu Wenyao gasped, "Why is this little girl speaking so harshly?" Wei Shuwei expressed understanding. That's just how things are in their region.
Anyway, we won't be staying long, so we should just bear with the discomfort. Under different cultures, people have different perceptions.
There's no need to force others to be the same as them.
Arriving at the pre-arranged competition venue, the players found their respective teams. Jiang Taimin greeted her familiarly. "I didn't expect to be matched with you again."
"What a coincidence."
Hua complained internally. "Whether it's a coincidence or not, you know perfectly well."
"Forget it. Just smile."
Yamini, whose combat power was off the charts, said with great disdain, "Your smile is hideous."
"If you don't know how to smile, then don't." "Wow."
Hua hadn't even managed to say a word to her yet, and she was already being scorned. She was secretly shocked, wondering how a child could be so venomous.
However, she wasn't going to tolerate anyone. "Oh really? Is it uglier than you wearing a pink dress?" She pretended to whisper, "Do you know that pink makes you look darker?" Then, as if realizing something, she added, "Right, with such an arrogant attitude, who would dare tell you the truth?" In reality, everyone present heard those words.
Yamini glared at her continuously, holding it in for a long time, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. In the end, it could only turn into rage. "Are you looking to die? Good heavens, she's fierce." Hua thought she had stepped on her tail. Putting distance between them, Hua said flatly, "No."
This flat tone made Yamini even angrier.
She was somewhat frantic but didn't want to lose her ladylike etiquette, so she coldly snorted, "I won't bother arguing with a barbarian like you." Before even entering the dungeon, they already despised each other. Hua observed the remaining players and noticed someone carrying a backpack.
As a high-level player, one should know the consequences of leaving items behind in the dungeon. Either this player was confident they could bring the item back out, or they weren't afraid of leaving it in the dungeon at all. Many players would certainly conserve their strength in the first match.
Although the list of special players Joshua received covered more than just the competition status,
it still couldn't guarantee that there weren't any omitted special players. Hua couldn't be sure which category this person belonged to, so she didn't rashly interfere with their choice.
In this round, Hua's team was relatively far ahead.
Jiang Taimin chose again, "I want to enter the S-level dungeon." Yamini quickly followed suit, "I also want to enter the S-level dungeon."
When two people consecutively chose a dungeon exceeding their own level, the remaining players exchanged glances,
having already received two sharp glares before they could speak.
Jiang Taimin smiled gently, yet it gave people a spine-tingling feeling.
"You guys decide freely. Yamini, whose taunting ability was maxed out, said, "If you don't even dare to challenge an S-level dungeon, why bother competing? You might as well go home, save up enough rest time, and live out your life in peace." TCH, trash. The remaining players were so provoked by her that their faces turned red and their necks swelled. One person blurted out impulsively, "S-level it is. Who's afraid of who? Whoever chickens out is a grandson." Another person quickly chimed in, "You little brat, I think you don't know your own limits. I choose the S-level dungeon too." After the two finished speaking, cold sweat streamed down their faces. Help! What did they just say? Is it still possible to take it back now? Jiang Taiman added the final blow, "Very good. There are 8 of us in total, and now 4 people have chosen the S-level dungeon. We're still short 1 person. Hurry up and make your choice." His gaze subtly drifted over Hua Huai, certain of her choice. The player carrying the backpack did not choose the S-level dungeon. The remaining 2 both chose the A-level dungeon, leaving only Hua Huai's choice. If the votes were tied, they would have a chance to choose again. Unfortunately, Hua Huai chose S-level dungeon. Since both special players were confident about entering the S-level dungeon, she naturally couldn't fall behind them. Opportunity and danger usually go hand in hand. Hua Huai's remaining rest days were far from generous. Continuing to play it safe would only drain her energy. Since she carried the title of special player, she had to live up to it. Retreat was not the way of the strong. The surroundings dimmed. Before the scarlet interface arrived, a heavy stench, something like excrement, hit her nose. Game loading complete. Game dungeon, Beauty Grotto difficulty, S-rank mission. You were sold to Beauty Grotto by your family. Find a way to buy back your freedom. Success equals completion. Restrictions, player account frozen, bound specter summon frozen, bound specter abilities frozen. Tip, money spawns randomly in this dungeon, first come, first served. It had been ages since she'd hit a dungeon with so many restrictions. And such harsh ones at that. Sure, money spawned randomly, but nowhere did it state the rate or the amount. The sum needed for freedom would have to be discovered through exploration. For many players, their bound specter's power accounted for a huge part of their strength. Cutting that off outright was bound to spark panic. Hua Huai felt fine. If a dungeon dared impose so many limits, something about it had to be comparatively weak. Players wouldn't die easily here unless they courted death themselves. She surveyed the room, broken furniture piled everywhere, sticky quilts no human could bear to lie on, dim yellow light oppressive to the senses. The room had no windows, she couldn't gauge the time of day. Other players must have been placed in different rooms, she needed to go look. The moment she poked her head out, a wall of flesh blocked her way. Threatening words spilled from that wall's mouth. "Where'd you think you're going?" The mission mentioned buying her freedom. She had been sold here. "Uncle, what work do I do here?" Hua Huai asked. The wall reeked of sour sweat, its greasy sheen unbearable even to look at. He pointed, and she followed the direction. A man adjusted his trousers as he stepped from another room, a woman clinging to him half-naked, smiling sweetly. "Come again next time." Hua Huai's young heart took a mighty blow. She'd thought such things existed only in ancient brothels, yet here it was. Cruder than anything she'd seen, vulgar beyond pretense. Bang! Hua Huai slammed the door shut. She needed to calm down. Guards stood outside. She could slip out using the wooden hairpin stealth, but the moment the door reopened they'd notice her gone. She'd once walked through mirrors, yet that trick worked neither in dungeons nor reality. She couldn't tell whether the mirror had been special, or she was. Wait it out, everyone dozes off eventually. Using the lull, she rummaged through the room, women's items everywhere, wardrobes full of sultry clothes. Under a pillow she found a crumpled scrap of paper. Her translator rendered it, "Men are all liars, they only speak sweetly in bed." Possibly a clue. She pocketed the note. Shouts came from outside, "Come get your food." Footsteps receded. Hua Huai used the wooden hairpin, cracked the door, and peeked. The brutes guarding each room left their posts, gathering around a table at the corridor's end to eat. From the light, that spot had to be the exit. Blocking the only way out, no wonder they felt secure. She slipped from her room and peeked through every crack along the hall. All women, not a single man in sight. Did that mean male players had different roles from female ones? Puzzled, she moved to the next door. Before she could look, the door swung open, Yamini tiptoed out and nearly collided with her. Hua Huai dodged aside, Yamini didn't even notice. 2 more doors opened, those players stayed put, nearly watching. Clearly they were waiting for Yamini to trigger any traps. If nothing happened, they'd follow suit. Tiny Yamini crouched even lower, from the thugs' clustered angle they might miss her entirely. A voice rose at the table, "Afu, take their meals to them later. Business is slow today, rest of you go drum up customers, don't loiter here." Was this bearded slob the leader of Beauty Grotto? Unkempt and filthy, he looked little better than his men. Afu answered, others grumbled, folks around here are broke, everyone who'd come already has hard to advertise. The leader slapped the back of his head. I said be civil, you don't have to act civil when you do it. Idiot, need me to teach you everything? Lure them nearby and drag them in, once they're on our turf, lion or tiger, they shed a layer of skin before they leave. The man lowered his head from the slap, eyes meeting Yamini's. She'd almost made it out. Why slap his head for no reason and ruin her sneak? Yamini stayed calm, a mirror flashed into her hand. The moment it faced them every man clutched his eyes, heads bowed in pain. Wasting one of my uses, she muttered. No one knew how long the effect would last, the 2 other women seized the chance and darted out of Beauty Grotto. Yamini stared, appalled by their shamelessness. With time ticking, she didn't linger either and sprinted after them. Once out of sight she rounded on them, finger jabbing. Shameless. Didn't your mothers teach you manners, teach you courtesy? As ill-bred as the slum trash, disgusting. The 2 women. Scolded by a child half their age, flushed, one stepped close, towering over Yamini. So what if we rode your coattails? Remember, no summoning bound specters, no using their powers, what makes you so arrogant? With those limits we're basically on equal footing. Some might even say we've got the edge over you. Yamini remembered that the female player was called Erica, and the other one, Heloise, both had carefully chosen an A-level dungeon before entering. Before the dungeon began, Erica's glances at her had always carried a fawning note, though she pretended not to notice. Who would have thought the rules would force Erica to drop her mask so quickly? She had seen faces change this fast before. She turned to leave, she loathed 2-faced people. Erica blocked her path, gazed toward the distant river, and said, if you know what's good for you, lend me your item. That tone, where was the lend? It was outright robbery. Yamini gave no quarter. Ugly face, pretty dreams. Erica pressed closer, Yamini frowned, puzzled, what was this woman planning? Standing too close, Erica lunged to grab her, Yamini backed away, only to be stopped by Heloise. Caught between them, she barely resisted before Erica clamped an iron grip on her arm. Erica said, I figured it out long ago, you've no combat strength yourself, you rely entirely on your bound spectre. You were born lucky. Raised in the rich district, even inside a dungeon, a high-level spectre escorts you. Dying in this dungeon would be such a pity. Yamini struggled. You dare kill me outright? Players like Zhang Taimin are rare, I don't believe you dare. Erica stroked the top of her head as if petting a kitten. Relax, I won't kill you. She dragged her to the river, pushed her head under, counting seconds to make sure she wouldn't drown. I just want your item, hand it over and you won't suffer. She yanked her up, let her gasp once, then shoved her under again before she could speak. Suffocation and overwhelming sense of choking. Yamini feared she would black out at any moment. Get lost. The words felt like rain on parched land. Next instant, Yamini was hauled above water. Your methods are filthy. Treating a child like this, don't you feel ashamed? If Yamini had died through her own stupidity, Hua Huai could have stayed out of it. But such blatant bullying she could not tolerate.
A shoe print clung to Erica's clothes. The more she patted, the dirtier it smeared.
She scowled. We didn't see you when we came out. How did you get here?
In the previous dungeon, information on Hua Huai had been scarce. She had never summoned her bound spectre then, merely used its abilities. Yet she had traded blows with Leona using only a dagger, proof of formidable personal strength. Pity they were 2 against 1, their odds looked decent. If Hua Huai's items could be seized, it would be faster than exploring the dungeon. Such chances were rare, they had to seize the moment.
Hua Huai dared fight even S-level evil spirits, why fear these 2?
Without even drawing the rib-bone dagger, she tossed them into the river to taste the water. Glancing back, she saw Yamini still coughing from swallowed water. She waited until the coughing stopped, then walked away. They had left Beauty Grotto, yet were still inside the dungeon zone.
Without knowing the dungeon's boundaries, Hua Huai couldn't predict where money would respawn. Perhaps, like Boudoir Pavilion, the whole city was the dungeon. She had to find out. She still didn't know the ransom amount or the daily respawn limit. She could only take one step at a time.
After walking a distance, Hua Huai realized she had picked up a tail.
She turned. Why are you following me? Yamini crossed her arms, mustering bravado. I'm not following, I just happen to be going the same way.
To Hua Huai, it looked like fake confidence. She spotted a nearby rock, sat down, and stretched.
That fight tired me, I need a rest.
Her gaze drifted to Yamini, stay or go, the girl couldn't decide. She stalked off a few steps, hesitated, then trudged back. Face stiff, she huffed, thanks for earlier.
I do have manners.
Hua Huai found the gratitude lacking and stayed silent. Yamini stepped closer and began massaging her arm, uncharacteristically eager.
Hua Huai saw through her. So? You want to stick with me? Yamini finally admitted, I can't beat them.
You're strong, if I stay with you, they won't dare touch me. Smart kid, knowing she was at a disadvantage, she sought safe refuge. Usually proud because she'd never needed to bow to anyone. Hua Huai felt she'd be getting the short end.
Why should I keep protecting you?
Even hired help demands wages.
Yamini knew mere words couldn't secure an A-level player's protection. I can give you the sparkling princess mirror. You saved me, you should honor your word. Better you than them. It can be used 3 times a day. Resets at midnight, blinds enemies for 30 seconds.
The name sounded straight out of a fairy tale. Hua Huai wondered if she'd heard wrong.
Yet it oddly matched Yamini's outfit. Hua Huai looked away. Why would I want your item? I can exit any time without it.
Rather than that, promise you won't compete when we find the money spawn.
Not that Yamini could compete anyway. Simple as it was, Yamini pondered a long while. Fine, I promise not to compete. But if you have extra, could you spare me some?
Her tone sounded almost pitiful.
Rare to see her like this in an ordinary dungeon. Hua Huai stood. Excess is useless to me, suit yourself.
Those words seemed to give Yamini an illusion. She looped arms with Hua Huai, beaming.
Yay, great. Still just a kid. Hua Huai chuckled, who'd have thought they'd been at each other's throats moments ago?
From then on, Yamini clung to her openly, pointing out anything novel they passed.
Hua Huai, what's that shiny thing?
Hua Huai rolled her eyes.
A glass bottle in the sunlight. The neck of a glass bottle jutted from the trash heap, harsh sunlight glinting off its surface. Yamini tugged Hua Huai. There's something inside that bottle.
Hua Huai peered closer. Sure enough, what looked like paper money was wedged inside.
Half the bottle was buried, they'd have to move in to be sure.
She reached for it just as a claw shot from the garbage, snatching the bottle and yanking it down.
She instantly summoned the rib bone dagger and slashed. The claw dissolved into black smoke and the bottle dropped into her hand.
A quick check confirmed paper money, 50 yuan in total.
Random spawns were one thing, but who would ever guess it would appear here? And only 50 yuan.
Buying freedom couldn't possibly be that cheap, they had to keep searching. While they searched, Hua Huai and Yamani literally bumped into Jiang Taimin's group, who greeted them at once.
Do you know where Beauty Grotto is?
Hua Huai and Yamani exchanged glances, they'd just come from there.
Instead of answering, Hua Huai asked, why are you looking for it? If they didn't know its location. Their starting point in this dungeon wasn't Beauty Grotto. That probably meant the male and female players had different mission requirements. One of them answered matter-of-factly, to clear the dungeon, of course. The speaker was Zhao Bai. The guy Yamani had once provoked into entering an S-level dungeon with a few choice words.
Hua Huai pressed on, not giving him time to think.
What exactly does your mission say?
Zhao Bai almost blurted it out when the player beside him cut in.
Our missions might be different, why should we show ours first?
If the male and female missions were opposed,
revealing theirs from the start would put them at an instant disadvantage.
The player who stopped him was Yusuk calmer than Zhao Bai, he'd still chosen an A-level dungeon on entry. He'd had a backpack when they arrived, it was nowhere on him now. Next to speak was Marin, another impulsive player who'd picked the S-level dungeon.
Yeah, you two talk first.
Little did they know their own team harbored a traitor. Jiang Taimin said bluntly, our mission is to buy freedom for a woman named Aishi who's inside Beauty Grotto. The other three stared as if he'd grown a second head.
Zhao Bai accused, you're such a simp.
Back at the hotel I noticed you sucking up to Yamani, didn't think you'd keep it up inside the dungeon.
Jiang Taimin's mouth curved in a chilly smile. I don't need lessons from you.
Zhao Bai shivered under that stare, remembering how Jiang Taimin had killed players in the last dungeon, part fear,
part thrill. Big deal. Let's see if you even survive tonight. Your specter abilities and summons are frozen, what are you going to use against tonight's evil spirits? Killing players inside a dungeon invites vengeful spirits that follow you into every new instance, hunting you till death.
Unlike bound specters, they have no minds, closer to the spirits inside Evil Spirit Tower, so calling them evil spirits fits.
Jiang Taimin was unfazed.
I'll just step outside the dungeon bounds and hide till dawn. He dared to kill because he already had a countermeasure.
Marin couldn't believe it.
The outer ring of an S-level dungeon is packed with high-grade specters.
Normally no one would abandon the clear attempt and simply leave the dungeon perimeter.
Jiang Taimin spoke as casually as if discussing what to have for dinner.
If this weren't a competition, Yamani's quickest solution would also be to exit the dungeon.
These restrictions were stifling for her. Jiang Taimin smiled faintly.
That's your problem, not mine. Ordinary players were lucky to have one bound specter, and it rarely exceeded their own grade. For them, leaving really would be suicide. Stand on a higher ledge and the scenery changes.
Unable to argue further, Yusuf turned to Hua Huai and Yamani.
What about your mission requirement? Yamani lifted her chin. Not telling. If you're not going to be honest, figure it out yourselves. She beckoned Jiang Taimin. Come here, I'll only tell you. Jiang Taimin walked over, the rest stayed put, obviously planning to eavesdrop. Yamani wouldn't indulge them.
She led Hua Huai and Jiang Taimin well out of sight, then said, our mission is to buy our own freedom.
Since that doesn't outright clash with yours. I'm telling you.
She held Hua Huai's arm far tighter than Jiang Taimin's and stood noticeably closer to her. Clearly she trusted Jiang Taimin, just not very much. Hua Huai was her sanctuary, she had to stay close.
And Yamani had an ulterior motive. How about the three of us team up? Our missions differ, but the end goal is the same, collect money. Solo farming is weak, if the other players band together, lone wolves lose out.
And I've thought it through, the three of us are the strongest players here.
Together we can't lose.
Her abacus clicked loud and clear, yet in this dungeon Yamani could hardly call herself strong.
It was two powerhouses dragging a liability. Jiang Taimin spotted the flaw. Our mission says, buy freedom for a woman named Aishi inside Beauty Grotto.
That puts all male players in one camp, we have to pool resources to free Aishi.
Yours looks like an individual mission. You only need to free yourselves. No matter how you sliced it, they weren't on the same path. 4 people pooling money for one freedom meant the sum wouldn't be small. Only then did Yamini realize how absurd her scheme had been.
Then, forget it.
Jiang Taiman changed tack.
But I'm in no rush to finish.
How about I help you collect first?
If there's leftover money afterward, you can share it with me.
He wasn't in a hurry, Yamini wanted surplus.
And the ultimate beneficiary turned out to be Hua Huai. As said beneficiary, Hua Huai voiced no objection. Amid the filth, the trio literally window shopped their way through garbage piles. The environment was so foul that bugs, rats, and other vermin swarmed. One careless step could crush a cutie. When Yamini accidentally stepped on a rat's tail, she recoiled faster than the rat could flail, hopping and muttering.
What a dump, full of things you never see back home.
She wasn't scared of rats, she just found them dirty enough to soil her dress. The environment here was not only extremely poor, but even the money that spawned was pitifully sparse. The 3 of them searched for quite a while and only managed to collect 200 yuan. If they continued at this pace to gather enough money to redeem themselves, they would likely be waiting forever. The area they explored was not small, yet they had not found the boundary of the dungeon's edge. It seemed this dungeon was much larger than they had imagined. Yamini suggested, let's go check out the other side. This poor, broken place is stingy even with the money it spawns. Separated by a wide road, the other side was the rich district. The distinction between so-called heaven and hell was separated by such a simple barrier. However, it was an insurmountable chasm for the poor to cross in their lifetimes. Yamini walked at the front.
I know where to enter. Follow me.
High walls were built along the edge of the road, and they needed to find the correct gate to enter. Under Yamini's lead, Hua Huai and Jiang Taiman easily entered the rich district. The buildings and facilities here were quite close to a modern city, visibly a world apart from the slum district. Arriving here, Yamini was like a fish back in water, walking through the streets and alleys with ease. She casually picked up a magazine from a stall, and as soon as she opened it, a banknote fluttered out.
Yamini picked it up and said in surprise, 200 yuan.
The stall owner didn't even look up, as if the money had nothing to do with him. Yamini handed the money to Hua Huai, her face full of excitement.
See, I was right.
You just can't have high expectations for poor places. We found 6 spawn points in the slum district just to get 200, but in the rich district,
we only needed to find 1.
At this rate, we'll quickly gather enough money to redeem ourselves.
In normal times,
Yamini would have completely looked down on such a small amount. She never expected to see a day where she'd be happy over these figures.
The 3 split up to search to maximize their efficiency.
It had to be said that Yamini's logic was correct. The money spawned in the rich district was indeed more than in the slum district. Earlier was no coincidence. However, the rich district was large, and the money spawn locations were quite scattered. Yamini realized she was about to lose sight of Hua Huai and quickly tried to keep up with her. But what the hell, that woman Erica had entered the rich district at some point, looking soaking wet like a water ghost.
Realizing the situation was bad, Yamini chose to strike first.
The glittering princess mirror still had 2 uses left, she only needed to save one for when she returned. Erica didn't expect Yamini to use an item on her and was caught off guard, blinded for 30 seconds.
Clutching her eyes in pain, she screamed, "My eyes!" It was all Yamini's fault.
If not for her, she wouldn't have fallen into the water. She had wanted to take advantage of Yamini being alone to strike again, but she hadn't expected to be hit first.
Yamini took the opportunity to run toward Hua Huai, shouting, "Hua Huai, save me!"
Hua Huai sensed something wrong and turned around. Just as Yamini threw herself into her arms, trembling.
30 seconds passed, and Erica's vision returned.
The opportunity was gone. If she looked for trouble with Yamini now, she would likely be the one who suffered.
Gritting her teeth secretly, she decided not to waste time on Yamini for now.
She turned into an alley alone to continue searching for spawn points. Hua Huai pushed the person off her, looked up at the sky, and said with a slight hesitation, "It's getting dark.
Should we head back first?" Usually, the nights in dungeons weren't very safe.
Just because she wasn't afraid didn't mean she should stay outside and face the risks. Senselessly consuming energy was not advisable, and besides, her energy was limited.
Yamini didn't like taking risks either and nodded. "Okay. But we can't see any sign of Jiang Taimin. Is he going to try and find a way to leave the dungeon temporarily?"
The scope of this dungeon was terrifyingly large. Hua Huai highly doubted whether Jiang Taimin could even leave the dungeon. Once the sky showed a tendency to darken, it would become pitch black within just 10 minutes.
They couldn't worry about that much, and they didn't have time to look for Jiang Taimin. They could only hope he'd look out for himself. Shortly after the two stepped out of the rich district, the sky turned completely dark. The lights in the slum district were dim, there weren't even streetlights to illuminate the path ahead for them. Looking back, something seemed to be crawling out from underground in the darkness. Looking closer, it wasn't just a seemed, something really was crawling out, and they were densely packed, in numbers that were terrifying. Hua Huai's heart tightened, and the strength in her hand unconsciously increased.
"Run!" Yamini was gripped so hard it hurt, but she didn't dare cry out. She was also stunned by the situation before her. Her body moved faster than her brain as she struggled to keep up with Hua Huai's pace. Besides those behind them, quite a few were crawling out ahead. They had to dodge through the gaps. Their ears were filled with hissing roars, as if this place had become a place of revelry for monsters. The rib-bone dagger slashed continuously, forcefully carving out a path to survival. Once they returned to the vicinity of the beauty grotto, all danger receded. The two used items to return to their respective rooms. The man known as Ah Fu barged in and looked at the food on the table.
"Why haven't you eaten yet?" he said impatiently. "Hurry up and eat. Don't go starving to death on me."
The food in the slum district looked quite dirty, with insect wings mixed into the rice, and a faint foul smell wafting from it. Hua Huai observed his expression. There wasn't the slightest hint of anything unusual. He didn't seem to know she had been out. But he had come to deliver the food long ago, and she hadn't been in the room at that time. Under Ah Fu's urging, Hua Huai immediately picked up the rice bowl.
"I'll eat right now."
"You go out first, I don't like people watching me eat."
Ah Fu frowned and spat. How picky.
Fortunately, he didn't have a hobby of watching others eat, so he left the room. Taking advantage of this moment, Hua Huai dumped the rice under the bed. She couldn't eat this stuff at all. Just looking at it, she could imagine the stomachache it would cause. Shortly after Ah Fu went out, he struck up a conversation with someone else.
"Has yours eaten yet?"
The other person replied. She insisted I go out before she'd eat.
"She really thinks she's some young miss." Ah Fu's smile was repulsive.
"I guess their days have been too comfortable lately. They need someone to help loosen their muscles."
"Come on. Let's go see how many guests we can get tonight."
When the footsteps faded away, Hua Huai peeked through the crack in the door. Those two had walked to the entrance to talk with the leader.
"Big brother, how many people have registered now?"
The leader took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of turbid smoke.
"Only 3. Business has been getting worse and worse lately." He looked at the two of them with an air of intimidation.
"If business stays this bad, you'll all be left with nothing but the wind to eat."
Ah Fu waved his hands repeatedly.
"Hey, don't say that." He looked outside and pointed.
"Look, big brother, isn't someone else coming?" The newcomer was Jiang Taimin. He actually hadn't left the dungeon's range.
His composed pace formed a sharp contrast with the state Hua Huai and Yamini were in when they broke through the crisis.
The leader narrowed his eyes and greeted, "A stranger?" "Ah Fu, you go explain the rules to him."
A group of burly men silently moved behind Jiang Taimin, blocking his retreat. Since he had come, there was no reason to let him simply walk away, regardless of whether he understood the rules. Ah Fu stepped forward, intending to put an arm around his shoulders, but Jiang Taimin stepped back half a pace to stop the gesture.
A Fu rubbed his hands together and said sheepishly, "Our rules here are simple, 100 yuan for a night if you don't pick someone specifically. And double if you do. If the person you want is picked by someone else first, you can bid 10 times the price to snatch them away. There's no upper limit. In here, money is king. In a place like the slum district, 100 yuan was no small sum. It was entirely possible to survive for 10 days on that amount. Being able to spend money at the beauty grotto meant that, for those in the slum district, one's life could already be considered relatively affluent. Not to mention the rule about snatching people. From the words "no upper limit," Jiang Taimin could clearly see their greed. His expression didn't change much. Thinking he wanted to back out, A Fu warned, "If you want to leave after entering our territory, you'll definitely have to leave something behind. Either get beaten up by us and thrown out, or follow the rules obediently." Jiang Taimin took out the 200 yuan he had obtained through exploration but didn't rush to hand it over, using the bait to constantly lure the fish. "What's the price if I want to redeem someone?" This amount of money wasn't much to them, but it made everyone's hearts itch with desire. A Fu couldn't help but approach the bait. "That depends on which person you want to redeem." Jiang Taimin's identity was that of a guest who had never been here before. So it would be inappropriate to rashly give a name from within the beauty grotto. After a moment of deliberation, he said, "Tell me the approximate price range." With a hint of hesitation, he added, "What if I happen to meet someone I want to redeem?" Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. As if mocking his lack of ambition, thinking about redemption before even seeing anyone's face. As the laughter subsided, A Fu held up 5 fingers. Jiang Taimin gave the most reasonable guess. 5,000? A Fu nodded. That's right. Today, the three of them had collected a total of about 2,000 yuan, most of which was spent searching for spawn points. Jiang Taimin stuffed the money into A Fu's arms. "I want to pick someone, and I want to look through them one by one." He had exactly 200 yuan in his hand. After handing it over, he didn't have a cent left. Since Jiang Taimin had paid, they naturally had to cater to him. They called for the women in the rooms to be invited out to satisfy Jiang Taimin's request. The corridor was crowded, and Huawei felt like goods displayed on a shelf for people to choose from. The situation before her was unclear. She had to remain calm. Observing the players standing outside, Heloise and Erica had returned at some point. Erica's expression was somewhat vacant, a stark contrast to how she appeared during the day. As Jiang Taimin passed Heloise, she grabbed the corner of his clothes. He turned back to see her blinking as a hint. There were many guests at night, and no one knew if they would be picked by some strange guest. Cooperating with a male player was the best solution. Among the 4 male players, Jiang Taimin was not only the most outstanding in appearance but also the strongest in ability. However, Jiang Taimin ignored her hint and walked up to Yamini. "I choose her." Before entering the room, Jiang Taimin cast a brief, 1-second glance at Huawei. What did that mean? Before Huawei could figure it out, Erica's figure dissipated. At the same time, there was a commotion outside the door. Erica suddenly appeared at the entrance, her body covered in bloody wounds, and she burst into the corridor with a terrified expression. Having escaped the external danger, she knelt on the spot, panting, and slowly looked at everyone. Compared to the horror outside, the interior felt almost like a warm home. Fortunately, she had managed to survive. The leader frowned, his tone carrying a slight interrogation. "Arong, why is the woman you're watching here?" Arong hurriedly stepped forward with a fawning smile. "I don't know. She probably snuck out while I was busy. I'll give her a lesson she'll never forget." He grabbed Erica's arm, oblivious to the fact that he was clutching her wounds, and dragged her toward the room. The leader took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Go easy on her, don't kill her." Bang, the door slammed shut. The women remaining in the corridor trembled, they seemed to know what would happen next. Unexpectedly, the room was very quiet, without the usual begging for mercy and screams. Meanwhile, the beauty grotto welcomed 3 more guests in succession, drawing everyone's attention away. Afu's smile was so wide his mouth wouldn't close.
The sun must have risen from the west tonight. Business was unexpectedly good. Just as he had done for Jiang Taimin, Afu explained the rules to them. They were equally generous, each giving 200 yuan.
Yusuk walked up to Hua Huai. I choose her. Zhao Bai walked up to Heloise.
Then I'll choose her. Both of them chose female players, presumably having deduced that this was the best solution. The critical moment arrived. Erica was nowhere to be seen in the corridor, and Marin was in a position where he might be left without a choice.
He certainly couldn't accept the situation and asked, "Are these the only women you have here?" Afu sized him up as if checking if he was qualified. There are more, but they have guests. I believe I told you the rules for snatching someone. 10 times 100 was 1,000.
Marin didn't have that much money on him.
Even if he did, he wasn't willing to throw it away on a player.
Just as he was debating whether to give up, Erica's door opened, her face stained with blood. While everyone was confused as to why she came out like that, Afu's eyes widened as he looked at the scene inside the room.
He stammered, Arong is dead.
The burly men were about to rush forward to attack Erica, but she didn't move an inch and shouted, "The man is already dead.
I am your money tree. Is his life really more important than money?"
She turned her gaze to Marin.
You're here for me, right?
Marin, who had been struggling with his choice, immediately agreed.
Right. Money was the heaven here. What was a life worth? It was dirt cheap here.
The leader looked at her with a hint of appreciation.
There's some truth to that. Afu, go dispose of Arong's body.
A grown man who can't even beat a woman, what a disgrace to men. His gaze swept over everyone.
See clearly, this is what happens when you can't beat a woman. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound.
The 8 players each completed their matching and returned to the rooms.
After entering, Yusuk waved his hand repeatedly. This place stinks too much.
On this point, Hua Huai actually agreed. The room felt greasy everywhere, there was simply no clean place to sit. So, the two of them just stood and talked.
Yusuk asked, "Have you found out which room Aishi is in?"
Hua Huai was slightly speechless.
I can't just leave whenever I want. Who exactly was I supposed to ask?
Besides, Aishi had nothing to do with her mission requirements.
Yusuk changed the question. How much money do you have? Asking about this is rather presumptuous, isn't it? Hua Huai returned the courtesy. Why don't you tell me first, what happened to the backpack you brought into the dungeon? Yusuk gave a knowing smile. Tongue running along his molars. How about this, we both stop asking. We'll each hunt for clues on our own and keep the mystery alive.
Out in the corridor moments ago, Hua Huai had noticed all the male players were still neatly dressed, nothing like the disheveled female players.
You didn't run into anything weird outside, did you? She didn't expect Yusuk to answer, she was studying his face. The question only puzzled him. Weird things? What do you mean? His confusion didn't look feigned. Hua Huai said, nothing, forget it.
Yusuk had meant to keep things under wraps, but her words scratched an itch he couldn't stand. Hua Huai had clearly seen something he hadn't, and she wouldn't tell him. He never should have answered her.
2 people miserable was worse than 1. Without a word to Hua Huai, Yusuk started rummaging through the room.
Hua Huai had already searched it once, odds were slim of finding anything new. As expected, he came up empty. Looks like they'd have to wait until the night deepened and fewer guards patrolled, then slip out to find Aishi. At the same time, Yusuk kept one ear on the next room.
Half for amusement, he asked, guess whether Jiang Taimin survives tonight?
The 3 of them had arrived later than Jiang Taimin but had crossed paths on the way.
The dungeon was too vast, Jiang Taimin couldn't have left the grounds.
She hadn't seen Yamani in the corridor, probably matched with Jiang Taimin. Hua Huai figured Jiang Taimin wouldn't die so easily. He'd been utterly unbothered when he arrived, nothing like a man about to die. Still, she couldn't be sure. Anxiety lingered. The dungeon's restrictions were brutal, victory or defeat was anyone's guess. Hua Huai stated a fact: if he dies, you're down one person collecting money.
Doesn't matter to me. As long as you're happy. Yusuk's mouth twitched, suddenly he wasn't so happy. Time crawled. Hua Huai paced the room. She needed a way to learn her own ransom amount. She stopped abruptly and looked at Yusuk. How about a trade? He didn't even want to listen. What trade? Hua Huai analyzed. You've got limited time here, you might not find Aishi soon. Come back tomorrow night, learn my ransom from them, and I'll dig up whatever I can on Aishi. Fair on paper, except Yusuk didn't trust her. To show sincerity, Hua Huai said, I already have one clue. I can't be sure it's about Aishi, but I'm convinced it's relevant. If he asked for it, he accepted the deal. Free intel for one casual question, no reason to refuse. He took the slip she offered. The words on it were so blunt they made his pulse race. He stared a long while. A plain complaint, yet it hinted at countless possibilities. What had the man lied to her about that it needed recording? Where did you get this? He asked. That, she said, would cost extra. Her smile said the clue was only a deposit, cooperation was a transaction. Meaning it was his turn to show good faith. Yusuk had to accept. Fine. Got it. Deep night arrived, even fewer guards roamed the corridor, yawning. The perfect moment for players to investigate. They slipped out one after another, starting with the least guarded rooms. Most of those belonged to women. Male players entering would raise suspicion. So the men kept watch outside, eyes on the guards. If anything looked wrong, they'd signal the women inside. The woman inside had been about to sleep. Seeing Hua Huai, she pointed, stunned. How did you get in? Show Hua Huai signed for silence, her identity gave her an edge. To the woman, they were the same kind, no need for wariness. Once sure, the woman relaxed. What brings you so late? Hua Huai sat beside her, hesitant. I can't sleep. They say talking makes you drowsy. Could you help me? Conversation here wasn't free. Hua Huai's offer was gladly accepted. Of course. Hua Huai smiled and leaned in. Sis, what got you brought here? She avoided the real topic for now. The woman's gaze dimmed. I came myself. My family was too poor to keep me. Here at least I get a full stomach. Hua Huai hated to imagine it, yet that was the truth. Where poverty was extreme, a meal was luxury. She remembered the bowl she'd dumped. Maybe the filth wasn't intentional, just the setting. Words of comfort felt hollow, none came. Better the plain truth than empty sympathy. Still, Hua Huai had a mission. She steered the talk. What about Aishi? How did she end up here? The woman frowned. How do you know Aishi? She died of illness last month. When did you? Strange, she couldn't recall. Maybe Hua Huai had arrived last month too. Hua Huai had asked why Aishi came, not betraying ignorance of her death. The woman answered herself, she came earlier than me, also on her own, worse off. Her father was sick, they needed money. He was the breadwinner, once bedridden, the family starved. She had no choice but to come here. Aishi was dead. That was the key fact. A male player's mission target: what ransom could free a corpse? And how do you ransom someone already dead? As she was leaving, Hua Huai noticed a lotus comb lying on the table. If her memory served, there was also one in the room she occupied, probably because those outside had been issued identical sets. The woman caught her gaze and, a little lost in memory, said, Aishi loved lotus flowers. Pity her life never mirrored them rising from the mud without a trace of it. The lotus comb sat in their room, almost mocking in its presence.
Women of the slum district weren't allowed proper jobs. To survive they had to cling to others, and that was merely to stay alive. To earn money, they had to pay a far higher price than men. Bloom unstained from the mire, without that spirit, people would simply go mad. She stepped out of the room and nearly bumped into Erica, who was sneaking out of hers. Her wounds had been dressed and she looked much better. Face pale, she swept past Hua and headed straight for her goal. She too chose a room to fish for information. Clearly she'd reached an understanding with Marin.
Heloise hadn't missed the chance either, slipping into a room of her own.
Only Yamani's room stayed quiet. At this late hour it shouldn't have been so hushed. To avoid standing out in the corridor, Hua and Yusuk returned to their room and waited. After about 10 minutes, the scent of blood drifted in. Jiang Taiman had slipped away at some point. The reek of blood was his doing.
His clothes were slashed in several places and smeared with dirt. He'd obviously fought a fierce battle not long before. So the evil spirit had been lured out and dealt with. Yusuk's expression darkened. I didn't expect him to be that strong. Strong was an understatement. He was terrifying. Under such restrictions, how had he managed to eliminate the spirit? The question clawed at Yusuk's mind. Why? On what grounds?
Yusuk stood motionless for a long while, and Hua saw fierce jealousy blaze in his eyes. Instead of heading straight back to Yamani's room, Jiang Taiman stopped outside the room at the corridor's end and tapped the door 3 times with a fingernail. At the signal, Yamani slipped cautiously out, clutching a thick wad of cash. It was the leader's restroom. Finding no clues, Yamani had simply cleaned the man out. Jiang Taiman stared at her for a moment.
Yamani clutched the money tighter and said with a hint of hostility, "It's mine. Don't even think of taking it."
The 4 players had handed over 800 in total, exactly what she now held. NPCs themselves had no money, but they could get it from players.
Once players gave money, they could steal it back later.
Facing her stinginess, Jiang Taiman sighed theatrically.
Then I won't come looking for you tomorrow. Only, who knows if the other male players will be as principled as I am? Money in hand was only good if you could keep it.
In this dungeon, probably no player was weaker than Yamani.
Even injured, Erica could likely beat her.
Yamani knew her own limits. Jiang Taiman had chosen her as a gesture of goodwill. Any other random male player would never give her such an easy time.
She split half and muttered unhappily, "Happy now?" Jiang Taiman took 200. "That's my fee for seeing you tomorrow. Keep the rest." Yamani looked up, surprise flickering across her face. Sometimes she really couldn't figure Jiang Taiman out. He always pulled the unexpected. Since he didn't want it, she was only too glad to keep it. The rest of the night, Hua rested against the wall. In the dark she could feel someone's eyes on her again and again, yet the watcher never moved until dawn. Hua stood and stretched. "Let's go," she said to Yusuk. Between opening and closing the door, she used her invisibility to slip away. The other players also escaped Beauty Grotto by their own means, assembling outside. Zhao Bai couldn't help grumbling, "It stinks in there. I didn't sleep all night and I'm starving." He spoke for everyone, but none of that mattered. While they were together, Yusuk asked, "Did anyone get a clue about Aishi last night?" The 4 male players shared the same faction. There was no need to hide anything. Marin said, "Aishi died of illness a month ago. The dungeon wants us to redeem a dead woman, no idea where to start." Zhao Bai asked, "There should be a contract of sale or something." "I saw Yamani sneak into the boss's room last night, found nothing. If they could find Aishi's contract, things would be simpler. Last night Yamani had gone with exactly that aim and come up empty." Yamani shook her head. "Nothing." The skeptical looks told her they didn't believe her. She glared back. "Believe me or don't. Even if I'd found a clue, why should I tell you? Our missions are different. I'm not wasting time here with you. Why, let's go. Collect more money and finish the mission so we can leave the dungeon." With so few clues? Yusuk couldn't piece the whole picture and therefore wouldn't cancel their deal unilaterally.
Hua Huai smiled at him.
I'll wait for your answer. Then she left with Yamini.
Jiang Taiman caught up, seemingly unconcerned about his own mission.
Such selfless, others-first attitude made Hua Huai ask, why keep following us?
Jiang Taiman replied meaningfully.
Who I team with doesn't matter, what matters is completing the mission in the end. Anyway, it's no skin off your noses, right? Sound logic, yet something felt off. Today the trio headed straight for the rich district to farm cash. Yesterday's spots might not refresh, everything was random.
Hua Huai had netted 2,000 yesterday, Yamini's daytime haul was also in her hands, and most of Jiang Taiman's as well. The extra 200 had stayed with him only because they'd split up and hadn't regrouped in time. If, as A Fu claimed, each person's ransom was about 5,000, she already held nearly half. Today's run felt familiar, there was a good chance of hitting 5,000. Before work, they ducked into a restaurant to eat. Eateries in the rich district were proper, at least no insect wings in the food. Prices, though, were outrageous, a few random dishes plus 3 bowls of rice cost 300. If they ate like this for 3 meals a day, it really wouldn't be a small sum. Yamini had never felt such a pang of pain over money before. She believed that among the players, no one would go eat the food inside the beauty grotto. After all, it wouldn't be worth it if they ended up with an upset stomach. To eat a normal meal, one had to come to the rich district. The 3 of them ate and drank their fill. Hua Huai had 1,700 yuan left, Yamini had 600 yuan, and Jiang Taiman had 200 yuan. Since Hua Huai didn't ask Yamini for it, Yamini didn't plan to hand it over voluntarily. She had obtained it through her own ability, and Hua Huai wouldn't go so far as to demand it. Players inside a dungeon would always harbor some small selfish thoughts. Yamini was afraid of a repeat of yesterday's events. When they were officially on the move, she either followed Hua Huai or Jiang Taiman to ensure her own safety. Yesterday, most of the other players had explored the slum district all day, and the amount they got was pitifully small. Entering the rich district by mistake today made them lament what a hard life they had lived yesterday. Finding one spawn point here was worth many in the slum district. Unfortunately, they were terrifyingly scattered. Some spawn points had been discovered by other players, causing the remaining ones to be even more spread out. At this pace, when would they ever get enough money? Among all the players, Yamini's identity was the most special. She was a child of the rich district and should naturally be familiar with the place. She must have a lot of money on her, and unlike the male players, she didn't have to spend money when entering the beauty grotto. Thinking about it this way, the male players were really at a disadvantage. Grumble, they were so hungry, they hadn't eaten all day either. Not far away, a restaurant seemed to be beckoning to them, but when they learned the prices, they nearly jumped in shock. Too expensive. Yesterday, each male player had collected basic funds of around 200 yuan, and a single meal here cost nearly 100 yuan. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but they really didn't want to stay here for long. Was there any way to quickly collect money? After thinking for a long time, they reached a conclusion. And that was robbery. By taking the efforts of other players for themselves, wouldn't the small amounts add up to a lot? Someone was completely unaware that danger had arrived, still focusing on searching for money spawn points. As a shadow approached from behind, Erica immediately spun around. Zhao Bai, what do you think you're doing? Zhao Bai curled his lips. If you know what's good for you, hand over the money you have. It wouldn't be worth it if I had to beat you up before taking it anyway. The injuries on Erica's body were hard to miss, she was undoubtedly the best target to strike. She was so angry she nearly spat blood, shouting, "You're taking advantage of someone in peril." Erica didn't recall that she had once done the same thing to Yamini. The way she denounced others made her look like an extremely innocent and pitiful person. Zhao Bai admitted, "So what if I am?" He stepped closer, making a move as if to get rough with her. Erica's heart tightened. She had a chance against ordinary NPCs, but against players, she had no chance at all. Blame the fact that yesterday's injuries were too severe, it was impossible for her to win against Xiaobai now. After weighing her options repeatedly, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I'll give it to you."
Money could be found again.
But if her injuries got worse, she might not be able to drag her body around to keep looking. Erica handed over all the money and even pulled out her pockets for Xiaobai to see, ensuring there was nothing else inside. She hadn't known Xiaobai would come to rob her, so the possibility of her hiding it elsewhere could likely be ruled out.
Xiaobai said with satisfaction, "Smart of you." The longer they spent in the dungeon, the more the players realized the efficiency brought by plundering. If he acted too slowly, someone else might beat him to it. The male players belonged to the same camp. He had to find the other male players and unite with them to plunder the female players. Take advantage of the fact that they hadn't reacted yet and catch them off guard. Xiaobai found Marin and Yusuk.
After explaining his idea, he found that their thoughts aligned with his.
Marin hadn't had time to act, while Yusuk simply hadn't intended to. Yusuk knew that plundering was faster, but right now there were things more important than plundering. To this end, he even scolded Xiaobai for his reckless behavior. "Stupid. We need to rely on the female players to get clues about Aishi. If you offend all the female players, who's going to find the clues then?" Getting enough money but not knowing how to spend it, that sort of thing sounded truly laughable. Xiaobai held a different view. They can only ask the women in the beauty grotto for information. If they can do it, why can't we? It's all spending money anyway, what's the difference who asks? Yusuk sneered, "In what capacity would you go?" "As a guest, right. Why do you think they would tell an outsider about Aishi? Do you know what Aishi represents in their hearts? You know nothing, yet you put on such a self-righteous act. This is an S-level dungeon. If you take even one wrong step, do you think there's any room for recovery?" After being cursed out by Yusuk, Xiaobai and Marin finally realized how foolish their idea was. Marin tried to smooth things over. Fortunately, only Erica was robbed. From now on, none of us should act rashly. Yusuk was frustrated by their lack of sense. Will Erica be satisfied after being robbed? There's no telling how she'll try to get back at us. If she mentions this to the other female players, the credibility of all us male players will drop significantly. We'd better quickly think of a way to dispel their doubts as much as possible. Xiaobai looked uneasy and hesitated. "How about I give the money back to her?" Yusuk felt like he was about to black out. "The rain has stopped, and now you remember to bring an umbrella?" He waved his hands repeatedly to drive them away. "Go, go, go. I'm afraid I'll get a heart attack from being angered by you guys." The number of people he could count on had decreased again. He could only hope that Hua Huai would stick to the deal. Hua Huai's team had quite a harvest, gathering 3,300 yuan through their non-stop efforts. Adding the original 1,700 yuan, it totaled 5,000 yuan. Although most of the time the money spawn points were accompanied by anomalies, they wouldn't fight players head-on, only trying to snatch the money. One had to be fast enough to snatch the money from the anomaly's hands. A pink dress was hanging to dry on the second-floor balcony of a small Western-style building. Hua Huai found it familiar and pointed it out to Yamani. "The style of dress looks a lot like what you're wearing." Yamani looked up and was dazed for a moment. That seems to be my dress." Hua Huai was surprised. "Yours? Are you sure?" Yamani nodded. "All my clothes are custom-made by master designers. There are no duplicates, it's the only one." She liked pink princess dresses, so most of the dresses in her wardrobe were primarily pink, with only differences in style and very similar aesthetics. Yamani looked puzzled. "But how did my clothes end up inside the dungeon?" Hua Huai thought of the music box and formed a guess. "The night before we entered the dungeon, did you notice anything unusual?" Yamani racked her brain, then finally shook her head. "No. I have too many clothes, the servants usually take care of them. I just tell them what I need and they prepare it.
Even if one piece really did go missing, I wouldn't notice right away. Following Hua Huai's logic and looking at the dress in front of her, Yamini reached a conclusion.
Someone brought my clothes into the dungeon to use the rules against me.
The dress blended perfectly with the little villa's style. Whoever placed it here definitely put a lot of thought into it. I don't know whether that player brought in only this one item or if there are others. Such a despicable method, just like those lowlifes in the slum district.
Hua Huai informed her, my music box is gone too. Looks like I'm not the only target.
In truth, she didn't feel much tension. Even if an S-level aberration boss really followed her into the next dungeon, she could hardly muster any fear or anxiety. She'd experienced so much that her heart had grown overly calm, so calm even she thought it unnatural.
Yamini frowned. What do we do, then? We have to find your music box, fast. Among the players who'd entered the dungeon, only Yusuk carried a backpack.
Without question, he was the prime suspect.
Hua Huai didn't budge. No rush.
The one who tied the bell must untie it, wandering aimlessly would waste time. Night was about to fall again, they needed to return to the beauty grotto first, lest those monsters chase them down and leave them in a sorry state. Last night the leader's money had been stolen, but the matter only boiled over tonight. When all the female players were back in their rooms, a clatter sounded outside the door.
Someone begged repeatedly, Boss, we've got no idea what happened, who'd dare steal from us. Tonight we'll keep our eyes peeled, we won't let anyone with ill intent succeed.
Perhaps because they'd been too lax before.
Last night they hadn't taken the watch seriously, even dozing off on duty.
The leader gave a cold laugh.
Just that? The money you lost, you'd better find a way to get it back for me.
Start by searching inside, see whose guts are that big. An outside thief would be hard to catch, but for the women of the beauty grotto.
Learning that the guards had been napping was easy.
Every player carried some money. Once these men found it, they wouldn't care whether it was last night's missing sum. Money here was worth more than life, and once they took it, quietly getting it back would be no small feat.
The money disappeared last night, so why wait until tonight to make a move? Shouldn't they have searched the beauty grotto the moment they noticed it was gone?
Before Erica returned last night, all the players had seen what happened.
While Erica was away, someone had taken her place.
When she came back, that figure vanished on the spot.
Clearly it had to be an aberration.
Besides, Afu and the others had delivered meals long ago, the players obviously weren't in their rooms, yet the men hadn't sensed anything odd.
From this one could infer that when the female players left, an aberration would temporarily replace them.
If so, had the men moved earlier, they'd have found nothing on the aberration, and the players would stay safe. Yamini hadn't expected these people to act off script, now her palms were sweating. While begrudging the 600 yuan, she also loathed the thought of their hands on her body. Instinctively she looked at Hua Huai, who was loaded with cash.
Without a plan, their last 2 days of work might be for nothing. Women had little say here, mere resistance wouldn't achieve much. Until the ransom amount was set, Hua Huai couldn't clash head-on with them. There was one tactic left, delay. Delay until the male players arrived, to skip this search for now.
These men weren't sure the money was on the women, they were merely suspicious. The male players, as guests, had more say here. Among the female players present, only she and Heloise had any power to fight back. Erica's injuries were too severe, she could kill a single NPC, but against so many she'd be overwhelmed. Better sacrifice a friend than oneself, sorry, Heloise. Hua Huai waited until the men finished searching the women ahead in their rooms, until it was player Yamini's turn.
Last night I heard sneaking sounds seemed to come from over there, she said.
Yamini was so tense she almost pulled out an item. Hearing Hua Huai speak, she barely exhaled. Hua Huai pointed toward Heloise, who spun her head and glared. Before she could finish, she caught Hua Huai winking and paused, catching on. Hua Huai couldn't point at herself, the best distraction was Heloise. In short, draw aggro.
If she did nothing, Heloise's money would be taken anyway, no point clashing with Hua Huai now.
Before Afu's group closed in, Heloise dashed to the other end of the corridor. With nimble footwork and the crowd cluttering the way, she turned the place into chaos.
Ah Fu couldn't catch her and roared, "Stop! Don't tell me you're the thief." Heloise refused to admit it.
"I didn't steal anything," Hua Huai's framing me.
A feeble excuse, who would believe her?
Hua Huai added fuel, "I didn't say you stole it, I just heard sounds coming from that direction."
The messier the scene, the longer they could delay.
Thanks to Hua Huai and Heloise, they stalled until Yusuk entered the beauty grotto.
Quite the lively scene. What game are we playing today?
Before a guest, the men restrained themselves.
The leader coughed twice, signaling them to stop. Ah Fu caught on, hurried forward with a smile. "Nothing, just messing around." "So, are you picking again tonight?" Yusuk handed over 200 yuan. "Same as yesterday."
Naming a choice counted as picking.
While handing the money, he pretended to ponder. "I want to ask, if I want to buy her freedom, how much would it cost?"
Ah Fu and the others looked surprised and teased.
"After just one night you already want to buy her freedom?"
He rubbed his chin maliciously. "I've seen plenty of heartless men, but never one this foolish."
That adjective was truly impolite. Yusuk's face darkened with displeasure as he said, "Just say it. It's not like it's your money being spent."
Upsetting a customer wouldn't do them any good, so A Fu spoke bluntly, 10,000. The price made Yusuk gasp.
"Don't take me for a fool. A woman in a place like this is worth 10,000? The high ransom for the female player indirectly indicated that Aishi's ransom wouldn't be low either. Each of them could collect about 1,000 yuan a day. Actions consumed stamina, and eating was an expense. Entering the beauty grotto every night cost at least 200 yuan.
Calculated this way, if they didn't resort to robbery, they would have to stay in this dungeon for about 10 more days. Thinking about staying in such a ridiculously poor environment for so long made him feel unwell all over. Yusuk heavily suspected A Fu was fooling him, but A Fu didn't change his tone in the face of his questioning.
"It's 10,000. Not a penny less." Jiang Taiman arrived just in time and raised a doubt.
"I remember you saying yesterday that the price range was around 5,000. Even if there was a difference, it shouldn't be this large."
A Fu handled it smoothly.
"I also said it depends on the person.
Different people naturally have different prices." Jiang Taiman asked, "Then tell me, how much would it cost to redeem Yamani?"
A Fu didn't answer immediately but called a Jean over.
"She's under your care. You tell him."
A Jean stated, "Her price is 12,000.
Surprisingly, it was even more expensive than Hua Huai.
Inexplicably, a comparison was being made in this strange place. Jiang Taimin's gaze swept over A Fu and a Jean, then he suddenly asked, "And what are the ransom prices for Heloise and Erica?"
A Jean beckoned to a Chang. "Heloise is the one you're responsible for." A Chang answered Jiang Taimin, "Her price is 8,000.
They didn't beckon to anyone else for a long time.
A Fu said, "The one responsible for Erica was a Rong. He died last night.
So, we don't know what her ransom amount is." Erica, who had been full of anticipation, felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. She never imagined she would lose the chance to know her ransom because of such a small thing.
Faint unease filled her heart, and she couldn't help but interject, "What if someone wants to redeem me? What should be done?"
A Fu and the others acted as if they had heard a huge joke, clutching their stomachs in exaggerated laughter.
"If the ransom is unknown, there's obviously no way to redeem you. Don't you understand such a simple truth?" The piercing laughter echoed in Erica's ears, continuously breaking down her psychological defenses.
Slumping weakly against the wall behind her, she murmured in disbelief, Are
you kidding me?"
She was currently in the dungeon and not dead, but it was almost the same as being dead. If she couldn't be redeemed, she wouldn't be able to complete the mission requirements.
How can this be? There must be another way. She couldn't just give up like this.
She was clearly alive and well, she could definitely find another solution.
Her throat tightened as her gaze lingered on Jiang Taimin. He was so powerful, what if he could kill the abnormal boss of this dungeon? At least she couldn't give up so easily. No one knew how terrified she was except herself. She didn't place all her hopes on Jiang Taimin, but for now, this was the only way she could prop up her will. Otherwise, she would break down. After Jiang Taimin's questioning, all the players present understood, the NPCs responsible for the players were linked to them. If the corresponding NPC died, the ransom amount could not be known. Consequently, redemption was impossible. Fortunately, most players hadn't acted rashly. Heloise was immensely grateful she hadn't behaved recklessly. To be honest, she felt a bit sorry for Erica. Simply because she was late returning to the beauty grotto, it triggered a series of butterfly effects. If Arong hadn't tried to attack her, she wouldn't have killed Arong. In a dungeon, pity was just pity. Heloise could provide no help. Hua Huai had another thought: NPCs' lives were fragile. What if a player wanted to kill the NPC corresponding to someone else? Like Erica, now that she couldn't complete the mission, it was entirely possible she would develop a vengeful mindset. Before Erica's emotions stabilized, the female players had better keep a close eye on the safety of their respective NPCs at all times. Zhao Bai and Marin arrived a bit late, only hearing the last few sentences. Marin joined the excitement. What about Aishi's ransom price? The scene fell into an eerie silence. The leader lit a cigarette for himself. Who are you asking? The ransom price for a dead person? You're joking, right? Also, where did you hear about this person, Aishi? Each word sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet space. Clearly, Aishi's ransom price could not be learned through simple questioning. Marin had just asked casually, hoping for a stroke of luck. Who knew he'd be met with 3 consecutive questions? Instead, it left him unsure of how to explain. Marin racked his brain and laughed it off. I heard the name mentioned by people in the village. I was curious, so I made a joke. It was indeed just a joke. You don't need to take it to heart. The leader blew out a smoke ring. I don't like those kinds of jokes. Don't make them again. The conversation ended in this eerie atmosphere. Tonight, Jiang Taimin still chose Yamini, and Yusuk chose Hua Huai. Zhao Bai and Marin also made the same choices as yesterday. After entering the room, Yusuk said, Hua Huai, I did what you asked. Don't forget our deal. Hua Huai gave a fake smile. Naturally. After all, I'm not like those with underhanded methods. That sarcastic tone made Yusuk's eyelid twitch. Just say what's on your mind. Hua Huai nodded. Fine. Then tell me, where did you hide my music box? Yusuk frowned deeply. What music box? I don't know what you're talking about. Hua Huai stared at him for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Could it be someone else? Having survived so many dungeons, Hua Huai had long since learned not to rely on reading faces. She only believed in the conclusions she deduced herself. Her fingertip tapped the pillow. The note I gave you yesterday was found under this pillow. Yusuk surveyed the room's furnishings again. Who had lived in this room before the players entered the dungeon? Could it be Aishi? But only this one note was found in the room, which wasn't enough to piece together a complete trail of clues. Hua Huai pondered, I've been thinking all day. The room I entered last night had a lotus comb. Yamini's room and mine also have that kind of lotus comb. Combined with what that woman said to me, lotus should be a clue. However, I can't figure out what this clue represents yet. Hua Huai was only responsible for collecting clues. As for how to connect them, that wasn't her concern. In the slum district, fresh lotuses were nowhere to be seen. The air was thick with the stench of rot. Yusuk lowered his head in thought. Was the Erica from last night replaced by an anomaly? It was obvious, that was indeed the case. I'm saying, is there a possibility? If we let the anomaly appear again, we can communicate with it face to face.
Since the anomaly appeared in the guise of a player, it's naturally to prevent players from exposing the fact that they've left the beauty grotto. It will play the part of a player well, there's no need to fear it suddenly attacking us. As long as we don't expose it. This had nothing to do with Hua Huai's mission, and she had already been more than generous to Yusuk. Suit yourself. She wouldn't waste her free time during the day on Yusuk. Yusuk caught the implication in her words. You aren't planning to help me? Hua Huai smiled slightly. You got that information so casually and traded it for 2 clues, you should be satisfied. I'm too lazy to settle scores with you over the music box, but that doesn't mean I'm in the dark about it. Besides, you guys are free to move around at night, aren't you? After nightfall, if a female player didn't return to the beauty grotto, she would be hunted by a pack of monsters. Male players didn't have a fixed place to stay in the first place, so whether they came to the beauty grotto was entirely their choice, thus, the monsters wouldn't hunt them. In other words, male players could also collect money at night. However, for the past 2 days, they had chosen to enter the beauty grotto to investigate Aishi. Once they determined Aishi's redemption amount, the time they had to acquire money would be twice that of the female players. Under these circumstances, Hua Huai wasn't feeling particularly helpful. Not stealing from them was already her greatest act of kindness. Yusuk remained silent, his thoughts unknown. A sudden commotion erupted in the next room, sounding like furniture being knocked over. Ah Fu stood at the door, teasing, that's some intense action. This guy's quite something. A Jin's brow furrowed. He definitely broke something. Keep a close eye on him, we have to make him pay before he can leave. But it wasn't convenient for them to go in now, disturbing a guest's pleasure was a major taboo. Hua Huai listened to the noise, it seemed to be coming from Erica's room. Inside Erica's room, a powerful hand constricted Erica's neck, pinning her ruthlessly to the bed. Erica struggled desperately, but Marin controlled his strength perfectly, just enough to make it hard to breathe without actually killing her. She was badly injured and was no match for Marin at all. Marin had likely targeted her because she was injured and lacked the ability to resist, allowing him to act unscrupulously. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, this kind of thing could happen at any time. Blood vessels popped in Erica's eyes as she gritted her teeth. Marin, if you have the guts, then kill me. Marin shook his head. I won't kill you, Erica. I just want you to cooperate with me. The intense physical exertion made the blood rush to his head, and his whole body exuded a dangerous aura. The players had only met a handful of times. Erica didn't know Marin well enough to realize how reckless he could be. Driven by the despair of their current situation, her nails dug into the flesh of Marin's arm, and blood trickled down. She wasn't even allowed to just wither away on her own, yet he expected her to help him find clues? On what grounds? Suffocation, torture. Erica's brain was momentarily deprived of oxygen, but she forced herself to say, fine, I'll help you, okay? If he wanted to court death so badly, she would fulfill his wish. She would fulfill it. With every last bit of her strength. Marin let go, looking at her with a hint of guilt. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd just agreed earlier? Why go through all this trouble? In the end, he made it sound like it was her fault. Erica almost laughed at the absurdity. During the fight between the two, a note was left behind on the ground. The note was too conspicuous, Marin was involuntarily drawn to it and picked it up. I loathe this wretched country. Why are women not allowed to work? The strokes on the paper were very forceful. And the handwriting was crooked. It was clear that the person who wrote these words was unaccustomed to using a pen. Before arriving in this country, the players had more or less learned some basic information. Here, women from families in the slum district indeed cannot participate in work. In their mindset, women are treated as appendages. Humans who must depend on others to survive. The person depended upon could be a father, husband, or son, but never the individual herself. These centuries-old ideas are deeply rooted in their minds, even with the development of the internet in recent years. It is difficult for the weak to have the opportunity to see the wider world. Perhaps they cannot even afford a single mobile phone. Even if they could afford one, it would likely end up in the hands of the head of the household, that is, the man the woman depends on. However, for the men in the slum district, supporting a family is also no easy task. Their suffering is an infinite cycle. Poverty is the original sin. Very few people in the slum district are able to turn their lives around, saying 1 in 10,000 is an exaggeration. Marin pulled himself out of his thoughts and showed the note to Erica.
This wasn't here just now. Did you drop it?
Erica was trying to soothe the discomfort in her neck. She sat on the bed and glanced sideways at him.
That's right. I found it in the room, but I can't make anything of it for now.
Marin speculated to himself.
Could Aishi have lived in this room before? If it were Aishi's room, there couldn't possibly be just this one note as a clue.
Marin began searching the room, but despite turning it upside down, he found no further clues. Erica knew this well. She had searched it immediately, and there was only that tiny bit of evidence.
More clues would need to be obtained from NPCs, especially the women in the other rooms.
Hua used her invisibility ability to stand outside the door and listen to the whole conversation, so there was a note in Erica's room as well. She looked at the rooms on both sides of the hallway, wondering if every room had a lotus comb and a note. Notes were usually hidden in discreet places. She hadn't searched the NPCs' rooms last night, only engaging in direct conversation. Searching their rooms might yield nothing and could alert them, making it somewhat not worth the effort.
Therefore, this clue or potential clue was something players could easily overlook.
It seemed necessary to conduct a thorough investigation tonight. Investigation was one thing, but whether she was willing to share clues with others was another. The more she knew within the dungeon,
the more advantageous it was for Hua.
For this operation, Hua waited until late at night.
Once the surroundings were completely silent, she checked the rooms one by one.
It had to be said that her line of reasoning was very accurate. In most of the rooms, she found a note. In some other rooms, no matter how she searched, she couldn't find a note, not ruling out the possibility that they had been taken by other players. Combining the information from the notes she had obtained, she could roughly piece together a story. It was similar to what that NPC had said last night. Aishi had come here because her father was ill. She was only in her teens then, and when she passed away last month, she was only in her early 20s. What made it tragic was that her death was also due to an illness, a disease that the women in the beauty grotto often contracted. One could say that living here long-term, it was inevitable for her to fall victim to this illness. Trapped here, Aishi longed to leave every second. Only the guests could help her.
So she always asked the same question, will you buy my freedom?
The guests either stalled, changed the subject, or simply promised yes.
Yet afterward, every one of them acted as if the promise had never been made. In the end, Aishi remained imprisoned until death. Several clues didn't connect smoothly. Hua pieced the tale together from the scraps she had. There were probably still more missing. At dawn the players left Beauty Grotto. Hua had thought Yusuk would stay inside and pry clues from the specters, but he left with the rest. Instead of dispersing, the group lingered. Erica, no longer dispirited, spoke up, I found a few notes last night.
I'll share them.
The players exchanged glances, unsure what she was scheming.
Erica tugged the corner of her mouth. They say the words of the dying are kind, call it despair if you like.
Anyway, I'm giving them to you, no strings attached. Take them or don't.
She thrust the scraps forward for all to read. Together the notes revealed something crucial. Aishi had once been offered a chance. A special guest had volunteered to redeem her and even planned her way out. Between the lines Aishi's admiration was plain. Unlike the others, this man kept his decency in a filthy place. But for some reason the matter faded, the guest never returned. Aishi's writing moved from hope to disappointment, then bottomless despair.
After so many betrayals she had chosen to trust again, certain this one was different, only to be abandoned once more. Heloise looked around. Why, Yamini, you have notes too, don't you?
Every room must hold one, string them together and we'll have the whole story.
We've got the ransom amount, but an S-level dungeon still wants the tale complete. Only with the full story could they understand Aishi and avoid dying to her for no reason. Strangely, the abnormal boss Aishi hadn't attacked a single player yet. For an S-level dungeon, things were eerily calm.
Yamini did have a scrap, she hadn't mentioned it to Huawei. Now she tightened her fingers and lifted her chin.
Yes, but I'm not sharing. She was brutally honest, refusing as if it were her right. Her gaze fixed on Heloise and Erika. Especially you two.
Yamini held a grudge, arms folded like a proud swan. The male player most rattled was Yusuk.
Can't you pick a better time for tantrums? Push us too far and none of you will have it easy. Yamini lived by one rule, never take back a word. Even if doubt gnawed at her. She sneered. When have you ever made things easy for us? My skirt, didn't you sneak it into the dungeon?
And Huawei's music box is still missing. If you smuggled our things in, you probably didn't stop with us.
Her implication, everyone's belongings were at risk.
The group racked their brains for anything missing before entry, but nothing came to mind.
Too many possibilities, everyday items aren't missed until you need them. If Yusuk had done this, his method was dirty. The danger wasn't immediate, it was the delayed kind. Worse, they couldn't touch him for it. It left them suffocating with frustration. Each stared at Yusuk as if ready to flay him alive. Only Yusuk had carried a backpack inside, now it was gone, practically a confession. Feeling the glares, he snapped, "What are you imagining? Who says I brought it? Yamini's skirt is tiny, any of you could have hidden it. You haven't found the music box, how do you even know it's in this dungeon? My pack held food. I bring it so I can carry it out intact. Dungeons often starve you, I'm used to it, problem? It vanished because I won't let you rob my supplies, so I hid it. Is that a crime? See? Food here costs money, I'm saving every coin." Suddenly he rounded on Jiang Taimin. "You're the pervert here." Everyone blinked, baffled by the accusation. Yusuk laid it out, "Outside the dungeon you kept fawning over Yamini, you're still at it inside. You soften her up with flattery. Swipe her clothes, who had a better shot?" Clearly Yusuk didn't know about special players, he mistook Jiang Taimin's intent for creepy devotion. Many ignorant of special players found the theory plausible. Yamini, unfamiliar with special players like Huawei before meeting Jiang Taimin, only knew she had more bound specters than most. So she too eyed Jiang Taimin with suspicion. She realized belatedly, why was Jiang Taimin being so nice? Outside, spring still required coats, a skirt could be worn beneath and brought in unseen. Speculation alone wouldn't solve it, yet Yusuk's words had diluted his own guilt. With no certainty, Zhabai growled, "So did our stuff get dragged in or not?" There was only one way to know, turn the entire dungeon upside down. Suddenly the clues about Aishi felt less urgent. All they could think of was finding their belongings, only then could they tackle the mission. Whoever had smuggled the items would never confess, forcing everyone into a scavenger hunt. Facing Yamini's doubt, Jiang Taimin sighed, "I'll say it once, not me. If you won't trust me, we split up." Yamini hesitated, unable to speak. She wanted to trust Jiang Taimin, but was he worthy of her trust? She had her own considerations and was thinking of just splitting up. Unexpectedly, Huawei said, "Splitting up is fine, but I don't think it should be you." As one of only two people present who knew about the special players, Huawei understood the motives behind Jiang Taimin's actions. Jiang Taimin had once said that he and Joshua weren't friends, but partners. Joshua had also given her a file regarding special players. Where did that file come from? It must have been the result of their mutual cooperation. They were digging for information on special players, and since it wasn't convenient for Joshua to act personally, Jiang Taimin did it on his behalf. So, what price did Joshua pay in exchange? Huawei felt curious about this.
As one of those who had lost items, Hua Huai was actually willing to trust Jiang Taimin. Yamani's feelings were beyond words.
Usually, in this kind of situation, wasn't it better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go? How could Hua Huai trust someone so easily?
Yamani mocked her for being foolish in her heart, yet she couldn't help but be attracted to her.
It takes courage to trust someone, and she had none.
Feeling unworthy, that was the only way to describe her current mood. After a series of complex psychological struggles, Yamani said petulantly on the surface, "Fine, no need to split up. Since Hua Huai is willing to trust you, then I'll reluctantly trust you as well."
Yamani's acting wasn't very good, her true thoughts would inadvertently leak out.
She handed over the slip of paper clue she held. "Here, take a look." She hadn't been willing to take out the paper before because she didn't approve of others and didn't trust them. Hua Huai's actions had changed her perspective slightly, and she was involuntarily drawn to her. She supposed the emergence of this emotion could be called appreciation. If the story in Hua Huai's hands was hollow, then the slip of paper in Yamani's hand added a soul to the story, making it more vivid. When most people stay in one environment for a long time, they invisibly develop a sense of identification with their surroundings. Resisting such a thing is like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Aishi had developed an awakened consciousness, and it wasn't as simple as just wanting to escape this place. In those few words, Aishi expressed her hopes for the future and her willingness to move toward that goal at any cost.
Hua Huai smelled the scent of ambition, which completely overturned her previous perception of Aishi. Jiang Taimin commented, "Pity. Things didn't go as planned."
Her thoughts were too beautiful, but reality was too cruel.
When ambition is not matched by equal strength, ambition is useless.
Hua Huai suddenly smiled. "I think I know how the male players should complete the mission requirements." Jiang Taimin had an idea, but only Yamani asked curiously.
"How do they complete the mission?"
In the information known so far, there had been no accurate mention of Aishi's redemption price.
Could it be they inferred the approximate amount through the identity of the guests?
Hua Huai didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, "The person the male players truly need to redeem is an Aishi. But all the women in the beauty grotto except for the female players."
Where was this inferred from? Yamani looked bewildered.
Jiang Taimin then explained, Aishi's notes were scattered in various rooms, and the notes were written by Aishi's hand.
If you were writing a diary, would you hide your diary in someone else's room? Hua Huai added, "More than that. The lotus line is also a hint given to us by the NPCs. The lotus comb in every room confirms this point." Yamani still didn't understand one thing. Why exclude the female players?
Clearly, our rooms also have lotus combs and notes.
Hua Huai didn't answer directly. The ransom for female players needs to be learned from the mouths of specific guards. A roam was killed by Erica, which resulted in Erica being unable to learn the ransom. She paused slightly and asked, "Do you remember how Jiang Taimin inquired about the ransom on the first night?" Yamani recalled that night.
Since Jiang Taimin had just arrived, it wasn't good to rashly ask about the ransom, so he had asked casually.
It seemed a Fu answered Jiang Taimin by holding up 5 fingers. A Fu corresponds to Hua Huai's guard. Why could he still answer this question? She vaguely felt something was wrong but couldn't quite put it into words.
Hua Huai said slowly, "I suspect that every guard in the beauty grotto can answer, and it's always this number."
In the beauty grotto?
Besides the female players, there are a total of 20 other women.
At 5,000 each, that would be 100,000 yuan.
There are 4 male players in total.
Divided up, each person needs to collect 25,000 yuan. They can move freely at night, so their collection time is longer than the female players.
Therefore, this number is relatively reasonable compared to the female players. A slight movement suddenly came from behind them.
Jiang Taimin immediately shouted, "Who is it?"
The surroundings reeked, and with piles of trash everywhere, even their senses were dampened. The 3 of them looked at the wall in the distance, glanced at each other, and approached the source of the sound. As they were about to reach the wall, a figure stumbled out. Bai looked like a villain filing his suit first, saying, well, you guys.
You know the answer but aren't willing to share it with us.
He pointed at Jiang Taimin's nose.
Especially you. We're in the same camp. You're really addicted to sucking up, aren't you? Do you want Yamini to reward you with a position as her servant? Pointing at someone's nose is a very rude behavior.
Jiang Taimin stared at that finger, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, but his hand gripped the finger. Then, with a crack, Bai broke into a cold sweat before he could even react.
Pain, it hurt too much.
This madman Jiang Taimin had broken his finger. The pain was so intense that tears almost fell.
Let go.
Jiang Taimin said unhurriedly, I hope you can learn how to respect others, especially how to respect me. Even though this wasn't the first time Hua had seen Jiang Taimin's brutal side, she still couldn't help but feel startled. He had a smile on his face, but the actions of his hands were more ruthless than anyone else's.
Is someone who seems easy to get along with on the surface really easy to get along with? Jiang Taimin then gave 2 more warnings and let the man leave dejectedly. When they began their formal operation, Jiang Taimin asked Hua, what does your music box look like? I'll keep an eye out for it while I'm collecting.
Hua told him truthfully. It was a birthday gift from her boss, and it would naturally be best if she could find it.
Shortly after everyone dispersed, Yusuk walked out from behind the wall. Bai stumbling out earlier was entirely his doing. Bai was crying from the pain.
If Yusuk weren't the smartest of the remaining male players, he wouldn't have suffered this loss in silence.
It didn't matter. Once the mission was complete, they could all leave the dungeon.
Besides, a minor injury like a broken finger was within his range of acceptance.
We know the total amount now. Next, we just need to work together to collect the money, right? Yusuk opened his mouth and said, correct. Marin received the news for free. Simply because he was one of the male players.
In the eyes of the other male players, Jiang Taimin was a fool and a useless person. The missions for male players and female players were clearly not the same. They didn't know what was wrong with him, but he insisted on hanging around the female players and even handed most of the money he obtained to Hua. He contributed absolutely nothing to the male players' mission progress, which made Marin and the others fume with anger.
Marin said in disbelief, are we really going to let him ride our coattails to victory?
Bai was indignant, his tone extremely sour.
What else can we do? We don't have the ability to kill him.
Jiang Taimin was too ruthless. Bai still felt a lingering fear. Yusuk had observed the trio's actions.
Yamini had almost no combat capability and either followed Hua or Jiang Taimin. However, it didn't matter who she followed. Hua would definitely separate from Jiang Taimin to search for money.
As the saying goes, one should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze, and Hua clearly looked much softer than Jiang Taimin. No matter how well she could fight, she was still just a child. In the previous dungeon, she perhaps had the power of a bound specter to bolster her, which was why she displayed such surprising combat ability. But this dungeon was different, players could not use the abilities of their bound specters.
Yusuk didn't believe the 3 of them couldn't beat Hua alone.
As the saying goes, one shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket, yet Jiang Taimin and Yamini were foolish enough to concentrate most of their money in Hua's hands.
Once the money reached a certain amount, wouldn't it be much faster to just rob Hua than to collect it themselves?
The male players were calculating in their hearts, but they also knew that robbing Hua wouldn't be enough to meet the required amount for their mission. They still needed to collect more on their own.
When they dispersed, Marin ran into Erica at an alley entrance.
She waved at him, signaling for him to come closer to talk in detail.
Marin frowned.
He already had the answer and felt there was no need to talk to Erica further. But he was a bit curious, and he also felt that in Erica's current state, she could hardly harm him. He followed Erica into the alley, entering a space where they were alone.
Erica handed over an unfamiliar slip of paper. I didn't give this to them just now because I think it's very important to you.
The slip of paper accurately described Aishi's redemption amount and mentioned that the special guest was actually Aishi's beloved. She longed for her beloved to be able to redeem her. The redemption amount was unexpectedly low, so low that Marin found it hard to believe. He questioned, "Only 5,000? Erica's expression remained unchanged. "That's right. I was lucky and happened to find this slip of paper with the redemption amount. Based on my deduction, the mission requirements can't be that simple. Aishi has only one beloved guest. The person who can redeem her will take on the identity of that special guest. In reality, it's not that 4 male players redeem one person, but rather only the first male player to redeem Aishi will be considered to have completed the mission. What you need to do is not to work together, but to race against time. I'm telling you this with only one condition: before you leave the dungeon, you must come to the beauty grotto every night and choose me." Marin looked deeply at Erica. If he had been skeptical before, he now believed her about 70 or 80%. He had treated Erica that way last night. Unless she needed something from him, she would never tell him such an important clue. If he refused, Erica could turn around and tell Yusuke and the others. The win-win solution was to keep this to himself and agree to Erica's request. During today's activities, Huahua clearly noticed eyes watching their every move from the shadows. Their team had the most bountiful harvest, making them look like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Besides that, Huahua felt a faint sense of unease in her heart. This unease grew particularly strong when night fell again and the male players were slow to enter the beauty grotto. Suddenly, Huahua understood something. Her fingers clenched into a fist, and her pupils contracted slightly. On the first night, that woman had said Aishi died of illness, and the slip of paper had also mentioned this. If no male player came to designate a female player, wouldn't that mean NPC guests could enter the female players' rooms? Guests wouldn't follow the rules like male players. Perhaps nothing even needed to happen. The moment a guest entered the room, the female player would be considered out. It was true that male players had the right to choose, but female players did not. The redemption fee for each female player was lower than the cost for male players. Did this indicate a transactional relationship between the two from another perspective? When female players gave up profits to male players to balance their respective redemption amounts, it should have been fair. Huahua hadn't figured this out earlier and didn't have time to propose a deal to the male players. Since Zhaobai had eavesdropped on those words today, they already knew the redemption amounts and might be unwilling to enter the beauty grotto at night. As the minutes and seconds ticked by, there were exceptionally many NPC guests tonight. As if deliberately testing the players' psychological resilience. Fortunately, most of the guests who came chose the lowest tier of service and had no right to pick. Following the order down the line, it would soon be Yamani's room's turn. Damn it, is no male player coming to the beauty grotto tonight? Just as Huahua was pondering how to resolve the current predicament, Zhang Taimin and Marin arrived one after the other. As a special player, Zhang Taimin should be a smart person. Anything she could think of, Zhang Taimin should be able to figure out as well. Marin's arrival surprised her. Could he have reached some sort of consensus with Erica? From the moment he entered, Marin's gaze was fixed on Erica. It was a targeted action. Zhang Taimin handed over 200 yuan as usual and looked at Huahua with an apologetic gaze. I choose Yamani. When the three of them moved and split into pairs, there would always be an extra person. Huahua was that extra person. It was better to rely on herself than on others. She shouldn't pin her hopes on someone else. Heloise's expression was as usual. She didn't seem to have figured it out and showed no fear at all. After the NPC guest entered her room, there wasn't much noise. Dealing with ordinary guests was a piece of cake for players. They couldn't actually let the guests have their way. However, this was an S-level dungeon, and things were far from that simple. It seemed Yusuke and Zhaobai weren't planning to come tonight. Huahua had no choice but to use her hairpin to turn invisible and leave the beauty grotto. The hairpin's duration wasn't long and certainly wouldn't last the whole night. But Huahua hadn't expected that the hairpin would be useless against the monsters outside. They were too densely distributed and were everywhere. It was as if the ground beneath her feet was their body, allowing them to accurately capture Hua Huai's position through touch. Facing this situation, even Hua Huai, who had fought bloody battles in the evil spirit tower, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat.
Could it be she was going to have to fight until dawn tonight?
At that moment, a dark shadow wrapped around her ankle and gradually tightened. Before the shadow could snap her bone with force, the bound bone dagger ruthlessly sliced it apart. The black shadow dispersed like a wisp of smoke, then reformed at once. The thing couldn't be killed, fighting it would only keep draining her stamina.
The monster gave her no time to rest. Hua Huai couldn't relax for an instant until daybreak.
After battling at such intensity, her clothes were soaked with sweat, as if she'd been fished out of a river. The first few hours were still within her limits, and the time slipped by quickly. But gradually she began to run out of strength. Just as the rules stated, players were forbidden to use their bound specter's power. Though the words player never appeared on Hua Huai's panel, she still received a share of the rewards. She stood somewhere between player and an unknown identity, yet the rules still bound her. Being unable to summon her bound specter made the situation even worse than inside Evil Spirit Tower. She had to rely on nothing but herself and grit her teeth to survive in this deadly place. A saying goes that when luck turns, even cold water will wedge between your teeth. Hua Huai's luck had truly hit rock bottom. Outside she ran straight into Yusuk and Zhao Bai. From their perspective, Hua Huai was swinging at thin air, gasping for breath. The two strolled along casually. Zhao Bai stopped a short distance away and started chatting.
That's Hua Huai, right? What's she doing in the middle of the night playing with herself?
The scene was so bizarre that for a moment Yusuk and Zhao Bai thought they'd met a ghost.
She could have stayed safe inside Beauty Grotto. Why wander out in court trouble?
Yusuk's eyes flicked. He whispered something into Zhao Bai's ear, and Zhao Bai's lips curled in high amusement. Then Zhao Bai stepped up and flung a handful of white powder into Hua Huai's face, blinding her. At the same instant, several wounds opened across her body, some deep to the bone, blood instantly drenching her clothes in a horrific sight. Zhao Bai's eyes bulged. He hadn't expected such a small prank to cause that much harm. Originally he'd only meant to tease her, make her suffer a little so his later threats would carry more weight. What now lay before him chilled his hands and feet. If he accidentally killed Hua Huai, his own life wouldn't last much longer. Not everyone was Zheng Taimin, able to stand against the rules. He couldn't help glaring back at Yusuk. What a lousy idea. Just then something eerie happened. The wounds on Hua Huai began to close at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Surely not. Spectre powers were disabled, so how could she heal?
Yusuk stared, unblinking. Only then did Zhao Bai follow his gaze. The wounds that had been bone deep were mending before their eyes.
Zhao Bai's legs almost gave way. And no way. Is she human or ghost?
In that instant a torrent of thoughts flooded him. She still hadn't appeared. Could it be hiding among the players? After all, it wasn't rare for specters to infiltrate player groups.
Otherwise how could they explain the impossible scene in front of them? In truth, Zhao Bai's suspicion was illogical, born of panic.
Yusuk was calmer. He worked through it faster, a glint in his eyes Zhao Bai couldn't read. From close by you could hear Yusuk mutter, no wonder. Whatever Yusuk had figured out, Zhao Bai had no idea. When Zhao Bai tried to step closer, Yusuk shut his mouth.
Zhao Bai pressed, no wonder what? Yusuk gave a cryptic smile.
I'm not sure yet, so I won't waste words.
Looks like she'll be hard-pressed to survive tonight. We don't need to lift a finger.
Let's go. While the night lasts we can still collect some cash.
Money only reassures when it's in your own pocket.
Hua Huai was too entangled with the monsters to spare either man a thought, though she knew they'd done it on purpose. The sudden bloom of wounds made cold sweat burst from her. And while the cuts were still open, her sweat slid in and stung like needles. The moment her focus slipped, the monsters lunged straight for her vitals. Her pupils shrank. At the last second she shifted, smashing the creature's body apart with a backhand blow. She had to live, at least until dawn. Zhao Bai, Yusuk, she had never sought to harm anyone, but if others struck first, she wouldn't hesitate to return the favor. The bloodbath lasted until the sky paled,
only then did the monsters finally burrow back underground. Exhausted, Hua Huai collapsed the instant she let her guard down.
Soaked in blood, her clothes riddled with holes, she lay motionless like a cold corpse. When the players in Beauty Grotto stepped out, this was the sight that greeted them. A slight frame lay on the filthy ground, so drenched in blood it hurt to look.
Yamini's face showed worry as she turned to Jiang Taimin. Is she dead?
Death was the commonest thing in a dungeon, such concern was unexpected. They had only known each other a few days, yet Yamini couldn't understand the feeling herself. Before Jiang Taimin could speak, Erica cut in, obviously, what else? After nightfall she'd seen how deadly the outside of Beauty Grotto was, a mere few minutes' delay had left her gravely wounded by
those monsters.
That Hua Huai had stayed out the whole night and still had an intact corpse was beyond her expectations.
Heloise couldn't comprehend it. Why leave the safe zone for no reason? She was asking to die. She scratched her arm, then her nape again. Strange, why did she itch all over? An itch, and now a faint sting as well. It had to be the poor sleep and the wretched surroundings lately, making her body act up. Erica glanced at her, read the signs, but said nothing. Hua Huai must have sensed the rule, which was why she risked leaving Beauty Grotto. Such perception at her young age was startling. Sadly, she'd realized too late and still met her end in this dungeon. Just as everyone gave her up for lost, a pair of bright eyes met theirs. Erica drew a sharp breath, this had to be a joke. Hua Huai wasn't dead. Terror crawled over her heart like thousands of ants. She involuntarily stepped back, managed a single "you," then could say no more. So terrifying, Hua Huai's strength far exceeded her imagination. After lying still a while, Hua Huai recovered a little strength. She sat up and said calmly, I'm fine. The one in trouble was Heloise, just as Hua Huai had expected, anomalies had appeared on her body. Once you stepped on a rule, there was usually no turning back. Telling Heloise the rule now would be pointless, it would only stoke her fear and drive her to acts that endangered others. Those who know the rules keep them hidden in their hearts. What about Yamini and Jiang Taimin? Do they know the rules? Recalling yesterday's carefully, Hua Huai's heart suddenly sank. Jiang Taimin was truly hard to read as friend or foe, always acting strangely. At least he knew the rules last night, otherwise, he shouldn't have looked at her with an apologetic gaze. Did he only understand the rules as night approached, or had he known all along? If it were the latter, Jiang Taimin was an enemy, not a friend. Given his level of intelligence, asking him directly would yield no results, so she could only suppress her suspicion for now. Perhaps Yusuk and Zhao Bai wanted to see if Hua Huai was dead, as they headed this way shortly after dawn. Their mouths weren't idle as they moved. Zhao Bai frowned and said, they say we have a long time to collect, but in reality, points refreshed during the day won't refresh again at night. The amount of money refreshed within a day is fixed. The dungeon never intended for us to collect infinitely. Then he changed the subject, revealing a wicked smile. Hua Huai should be dead by now. With all that money on her, we can't let it go to waste on others. Quick! Let's go faster. The excitement was practically overflowing from his eyes. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Seeing Hua Huai safe and sound, Zhao Bai was full of disbelief and blurted out, how are you not dead? It was good that these two came, if they hadn't, Hua Huai would have gone looking for them herself. Hua Huai stood up unhurriedly, her aura like a malevolent ghost crawling out of hell. That air of having slaughtered countless lives made one's heart tremble with fear. Hua Huai gradually approached the two. Were you looking forward to it? Then, ultimately, I'm going to have to disappoint you. Her fingertips brushed her cheek, as if the white powder Zhao Bai had thrown last night still lingered there. That minor injury wouldn't kill her, but the pain was very real. Her figure was like a phantom, appearing silently behind Yusuk. You are more loathsome than him. As soon as she finished speaking, Yusuk was sent flying by a forceful blow. His clean clothes instantly covered in mud.
The air in the slum district was already nauseating, let alone coming into such close contact with this filth. Yusuk was unwilling to lose face in front of everyone, but Hua Huai's strength was far beyond his. Under her continuous attacks, he had no power to resist. Hua Huai's strength was immense, completely unlike what one would expect for her age. Her offensive moves were incredibly skilled. The moment he raised his hand, Hua Huai knew what he was going to do, easily parrying his moves and counterattacking. In the end, she beat him into a retreat. Aside from being black and blue, he also had a broken rib. In this battle, everyone finally saw Hua Huai's true strength. Most players were good at using items and bound specters. Players like Hua Huai, who focused on improving their own strength, were few and far between. Therefore, they couldn't help but be alarmed. There was clearly a shortcut right in front of Hua Huai. Why did she still work so hard? No matter the process, the outcome was the same. In this situation, most people would choose the shortcut. They were so engrossed that no one stopped Hua Huai's actions. Seeing Yusuk's miserable state and Hua Huai closing in, Zhao Bai retreated repeatedly, saying, "It was all him instigating me. I didn't want to do this." Hua Huai curled her lips into a smile. "You have a point. Then before leaving the dungeon, you need to come to the beauty grotto every night and select me. Can you do that?" Obviously, if he didn't agree, Hua Huai would beat him just like she did Yusuk. With a broken rib, Yusuk's mobility was limited, making it extremely difficult to complete the mission on his own. There were only 3 useful male players to begin with. Marin insisted on going to the beauty grotto last night and didn't seem to be on the same page as them. Now that Yusuk was injured, Zhao Bai was the only one left who could complete the mission. The situation was already extremely difficult. It couldn't be allowed to turn into a complete dead end. Zhao Bai had no choice. He clenched his fists. "Fine, I promise you." The remaining scattered wealth from last night was collected, and new refresh locations appeared after dawn. There was a limit to the amount refreshed each day, but Hua Huai didn't know what that limit was. Just knowing there was a limit was enough to see the hidden mysteries of the dungeon. It seemed peaceful, but in reality, killing intent was hidden everywhere. This was true for Erica, and also for Heloise. Even though Hua Huai had deliberately brought up the matter of selecting people, Heloise still hadn't realized. She kept scratching the uncomfortable spots on her body and went off to collect money on her own. The group dispersed, and Heloise ran into Zhang Taiman in the afternoon. He stood in the shadow of the eaves, an air of cleanliness and order inexplicably emanating from him. Judging by his clothes, he was at most a bit cleaner than other players. Heloise didn't understand why she had this illusion. She asked hesitantly, "What are you doing standing here?" Zhang Taiman stood quietly, without any of the tension others felt while collecting money. It was as if whether he could collect money or not wasn't that important to him. Soon, Heloise understood where the reason came from. Zhang Taiman said calmly, "How about we make a deal?" Heloise was suspicious. "What deal?" Zhang Taiman stared at her scratching. "You feel very uncomfortable, don't you? Want to know why?" Heloise had been suffering for most of the day. The itchiness, accompanied by pain, hadn't diminished but had instead intensified. Unease grew in her heart. "Why?" Zhang Taiman said unhurriedly, "Because you violated the rules and contracted a foul disease." To help her understand better, Zhang Taiman explained in detail with exceptional considerateness. At night, female players cannot stay outside the beauty grotto, or they will be attacked by shadow monsters. Most players know this. So it can be inferred that the dungeon wants female players to stay in the beauty grotto at night. Next is the matter of the beauty grotto's nature. It is a place where women receive male guests. Female players can only ensure absolute safety at night by staying in the same room as a male player. Players are considered allies. But if a player faces an NPC guest, they violate the rules. Relevant additional clues can be found in notes and from the mouths of NPCs. Otherwise, why do you think Hua Huai risked leaving the beauty grotto? He suddenly smiled. It couldn't possibly be just to show off her strength to you, could it? The confusion in her mind suddenly cleared. Heloise stared blankly at the scratch marks on her arm, as if her strength had been drained in an instant, her legs feeling weak.
How? How could this be? Ah!
Her fingernails dug into her flesh, as if she were about to rip open her own skin the next moment to tell the Jiang Taimen before her that she wasn't sick. How unsightly, the illness had actually spread so quickly.
Jiang Taimen said he wanted to make a deal with her. Could this deal let her survive?
She looked at him with eyes full of hope.
Tell me the deal.
After several days, the players grew ever slicker at collecting money. Now, with daylight still lingering, spawn points were nowhere to be found.
Yamini tugged Hua Huai's sleeve. Why hasn't Jiang Taimen regrouped with us? You don't think he's in danger?
In this dungeon, the only thing that could make him feel threatened was running into an abnormal boss. No sounds of combat surrounded them, nor anything eerie in sight. Suddenly, a silhouette flashed in the distance. Hua Huai tried for a clearer look, but a wall of backs blocked her view. Instinctively she pushed the person ahead aside.
The figure was gone.
She looked up, the one who just blocked her was Jiang Taimen.
She frowned. What are you doing?
Jiang Taimen calmly opened his hand, coins he'd gathered lay quietly in his palm. Clearly, he'd come to hand them over to her. The one who just ran past looked like Heloise, Yamini told them.
Her skin's starting to rot.
She headed for the slum district.
Why go back so early while it's still light? Though Jiang Taimen had blocked Hua Huai's view, he hadn't blocked Yamini's at all. So his move probably wasn't deliberate.
But Hua Huai still nursed doubts about him. Every step had to be second-guessed.
Heloise's behavior screamed trouble.
After brief thought, Hua Huai set off for the slums as well. She sprinted and finally caught up with Heloise. Heloise clutched a knife. Festering sores had melted her skin, her human shape slipping away. Even from a distance Hua Huai caught the stench. At this rate she wouldn't last the night. Returning to Beauty Grotto so early, had she lost all hope and given up? The guards were loafing as usual. Seeing a thing neither human nor ghost charge in, they scattered. They knew the sickness well, they'd hauled plenty of victims out for burial.